Meet Judamak, a guy whose luck couldn't possibly get any worse. He's jobless, disrespected, steps in gum, and even gets dirty water splashed on him. Just as he lights a cigarette to ease his stress, the heavens decide to open up, drenching him completely in a sudden downpour. Fed up, he flips off the sky for a one-on-one with the gods, only to get struck by lightning and knocked unconscious for his troubles. You have to admit, it takes a special kind of luck to be this unlucky. But amazingly, he didn't die instead. He woke up with a system activated, and with that, Judamak's journey to turn his life around officially began. As the rain continued to pour outside, Judamak still couldn't believe what had just happened. He sat in a corner, trying to sort through the chaos in his mind. After screaming at a god that he neither denied nor accepted their existence, he got zapped by a bolt of lightning. Judamak wondered if this was what people meant by getting smote by the heavens. But the strange thing was, normal people die from lightning strikes, yet he didn't have a single scratch on his body. And that wasn't even the weirdest part. The main issue was the massive message notification floating right in front of his face. Judamak looked at it and gritted his teeth, thinking it looked just like the status windows that gifted individuals always see. A shocking realization hit him. Could that lightning bolt have actually given him some kind of ability? He had to figure out how it worked. So, Judamak tried shouting a command. Status window. Instantly, the panel appeared before him, and he studied it for a moment. He quickly came to a conclusion. Yeah, this thing was definitely not a status window. So why did it look exactly like a part-time job recruitment notice? Suddenly, the status panel in front of him flashed with a blinding light, making him jump. A second later, a series of new panels appeared one after another. Before him was a miniature model of the Earth. This left Judamak stunned, so it really was a part-time job ad? He let out a small, bitter smile. Even in real life, the only work he ever got was part-time, and now this thing was also pushing a part-time gig on him. But he quickly calmed down, sighing to himself that, on the bright side, he had nothing left to lose. When an opportunity comes, you have to grab it. Right then, the status panel began loading a list of jobs. He exclaimed, "What's this now?" It's divided into detailed categories. Curious, Judamak clicked on an item on the list, but nothing's ever easy. The panel immediately turned red with a notification. You lack divine power, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Judamak asked aloud, "What is divine power?" Sensing his cluelessness, the status panel explained it's a form of energy used by gods. Seeing that, Judamak's motivation sank. Of course, he sighed, like I'd have something that ridiculously powerful. He didn't even have a single talent to his name. But giving up before even trying was not in Judamak's vocabulary. He told himself, this could be the thing that changes my life. And with that, Judamak resolved to give this a serious try. Once again, he started searching for a job on the panel. He wondered aloud if a god's recruitment post was just like any other job-finding app. Judamak kept muttering one phrase over and over, no divine power required. After a bit of searching, his luck finally turned. Judamak saw a post to construct the Mangas dungeon, no divine power required. Without hesitation, he clicked on it. However, after reading the full job description, Judamak froze solid. He exclaimed in shock, "Did it just say dungeon? You mean the kind of place crawling with monsters? A dungeon created by gods. Should I even trust this?" But as a true corporate slave, the first thing he cared about was how much he would get paid. Looking back at the panel, he was skeptical. 12 though? Must be some divine currency. He wondered if he could exchange it for human money. But it was money from the gods, after all. It had to be extremely valuable. With that thought, he decided to accept the job. Judamak was incredibly excited for the next part of his journey. In an instant, his surroundings completely changed. In another dimension, a pillar of light shot down, terrifying the nearby animals. The beam slammed into a tree, splitting it right in half. Dust and smoke filled the air as Judamak stumbled out of the tree, coughing. The teleportation had left him looking completely worn out, and everything was a shock to his system. Before him was a vast land covered in mist. Judamak gasped, "What just happened? I've never seen a place like this before. Am I dreaming? Is this what they call a lucid dream?" He was lost in his own thoughts, completely unaware of the monster charging at him from behind. Hearing a loud noise, Judamak snapped out of it and whipped around. A second later, his face turned pale as he saw a monster with sharp fangs lunging, ready to devour him whole. Overcome with fear, Judamak could only shield his face with his hands and let out a loud scream. But in that critical, life-or-death moment, a powerful hand grabbed the monster's neck, stopping its attack dead in its tracks. Blue lightning crackled through the air. Stunned, Judamak turned his head to see who was standing before him. A towering man was crushing a monster's spilling hand like a child's toy. "Good dogs," he said, "don't bite." Suddenly, The man's ice-cold gaze snapped towards him. A deep voice rumbled, "New employee?" The question made Damdok turn pale, absolutely terrified. Just a second later, his face split into a massive grin. "Pleasure to meet you," he boomed. "I'm Odin's son, Thor the god of thunder." Thor leaned down, slapping him on the shoulder with a huge laugh. "You've probably heard of me. The god of thunder's fame echoes across all 9 realms." He then started leading Damdok away, saying as they walked, "You're a bit on the light side, but I sure hope you're strong enough." At the same time, he casually tossed the monster's body aside. Damdok finally calmed himself down enough to really look at this god. The massive muscular frame, the thick beard, and that hammer, it had to be Johnny. Even seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it. The man in front of him was actually Thor. Stunned, he wondered, "Is this for real?" Thor's voice suddenly cut through the silence. "Judging by your looks, you must be a god from Asia." Thor sounded genuinely curious, making Damdok panic internally. "He actually thinks I'm a god?" Damdok glanced around nervously. Gods. Everywhere he looked, there were gods. He thought to himself. He had no idea what kind of gods they were. But one thing was certain, none of them were human. He was probably the only mortal here. So Damdok played it cool and lied through his teeth. "I'm just a minor god from a small mountain." Thor didn't suspect a thing, laughing heartily. "A mountain god? I've heard about you guys. They say you often help people when they're in trouble, right? Very admirable." His pat on the back nearly sent Damdok into the next life. It was then Thor noticed his strange clothes. His voice dropped to a low rumble. "But hold on a second. I think you're a little too immersed in human culture." Damdok was startled, suddenly realizing his clothes were completely different from everyone else's. He frantically racked his brain for an excuse. Flustered, he blurted out a reason. "Oh, that's because I often go down the mountain to better understand human needs." Thor seemed surprised. "You must really love humans. So, you think you can handle this job?" His tone suddenly turned sorrowful. That made Damdok freeze on the spot. Thor continued, "Your job right now is to create a place that makes A chilling light flashed in his eyes. Though Damdok had no clue what was going on, he still managed to answer, "Of course I can do it." The sweat on his face clearly showed just how stunned he was. Thor then led him to a magnificent palace. "Have you ever heard of the Minotaur's Labyrinth?" Damdok nodded. "Yes, but why do you ask?" Thor turned his head and grinned. "Then this will be easy." Damdok followed Thor's gaze and was left completely speechless. Before him was a pillar of light, with flocks of birds flying straight up into it. A powerful wind forced Damdok to shield his face. In front of him was a massive dungeon, home to countless other gods. Thor pointed and declared, "Because that labyrinth was the inspiration for this dungeon, and you'll be building one with us." The majestic scene before him was beyond anything Damdok could have imagined, leaving him completely and utterly shocked. Damdok soon got to work, still in awe of the insane architecture. Seeing him distracted, someone called out, "Hey, new guy, get over here, we've got a job on this side." He was standing in front of a gigantic door. Snapping out of his daze, he hurried over to the other side. He had just finished one impossible task, but before Damdok could even catch his breath, he was barked at again. Sector E6 needs help with a cart. Even during meals, he barely sat down before he was sent running. Sector E1 needs manpower. He was being bossed around left and right. Damdok was so angry he gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. "I'm here." It was enough to make the other guy's hair stand on end, but they were still kind enough to warn him. "Working hard, huh? Just be careful not to fall into any of the pits or ditches." Damdok, covered in mud and sharpening a metal rod in his hands, just smiled and shot back. "If I fall, make sure you save me, okay?" Deep inside the maze, after they neatly arranged a pile of materials, a worker remarked, "This should do the trick." Exhausted, Damdok asked him, "Are we done yet?" The guy happily turned back to him. "Good work. How do you feel?" Though completely worn out, Damdok still replied cheerfully, "It's just simple manual labor, after all." The man then led him away. "Looks like we're done here. Let's head to the cart and take a quick break. We'll use it to get to the next site." As they were riding on the cart, the other worker asked him a question. "Are all the gods from Asia as enthusiastic as you?" Damdok thought for a second. "Doesn't that just depend on their personality?" He shyly scratched his head when he learned that so many people had praised him. He couldn't help but think to himself smugly, "See that? It's me, Damdok, rocking 200% social skills." He wondered, "Does this count as a special talent? Getting along with the gods here is definitely going to benefit me." After traveling a bit more, the guy told him to hop off. "We have to walk from here." Though he didn't understand why, Damdok did as he was told. The man explained, "The traps we set will be completely useless if we let this stupid thing do the work." A moment later, Damdok was carrying some wooden boxes when the guy suddenly blew up at him. The man yelled out, "Hey! Look where you're stepping!" Damdok flinched, freezing his foot in midair. On the ground was a magic circle. His guide explained, "See that? It's a sign for a trap. You always have to keep your eyes peeled for them." He even carefully pointed out all the other trap locations. Damdok let out a sigh of relief. "You almost got me there." His guide, realizing this was Damdok's first time, simply reminded him, "Consider this whole experience a training run for you. You know, the higher level gods need these trials for humans. Gods on our level don't get luxuries like that, so we have to do this stuff to make a living. The dungeons have to be built, constantly." It meant an infinite amount of work. Damdok was shocked at how big the operation was. His colleague then pointed to a group of people up ahead. "That room just started construction a few minutes ago. It should be finished by now. Let's go check it out." Stepping inside, the sight made Damdok's jaw drop. Before him was a vast chamber with a massive domed ceiling. It was like a temple. He felt incredibly small in the enormous room. A stone hall this size was built in just a few minutes? Damdok broke into a sweat, wondering, "This is huge. What did they use to build it?" He then placed the wooden box on the ground as his colleague instructed. "This," his colleague said, "will make this place worthy of a god's trial." Opening the box revealed something that surprised Damdok even more. Inside was a completely ordinary-looking round stone. "It might just look like a rock," the man explained, "but spiders are going to spawn from it." Just hearing that was enough to give Damdok goosebumps. When those things started spawning, this dungeon would definitely be a nightmare. It was only then that Damdok noticed hundreds of similar stones all around him, leaving him completely stunned. He then glanced at the crate next to them. He asked curiously, "What monster is this?" Inside was a lizardman, bound and tied securely. The transparent part on its neck is because its creation isn't complete. That's its weak point. Damdok had no clue, scratching his head in embarrassment. His colleague paid it no mind, saying, "Just let it rest there for now. We have to move on to the next room." The next place they visited was a hidden goblin encampment. Everything was so alien to him, he couldn't stop staring. "If humans make it this far," his guide said, "it means they're close to the final destination." As Damdok walked, he marveled, "It's really cold in here." Suddenly, something behind him caught his full attention. He looked over curiously and saw a dark figure hiding in the shadows. The monster's eyes were squeezed shut. Sensing it was being watched, the creature's eyes snapped open. It let out a terrifying roar, lunging straight for him with a mouthful of sharp teeth. Damdok was so scared his heart nearly stopped, and he tumbled backward onto the ground. The goblin just clutched its stomach and roared with laughter, leaving Damdok completely baffled. Even his colleague let out a chuckle at his reaction. "Surprised?" he asked. "Don't worry, it's just messing with you." But it's a different story once the dungeon's finished. These guys are extremely smart and cunning. That makes them pretty tough to deal with. Being made the butt of a joke angered Damdok, but it also put him on high alert. "Yeah, I can see that." His colleague then led him to the massive gate that he had seen when they first arrived, and this is the end of the maze, which also means this is the boss room. A carving of a bull-headed monster loomed over the gate. Even from the outside, he could feel the heavy pressure of a powerful, bloodthirsty aura weighing on his shoulders. After they exited the maze, Thor cheerfully approached them. "Mountain God, I've heard a lot of praise about you. How's the work going?" The two of them bowed respectfully. Damdok answered, "It's going well, thanks to your kindness and guidance, sir." Thor stroked his beard, pleased. "A smooth talker who knows how to keep things formal, huh? I like that." At the same time, his colleague reported their progress. "We are about to finish. We just have the final step left." Suddenly, Thor summoned his hammer, and thick lightning crackled around it. He boomed, "Well then, I suppose we should let these low-level gods clock out." Damdok had no clue what was going on. One second he was getting praised, the next Thor was raising his hammer, scaring him half to death. Thor let out a hearty laugh. "You did well, Mountain God. Next time we meet, be sure to give me some advice on Asian style. Farewell." And with that, he swung the hammer down with immense force. It came straight for Damdok. He braced for impact, ready to meet his maker. But amazingly, he was completely unharmed. He was back in reality, still frozen in a terrified pose, covering his head and screaming as the lightning slowly faded. When the agonizing pain he'd expected never came, Damdok was utterly bewildered. He let out a huge breath and collapsed on the floor. "Damn it, that's a pretty intense way to clock out. For a second there, I thought he was punishing me for pretending to be a god." He held up a hand and looked at it. The calluses from all the hard work were still there. Damdok was in awe. This was all real. It wasn't a dream or a hallucination. It was a real awakening. Damdok's voice trembled with pure joy. Tears welled in his eyes as he threw his hands toward the sky, shouting with absolute elation, "I've finally awakened." Right on cue, a status window popped up. His salary had arrived. Dandok's joy instantly turned to tension. He trembled as he tapped the notification. "All right, let's see what we've got." The screen immediately flashed with the words "Loading the God Shop." After seeing what was inside, Dandok was so shocked he could only curse under his breath. What the hell was this? Before him was Odin's spear, a weapon that never misses its target. Next up was the Nemean lion armor, able to nullify any physical attack, and Farah's necklace with its power to travel through space. All of these legendary items popped up one by one on Dandok's screen. He stared at the display in sheer awe, whispering to himself, "This has to be a shop for the gods." Then, even more powerful abilities began to appear. As Dandok looked at everything laid out before him, a dark thought began to form. What if he could just buy all of this? Could he actually become a god inside a human body? He imagined the whole world cheering his name, but that was just a fantasy, nothing more. The reality was, he was still just a normal, unremarkable guy. Dandok reached over and switched off his fan, but then his spirit suddenly soared. He declared that his life would change, starting now. But there was one thing Dandok hadn't considered: he had no money. He let out a dejected sigh. "Right, I don't have that kind of cash. The cheapest item was 70,000 though, way too expensive." The screen flashed red as Dandok stared, completely defeated. How am I supposed to buy anything? But then, a new window popped up. "Talent?" he yelled out, ecstatic. "They're selling talent, so all I have to do is buy it? This is absolutely perfect for someone like me." But the price was what made him nervous. Then he saw it. It only cost 12 though. Dandok's eyes widened in total shock. He glued his eyes to the screen and shouted, "12 though? Those other things were 70,000, but a talent is just 12? He was completely floored. It made sense real gods would never need to buy talent. He immediately started freaking out. "This is SS rank, exactly what I need." Without hesitating, Dandok selected the swordsmanship talent. He proudly remembered loving swords as a kid. Without another thought, Dandok smashed the purchase button with zero hesitation. The purchase went through instantly. Suddenly, Dandok's entire body started to glow. Still, he was skeptical. Did that actually work? He looked down at the power he just received, thinking, "I was so miserable being F rank, and now I get an SS rank talent this easily?" A new message flashed on the screen. "Congratulations, you have received a gift of the same rank as the talent you just purchased." Dandok was absolutely thrilled to get a bonus gift. He immediately chose the combat-related talent on the screen. Unable to contain his joy, he jumped up to celebrate. And then suddenly, his entire world went dark. The room began to blur before his eyes. Dandok staggered and collapsed, almost losing consciousness right there. An incredible pain shot through his body. His vision fuzzed over as his entire frame began to emit a faint light. The system started upgrading his body to match the new talent, first enhancing his respiratory system, then reinforcing his muscles. Each change sent waves of agonizing pain through him. The system finished quickly, but by then, Dandok was completely unconscious. Everything faded to black. "Son, son," a faint voice called out to him in a dream. He vaguely saw his mother standing right in front of him. She spoke softly. "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry you have a sick mother, making you go through all this hardship." He barely managed to reply, "Mom, don't say that. It's okay now. I have talent now." But a strange voice cut in. "No, you can't get everything that easily." Dandok groggily started to wake up. He sat up, muttering, "Damn, my head is killing me. When did I fall asleep? I think I dreamed about my mom. Wait a second. Was it all just a dream?" He panicked, frantically searching for the status window. There it was, clear as day. His new class was lowest. Ranking God. He stared at it, baffled. Lowest? Ranking God? Is that why I can work in dungeons now? He could finally relax. He plopped down on the floor, telling himself that for a talentless guy like him, becoming a god wasn't a bad trade. Life really does have its rewards. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. It was his mom. He answered with a huge smile. He was about to share the good news, but she cut him off. "Dandok, don't come to the hospital today." He was totally confused. "What's going on, Mom?" she replied. "Just listen to me and stay away, okay? Don't worry about me." Confused, he was about to ask more when another voice suddenly came on the line. "Hello? Is this the guardian for Chojun High?" The moment he confirmed who he was, the voice issued a grave warning. "We're in a bad situation, so I can't give details. There are signs of a dungeon appearing near the hospital. We didn't inform you sooner, but we can't make any guarantees about the patients." Those words left him completely frozen. Until this situation gets better, no one is allowed to visit. But back in the room, only his phone remained on the floor. Dandok was already long gone. He was sprinting with everything he had, terrified for his mom trapped in that hospital. Right now, the city hospital is pure chaos. Defense forces have gathered in full strength, completely locking down the entire area. The press is already swarming the scene, desperate to get the latest scoop. Signs of a dungeon are appearing on every street corner. A guard yells into a loudspeaker, "This is a restricted area. Everyone please stay back." From a distance, Dandok's yellow car speeds toward the chaos. He rushes out of the car to check, only to be met by a massive, disorderly, and overwhelming crowd. There was absolutely no sense of order. He scanned the scene, unable to stop himself from wondering, what is all this? Instantly, his combat focus skill activates. The world snaps into sharp relief, so clear he can even see the distant defense guard. The soldier's image appeared in stunning detail. He was shocked by this power. Even his hearing had become unnaturally sharp. He could hear the quiet whispers of the crowd, even picking up the distant conversations of the defense forces. Every single word was easy to hear. All the conversations, loud and soft, were heard perfectly by Dandok. He clutched his head in confusion. What kind of skill was this? Was it from the new talent he just bought? No time for that, he had to get inside the hospital. Decision made, he immediately pushed toward the sealed-off zone. "My family is in there," he yelled from the crowd. "I have to get in." But the soldier quickly stopped him. "There are signs of a labyrinth inside this dungeon. Because of that, we can't let you through." Hearing this was enough to confuse him. A labyrinth? Suddenly, the sky turned dark as black clouds rolled in. Both men were startled by a disturbance behind them, just as a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. A tremendous amount of energy rode the lightning bolt to the ground, creating a huge explosion that sent everyone scrambling in a panic. The shockwave from the blast was enough to knock them off their feet. Screams for help echoed everywhere. Dandok struggled to crawl up from the ground. "What just happened?" he said, looking toward the building, but his expression quickly turned to one of pure horror. The dungeon gate had been successfully activated. It flickered in and out of view through the hazy smoke. Dandok tried to stay calm, to confirm it. Wait, it was right there, a massive dungeon gate. It was wide open, sucking everything and everyone at the site into a scene of absolute chaos. Dandok spoke with worry in his voice. "It can't be. Is that the dungeon I created?" The scenery of the dungeon flashed before his eyes. It brought back memories of everything he had built. "Damn it, now this is how I like to see it. It's pretty magnificent, isn't it?" Dandok let out a long sigh. "It's just that I didn't recognize it until now." His eyes went wide with complete and utter shock. What in the world is happening now? He couldn't believe he was seeing it here. A blinding whirlwind of light flashed by. A magic portal appeared out of nowhere, blocking his line of sight. Everything was spiraling into chaos. Dandok couldn't believe his eyes and let out a panicked shout. "Why is that thing here?" Amid the panic, he saw a man clutching a wound in agony, gasping for every breath. Dandok rushed over to support the trembling man. He asked urgently, "Sir, are you all right? We have to evacuate immediately." Suddenly, Dandok sensed imminent danger. Without a second to think, he shoved the man away. In that exact instant, a massive, blindingly white object shot past them. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, a sword, now lodged deep in a tree trunk. In the middle of the chaos, a strange voice rang out, startling Dandok. The injured man staggered, his body looking like it was about to collapse. His eyes were wide with pure terror, the whites showing all around. With ragged breaths, he urged Dandok to run through the mist. A green, red-eyed monster charged forward, its massive shadow completely covering its prey. An attack you can't escape. The monster stomped down hard on the man's body, and even Dandok had to shudder at the horrific sight. The wind howled as half-human, half-reptile creatures charged in at an unbelievable speed. A surprised voice cried out, "Lizardmen?" A clear command cut through the chaotic battlefield. Lizardmen have appeared on the main road. "Open fire!" Immediately, volleys of gunfire roared across the battlefield, slamming into the screaming monsters and causing them to stagger in the intense hail of fire. The sharp crack of gunfire filled the air. Hiding behind a car, Dandok screamed, "There's someone over there!" A lizardman gripped its sword tightly and charged straight at him with terrifying speed. The monster roared, lunging forward like a hurricane. It rushed forward as if to steal his life in a single moment. Fear choked Dandok, desperate and horrified as the monster closed in. Its blade was ready to end everything. A blue light flared up, and text appeared before his eyes. "Activate evasion focus skill?" Dandok's eyes lit up as a mysterious blue flame exploded in front of him, reflecting brilliantly in his shocked pupils. The swirling blue flame coiled around the sword, which was now just hovering in midair. Dandok's eyes changed from black to a brilliant blue. Sweat dripped down his face as a blue aura enveloped both the sword and his body. The monster glared with murderous intent, looking as if the slightest movement would be enough to destroy everything in its path. The sword? He couldn't believe what he had just done. Dandok stood there frozen, just staring at the sword in his hand, his mind a total blank. He couldn't even process what just happened. His mind was blank, eyes wide with utter disbelief. Did he really just catch that thing? How was that even possible? Suddenly, his gaze shifted and he saw the monster charging again. This time, its target was the elderly man sitting there, his face contorted in pain. Seeing this, Dandok panicked and screamed, "Mister, watch out!" Cold sweat dripped down his face as he realized the extreme danger. The soldiers' guns were still aimed forward as the monster roared, closing in on the man. Facing immediate danger, he charged forward, hoping to prevent a tragedy. Dandok roared out the order. "Wait! Hold your fire!" At the same time, he shot forward like the wind, throwing all his strength into tackling the massive creature. A soldier yelled into his radio, "We have a civilian right in front of us. Was that person a hunter?" Before him, a horde of vicious reptilian monsters swarmed and surrounded Dandok. The soldier exclaimed in a panic, "Even if he is a hunter, did he just charge in there without any weapons?" Sweat poured down his tense face as he trembled, thinking, "My anger made me an idiot. Now what am I supposed to do?" A giant monster roared and swung its massive fist right toward Dandok. Completely panicked, he screamed out, "I'm sorry." A mysterious blue light suddenly exploded around him. The entire world seemed to slow to a crawl as all his senses became sharper than ever. A talent had been activated, combat focus. This development left him absolutely stunned. A piercing roar tore through the air as the monster charged in a rage. Its blazing red eyes, filled with fury, made Dandok snap back to reality. He could see every move the enemy made as a strange energy flooded his body. What was this? Was this the combat focus skill? He felt like he'd just downed a dozen cups of coffee. Dandok's eyes glowed with a golden light, every single movement now perfectly clear. "I can see everything they do." The scenery around him became a blur due to his incredible speed. This meant he could fight in a completely different way now. Dandok shot forward like a whirlwind, his clenched fist aimed straight for the monster's stomach. The huge beast growled, readying its sword for battle. He moved like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a continuous flurry of punches, each blow landing with powerful, decisive force. Flames erupted around his fist, radiating brilliant heat. He delivered a thunderous punch, sending his enemy flying like an arrow from a bow. Dandok's eyes flashed, his body surging with power as fire ignited around his hands. He realized in amazement, "It's working!" Dandok clenched his fists tight, flames roaring around his hands with brilliant power, his eyes gleaming as his body filled with energy. Two of them left. The monster roared, swinging its sharp blade down. He quickly leaned back, dodging the blow by a mere inch. Dandok stomped down, using the force to launch himself forward. Seizing the opportunity, he slammed a punch straight into the monster's face, the impact creating a visible shockwave. Another lizardman charged toward him at a terrifying speed. Dandok shot a sharp glare right at the monster. It was also moving incredibly fast, seemingly about to catch him. Its blade swung up, a sharp whirlwind slicing through the air. Dandok leaped high into the sky, his heroic silhouette outlined by the brilliant sun. From above, he gathered all his power for the finishing blow. He descended like a lightning bolt, his strike coming down with terrifying power, crushing the enemy in that one fateful moment. The soldiers were completely stunned, their eyes glued to the scene unfolding before them, unable to believe what they were seeing. They were in awe of his overwhelming strength. One asked another, "Did that young man just defeat those lizardmen with his bare hands?" "I think so." Suddenly, another man stepped forward. He looked at Dandok and asked, "Hey you, what guild are you from?" Dandok turned around, startled. The heavily scarred man said to him, "You're a new face, but you're pretty damn good." He held out his hand. "I'm Nam Gung Du Yuk, from the Sargon Guild. It's impossible for a guild member to come here all alone." "Are you a solo hunter?" Dandok replied. "Ah, yes, I guess you could say that." Duuk continued, sensing the young man's spirit. "We came here to clear out this dungeon, so do you want to come with us?" Dandok listened, a mixture of surprise and confusion on his face. He instinctively asked the strange man, "A dungeon?" He then turned away, recalling the image of the magic transport gate. He hesitated for a moment, but then thought, "That's right, I'm not a normal person anymore. The monsters will keep coming out if we don't stop them here." Dandok's hand trembled slightly, a sign he was still afraid, but then the resolve inside him began to burn. He clenched his fist, making his decision. "All right, no problem," he muttered. "Let's go." He then took the lead, heading deeper into the dungeon. His expression was still tense as he looked at Du-Yuk and said, "This way." Du-Yuk glanced back at his comrades. They gave a slight nod and followed, leaving Dan-Dok to his thoughts. "It's a good thing I still have memories of this place. Of course I do, I've been in here thousands of times." As Dan-Dok moved forward, the guild leader stopped him. "Hold on." Du-Yuk instinctively turned and asked, "What is it?" Dan-Dok proposed. "From here on out, I'll take the lead." One of the guild members was clearly annoyed by Dan-Dok's request. He got angry and snarled at him. "How dare you get in our way? Move it!" "I don't know where you're from, Lone Hunter, but we have official government orders. Got it?" But Dan-Dok didn't even flinch, simply stepping forward with the confidence of someone who had memorized the path. He warned Du-Yuk that there were pits and traps ahead. But Du-Yuk was arrogant, overly confident in his elite squad. He just laughed it off. "Thanks for the concern, but our team already cleared the way." Dan-Dok sighed. "Did they, now?" He then bent down, grabbed a rock bigger than his fist, and casually tossed it onto the path. The stone landed with a quiet little thud. Suddenly, thousands of spears erupted from the ground, impaling the rock and shattering it into dust. Du-Yuk and his men froze in horror. They watched in disbelief as the solid boulder was utterly pulverized. Dan-Dok, however, remained perfectly calm. "We can be pretty certain your elite team never came this way." And with that, Dan-Dok placed a single finger on the ground. A strange, small formation lit up. He explained, "This trap is pressure activated, and the spears are a special alloy, meaning they'll tear through armor like it's styrofoam. Simple, but deadlier than you can imagine." Du-Yuk was stunned into silence. "But how did you know that?" The question caught Dan-Dok completely off guard. If he told them he helped build this very dungeon, he knew he'd never make it out alive. He had to think of a believable lie. Fast. I guess you could just call that a professional secret. But surprisingly, nobody pressed him on it. They just kept moving forward. This time, however, they all agreed to let Dan-Dok lead the way. Du-Yuk followed close behind, until Dan-Dok suddenly stopped in his tracks. He reached over and grabbed a torch from the wall. Du-Yuk asked him, "What is it?" Dan-Dok's expression was grim. "It gets way more dangerous from here." He lifted the torch high, and the entire group gasped in unison. As the torchlight pushed back the suffocating darkness, a massive gate appeared right before their eyes. Carved into its surface was the unmistakable image of a giant spider. He warned everyone, "You'd better get ready to defend yourselves." One of the cloaked members stomped a nearby spider flat, muttering curses under his breath the whole time. He scowled at the guts on his shoe. The guy next to him didn't seem to care, whispering, "Think we're about to get roasted?" The two of them kept gossiping about Dan-Dok's order to burn all the web traps they found strung up everywhere. Earlier, they had been huddled together, questioning everything. Can we really trust this guy? He could be a spy from another guild. Maybe he's trying to sabotage this whole dungeon raid. The thing is, for whispers, they were talking pretty darn loud. So Dan-Dok heard every word, feeling a surge of helplessness. Still, he kept watch, his eyes fixed on the next room, a chamber completely coated in spider webs, an absolute mess. Dan-Dok knew this place well. This was where he had personally hidden countless boxes filled with spider eggs. That meant he knew the exact location of every last spider. And when there's an easy way to clear a room, who would choose the hard way? Time to turn them all into charcoal and collect the reward. A sly grin crossed his face as he flicked a lighter on. The two chatty guild members came to the same conclusion. They must have webs everywhere. Let's just burn the place down and move on. The red-hot torch moved slowly toward the thick silk. But just then, a status window appeared. The skill Combat Focus A had been activated. Dan-Dok's eyes flashed a brilliant blue as a hoarse, desperate voice echoed in his mind. "Is anyone there? Help me." His skill showed him a vision. A person trapped, bound tightly by countless layers of webs, hopelessly begging for help. He instantly stopped the guild member with the torch, but it was obvious that he was the only one who had heard the voice. So he had to explain himself. "I think we should hold off on the fire. There's someone else in here." Elsewhere, Du-Yuk heard this and immediately gave a new command. "There are signs of life inside those rooms. Our new priority is rescuing survivors. Form a defensive line on entry. We don't know their exact location, so limit all wide-area attacks." Suddenly, his eyes darted over to Dan-Dok. He had no idea how the kid was doing it, but it seemed that young man knows where the survivors are. So the support team will follow his lead. Dan-Dok was completely floored. Him? A commander? He'd never been in a position like this in his entire life. The other guild members were just as surprised by Du-Yuk's sudden announcement. While everyone was still murmuring amongst themselves, a single, smaller figure quietly stepped forward. Dan-Dok was about to refuse when a voice cut through the noise. Dan Doc. He turned his head toward the sound. The speaker held out a hand in friendship. Thanks to you, we were able to get past those traps in one piece. Please, continue to lead us. Dan Doc was stunned, frozen for a moment, before he finally grasped the offered hand. Let's work well together. The other hunter was reassuring. Don't worry too much, Commander. You just need to point out the survivors' locations. The support team will handle the rest. That makes things much simpler. Dan Doc scratched his head, thinking, is it really that simple? Model? He got a firm answer. Yes, it's very simple. Her hand still gripped his, so he awkwardly asked, could you maybe let go of me first? But she was focused on something else entirely. You don't use a weapon? Caught off guard by the random question, Dan Doc still replied, I've never used one before. Why would she ask that now? Hearing his answer, the blue eyes under the hood seemed to narrow slightly. The small figure turned her back, advising him, it would be wise to carry a sword or two. Well, I'm leaving now. Watching the cloaked figure walk away, Dan Doc wondered if she just came to say a few words and leave. But then he realized something else was off. Wait, did he even tell her his name? Before Dan Doc could process it, she had vanished, and the team was shouting to get into position. They all pushed forward into the dungeon, the dark and damp air immediately putting everyone on edge. With Du-wook in the lead, they scanned their surroundings for any sign of a threat. It was unnervingly quiet. Stay sharp and hold formation, he ordered. Dan Doc sensed it first. He shot his head up, warning everyone, they're above us. The ceiling was crawling with a massive swarm of spiders. These were way bigger than the ones before, their red bodies covered in sharp spikes that made them look absolutely terrifying. They swarmed down, attacking so fast that some of the soldiers panicked, screaming for help as they fumbled. But Du-wook remained calm, charging forward and swinging his massive axe at the spider horde. One swing, two swings, three. Every single hit landed. One spider went splat, its green guts flying everywhere. The leader's voice boomed, steadying their morale. Don't panic, stick to the plan, switch to defensive formation, and watch out for their paralyzing venom. Instantly, a line of soldiers raised their shields, forming a wall while stabbing at the spiders with their swords to clear a path. Dan Doc led another group through the newly opened path, yelling, support team, this way. He activated his skill to search for survivors. A wave of blue energy spread out, seeping into every corner of the dark room. Suddenly, Dan Doc spotted something on his right. Looking closer, he saw human-shaped cocoons of silk, some hanging upside down, others right side up. Found survivors, Dan Doc shouted. Everyone immediately rushed over, using their knives to cut the people free from the webs. Each team member helped a survivor to their feet, but when they tried to go back the way they came, the path was completely blocked by spiders. It happened without anyone noticing. Dan Doc, carrying a survivor on his back, called out, I know where the safe zone is. Follow me. Not too far away, Du-wook heard this, and a flicker of doubt crossed his face. Just then, a spider lunged at him, baring its fangs. He spun around, cleaving the creature in two with a single swing of his axe. Ignoring the splatter, Du-wook glanced back towards Dan Doc. The man was busy finding people. He seemed to know the dungeon's layout perfectly, even the exact locations of the survivors. That was something Du-wook had never heard of before. But Dan Doc, completely unaware of the watchful eyes on him, just kept pointing out where people were. Everyone pitched in to help. Someone called out, We've got an injured person here. Evacuate the wounded. Another reported back to the group. The victims are secure. We have a few wounded, but overall, our losses are minimal. Du-wook was incredibly satisfied with this outcome. He ordered everyone to take a short break before they continued moving forward. Once things were settled, he turned to Dan Doc, his voice now serious enough to startle him. I have a few questions for you. But none of them knew that not far off, two figures were exchanging knowing glances, one of them grinding their teeth in frustration. Dan Doc felt a little uneasy as he approached Du-wook. At the leader's feet were two wounded men, and he looked down at them with a heavy sigh. Between the police and the hunters, a total of 10 people were trapped here. A few of them were our own men. If it weren't for you, we would have burned all 9 of them alive. Dan Doc just scratched his head and laughed humbly. It's no problem. But Du-wook wasn't finished. You truly have an amazing talent. It's almost as if you built this dungeon yourself. His words made Dan Doc break out in a cold sweat. No way, I'm not a god or anything. Luckily, Du-wook didn't seem to want to press the issue, adding, I was just joking. Dan Doc seized the chance to change the subject. We need to regroup and keep moving. He let out a silent sigh of relief, thinking he'd almost been exposed. They pushed deeper, coming across a massive gate with 4 concentric circles in the center, surrounded by symmetrical, flowing patterns. Looking at the strange patterns, someone guessed it was from the Inca civilization. but it turned out to be goblin architecture. That revelation made everyone look surprised. Just goblins? They asked, clearly disappointed by the news. They were hoping for a major boss, not some weak species like goblins. Meanwhile, Dan Doc stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. He was worried. He couldn't think of a perfect plan to deal with a goblin ambush zone, but he figured they could manage if they focused on the fight. So Dan Doc made a suggestion. "I can go in alone." One of the members immediately scoffed at him. "You're getting high on yourself after a little praise. We've handled plenty of goblins. Don't worry about it. If you're scared, just sit this one out." Even Du-wook didn't seem too confident in Dan Doc's idea. Du-wook insists he can't let him go in alone. Dan Doc reluctantly agrees, but with one condition. Inside, he's the one giving orders. Du-wook gets a feeling Dan Doc has a plan, but they're not the only ones plotting. That sarcastic hunter from before gives his buddy a malicious look. He'd planned to use this raid to impress the guildmaster, but now some nobody is stealing his spotlight, and he is absolutely seething. No way is he letting this guy take all the glory. He shoots a look at his partner, and a nasty little plan starts forming between them. The party pushes the door open and steps into a strangely empty chamber. Rows of torches line the walls, lighting the room. They check the left side. What? Absolutely nothing there. Not a single trace of anything. They turn to the right and just find another empty hallway. Dan Doc signals for silence, sensing something is wrong. The sarcastic hunter's companion just smirks with total contempt. "If any goblins show up, we'll protect you. Just go hide in a corner," he taunts. "See? There's nothing here. What are you scared of? A giant cockroach." And just like that, bam! Every torch extinguishes, plunging the room into total darkness. Someone yells, "Lights! Turn on the lights!" But Dan Doc immediately shouts back, "Wait, don't turn them on." But the mocker thinks he's just overreacting. Nonsense. We can't fight what we can't see. What kind of hunter is scared of a few goblins? All you cowards, step back. With that, completely ignoring Dan Doc's warning, he flicks on a flashlight. Dan Doc screams, "Everybody, get down now." The entire party hits the dirt, pressing themselves flat against the ground. All except two, the sarcastic hunter and his partner. His buddy tries to play it cool. A little creepy, but it's probably nothing, right? Still, he cleverly nudges his friend to go first. Suddenly, his partner freezes. "Hey, what are you doing?" The sarcastic hunter turns around, his whole body trembling. 4 arrows are already sticking out of his chest. Then, a volley flies from every direction, turning the man into a human pincushion. Everyone watches, completely stunned by the horrifying scene. As the man's body collapses, so does the team's composure. Panic erupts. "Where did that come from? It's an ambush. I can't see a thing." Du-wook's voice cuts through the chaos. "Nobody move." The authority in his command startles everyone, slowly calming them down. Du-wook finally understands why Dan Doc warned them about the light. Still, one thing bothers him, so he turns to ask. "It's strange. They must have heard us when we entered, and they can hear us now. So why didn't they attack?" Dan Doc replies in a low voice. "They're toying with us. They want to savor our fear from the shadows." And right on cue, as if to prove his point, sinister giggles echo from all around them. Small, green-skinned creatures with hooked noses hide in the darkness, their cunning, pure white eyes locked on Dan Doc and his party. This nail-biting tension is a feast for them. Du-wook raises his axe, ready to charge into the fight, but he freezes when Dan Doc asks a simple question. "What if we could fight without needing to see?" Du-wook can't believe it. Is that even possible? Dan Doc activates a skill, simply replying, "Yes. Leave it to me." His eyes glow blue, allowing him to see everything in the dark perfectly. He pinpoints everyone, one person in front, and Du-wook to the left, another person to the right, and one behind. He steps forward slowly, reassuring them, "I know you're worried because you can't see." He walks past a hunter sweating bullets from fear, declaring, "I will get this done, no matter what." Moving past another party member, he gives one last order. "Until I give the signal, do not move or make a sound." Hearing this, they all cover their mouths, trying to silence their own pounding hearts, desperate not to interfere with Dan Doc. In that moment, he closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and recalls an old sensation as a status window appears. Skill, Combat Focus, A activated. A blue aura surrounds Dan Doc. Instantly, the goblins swarm him from all sides. He opens his eyes, his ocean blue pupils locking onto every single goblin. The others can only listen, waiting in pure suspense. After what feels like an eternity, Dan Doc's voice cuts through the silence. "You can turn on the lights and move now." Light floods the chamber. In the center stands Dan Doc, holding a goblin off the ground by its throat with just one hand, and all around him are the bodies of countless other goblins, scattered across the floor in twisted positions. Finally, the goblin in his grasp goes limp, its struggling ceases. Only then does Dan Doc release his grip. He watches the creature fall to the ground like a dead leaf, then wipes away some sweat with a sigh of relief. Seeing the last goblin bite the dust, the surviving hunter who mocked Dan Doc is furious. What kind of power is that? What kind of cheap trick did he use? If I just had a little more time, I could have handled them myself. Why does this guy always get in my way? But Du-Uk is beyond thrilled. Incredible. I've been a hunter my whole life, but he'd never seen a hunter quite like him. Dan Doc, still a bit worn out, just replies shortly, I was just lucky. So, should we press on? Even Du-Uk hadn't realized he could fight like that. He continues to lead the way. The team pushes deeper inside. Before them now is a massive door, marked with the head of a bull. Dan Doc confirms this is the end of the maze, the boss room. Du-Uk looks up at what lies behind the door. Everyone gathers outside. Du-Uk's voice rings out. This is it, the final boss. And with that, the great door slowly swings open. A blinding light pours out from within. Du-Uk grips his double-bladed axe, cautiously scanning every corner of the room. I don't see anything. Is it hiding somewhere? But Dan Doc's face is tense. No. It's right in front of us. Suddenly, torches on the walls erupt in a brilliant, crackling flame. The giant door behind them slams shut. At the top of a grand staircase, the massive silhouette of a monster takes shape. Its eyes glow a menacing red. The master of the dungeon. Du-Uk stares it down. The pressure is absolutely insane. Just as predicted, the boss is just watching them. It probably won't be the first to attack. This gives them time to form a strategy and get a feel for the arena. But right then, a system notification pops up. The Minotaur's human sacrifice has begun. Select 5 offerings. Dan Doc stares at the message, completely baffled. Human sacrifice? Offerings? What does that even mean? Du-Uk quickly starts laying out the plan. The battle team will split into 2 groups. Dan Doc watches his back, deep in thought. It looks like he's the only one who saw that. He racks his brain, frowning. Is this some kind of clue? Maybe it's a hint to clear the dungeon safely. It's better to share this information. Dan Doc suddenly speaks up. Excuse me, I have a suggestion. But Du-Uk cuts him off. We're in the middle of planning. Can it wait? Dan Doc's expression turns deadly serious. This might be a clue about how to beat this dungeon. Du-Uk eyes him with total skepticism. A solution? Are you sure? As they huddle up, a hunter not far away clenches his fists, his body trembling with pure rage. He grinds his teeth, furious. That bastard is doing it again, stealing all the credit that should have been his. While no one is paying attention, he silently turns and walks away. This time, he's not just going to stand by and watch. He ducks behind a pillar, sizing up the dungeon master. Then, he pulls out a crossbow. Only losers need a strategy. They're just cowards, afraid of losing. I'm not taking any orders from you. He aims the crossbow right at the boss's head. I'll show you the power of a true marksman. One shot is all it takes for all the glory to be mine. He just needs to get a little closer. With that, he takes another step forward. Almost there, he completely fails to notice the glowing light beneath his feet. He smirks, taking one more step. But Dan Doc feels something is wrong. He whips around, his face suddenly filled with panic. Seeing the man with the crossbow recklessly move closer to the boss, Dan Doc screams out a warning. No. Stop. The man turns, shooting Dan Doc an annoyed look. It's this damn bastard again. He yells in anger. I know you're just trying to hog all the glory for yourself. That boss just standing there is about to go down. He tightens his grip on the crossbow, shouting with confidence. By my hand! Dan Doc rushes forward, trying to stop him, but it's too late. His foot lands squarely in the glowing zone. A red system notification flashes. Warning. You have trespassed in the maze boss's room. The sacrifices will now be chosen at random. The entire room begins to shake violently. The hunter panics, yelling, What's happening? Du-Uk spins around. Dan Doc, your body. Dan Doc's eyes widen in shock. What is this? The rest of the team freaks out. What's going on? Somebody help me. The man who acted on his own feels a terrifying pressure crushing down on his body. He quickly throws up his arms to shield his face. When the light finally dims, he slowly opens his eyes. He's on the ground, stammering. Guild leader Du-Uk stands over him, livid. You idiot! Do you have any idea what you've just done? Dan Doc's expression is grim. I don't think this is the time to be arguing about who was right or wrong. The second he says that, the dungeon master teleports, appearing right in front of everyone. It stares them down with blazing red eyes. Then, it throws its head back and lets out a deafening roar. Dandok and Duyuk stagger from the force of it. Gritting his teeth, the troublemaker is still on the ground. He completely loses his nerve, screaming in fear as he scrambles backward. He only snaps out of his panic when he slams into a wall of light. He jumps up, pounding on the barrier and shouting, "What is this? Let me out. Get me out of here." Meanwhile, the dungeon master slams its foot into the ground. The floor beneath it cracks and shatters. Duyuk can only stare in horror at the unfolding scene. The dungeon master charges forward, shoulder first. As a hunter screams in terror, Duyuk snatches him out of the way, dodging just in time. He lands safely a short distance away. Duyuk grips his double-bladed axe, shouting a command for everyone to widen their formation. "Don't panic. Everyone stay calm." With those words, he charges forward. He's taking the fight straight to the dungeon master. They have to stick to their strategy with the numbers they currently have. "Find your positions while I draw its attention." The dungeon master swings its massive axe, but Duyuk leans aside, narrowly avoiding the blow. The monster's axe smashes into the ground. In a flash, Duyuk launches himself high into the air, yelling, "Take this!" The dungeon master's body takes the full, crushing force of Duyuk's attack from above, the pressure absolutely immense. It's enough to shatter the very ground around them. The others watching cheer the battle is going their way. That's our leader for you. With that terrifying impact, they know there's no way they could have rushed in. Dandok just stares, stunned. Amazing guildmaster. He's on a whole other level. But then his expression darkens. At the center of it all, Duyuk's face goes pale. Damn it! His axe struck the dungeon master squarely in the chest, but didn't even leave a single scratch. Are you kidding me? Duyuk can't believe his eyes. It felt like he was striking solid steel, not flesh and bone. From a distance, Dandok screams, "Be careful." The warning snaps Duyuk back to reality just as a devastating attack closes in. Duyuk scrambles back just in time. The attack only grazes his shoulder, barely missing a critical blow. Too close. He quickly backs away to maintain distance, his expression growing grim. It's not that the monster was unable to dodge him, it's that it didn't even need to. Duyuk presses down on the bleeding wound on his shoulder, caused by just a light swing. Staring at the terrifying power of the dungeon master before him, Duyuk feels a chill. One small slip-up could be his last. All right then. Duyuk makes a split-second decision. Everyone, deploy the encirclement formation. The command is given. The team instantly moves into formation. They spread out just like they had discussed earlier, as Duyuk shouts out instructions. Gather data while you dodge its attacks. We have to find its weakness. Dandok watches Duyuk's back, deep in thought. His commands are decisive and crystal clear. He's clearly a seasoned veteran when it comes to dealing with dungeons. But it seems like the best strategy they have right now. The dungeon master just stands there, unmoving, surrounded by a powerful aura. A purple energy flows endlessly around it. Dandok watches, thinking, it's not even bothering to charge them. It's almost as if distance means nothing to this creature. Then suddenly, a wave of blue energy explodes from its center. The energy expands outward as it raises its axe high. Dandok's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. Is that? Dandok sees an image of Thor himself in the creature's massive frame, the power of the thunder god. Duyuk realizes something is terribly wrong and screams, "It's preparing something. Stop it now." Seeing it standing still, he yells, "An opening! This is our chance!" With that, he and the team rush in to attack. Dandok frantically tries to stop them, shouting, "No, it's dangerous. I've seen this before." But it's too late for Duyuk to turn back. Terrifying blue energy radiates everywhere. He curses under his breath. Damn it! The dungeon master swings its axe right at him. He instantly realizes he made a terrible mistake. But just then, Dandok suddenly lunges forward, delivering a powerful kick right to the side of the monster's face. He turns to see the impact. Its head snaps to the side. It grinds its teeth in fury, red eyes glowing with pure, murderous rage. Dandok realizes with horror that Thor's power has been fully unleashed. The blue light explodes with terrifying intensity. Damn it! We're too late, he thinks. The blue light, infused with Thor's power, blasts everyone in the vicinity away. One survivor reaches a hand to the wall of light, trembling in fear. He can't believe it. Before him lies a scene of utter devastation. Everyone is down. He can't process it. Their leader has been defeated. Those outside the light barrier watch in horror. There's no way to get past this thing. Damn it, I've never heard of anything like this. We have to provide backup before it's too late. But how? Did you not see how easily our leader was beaten? Going in there is a death sentence. Meanwhile, Dandok lies on the ground. He slowly starts to regain consciousness. Damn this crazy monster. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even leave a scratch. He grits his teeth, unable to accept this outcome. His miserable life had only just found a glimmer of hope after he acquired his talent. Is it all going to end so pointlessly right here? Dandok clenches his fist tight. His hand brushes against a sword that was knocked near him. Dandok freezes, then a smirk crosses his face. That's right. There are a few things he still hasn't tried. Dandok picks up the sword and slowly gets to his feet. Dying like this just wouldn't sit right with him. White dust billows around him. His figure becomes somewhat hazy in the dust. He tightens his grip on the sword, refusing to just give up and wait for death. Dandok stands up straight, a smirk playing on his lips. The dungeon master's eyes glow red. Dandok's confident face clearly reflected on his blade. Get ready. I'm not going down without a fight. Just then, the system flashed. Tactical talent activated. The air was electric. Dandok faced the monster head-on, while Duyuk lay collapsed, writhing in pain. Duyuk knew it was hopeless. His axe couldn't even leave a scratch on that monstrous hide. This wasn't a beast that some rookie swordsman could handle. He wanted to scream for Dandok to run, but the words wouldn't come out. As Duyuk coughed up a lungful of blood, a wave of guilt washed over him. Meanwhile, the savage beast raised a massive hand, its razor-sharp claws aimed right at Dandok. But then a blinding flash of light stunned everyone present. In less than a second, Dandok had blurred past the monster, moving too fast for it to even register. A moment later, the creature's massive horn, its pride and joy, clattered to the ground, sliced clean off. In the distance, Dandok's eyes were ice cold. No emotion. He realized that while it felt like a gamble at first, the moment he held the sword, he knew. He knew he could take this thing down. His swing was decisive, creating a vortex of wind that tore at the monster. Dandok stared at the blade, stunned. It was his first time holding a sword, yet it felt like an extension of his own arm. He couldn't help but wonder, was he a sword genius? Overwhelming pain sent the monster into a blind rage. Its eyes glowed crimson as an oppressive aura exploded outwards. It slammed a foot down, cratering the earth, and then shot forward. A blur of motion aimed right at Dandok, but he showed no fear, meeting its charge with a razor-sharp gaze. The moment the enraged beast threw its punch, its eyes widened in shock. A dozen deep gashes suddenly appeared all over its arm. It let out a pained shriek. The monster was fast, sure, but Dandok was on another level entirely. After that flurry of blows, he was already behind it. The monster couldn't land a single hit. Duyuk watched, completely unable to process the scene. 6 perfect strikes in 1 second. No, 7. Even my eyes can't follow his movements anymore. Duyuk stared at the blade. The kid had zero natural talent, yet his technique was flawless. An overwhelming aura of light began to radiate from Dandok's body, and Duyuk could only stare in awe. The air froze. The monster stood eerily still. Dandok, exhausted, clicked his tongue in frustration, but Duyuk was worried. The attacks were still too weak, not enough to kill it. That thing's hide is just too thick, he cursed. He's just a useless kid who can't do anything but moan. There's no way he can win. We're all gonna die here. Hearing this, Duyuk shot back immediately. Nonsense. Those attacks were on par with the best swordsman in all of Korea. The talent is there, but the sword is the problem. Just as he said it, Dandok's blade trembled, and spiderweb cracks appeared. Dandok saw it too, gritting his teeth. Just a few swings and it's already toast. This thing is useless. I have to aim for its vital point, the weak spot. Without a moment's hesitation, Dandok burst forward at blinding speed. As the monster swung its furious fist, he instantly ducked under the massive blow, dodging it completely. He pivoted left, dodging another devastating punch. And in that same instant, Dandok activated his SS rank innate martial arts skill. He poured every ounce of his strength into a single slash. Nothing. Not a scratch. It didn't even flinch, he thought, shocked. Without a second thought, Dandok furiously hurled the broken sword at the monster. He followed up with a vicious kick straight to its chin. Caught off guard, the monster took the full impact, sending its massive body flying as it coughed up blood. After a flawless spinning kick, Dandok let out a sigh of relief, perfectly catching the falling sword as it came down. And he ended the fight with one beautiful, final technique. SS rank tactical talent. But this wasn't a fairy tale. The monster's eyes snapped open, blazing with pure fury. Dandok was stunned. None of his best moves had any effect on it. Enraged, the beast charged headfirst, slamming into him with enough force to crack the very ground and send him flying. He was forced to plunge his sword into the earth just to stay upright. To make matters worse, his sword finally shattered into pieces. The sword's done for, Dandok thought, and my martial arts can't even touch it. This next attack was his last shot. He just had to find some way to strike its critical weakness. Staring down the colossal beast, Dandok suddenly broke into a grin. He'd figured it out. He finally had a plan. Arcs of lightning erupted around them as immense pressure radiated outwards. Duyuk had to shield his eyes from the intensity. It's the same skill from before, he realized. But then it hit him. Damdok's entire aura had completely transformed. Its presence was terrifyingly sharp. Duyuk watched in horror, wondering if he was really going to face that thing head-on. The powerful auras of Damdok and the monster clashed, sending shockwaves through the chamber. Neither gave an inch. Even his cracked blade pulsed with a powerful, brilliant light. Duyuk forced himself to his feet, muttering that he had to help him somehow. He then recalled Damdok's words, "What if I could attack without needing to see?" Duyuk turned to the coward praying in the corner, making him jump. He coaxed the man, saying he had something useful. It was his time to shine. Want to try it? The tension around Damdok was electric as he ran a hand over his blade. He aimed the sword's tip directly at the beast. With only one target in his sights, Damdok whispered, "My only chance. I have to land a fatal blow." His ice-cold glare locked with the monster's blood-red eyes. They were both ready for the final, decisive blow. A moment later, the beast coiled its legs, and Damdok shot forward, sword grip tight. Two immense forces closed the distance between them, moving at the speed of lightning. Arcs of electricity crackled all around them. Damdok ducked low, preparing an attack from underneath. He then poured every last bit of his strength into a single, massive upward swing, leaving a brilliant arc of light. Time itself seemed to freeze. Damdok's eyes went wide as his sword shattered, leaving him trembling with only a broken hilt in his hand. And the monster hadn't even unleashed its final attack yet. Stunned, Damdok dropped the broken blade. Despair washed over him as he watched the monster's axe swing down with full force. But in that split second, just as it was all over, a new sword appeared in Damdok's hand. The so-called coward had thrown it, a last-ditch effort to help him. Damdok roared with newfound confidence. "You're finished, you maniac," as the other man yelled. "Catch it, rookie." With blinding speed, Damdok plunged the sword deep into the monster's gut. Outside the gate, a man noted, "It's been 5 hours since the monster left the dungeon." He ordered his men to report anything new, but was suddenly startled by a sight in the distance. A figure emerged from within the gate. "Someone's coming out," he yelled. Inside, Damdok supported Duyuk, saying, "There's light, we made it out." But then he had to ask, "How did you know I'd be able to catch a sword thrown from behind me?" Duyuk replied that he didn't know for sure, he just remembered Damdok saying he could strike without knowing what was coming. So he gambled, hoping that if he threw the sword, Damdok would instinctively feel it and catch it. It was a complete long shot. Hearing this, Damdok laughed. "I was almost a goner," he joked, "but still, thank you for that." But Duyuk quickly dismissed his thanks as the survivors gathered around, all of them just overjoyed to be alive. Duyuk declared that Damdok was the one who saved them all. The praise left Damdok completely frozen until Duyuk nudged him, asking, "What are you doing?" "Everyone is waiting for you," he urged. "You are the key to clearing this dungeon. You should say something to them." Snapping out of it, Damdok finally asked, "Me? The biggest contributor?" Duyuk just nodded, confirming it was true. In that moment, his past flashed before his eyes, a whole life of being looked down on, of being called talentless. But after everything he'd been through, he was different now. Overcome with emotion, Damdok pressed his lips together, clenched his fist, and raised it high. All his hard work had finally paid off. His emotions overflowed as the crowd erupted in cheers. From this day forward, his life would never be the same. Late that night at a downtown hospital, the waiting room was still filled with anxious people. Damdok pulled back a curtain, his expression filled with worry, before breathing a sigh of relief. Thank God, his mother was safe. Suddenly, a news anchor's voice cut through the quiet. "We spoke with the man who played the biggest role in clearing the downtown dungeon." On the screen was Damdok himself, being asked to share his thoughts on what had just happened. "You dealt with it so quickly," a reporter asked. "Was your life ever in mortal danger?" Damdok was then bombarded with questions from a swarm of reporters. "Where are you from? What's your name? What guild are you with? Are you really both a swordsman and a fighter?" He frantically waved his hands, telling them slow down one at a time. He finally let out a long breath once the crowd quieted down. Damdok looked up to answer, "My guild and my background don't matter. I have seen countless people rise and fall, and I fought with my life to protect someone precious to me." Seizing on his words, the reporters pressed him. "So you're saying origins and guilds don't matter at all?" At present, the Hunters Association's official response to the incident has been described as quite cautious. Was the state really calling out the Hunters Association for not handling the situation properly? Seeing this, an embarrassed Damien quickly turned off the television. But then, something else caught his eye. Damien picked up his phone with its cracked screen, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he read the news. How did they even get this picture? They didn't even run, they just stayed and filmed. These tourists are seriously on another level of crazy. Suddenly, a blue light flared up, causing Damien's pupils to shrink as he recoiled in shock. A system window abruptly appeared, announcing that the lowest-ranking god, Damien, had gained reputation points, and his holy power now surpassed 100. This completely stunned him. Damien rested his chin on his hand and muttered, "Isn't this just the standard for the written test on the job application?" Then, the system announced again, "You have surpassed 1,000 holy power." A new option appeared. You have a chance to unlock a new profession. Do you wish to proceed? Without a moment's hesitation, he opened it. The system then delivered the news. Head of Security Management for the Forge of Hephaestus. Attention, a rather stressful job is on the horizon. Seeing this, Damien mumbled, "Well, this sounds complicated." He then leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms and legs. He sighed. He was just so tired lately. All he wanted was to go home, rest, and report his work schedule for the upcoming week. Suddenly, the system flashed a warning. 3 other gods are applying for this job. This is the final opportunity. Panic set in. Damien practically lunged for the system screen. Disbelieving what he was seeing, his hand moved faster than his brain as he smashed the apply button. At the same time, a brilliant blue light flooded the entire hospital room. A moment later, Damien was teleported somewhere else entirely. He slammed down onto the floor, cracking the stone beneath him as he clutched his chest, groaning. Couldn't they give a guy a gentler landing? He grumbled, slowly getting to his feet and spotting a giant sphere of fire. Is this? Hercules' sweat was already pouring down his face as he cursed under his breath. Damn, it's hot. Not noticing the person behind him, he just kept complaining. It's seriously like a sauna in here. Can't Hephaestus even install a single air conditioner? A voice from behind asked, "Are you the new arrival?" When Damien didn't answer, the man introduced himself. "A pleasure. I am Hephaestus, master of this forge." Like a coiled spring, Damien instantly snapped into a deep bow, yelling, "It's an honor to meet you, sir. My name is Damien. I'm the candidate who applied for the security manager position." Seeing this bizarre behavior, Hephaestus let out a loud, amused laugh, while Damien's face twisted in worry. "I'm so dead," he thought. "Did he hear me? He probably heard me. What do I do now?" He should have just bowed to the ground from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Hephaestus just stroked his chin, grinning as he observed Damien. Suddenly, a wave of golden energy radiated from the god's body. As we discussed, he began, and Damien listened with his full attention. "Great God, was it your love for humanity that drove you to fight so fearlessly in Thor's dungeon?" Hephaestus then chuckled again, praising him. "No wonder that hothead Thor took a liking to you. You've got guts." Hearing this, Damien scratched his head and thought with relief, "Thank heavens. Maybe he didn't clearly hear what I said." But then, still grinning, the god asked, "And telling me to install an air conditioner in my forge? That takes some real nerve too, huh?" Damien immediately bowed his head to the floor in apology. Hephaestus just turned away. "All right, that's enough with the greetings. Now, let me explain your duties." He then took out a horn. "It will be much simpler to show you in person. We need to meet them first." He raised the horn to his lips, warning, "This is going to be a little loud." Then, he blew a long, powerful blast. The sound wave hit Damien's brain like a physical blow, forcing him to cover his ears in shock. In an instant, a dwarf in a white shirt came running. Soon after, 3 dwarves were kneeling before him, shouting, "We have arrived, Lord Hephaestus." Hephaestus placed a hand on Damien's shoulder and introduced him. "This is the god who will be acting as manager for the day. Let's have a round of applause." Hearing this, the 3 dwarves bowed. "We will always fight." Overwhelmed by the respect, Damien scratched his head and replied, "I'm not used to working in a forge, but I'll do my best to learn." At this, Hephaestus laughed heartily and said, "There's no need to be so humble. Even a newcomer can handle this just fine." Then he leaned in and whispered in his ear, "These guys are skilled, but they are incredibly difficult to manage. Their work ethic is also a problem, you know? There might be arguments, even fights." These words made Damien imagine a fluffy little puppy with its fur on end, growling. "Is that so?" he thought. Hephaestus then continued to gossip. "The pendant I was making as a gift for Father Zeus last week. For some reason, when I returned from an errand, it was gone. You should keep an eye on things." Hearing this, Damien was confused. Someone would actually steal something like that? He looked over at the dwarves, judging them. They do seem a little strange. Hephaestus then picked up his hat and cloak. "I'm taking a day off to climb Mount Olympus. I don't expect you to accomplish too much today, but just in case, let me give you this." He then tossed Damien a wooden club, which caught him completely by surprise. At the same time, the system displayed an alert, Hercules' club. A club made from an olive tree trunk, a replica of Hercules' magical staff. Used to defeat the Nemean lion, it possesses the ability to conceal its user's identity, with a 10% chance to inflict a stun effect. Dan-Doc broke out in a cold sweat, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. Damn, he thought, this thing is way too powerful. With the handover complete, Hephaestus summoned a ring of fire that expanded into a swirling portal. Hercules raised a hand in farewell. Take good care of my forge, mountain god. Meanwhile, Dan-Doc was completely blinded by the brilliant light from the portal. He quickly shouted, "Wait, you haven't told me my mission. Are you just leaving me here all alone to deal with this? What am I supposed to do now?" Hercules just grinned. "Why are you so worried?" he asked, trying to sound reassuring. "Everything will be fine as long as you're stronger than them. They're just a bunch of weaklings. So be confident." But a chill ran down Dan-Doc's spine. He could feel 3 disdainful glares on his back the moment Hephaestus vanished. One of them picked up a heavy hammer. Sweating, Dan-Doc turned with a painfully fake smile. "Well, let's get to it, everyone." A dwarf with a cigar just smirked menacingly. Faced with their hostile glares, Dan-Doc couldn't help but gulp nervously. He realized with a sinking feeling, he knew this would happen, and he still gave me the staff of Hercules. But then he remembered the staff's incredible power, and his confidence surged tenfold. He pulled it out, ready for action. He was about to put the fear of God into these dwarves, but before he could even swing, a gun was pressed to his head. Turns out, even mythical power loses to an AK-47. Before he could react, the leader gave the order to fire. They opened fire without a moment's hesitation. But strangely, instead of being torn apart, he just blacked out, completely unharmed. A short time later, he was jolted awake by their loud arguing. What happened? He wondered. Am I still alive? He saw them dividing up the spoils, including that very necklace Hephaestus mentioned. He immediately tried to stand up and intervene, but he quickly realized he couldn't move an inch. A closer look revealed his hands were bound tightly to a stone pillar. He was completely immobilized. Noticing his movement, the dwarves started heading over to investigate, getting closer with every step. Seeing the guns in their hands, Dan-Doc decided it was time to play his trump card. First, he tried a verbal threat. "Do you really think you'll be safe after pulling this stunt inside his personal forge?" He tried to sound intimidating. "Untie me now, and we can end this before things get worse." But all his attempts at diplomacy were met with mocking laughter. "You think mentioning Hercules scares us?" one of them scoffed. "If we were afraid of him, we never would have started this." After that, they couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. After all, they were here for the minerals, not him. Seeing that his silver tongue had failed him, Dan-Doc quietly prepared to use his real weapon instead. He readied his true secret weapon, waiting for the moment they came closer to try and sedate him again. He gave them a mysterious smile. "You're going to regret this." But unfortunately for them, they still didn't grasp the situation's gravity. They just kept on laughing. But the moment he finally sliced through his bindings, their doom had officially arrived. Because a free Dan-Doc immediately grabbed the staff of Hercules and delivered a crushing, fatal blow to each and every one of them. One look at their deformed faces made it clear Dan-Doc was genuinely furious this time, and he wasn't holding back one bit. After tying them up, he shook out his sore arm. "You guys," he sighed, "are the ones who forced my hand." It was a good thing he'd gotten that small knife earlier. Without it, he never would have been able to break free. His thoughts then drifted to the girl who had insisted he carry a blade with him at all times. He made a mental note to thank her later. Suddenly, a bright flash of light caught his attention, and he looked closer. It was a necklace, with a massive, gleaming gem set right in the center, and at that moment the minions were busy. The rest of the lackeys were scrambling to gather up minerals. Once the chests were packed, they eagerly called out to their boss. "We've finished loading all the minerals, boss." But the man they called boss was just sitting off to the side, casually smoking. He didn't command directly. A single cough was all it took for his lieutenant to shout, "All right, everyone, assemble. We're moving out." Immediately, the crowd parted, making way for their leader, one of Hephaestus's own subordinates, a man known as Red Fist. Standing before his men, he declared powerfully, "My brothers, we are the most talented miners in existence, and we are the bravest warriors." Meanwhile, Dan-Doc had already ducked behind a large chest to hide. From his hiding spot, he watched everything unfold, seeing exactly how Red Fist was poisoning the minds of his own men. He claimed that their master, the god Hephaestus, had personally humiliated them all, using it as an excuse to rile up the crowd. Then he built himself up as their savior. He arrogantly declared his plan for revenge and called for everyone to join his cause. As the situation spiraled into chaos, Dan-Doc felt a growing sense of dread. He was getting extremely worried. In his panic, he accidentally hit the chest's lid, making it slam shut. The loud noise drew everyone's attention. forcing him to offer an awkward smile. Unfortunately, a confident smile can't solve every single problem you run into, especially when they've got guns and all he has is a staff. So, out of 36 strategies, running was clearly the best option. Luckily, his long legs got him behind a nearby pillar, but one thin column wasn't about to stop this horde of furious dwarves. They weren't idiots either. Realizing that spraying bullets was just a waste of ammo, they slowly started to close in on his position. One of them quickly reported the situation to Red Fist, letting him know that the other guards had likely been taken down. Hearing the news, the boss just let out a slow drag of smoke, his face becoming even more mysterious. But he didn't want to kill him. In fact, he wanted to offer him a way out, explaining their issue was only with Hephaestus, not him, so he was giving him a choice. After a long puff, he laid it out. 1. Help them loot the place. In exchange, he'd become one of their brothers. Or 2. Walk away from here and pretend none of this ever happened. Both options were terrible for him. If he ran away now, his reputation would be completely ruined. He gritted his teeth, thinking he'd never be able to find work again. He just couldn't let that happen. Then he pictured Hephaestus returning to a ransacked forge. The god would absolutely murder him for this. The real challenge now was figuring out how to avoid a fight with them while also not getting killed by Hephaestus. But how to do that, he had no idea. After a moment, he gathered his courage and stepped out from his hiding spot. Seeing him raise his weapon in surrender, Red Fist nodded with satisfaction, saying he'd made a smart decision. The guy's condescending tone was infuriating. He felt a surge of anger, but there was nothing he could do right now except try to stall for time. He worked up the courage to speak, asking, "Wait, aren't you the Forge God's assistant? Why are you doing all this?" He pressed on. "If the god Hercules finds out, do you really think he'll just let this slide?" He saw the henchman starting to waver. This gave him a burst of confidence, and his words grew bolder. But a loose tongue can get you into some serious trouble. Before he could even finish his big speech, one of the loyal dwarves fired a warning shot that grazed his cheek, pointing the gun right at him. "Shut your damn mouth." And just like that, he shut up. He was so scared his hands and feet started shaking as the dwarf aimed to kill, but Red Fist stopped him not to save our guy, but because he wanted to be the one to tell him the truth. The boss strode toward him, each heavy step looking like it could crack the very floor beneath his feet. His teeth were clenched, showing just how much his words had pissed him off. He snarled, "Hephaestus's forge work is nothing but garbage." That statement hit him like a ton of bricks. The god Hephaestus's work? Garbage? Dan Doc couldn't believe what Red Fist was saying. He was just stunned, muttering, "Hephaestus is garbage?" The dwarf leader immediately confirmed it again. He said the god was nothing more than a common thief. Red Fist then began to tell the story of how he and Hephaestus first met. One day, he came to the mountain where we lived and said, "That's an amazing sword." The god smiled brightly, giving them a thumbs up. "How would you like to work with me? I'll provide everything you need." Red Fist's voice was laced with anger as he recalled the memory. "After we followed that pathetic bastard here, he turned us all into his slaves." These words left Dan Doc even more baffled. Slaves? Hephaestus enslaved them? Red Fist continued his bitter recollection, complaining, "He paid us our full salaries. We worked 6-hour shifts, 5 days a week. In our free time, we could do whatever we wanted in a perfect life. Everything was provided for us. We had no idea that all of this was slowly crushing our passionate, artisan souls." The more Red Fist spoke, the more furious he became, his voice rising with every word he spat out. His tone grew louder still. "If it weren't for all those wasted years, all the wealth and fame would have belonged to us, to the dwarves. This was all that pathetic Hephaestus's plan. If that's not theft, then what is it?" Dan Doc was completely lost now, his face a mask of pure confusion. Red Fist slowly calmed down, clutching his head. By the time I realized, there wasn't a single dwarf left in this forge who still cared about the spirit of craftsmanship. He led the other dwarves in a look of pure hatred. "The only thing we have left is the desire for revenge against that bastard." Dan Doc's expression darkened, and he bowed his head, pretending to agree with him. "You're right, he truly is garbage." Red Fist paused, listening intently as he continued. "Someone who wants to destroy everything out of jealousy for those more talented is garbage to the core." The dwarf leader fell silent, absolutely seething with rage as he puffed on his cigar. Then, he raised his hand and stepped toward him. "Are you done talking?" All the dwarves immediately aimed their guns. The barrels were all pointed straight at Dan Doc, who was so terrified he screamed for them to stop. He started using his quick wits to talk his way out of it again, pleading, "Just hear me out, please." Dan Doc laid it all out, explaining what everyone would think if they just left, that they would look like nothing more than common thieves. He questioned if the dwarves, a proud race of master craftsmen and legendary warriors, could really stomach that kind of reputation. Shichqian paused, completely taken aback. Dandok's words had struck a chord, hitting him right where his pride lived. Dandok casually held the mace of Hercules in his hand, coolly laying out his alternative plan. He told them there was a much better way to get revenge, pointing out that one of Hercules' own creations just so happened to be with him, and he was just a lone warrior. Seeing Shichqian hesitate, Dandok pressed his advantage with his silver tongue. He challenged them directly, asking if they could call themselves master craftsmen and proud warriors while using toys. Instead of fighting with weapons, they forged themselves. Dandok flashed a righteous smile, asking if defeating a warrior wielding Hercules' own weapon wasn't the most just way to make him pay. The other option? They could always just admit Hercules was better and run away with their tails between their legs. While Shichqian remained silent and calculating, the blonde dwarf next to him completely lost his patience. He exploded, screaming at Dandok. "You're about to die, and you're still playing these stupid games?" The dwarf decisively raised his gun, pointing it straight at Dandok while shouting to snap his leader out of it. He yelled, "Don't listen to a word he says, boss." The move terrified Dandok, making him tremble so hard he couldn't speak. He was screaming on the inside. How did it come to this? But Shichqian ignored the blonde dwarf, his mind stuck on Dandok's challenge. Run away? Him? The great Shichqian? Never. He clenched his massive fist, flexing his muscles as he strode toward Dandok, even offering a compliment. "You've got a clever mouth, low god." Just moments ago, Dandok thought he was a dead man. Hearing those words from Shichqian filled him with absolute, overwhelming joy. The dwarf accepted the duel, but not without a stern warning. "Now you have to live up to the title of warrior you gave your." Shichqian's hand tightened on the hilt of his weapon as he continued. "If you can't last long enough for me to prove our weapons are superior, then instead of your disrespectful claim that we dwarves would run, I will personally grind your bones into nothing but dust." Hearing that, Dandok froze, his brief moment of relief gone as he stared back at the dwarf in pure terror. Shichqian slung the massive hammer onto his back, his face a grim threat before he stomped the ground so hard the stone tiles shattered. With a face contorted in pure rage, Shichqian charged forward, pouring every ounce of his anger into that first attack. He roared as he closed the distance. "Let's see you block this." Dandok's expression turned dead serious as he leaped sideways, narrowly dodging the blow. Dust and debris exploded everywhere. Seeing the raw power of that strike, Dandok could hardly believe his eyes. He stared in utter shock at the crater, then glanced beside him as another massive crash echoed through the hall. A huge stone statue had been completely shattered, crumbling to the ground. Shichqian tossed his cigar, crushing it under his boot. "You seem surprised," he sneered. "What's wrong? Did you really think you'd have a chance if you just made us put down our guns? You pathetic little god." He arrogantly hoisted the giant hammer onto his shoulder, staring Dandok down. But Dandok's reply wiped the smirk right off his face. "Yeah, actually, I do have a chance." He gripped Hercules' mace, preparing to launch his own attack, his eyes burning with a confidence that matched Shichqian's. "Try not to be too shocked," he said. His speed was unreal, so fast that Shichqian was momentarily frozen in place. But the dwarf recovered instantly, snapping back to reality and leaning away just in time to dodge the strike. Shichqian's muscles bulged as he gripped his hammer, swinging it forward in a furious, powerful arc. But he was stunned to see Dandok suddenly appear behind him with a taunt. "Who are you even looking at? That was just my afterimage." Shichqian reacted instantly, whipping his hammer around to block the real attack. He immediately launched a counter of his own. Despite his incredible forward momentum, Dandok managed to swerve aside just in time. Dandok stopped right in front of him. Shichqian looked on with a hint of impressed surprise, but Dandok acted like it was no big deal. With a smirk, Dandok spun in a flash, swinging his mace with a battle cry. It's too early to be surprised, but the next surprise was his. Shichqian lashed out with a powerful kick that slammed right into his shoulder. Their speed was so incredible that the other dwarves watching from outside started to get nervous, actually fearing for Shichqian. Dandok looked down, shocked to see a perfect footprint seared onto his sleeve. Shichqian just grinned, completely satisfied. He mocked him. "See? I told you this was all nonsense." Realizing the situation was turning bad, Dandok quickly leaped backward. Creating some space, he still looked incredibly confident. Raising his mace with a smirk, "First time I've been kicked by someone in shoes. Kinda hurts." "You're not so bad yourself," Shichqian admitted, planting his hammer head down on the ground and taking a deep breath. Smooth talker. But even Red Fist had to admit his stance was strange. He tells him it's best to know your own strength. Dandok seemed surprised by this. "You could tell just by looking at how I was standing?" The dwarf's eyes darken with intensity. But then, he praises him. I've never in my life seen someone wield a weapon so skillfully, he continues, saying Dan Doc's sharp sword intent is no joke, it's even giving him goosebumps. Redfist gets so hyped he rips his shirt right off. How long has it been since my heart pounded like this? He never expected to meet someone on his level, maybe even stronger, all the way out here. The other dwarves are stunned by his words, almost scared. Redfist just tosses the tattered shirt aside. I sincerely apologize for calling you a low-grade god. As a sign of respect for your power, I'll use my full strength. A massive aura erupts from Redfist. In response, Dan Doc just smirks, fearlessly challenging him. Instantly, Redfist charges forward, his massive hammer held high. He roars, bringing the hammer down with full force. But Dan Doc just smiles, swinging his mace to meet the attack head-on. Dan Doc easily blocks the blow with the Mace of Hercules, then swings it high and leaps right behind Redfist. He brings the mace down hard, but Redfist manages to dodge and raises his own hammer for a counterattack. Their weapons lock together. On both their faces, a massive, excited grin. They've finally found a worthy opponent. The dwarves watching from the sidelines are getting completely drawn in by the intensity of their constant clashes. They're absolutely stunned. Is this a fight between the strongest? My heart is pounding like crazy, that sound. It's just a relentless storm of attacks as their weapons smash into each other again and again. The sound is overwhelming. Redfist's eyes start to well up with tears. It's the sound of the forge. The observing dwarves are also overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. The roar of steel, the sound of clashing metal has moved them to their very core, because it's the familiar, beautiful sound of a smithy. The fire from his hammer seems to ignite our very souls. A satisfied smile spreads across Redfist's face. It was like the spirit of a blacksmith itself. Dan Doc's harsh words from before suddenly echo in Redfist's mind. A realization dawns on him. He couldn't argue because it's always easier to blame someone else's talent than to accept his own flaws. His mind flashes back to the day he received the invitation from Hephaestus. The dwarves enter the new forge with their belongings. Hephaestus announces, "This is the workshop where you'll be working." At that moment, Redfist was completely awestruck, seeing the masterful weapons displayed before him, the powerful emotions and grand ambitions they felt, like frogs in a well finally seeing the ocean. But it only made them more aware of their own shortcomings. Redfist was moved to tears just polishing those incredible weapons. Such a pathetic story. Everything that happened after leaving that place, it was all just a complete waste of time. Back in the present, Dan Doc uses the Mace of Hercules to send Redfist's great hammer flying. He's so moved he can only cry silently. This was his total defeat. Redfist stands completely still, not even flinching as he waits for Dan Doc's final blow to fall. But suddenly, a flash of white blinds him. A hand has caught the mace mid-swing, stopping it just before it could hit him. Hercules has returned. In a heroic display, he blocks Dan Doc's oncoming mace with one hand, his voice cold and commanding. Dan Doc's face is a mask of pure shock as he takes the verbal lashing. "I wasn't gone for long, and everything's already a disaster. I thought I was in the wrong house." Redfist is just as terrified. Hephaestus is absolutely furious, glaring at Dan Doc and radiating a massive, murderous aura. I would very much like a full report on what happened here. Seeing the shattered statues, Hercules roars, "I know you were fighting, but just look at this mess you've made." He strokes his chin, looking them over. "This is enough. Now, explain that." A huge pile of ore the dwarves had brought out now lies scattered all over the floor. Hercules, seething with rage, glares down at Redfist and demands again, "What happened?" The dwarf bows low in shame. Redfist decides to take all the blame on himself. The other dwarves cry out, heartbroken, but Hephaestus just watches, not yet passing judgment. He simply asks for the reason. Memories of happier times, of everyone laughing together, flood Redfist's mind. "I understand that I might be punished for this foolish decision, but my people have done nothing wrong, other than placing their trust in a useless leader." Shichquan finally decides to come clean, stammering that he was planning to rob the forge. But from behind, Dan Doc steps in, placing a hand on his shoulder and cutting him off. "About that," he begins, deciding to take all the blame on himself. "I made him do it," he declares. "Sorry for the mess." His confession leaves all the other dwarves completely stunned. Shichquan can't possibly understand why, demanding, "You low-level god, what in the world are you talking about?" But Dan Doc ignores him, telling Hephaestus, "The dwarf leader was just following my orders." The forge god eyes him skeptically. "I trusted you to guard this forge. Give me one good reason why you're taking the fall for someone else's mistake." Dan Doc is completely stumped, unable to think of a good excuse. So he does the next best thing, he changes the subject. He pulls out a gorgeous necklace, For now, sir, please take a look at this. Hercules sees it and his whole expression shifts. Reaching out for the necklace with pure joy, Hephaestus asks, "You found it? You actually found it?" Dandok plays it cool. "I remember you saying you'd lost it." Watching from the side, Shichquan has no idea what's happening. Then it hits him, that's the same necklace he gave to the guards. A cold sweat breaks out across Shichquan's entire body. Fear floods his mind. If Dandok says he found it on them, then it's not just him going down. They're all finished. He then hears Hephaestus press Dandok, asking exactly where he managed to find the long-lost necklace. He can only whisper in despair, "It's over." But what he expected to happen simply doesn't. Dandok just scratches his head and spins a tale. "Chief Shichquan actually found it for me. Guard duty leaves a lot of downtime, you see. So I asked him to check all the items in the storeroom. His build is pretty small, after all. After searching every nook and cranny, he was the one who located it." His words stun the dwarves. They can't believe he'd lie to protect them. Hephaestus immediately turns his gaze on the dwarf leader. "Is that true, Shichquan?" The dwarf just stammers, unable to form a single word. Hephaestus grows suspicious, glaring at Dandok, who's now also sweating bullets over his own lie. Just when the tension is at its peak, Hephaestus suddenly erupts in laughter. "Well, regardless of how it happened, you guarded my forge and even found my necklace. I couldn't possibly ask for anything more than that." Dandok lets out a huge sigh of relief. "I'm so glad." Hephaestus places a heavy hand on his shoulder, patting it firmly. Beaming, Hephaestus praises him. "You're a good kid. The god of the forge just can't stop grinning from ear to ear. Now I finally get why Thor is so fond of you." Buried in praise, Dandok can only scratch his head and offer an awkward thank you. With that settled, Hephaestus turns back to Shichquan, lifting the dwarf's magnificent hammer from the ground. Shichquan reaches for it, but Hephaestus just smiles at him. "I was worried you all had lost your motivation and your passion, the work of a blacksmith. But clearly, those worries were unnecessary." He then raises the hammer high. The sound of it striking Hercules' club rings all the way to Olympus, but the hammer is left without a single scratch. Hephaestus then grips the head of the hammer, offering the handle back to its rightful owner, Shichquan. The dwarf leader can only look up, bracing himself for whatever words are coming next. But no scolding comes. Instead, Hephaestus praises his craft. "A weapon even greater than before. I look forward to hearing your work." At this, Shichquan is moved to tears. Looking at his emotional dwarves, Hephaestus roars with encouragement. "Let's continue to work hard together." They all cheer in agreement. He then turns and calls to Dandok, opening a portal in space with a wave of his hand. Grinning at him, Hephaestus says, "I was right to trust you. Not only did you do an excellent job guarding this place, but you also helped me find my necklace." From the portal, he pulls a box and presents it to Dandok. "Here, take this." He pulls Dandok into a friendly side hug, placing the mysterious box right in front of him. "You performed better than I ever expected, so please accept this as a token of my gratitude." Dandok practically starts to drool. His eyes go wide as he thinks, "This is insane. Is this a special reward, like from completing an SS rank quest? I thought the mace was the only payment. What is this?" Still, he tries his best to play it cool on the outside. He reaches out, saying it would be rude to refuse, before bursting with joy and shouting, "So I'll gladly accept it. Thank you so much." But as soon as he sees the contents of the box, his happy expression morphs into confusion. Inside is a creature covered in long, pure white fur. "Isn't this a monster?" he asks, still in Hephaestus's baffled embrace. Pointing into the box, Hephaestus just scoffs. "You idiot, look closer." So Dandok takes another, more careful look. He finally realizes it's a baby fox. It's cute, sure, but getting a pet as a reward feels a little strange. Sensing his disappointment, Hephaestus seems slightly offended. He clears his throat, taking the fox himself. "So, you don't want it?" Hephaestus then turns and says something to the fox, which immediately erupts in a powerful flash of light. It morphs into an incredibly sharp sword. Hephaestus grips the blade and sighs. "It's a shame you don't need this." Dandok stares at the sword, completely bewildered, and asks, "It can just transform into a sword instantly?" Hephaestus just laughs at him. "It's not just a sword, you know. It can be a sword, a scythe, or a spear. This is the very essence of weaponry, able to become any weapon in the universe as long as it's the same size." A whole arsenal of weapons flash into existence before it turns back into the fox. Hephaestus looks on with absolute pride. In other words, this little guy is as precious as a goddess's treasure. He then tilts his head, hugging the fox with regret. It's incredible, but such a waste. Hephaestus waves his hand and turns to leave. "Since you don't need it, I won't force you. I'll give it to the dwarves. Dandok changes his tune instantly, rushing over to him. How could I possibly refuse a gift from the great Hephaestus? The god digs in his ear, clearly unimpressed. Didn't you just say you didn't need it? Changing your mind? Dandok scrambles for an excuse. No. I was just refusing once out of politeness, sir. Dandok moves to pet the fox's fur, adding, I'll take great care of it. He then scoops the creature into his arms, grinning happily. It's beautiful. After a moment, he holds it up to get a better look, because you're so white and soft. All right, from now on, your name is Bai Shui. The fox immediately licks his face, overjoyed. This makes Dandok burst out laughing. You like that, do you? Hephaestus extends a hand toward Bai Shui and begins some sort of ritual. The treasure of the moon goddess, Selene. I hereby transfer ownership of the moon fox to you. Dandok looks nervously at Bai Shui and asks, Did it work? Hephaestus flashes a huge grin and a thumbs up. Of course it did. It's all yours now, and I'll give you an item I have in storage. He opens another portal and says his goodbyes with a smile. I've got work to do, so I'll see you around. Be careful on your way back. Dandok is absolutely thrilled, hoisting a huge bag onto his back. Thank you for your concern. Bai Shui settles calmly on his shoulder. From behind, a voice calls out to him. Good, you haven't left. Siege Qian's eyes darken as he confronts Dandok with a hostile glare. Why did you help us? You knew we planned to get rid of you if you stood in our way. You're completely disposable, a means to an end, so why? Before he can finish, Dandok cuts in with an all-knowing smile. I know, right? Flashes of his own tragic past, and the suffering of the dwarves, race through his mind. A sense of understanding hits him. I see a lot of my old self in you guys. Siege Qian's eyes widen in absolute shock. You see yourself in us? Is that the only reason? If there's something you want. Again, Dandok cuts him off. Relax, I'm not asking for anything. His face is radiant as he looks back at the dwarf. After all, don't we all get by helping each other out? Then his gaze sharpens as he explains. And besides, if it's Lord Hephaestus we're talking about, he probably knew from the very beginning. He just chose to ignore it. Hearing this, Siege Qian is left completely stunned. Dandok quickly steps through the portal and leaves. So, I'll be on my way. A moved Siege Qian calls out his name. He then bows deeply in the direction Dandok went. On behalf of my entire clan, I thank you. Siege Qian straightens up, a satisfied smile on his face. Although the stain on my clan's name can't be washed away, I hope to one day erase it by repaying this debt. Once again, thank you sincerely. He then turns to the other dwarves, his face beaming with a bright smile. He rallies them. All right, we're working all night. Don't stop hammering, and turn up the heat. Dandok has returned to the loud, bustling city at night. He puts the heavy bag from the forge down on the ground. Before him stands a tall, brightly lit skyscraper. He walks right into the Hunter department store. He's in an amazing mood. Time to make some money. Elsewhere, we see a very dapper gentleman. Holding a glass of red wine is Chiba, 37 years old. Ever since he was a young man, he worked in this field as a hunter manager, and just last week, his career took a massive leap forward. He became the general manager of the biggest hunter store in the entire country. Chiba calmly raises the glass to his lips. He thinks to himself, now that I've secured the best position in the nation, I should probably leave my past behind me and start living elegantly like the other nobles. Chiba fiddles with his necktie, an almost obsessive gesture. My tie is crooked. He can't stand it. I cannot allow myself to appear so improper in front of others. There we go. He flashes what he believes to be his most elegant smile. They say that a person's station in life is what truly defines them. So, excuse me, but a man in my position should be treated with elegance. But let's be real. He's just an employee gritting his teeth behind a slick, almost sleazy smile. He couldn't understand how he'd ended up like this, annoyed by the sight of Dandok and the filthy-looking bag slung over his shoulder, and he'd come to his shop of all places to sell something. Chiba was seriously doubting Dandok's background. Was this guy even a real hunter? His pet was tiny. He scanned him from head to toe with pure, undisguised contempt. On top of that, the man wasn't even wearing a scrap of armor. Chiba clenched his teeth, his irritation turning to full-blown anger. I know what this is, he thought. It happens all the time. Some delusional fool thinks he's a hunter and brings in trash from an empty dungeon. But a customer was a customer. So Chiba gave a lazy, half-hearted gesture for him to come inside. As they walked, he laid down the law while giving a tour. This is a professional item appraisal center. Chiba sighed, pointing toward the appraiser who was standing at the counter with a kind smile. Dandok's bag was opened. The items inside shone with a blinding light. The appraiser announced he would begin, picking up the club of Hercules to examine it. He started sweating bullets, asking nervously, Where did you possibly find items like these? Chiba In watched as Dan Doc casually replied, I just got these random items from someone I know, and his annoyance just grew. That was it. Chiba In immediately exploded with rage. I knew it. What do you mean random items? How dare you set foot in a hunter's shop with such cheap, pathetic junk? He whirled around and yelled at the appraiser. Sir, this is all just strange junk, isn't it? Tell me. But his face was a mask of panic. I have been in this business for 45 years, and you are the first person to ever call items like these random. Every single one of these pieces is high quality, 4-star equipment. In an instant, those words sent Chiba In into a state of absolute shock. He couldn't believe it, staring blankly at Dan Doc. How could someone like him get his hands on such high-level items? Was he secretly some big shot? Where did he even come from? He'd heard stories of powerful people who acted humble, despite being filthy rich. And in that moment, Chiba In's attitude did a complete 180. Sir, let me show you to the VIP room. After the three of them were settled, the appraiser began the negotiations. First, I'll give you a starting price, he told him gravely. If you sell all of this, you'll receive about 3 billion won, which is $2.5 million US. Dan Doc, still thinking the items weren't that valuable, just chuckled. Is that so? 3 billion? But as the number actually registered in his brain, his smile vanished, and his face went completely blank. He bit his hand, trying to snap himself back to reality. 3 billion? This junk pile that Hephaestus called his failed products was worth 3 billion won? While Dan Doc was still shaking, unable to believe the number, the appraiser kept talking. And that's just considering the item's base quality. Depending on the demand from buyers and sellers, you could potentially get up to double that amount. Sitting beside them, Chiba In couldn't stop the calculations running through his head. High-quality items with no supply buyers would pay literally anything for them. His hands clenched into tight fists, furious with himself. Even if I have to grovel and act like a suck-up, he thought, I will secure the rights to sell these items, no matter what it takes. Instantly, his face changed into a forced, greasy smile. My dearest customer, if you were intending to sell them, but before he could even finish his sentence, Dan Doc quickly cut him off. Chiba In couldn't believe he'd get his way so easily, stunned into silence. In his eyes, Dan Doc was like a demon. I'll sell it all. It was like Chiba In had been pulled from hell straight to heaven. He practically jumped out of his seat with joy. An angel. He must be an angel sent down to this mortal world. With this deal, his career path would be set for life. But then, Dan Doc delivered another crushing blow, sending him right back to hell. But I have no intention of selling them here. I've never seen a manager guide a customer with his hands in his pockets. Chiba In is now the former general manager of the Hunter's Hall. He was the first person to lose that top position within a single week of being appointed. Dan Doc took his business to another establishment. There, 2 employees bowed deeply to him in thanks. Looking at the balance in his account, he felt like he was dreaming. Dan Doc started sobbing with emotion. I have money in my account. How many zeros are even back there? Then he looked down at himself, suddenly feeling a bit insecure. Even these people seem surprised by me. Not as shocked as the guys at the Hunter's Hall, but is it because I'm dressed so poorly? Well, I guess I have been fighting and running around all day. Just then, Dan Doc glanced to the side and saw a shirt on display in a shop window. He gave himself a small, appreciative smile. Okay, since I earned a lot of money, I'm going to treat myself for all my hard work. And tomorrow, I'll go see my mom like a good son. The next morning, in hospital room 331, a gentle voice called out, Son. In her patient gown, Cho Junhee looked up, surprised to see him. It's been a while, hasn't it? In front of her were countless gifts he'd brought. The patient in the next bed couldn't help but wander over, smiling at her. Then, she switched on the TV. Immediately, a voice rang out. A reporter's booming voice filled the room. Damdoc, the man who completely cleared the labyrinth dungeon, has been judged by the experts as a top-tier talent in this nation. Yet, he still doesn't belong to any guild. The neighbor gushed over him. Everyone is going crazy for your son. He's really become famous. At her praise, Damdoc could only scratch his head with a sheepish grin. Well, I didn't exactly clear it alone. Hearing this constant praise, Cho Junhee was stunned. An autograph? My son has talent? Damdoc just forced a smile. He had no idea how to explain it to his mother. I only just recently found out myself, and that's not even everything. As he tried to explain more, a sudden noise stopped him. Cho Junhee had hunched over the table. He shot up in a panic, yelling, Mom! But she was just covering her mouth, sobbing. Moved by Damdoc's accomplishments, Cho Junhee's cries only grew louder, which just made Damdoc even more panicked and confused. He looked at her with a hint of sadness, knowing his mother had always blamed herself for his supposed lack of talent. That's why this was all so overwhelming for her. Back on the TV, the reporter continued. We return now with new dungeon-related news. Reporters shove their microphones toward a man, Hunter Nam Gung Duyuk. People are curious about the rumors surrounding this new hunter. Who is he? With a radiant and satisfied smile, Duyuk began his introduction to the world. I can't give you all the details, but he is the best hunter I know. Of course, as a swordsman, he is incredibly strong, but his instincts are unbelievably sharp. If it weren't for him, right now, we probably would not have cleared that dungeon. Damdok's face went bright red as his mother stood beside him. She couldn't hide her absolute joy. He suddenly realized this was his chance. He needed to get famous. That way, he would gain even more divine power, and then he could take on a wider range of part-time jobs. The system stated that divine power increased with one's reputation. He had already found some decent jobs, but the one Damdok was targeting was to exterminate the lost soul on Eden Hill. Divine power needed, 100,000. Recruiter, Michael. Reward, 1 golden apple. A golden apple, the fruit representing the immortality of the gods. It could do so many things. It could even cure his mother's cancer. For that reason, Damdok had to get that mission. After Duyuk's interview segment, the program continued. The reporter returned, her face incredibly serious. We have breaking news at this hour. A gate has opened in Yongin City, in Gyeonggi Province. All residents have been ordered to evacuate immediately. At that exact moment, Snowy seemed to sense something was wrong, and immediately curled up into a ball. It then burrowed right into his shirt, causing Cho Junhee to stare in amazement. Isn't that just your scarf? Damdok was just as baffled by its reaction. What's wrong, Snowy? An aura of power began to emanate from it. Damdok was completely lost. His mind shot through space and time, and he clutched his head in a state of panic. A moment later, he looked around, dazed, as the TV report echoed in his ears. The association has requested several guilds approach this gate. Unlike other dungeons, it prevents anyone from entering and only lets the monsters come out. He contemplated the vision he had just witnessed, then said goodbye to his mother to leave. She looked a bit disappointed. She tried to hold him back a little. The neighbor remarked that he must be incredibly busy now that he was famous. In the dungeon space, monsters were already crawling out from the gate. They poured out in a massive horde, gnashing their teeth. The hunters outside stood ready, their expressions grim. They quickly moved the injured to the rear lines. Just then, Damdok arrived, the sky still perfectly blue before the storm. He and Snowy stood atop a cliff, looking down with total confidence. So that's the gate, huh? The well-equipped hunters below were already taking down the first few goblins that had charged out. Damdok observed the state of the battle, then proudly said to Snowy, "Let's go." Down below, a goblin took a sword right through its chest. Its corpse lay still on the ground. A member of the defense team sheathed his blade and turned to his allies. That was the third wave, right? He called out, then shouted orders to the rest. Everyone, rest up before the next wave comes. The reporters are here, so remember to look sharp. Crumbling bits of earth fall from behind the guard, making him look around in confusion. He glances up, and that's when he sees Damdok's shadow. Standing high on a cliff's edge, it was hard to make out what it was, but as he focused, he realized it was a person. Without a second thought, he rushes to a higher-ranking officer to report. "Sir!" But the officer immediately explodes with anger. He grabs the man by his collar, lifting him up. "Who gave you permission to leave formation? Didn't you hear the reporters are here? You idiot!" The guard immediately points up above them, trying to explain the situation. Both men instantly look up toward Damdok, who curiously peers down at them. The officer is stunned, his eyes wide. A civilian? In a restricted area? The guard quickly scratches his head, confirming the situation again, probably thinking he'd be forgiven for leaving his post. But instead, he gets his cheeks squeezed hard. The officer just gets more annoyed, gritting his teeth. "Then what the hell are you doing here?" He immediately orders the guard to go and capture Damdok. But the reporters nearby had already started noticing the commotion they were making. The officer feels a flicker of fear as he hears them whispering about a civilian wandering into the area. Two reporters start taking notes, already criticizing his leadership. "I heard this team leader was supposed to be pretty competent, yet he can't even stop a civilian from entering a restricted zone." They start brainstorming flashy headlines for their articles, which only makes the officer sweat even more. Annoyed, the team leader spins around, throws his hat to the ground, and stomps off, shouting loudly right in front of the two reporters, "Useless bastards." He glares up at Damdok, completely fed up. His teammates get to go into a dungeon while he's stuck here. It was infuriating. He then activates his C-rank skill, Wind Speed, launching upwards while muttering to himself, "They had better promote me for this. The power sends him blasting off the ground, shooting up at incredible speed. He kicks off the cliff face a few times to gain momentum before leaping right up next to Dan-Doc, startling him. Looking over, Dan-Doc observes him carefully. Just what is going on? In a flash, the officer lands right in front of him. He grabs his own head and starts complaining. Why do I always have to be the one to handle everything? He then strides toward Dan-Doc with a dismissive look, waving his hand to shoo him away. That's enough. Don't you know this is a restricted area? Get out of here now. Dan-Doc just tilts his head. Listening to the man's taunts, Dan-Doc couldn't help but feel annoyed as he continued to spout absolute nonsense. The team leader arrogantly assumes Dan-Doc is just starstruck after seeing a 3-star hunter in person. But Dan-Doc just calmly replies, I have something to do here, so please give me some time. Getting annoyed himself, Dan-Doc throws a little taunt back. An autograph and an interview? Is he famous or something? Hearing this, the officer becomes furious, grabbing Dan-Doc's arm with a nasty glare. His face turns vicious as he grinds his teeth. Did you just ignore me? Bai Shui, resting on Dan-Doc's shoulder, also starts to get agitated. Deep down, Dan-Doc was boiling with anger, but he kept a calm expression as he asked a simple question. What's wrong? The officer grabs his head and lets out a self-mocking laugh. Now even nobody dares to look down on me. All because of his weak little pet. You must be some nameless hunter trying to get famous, but you should really know your place. Those words were enough to make Bai Shui glare daggers at the man. As if that wasn't enough, he raises a fist threateningly. I don't mind teaching you a lesson with my fists, but the moment he throws the punch, Dan-Doc smoothly tilts his head aside to dodge, then counters with a swift leg sweep. The man never expected a counterattack, and he completely loses his balance, stumbling forward right towards the edge of a very deep cliff. Just before he falls, Dan-Doc quickly reaches out and grabs his hand tight. The hunter is left dangling in midair. Dan-Doc holds him there, not pulling him up right away, and teases, Are you all right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But still, should a 3-star hunter be throwing punches so carelessly? The officer understood the hidden meaning in his words and turned bright red with embarrassment. He then tries to pull Dan-Doc down with him, cursing, You bastard! That was just a lucky shot. Do you have any idea who I am, you punk? Dan-Doc yanks his arm, pulling the man right over him. He takes a few small steps forward to steady himself. After hauling him back onto solid ground, Dan-Doc raises a hand, showing he means no harm. Look, it's fine if you want to keep fighting me, but are you sure about that? Dan-Doc calmly looks down, reminding him, I think you have an audience. Down below, the group of reporters was still watching the whole situation unfold, pointing and whispering. Seeing this, the officer explodes in a rage, cursing at Dan-Doc. But when the reporters zoomed in, they were absolutely stunned. They were completely shocked to realize the man standing up there was actually Dan-Doc. One of them even shouted his name to confirm it. The guard's jaw dropped as he overheard the reporters' whispers, completely stunned by what they were saying. But Dan-Doc just smiled coolly, soaking in the attention from the swarm of reporters below. He even waved, telling them to get their cameras ready. They were about to get a major scoop. Then he turned back to the guard with a smirk. What was that you said? Nobody is looking down on me? Gonna teach me a lesson with your fists? The hunter was practically shaking, stammering uncontrollably. His eyes were wide, his mouth hung open, but the guard couldn't say a word. Keep those eyes open, Dan-Doc continued, and see what a nobody can really do. With a powerful stomp, he shot forward like a bullet. Below, the reporters stared up in absolute awe. Before the hunter could even blink, Dan-Doc had vanished. He was already in the air, diving down with a confident grin. He and Snow White plummeted from the sky. With deadly seriousness, Dan-Doc reached out and touched the gate without a hint of hesitation. A massive cloud of smoke billowed out from the gate, making everyone who breathed it in cough and choke. The gate. A phenomenon that started appearing 15 years ago. Not like dungeons, which only ever spawned weak monsters. And because they vanished on their own after a while, people treated them like simple traffic accidents. Some scholars had warned about the danger of the gates, but the hunter couldn't believe his eyes as Dan-Doc walked right through. People usually ignored them because humans couldn't pass through the gates, but under his touch, the gate itself began to react. Checking status. Result. Lowest ranked god. You may enter this world. A notification suddenly popped up on a screen. You have entered the other side of the world. The eye of the abyss is watching you. Once through, Dan-Doc grew quiet and thoughtful. He was right. This was the exact gate from Han Bing's memories. He stood up, looking around. If God created a gate that humans can't enter, then it must mean a god can get in, right? Then he paused, lost in thought. So why not let humans into gates like they do with dungeons? He remembered what Thor had told him, that his job was to build trials that humanity could actually overcome. Dungeons were made to test mankind. Shaking off the thought, Damdok finally started to move, but he was immediately blocked by an invisible wall right beside him. No matter where he touched, he couldn't get through. It felt bizarre, and the barrier even pulsed back with a hint of magic. That small force pushed against his body as a system message popped up. You lack divine power. You cannot enter. The eye of the abyss is watching you. Staring at the notification in disbelief, Damdok kicked the barrier with all his might. The same system message appeared again. Unwilling to accept it, he slammed his whole body into the invisible wall. The system kept repeating the same message. He even started headbutting the barrier over and over, but the notification refused to change. After trying 1,001 different ways, Damdok gave up, flopping onto the ground and flipping off the sky. Damn divine power. How am I supposed to get out of here without it? Defeated, he slowly sat up. All right. Looks like I have no other choice. He spotted a path marked by a huge boulder and stood up, his confidence returning. Then my objective is simple. Damdok placed Snow White on his shoulder, telling it to stay close. Before him lay the gaping maw of a vast, pitch-black dungeon. Not a single ray of light pierced the darkness. He'd seen this entrance when he first arrived, but had really hoped to avoid it. Inside, terrifying eyes flickered, waiting for him. But with no other options, Damdok had to press on. Time to meet them then. The masters of this gate. The intense rumbling from within hinted at the pure chaos waiting for him. Damdok was already panting, exhausted. Seriously. He was busy punching, kicking, and stomping an endless wave of goblins. He roared in frustration. Where are all of you even coming from? As he crushed another goblin under his boot. Clearly annoyed, he thought. I figured I could just kill the boss and be done with it, like in a normal dungeon. But I don't even have a single clue. Something was different here. Maybe dungeon monsters were just programmed to fight like robots. Then, suddenly, he spotted a lone goblin just standing there, not even attacking. The moment it realized it had been seen, it turned and ran. Watching it flee, Damdok muttered, "But these guys, they seem to have minds of their own." Damdok placed a hand on the cavern wall. His divine power would surely increase once he cleared the gate. If that's the case, he had to claim it. But as he leaned against a rock to rest, a giant monster materialized right behind him. Damdok's instincts screamed danger. He whipped around instantly, sensing its presence just in the nick of time. The monster lunged, bringing its massive blade crashing down. Luckily, Damdok was fast enough to leap out of the way. Dust and debris filled the air. He backed away to a safe distance and then gave the beast a confident smirk. Not bad. And there it is, the gatekeeper boss, radiating nothing but pure killing intent. Gripping its massive weapon, the boss swayed back and forth, drooling ferociously as it shambled toward him. But Damdok noticed something strange about it. This thing didn't quite feel like a proper boss. It let out a huge roar, raising its sword to charge. Damdok braced himself, thinking, here it comes. But then 1, 2, 3 seconds passed and nothing happened. Absolutely nothing changed. It just stood there in the distance, swinging its sword around and roaring its head off. Damdok shouted, annoyed, "You're so slow." His eyes filled with impatience as the sword finally came at him. He dodged it with a simple sidestep, then casually leaped into the air. Landing right on the monster's weapon, he looked down and mocked it. How disappointing. Are you sure you're the boss? You have the title of boss, but you're not careful at all, he yelled, stomping down with all his might. In an instant, the monster's weapon snapped clean in half. It stared at the broken pieces, totally baffled by what just happened. From the other side, Damdok called out, Baxiol, become my weapon, and charged forward with incredible force. He sliced a clean line right across the monster's body. In a flash, the creature collapsed, flying backward. But after defeating the boss, Damdok himself was confused. He looked down at its unconscious body, completely bewildered. He couldn't believe it was that easy. Damdok grabbed a nearby twig and started poking it in the face, bored out of his mind. There's no system message. Is this for real? Or is it playing dead? No one is going to believe I cleared this gate. If that was the case, a ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. I guess I'll have to make my own evidence. You'd think he was about to hurt himself, but nope. Damdok started relentlessly hacking into the downed boss, dissecting its body. YouTube taught me that harvesting the core starts with the heart. Is it here? Or over here? He muttered to himself while carving up the body looking for loot. Blood from the monster's corpse shot out. It splattered all over the nearby walls. The boss was terrified by Damdok's sheer brutality. He, however, was thrilled with the item he'd just found. He joyfully held it up to the light. But after observing it for a moment, Damdok felt that something wasn't right. Why is it pitch black? They said cores are supposed to look like bright, sparkling jewels. His face went blank. He stared intently at the object, getting the feeling that the thing in his hand was actually moving. Then, the disgusting thing shot out a long tongue and licked him, making Dan Doc leap back with a scream. He immediately threw it far away in terror. He used Baxiol to poke at the disgusting thing on the ground, wondering if he did something wrong. Having no idea what it was, Dan Doc stabbed it with Baxiol, which seemed to make his sword itself angry and uncomfortable. The moment he did that, a system notification appeared. Core collected. The gate will now disappear forever. He stared at the shimmering message, absolutely overjoyed. Outside the gate, everything was as peaceful as it had been before he entered. The gate began to crackle with energy, slowly opening a large hole. Reporters swarmed the area, pushing to get as much information as possible. The security staff had to constantly intervene. A woman with a scholarly air approached the professor, quietly calling out to him. She sounded irritated with him. Shouldn't we be stopping them? This is going to turn into absolute chaos. If this gets announced to the world, is that everything? No way. There will be massive backlash against the academic community for spreading false information. The professor was getting increasingly annoyed by her constant yelling. On the sidelines, other groups began to observe the situation, calculating their next moves. On top of that, people from the Hunters Association arrived to watch. The woman, meanwhile, kept rambling on in front of the gate. As Dan Doc began to emerge, he poked his head out first to tease the crowd. So many people. Just as I expected. Everyone was buzzing with curiosity and excitement at his arrival, forcing Dan Doc to plead with them just to move. "Let me out first," the crowd whispered in absolute shock. "He's walking through the gate like he's stepping through a hula hoop." After stepping out of the gate, Dan Doc took a deep breath, savoring the fresh, clean air. Reporters instantly shoved cameras and lights in his face, firing off questions without even waiting for a response. Dan Doc calmly waved his hand. No. He cleared his throat and continued, "That's not the important part. What's important is that from now on, people can block these gates themselves." Dan Doc's expression became incredibly arrogant and confident. Pointing at the gate, he deliberately spoke in riddles, just to stir up the reporters' curiosity even more. It worked. They bombarded him with questions, much to his satisfaction. Then, Dan Doc gripped the sword that Baxiol had transformed into. Raising it high, he pulled out the object that Baxiol had pierced earlier, holding it up for all the cameras to see. This is it, the core he pulled from the gate's guardian boss. He tells them all to get a good look. Dan Doc flicks his wrist, sending the core flying high into the air as everyone watches in complete awe. With a few masterful strokes of his sword, Dan Doc instantly shatters the core in midair. Immediately, the gate cracks apart before exploding in a blinding flash of light, silhouetting Dan Doc perfectly. The reporters watching from the sidelines are completely stunned, their jaws wide open. Dan Doc just closes his eyes. So, this magnificent aura feels incredible. Nearby, a researcher reaches out, trying to catch the gate's fading fragments. A few remnants still in the air, she whispers. "I thought I had seen everything while conducting my experiments. All my life studying gates, but this sight. These shimmering fragments from a collapsed gate. It's absolutely breathtaking." She turns in amazement, asking for Dan Doc's identity while reporters check to see if they caught the shot. Did anyone manage to capture that incredible moment? Dan Doc just cracks a satisfied smile, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. He was waiting for this exact question. Bathed in the glow of the sun, he finally introduces himself. "My name is Dan Doc." He confidently slams his sword into the ground, looking over the crowd. "My name is Dan Doc." The news goes wild. A mysterious hunter from the live broadcast has single-handedly cleared the gate, capturing everyone's attention. The name Dan Doc explodes across the country. Comments and theories about who he is and what he did are everywhere. It's all over social media. And the system? It's busy converting all that fame directly into power for Dan Doc. The notifications flood in. Divine power hits 5,000, then 7,000, 8,000, and finally 10,000 before a critical alert pops up. "From now on, you are a low-rank god." Dan Doc stares at the screen, utterly baffled by the message. A low-rank god? He tries to process the insane notification, but before he can find that message again, a microphone is suddenly shoved right in his face, demanding a statement. The reporter had approached so quickly, Dan Doc barely registered it. The sudden move makes him flinch. But after one reporter breaks the ice, dozens more mics are thrust right in his face. They're all shouting questions at him. But away from the chaos, a car pulls up and a new figure steps out. She moves through the roaring crowd with purpose as her bodyguard shoves the surrounding reporters out of her way. This, of course, really annoys the press. One reporter who gets pushed aside looks up in complete surprise when she sees the woman just continuing to push her way forward. She grabs her colleague, needing to confirm what she's seeing. "Hey, wait, that's someone from the Gun Hunter Guild." Once she yells it, the crowd erupts into an even bigger frenzy. Everyone starts buzzing about her arrival. On the other side of the chaos, Doc is still struggling with the reporter's questions. When her voice cuts through the noise, calling his name. Her attitude is pure, unfiltered arrogance. She twirls a strand of hair, looking him dead in the eye. "The guildmaster wants to see you." So right now, Doc is completely lost. He has no idea who this is. It's the future leader of the Gun Hunter Guild, 7-star hunter Chu Soju. "You're coming with us." And with that, Doc is escorted to the headquarters of the Gun Hunter Guild. He's a little stunned by the sheer scale of the place. It's exactly what you'd expect from one of Korea's 2 biggest guilds. After taking it all in, he remembers what the guard told him, and a hint of confusion appears on his face. Guildmaster Duyuk was busy with a dungeon in Okinawa, so he'd have to wait. Doc leans back in the chair, bored already. Did the master see the news and summon him in a hurry? Well, staying out there any longer would have been a disaster anyway. Is he about to get a recruitment offer? With nothing better to do, his mind starts to wander. But still, he can't believe it, that someone with her kind of presence actually came for him personally. The image of the small but powerful woman enters his mind. Chu Soju, the youngest person to ever become the future leader of the Gun Hunter Guild, and one of only 3 7-star hunters in the country. In this golden age of hunters, she's a name that's recognized by pretty much everyone in the entire world. If she were just a regular citizen, she would have been one of the biggest stars imaginable. The thought makes Doc feel a little overwhelmed. But then again, he realizes it took someone of her status to get him out of that media circus, didn't it? Those reporters parted for her like the Red Sea. After thinking it over, his mood improves and he sits up a little straighter. But this is good, actually. It gives him some free time to check on a few things. He immediately calls out, "Job window." A system screen instantly appears before him. After a brief welcome, the system gets straight to the point. Doc has been promoted to a low-rank god. New abilities are now unlocked. The power system, emblems, and titles have been activated. It immediately asks him, "Do you want to load the titles you can choose?" Doc finishes reading through the notifications. He got incredibly hyped, shouting out god-tier titles like Thor, the god of thunder, or Ares, the god of war. He had to pick something cool. Doc eagerly hit the confirm button on the screen, his excitement through the roof. Which one to choose? When the system displayed the options, Doc's jaw dropped. These were god-ranked titles. But then a list of utterly ridiculous names appeared, instantly turning his joy into pure rage. As he read the first one, God of Swatting Mosquitoes, he pictured the scene and physically cringed. Doc's finger flew across the system screen. A full hour later, he finally let out a satisfied smile. Found it. At last, he'd found a title he actually liked, and his mood brightened up considerably. Sword God that fit his talents perfectly. He yelled it out with total conviction, locking in his choice with the system. The moment he selected the title, the system processed it, and a single blue orb materialized before him. It shot forward, merging right into his body, sending an electric shock through Doc. His arm froze stiff in front of him. His legs wouldn't budge either, completely stuck in place. The power was so immense it began leaking out from under the door. A moment later he was back to normal, clutching his chest and gasping for breath as a congratulations message popped up. At the same time, it notified him that an unnamed goddess had granted him her blessing. Doc collapsed into a chair, exhausted. Just picking a name was this difficult. He started thinking about all the times the system had given him new powers. Every single time, he passed out. After the title was set, the system prompted him to choose a power for the sword god. A whole slew of different powers appeared before his eyes, leaving Doc completely overwhelmed. He mumbled in disbelief. "Am I finally getting the power of a god?" As he spoke, he scanned the entire list. Then something specific caught his attention. Doc looked at the sword key notification and saw the instructions below it. He tried to calm himself down. "Why should I worry? I'm not buying the expensive stuff from the shop anyway. They'll all become mine when I level up, won't they?" Frustrated, he pointed randomly at the screen. "I can't even pick a power right now. This is awful." Doc's hand trembled as he reached forward, completely uncertain. "My very first power will be," he shouted it out loud to hype himself up. "Intuition. Let's go with this one." The second Doc tapped it, the system confirmed he had chosen Intuition as his first ability. It immediately started updating his profile, and then his new status page appeared on the screen. From his name, class, holy power, and strength, to his talents and skills, everything was recorded with perfect accuracy. And at the bottom, there was a new power. Intuition. Unlocks the sixth sense. He was so happy he could hug the system screen. Finally, a profile fit for a god. Dan-Doc then skimmed over the skills section, thrilled to realize he had even more skills. I'll check these out later. Suddenly, a loud noise from behind the door broke the silence, immediately grabbing his attention. Dan-Doc whipped his head around, waiting. At first, he thought it might be Dew, but he quickly dismissed the idea and made his way to the door. Still, in a bit of a daze, Dan-Doc turned the doorknob. As he opened the door, he called out, "Who is it?" Then he saw who was standing there. Dan-Doc was a little surprised. Standing in front of him was Chu Soju, who tilted her head politely. "May I come in for a moment?" Even though Dan-Doc bluntly asked why she was there, she ignored the question and reached into her pocket. She told him to wait a moment. Soju pulled out a red card and held it out to him. "The guildmaster wanted me to give you this." After Dan-Doc took it, Soju explained that it was a special card for the Sun Gun Guild. He could use all of its facilities. Hearing that, Dan-Doc hesitated, thinking, is this part of their recruitment plan? But he still smiled and accepted it. "Thanks." When Soju didn't react, Dan-Doc felt a bit awkward and repeated himself. "Thanks for the card." She continued to say nothing, forcing him to just offer a weak smile as the space between them fell silent. Dan-Doc had no clue what to say next, feeling completely helpless. So awkward. Why is she so quiet? Soju's expression looked a little sad. He realized something strange was going on with her. After thinking for a moment, Dan-Doc scratched his head and tried again. "Well then, I will." But at that exact moment, the eyes of Baxiol, who was sitting in his arms, suddenly lit up. It shot forward in a flash. Dan-Doc was completely stunned, unable to process what was happening as Baxiol flew right into Soju's chest, looking absolutely overjoyed. The scene made Dan-Doc's eyes go wide as he screamed out, "Baxiol!" He scrambled forward, ready to apologize profusely. But contrary to his fear that Soju would be angry, she was happily stroking Baxiol in her arms. "It's okay. This summoned creature is adorable." Then she looked up, asking for his permission. "Can I feed it?" Dan-Doc was still confused, but nodded, yes. Soju once again reached into her pocket to search for something. Model. She takes out a small pellet and feeds it to Baxiol. Dan-Doc watches this happy scene from afar, trying to figure it out. Just yesterday, this creature couldn't care less about the nurses. So what does it see in Chu Soju? Then it hits him, does it just like pretty girls? But what is she feeding it? A little worried, Dan-Doc asks Soju what the pellet is. Glancing at Baxiol, happily clutching the treat, Soju explains it's like a nutrition pellet, very good for it. A moment later, Baxiol is back on his shoulder as Soju quickly says her goodbyes. "It was really nice meeting you today." She even turns to Baxiol to say she'll see it again. After Soju leaves, Dan-Doc lets out a huge sigh of relief. He slumps into a chair, finally letting himself relax. But thinking about that encounter, Dan-Doc just sighs again in frustration. Talking to her is so difficult. He then looks over at Baxiol, who's also lounging on a chair, and teases, "You seem to like her, huh? She gives you one snack and you're already smitten?" But then, something clicks. Dan-Doc quickly flashes back to a moment ago. Soju had said, "See you next time, Baxiol." Dan-Doc is stunned. He now realizes he never actually told her the creature's name. By now, Soju is a good distance away. A strange, knowing smile plays on her lips, her suspicions seemingly confirmed. Dan-Doc decides to search online for a solution. With his chin in his hand, he thinks about Chu Soju. What am I supposed to do about her? Sure, she's good looking, but everyone knows she's a stalker, right? While he's lost deep in thought, something happens. The system suddenly displays a notification. He ignores it, but the alert keeps flashing over and over, driving him crazy. He finally snaps. "What is it? You think I'm not busy enough?" Dan-Doc gives in and opens the notification. The system announces that a popular part-time job has been updated. Dan-Doc is completely confused after reading the message. The moment he taps it, the system displays the mission for him. Feed Cerberus. Recruiter. Hades. Power level over 10,000. Experience taming divine beasts is a plus. Job description. I have to go to Olympus on business, leaving Cerberus home for 3 days. All you have to do is the super easy job of taking good care of him. Full accident insurance is included. The pay is 200 stater plus another 200. P.S. Why hasn't anyone applied? I'll double the wage. A word from the boss. My dog doesn't bite. After reading the offer, Dan-Doc is immediately hooked by the incredible pay. Huh? Double the salary? Suddenly, that stalker girl isn't so important, is she? He immediately accepts the mission. I'll do it even if I starve to death. After confirming, a strange, dark, and hazy space opens up. A flash of light pulls him through to this new location. Dandok tumbles onto a boat, holding his head in defeat. I'm getting way too used to falling like this. Suddenly, a blinding light flares up. It forces him to throw a hand up to shield his eyes. Someone is standing right in front of him, shining a lantern in his face. Annoyed, Dandok shouts, "Who shoves a light in someone's face like that?" When he gets a clear look at the person before him, he recoils in fear. Dandok scrambles to his feet, trying to regain his balance. Once he's steady, he realizes he's standing on a boat, face to face with this ominous figure. Dandok begins to look around. The person in front of him keeps swinging the lantern back and forth, his voice a horrifying, trembling whisper, "You are dead." Charon continues to intimidate him. This is the river Styx, where the dead are brought to the underworld. It is a place where the living cannot cross. Dandok stares at him, piecing it together. The river Styx, this must be the ferryman, Charon. Dandok scratches his head and gives him an awkward smile. "Actually, I'm here on business. Can you help me cross the river?" But Charon flatly refuses. "Go back, little boy." This ticks him off a little, so he immediately states his reason for being here. "Fine, then can I see Hades?" Hearing that name makes him furious. How dare someone like you say his name so casually? But Dandok doesn't seem scared at all, simply shrugging. "Of course I'll call him Hades. What else am I supposed to call him? Or should I use a title like Lord of the Underworld? The King of Hell? Your Majesty?" Seeing his mocking attitude, Charon becomes enraged, stepping closer to intimidate him. "Are you looking to die?" Dandok seems a little startled, his mouth agape. "Weren't you the one who provoked me first?" Charon furiously grabs his weapon. "I have warned you. Turn back now." A razor-sharp scythe appears in his hands. Charon growls out a warning. "Many lesser gods, inferior whelps just like you, have died on this staff." Dandok just keeps provoking him. "You're so cruel." Charon pauses for a long moment. He points the scythe right in his face. "Nonsense. This is your last chance, kid. Turn back." Dandok just smiles and flips him the bird. That immediately sends Charon over the edge as he raises his weapon. "Insolent." He swings down decisively. "Fine then. I'll kill you." The sharp tip of the scythe hurtles toward his head. Dandok breaks into an excited grin as the blade gets closer and closer. Just as it swings down, he quickly dodges to the side, escaping the attack much to Charon's fury. Dandok calmly calls out for Bexiol. His opponent, still seething, screams, "Just hold still and die, then you'll have every right to ride this boat." The scythe flies towards Dandok again, and he casually waves a hand. He actually blocked the attack, snapping the scythe's blade clean in two. Charon's eyes bulged in disbelief. How are you even holding that thing?" Dandok, cool as ever, just twirled the weapon in his hand and looked to the sky. "What, you thought the myth wasn't real? You recognize this club, don't you, Charon?" Hearing the provocation, Charon gritted his teeth in fury. "Of course, that's the club of Hercules, isn't it? The mortal who beat me and crossed the river without paying his fee." Before he could finish his rant, Dandok slammed the club into his head. Charon staggered back, clutching his skull in pain. But Dandok just propped the club on his shoulder, cutting him off. "You talk way too much. I'm busy, so hurry up." "Well, shouldn't you at least pay the fee?" Dandok shot him a look that could kill. "What was that?" Charon, about to cry, immediately changed his tune and started rowing. "Let's go." The night sky was eerily silent, with only the faint moonlight to guide them. The boat slowly approached the shore. Dandok calmly turned to get off, saying, "Thanks a lot." But right behind him, Charon gripped his broken scythe. A cold aura radiated from him as he raised the weapon high. He thought to himself, "You fool. The second you let your guard down in hell is the second you die. Now disappear." The scythe plunged down toward the back of Dandok's head, and right on cue, the system announced, "Power of the sword, God's intuition has activated." That very notification warned him of the incoming attack. Dandok easily tilted his head to the side, dodging the fatal blow. A trail of white smoke was left behind where his head just was. Charon couldn't believe he had actually avoided it. Dandok slowly turned back to face him. "So, this is the power of intuition? How did my body react even faster than my own thoughts?" Charon was trembling in absolute terror, not knowing what to do. Dandok shot him a sinister smile. "This won't do. I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson." Charon knew instantly he couldn't win this fight. Tears started streaming down his face. A moment later, Dandok dusted off his hands, leaving Charon beaten and whimpering on the boat. Suddenly, a soft, clear voice spoke from behind him. "Are you the one here to take care of Cerberus?" Persephone looked him over, stammering slightly as she asked, "Are you the new part-timer?" She was the goddess of the underworld in springtime. Persephone offered a friendly smile and a quick greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you." My husband was furious that nobody accepted the job. "I'm glad you're here, or he would have left it all to me." He quickly confirmed his identity while sizing her up. Persephone nodded gently and turned. "Let me lead you to where Cerberus is. Come on." The moon above lit the path for the two of them. After walking for a long time, Persephone spoke up. "It's quite a ways off." They walked side by side on the path as she started to tell him a story. "We used to summon him right to the entrance, but my husband said not to do that anymore." Dandok was completely baffled. "Why?" Persephone gave a helpless smile and explained. "Half the people who came here would run away the second they saw Cerberus, so he figured they should at least be skilled enough. Skilled enough to defeat Charon first, before they could even attempt to tame Cerberus." Dandok calmly replied, "So that must have been the first test." Dandok started to feel a knot in his stomach. It made sense in mythology. Cerberus is a terrifying monster. He was known as the Warden of Hell itself, but he quickly steeled his nerves, his fighting spirit blazing. "Don't worry, I'm the great sword god. Even if it's Cerberus, it's just a dog." A moment later, Persephone looked back at him. "We're here. It's just ahead." The forest before them was mysterious and dark, without a single speck of light. The entire area was shrouded in the murderous aura of the chained beast, Cerberus. It stomped 1 foot forward, creating a massive shockwave. It had 3 heads, and all 3 were bearing rows of sharp teeth. Drool dripped down to the ground. Dandok's courage instantly vanished. "I'm screwed." He began to tremble as he remembered the quest details. At the very end of the notice, Hades had left a small, endearing little note. "My dog doesn't bite." Seeing him standing frozen, Persephone asked with concern, "Mr. Dandok, are you okay?" It wasn't until she called out that he snapped out of it. Dandok came back to his senses and shot her a pained smile. Persephone then took out a scroll, smiling brightly at him. "Here are some instructions on dog sitting that my husband wrote himself. Please read this before you start working." Dandok never expected this quest to have so many steps, asking blankly, "Instructions?" He reached out and took the scroll. He silently thought to himself, there was no way Hades would just throw him into this mess without any preparation at all. Dandok unrolled the scroll, stunned. "Hades, you really had this all planned out, didn't you?" On it were notes detailing Hades's instructions, a list of what to do and what not to do with Cerberus. Apparently, the dog was very obedient, but the chance of injury was high. When feeding, he needed to be especially careful with his hands, arms, his entire body, and legs, so the dog wouldn't bite them off. Other situations also demanded special attention. When Cerberus is guarding the underworld gates, when Cerberus is lying down, when Cerberus is standing, when Cerberus is sitting, when Cerberus is licking its paws, when Cerberus is yawning, and so on. The list of notes was ridiculously long. It was more than enough to make Dandok finally lose it. He threw the scroll to the ground and yelled, "Are you kidding me? You might as well just kill me." But Persephone, expecting this, just smiled and said, "The daily schedule is written on the back. Please check that too. My husband wrote it himself, so it should be perfectly clear." Staring at the paper on the ground, Dandok didn't want to pick it up at all. A daily schedule? He tremblingly read the paper, but it was just nonsense about feeding Cerberus breakfast, lunch, dinner, and taking it for walks. Trapped in the underworld, filled with rage and helplessness, Dandok ripped the paper to shreds and screamed, "Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to walk that thing? The job posting said I only had to feed it. Is this some kind of systematic scam or what?" Persephone just tilted her head, offering hollow comfort. "It's not too late to change your mind and go back." But just a second later, her sweet facade dropped. Her concern was actually a thinly veiled threat. "But I am a little worried. The last guy who tried to quit was caught by Hades, and my husband dragged his soul to hell." Hearing her story, he imagined himself being torn limb from limb. Then she acted as if she'd just said it by accident. Powerless, Dandok looked down at the shredded paper in his hands. Persephone smiled as she watched him slump over in defeat. Dandok quickly pieced the paper back together with a strained grin. "My mistake. I was just trying to pump myself up. What should I start with?" She just smiled, having gotten exactly what she wanted. "In that case, please start by feeding Cerberus. Do you see those nymphs carrying carts of meat into the warehouse?" Dandok glanced over, a bit confused. "Should I join them? That looks like a lot." As he hesitated, Persephone threatened him again. "By the way, he also tears apart people who try to trick him." The moon had begun to rise higher, and the atmosphere grew darker and more terrifying. Dandok, carrying 3 huge slabs of meat on his shoulder, asked shakily, "I brought it. What now?" Persephone showered him with praise. Then she waved her hand towards Cerberus, instructing him, "You can throw the pieces to Cerberus one by one." The beast was so hungry its eyes glowed. Its mouth hung wide open, and drool dripped down as it stared. Seeing this, Dandok couldn't help but let out a sigh. That is one nasty growl. Does it really turn into a puppy for food? Seeing his surprised expression, Persephone covered her mouth and laughed. She continued to laugh and tease him. You're so interesting. Then she slowly explained to Dandok, there's no point in trying to teach them anything. Cerberus only listens to my husband. The beast just sat there scratching itself, begging for food. Dandok immediately understood. Now I see why nobody takes this job. Dandok grabbed the piece of meat off the ground with all his strength. He furiously threw it at the lounging Cerberus. The slab of meat hit one of its heads right in the face, making its eyes go wide with surprise. It saw the food and immediately opened its mouth wide with happiness, while the other two heads laughed at the one that got hit. Immediately, he threw 2 more slabs of meat at their faces. Getting hit like that, Cerberus gnashed its teeth in anger. It stomped its foot on the ground, about to charge and attack him. Seeing such a violent reaction, Dandok was a little startled. However, he quickly kept his cool and stood his ground against its menacing stare. Just as it lunged for him, the chains on its legs yanked it back hard. Dandok smirked mockingly. He raised his hand to provoke Cerberus, like a little kid teasing a dog. What's getting mad going to do for you, especially when you're all chained up like this? But Cerberus quickly proved him dead wrong. It pulled with all its might, and the chain instantly snapped in two. In a flash, it was right in front of Dandok, forcing him to leap backward to dodge. Cerberus growled furiously, pressing its faces close to him. Dandok fell to the ground with nowhere to run, and started to beg. He got up and fled, not understanding how it could have broken the chain and escaped so easily. Cerberus didn't hesitate either, quickly opening its mouth to snap at him. While Dandok was struggling to get away from the giant Cerberus, Persephone went over to inspect the chain. Seeing that, he quickly ran back and grabbed her hand to pull her away from its relentless attacks. Dandok glared back at Cerberus, annoyed. His arm was bleeding now, causing Persephone to ask with some concern. He was starting to lose his patience. Because the chain broke so easily, she could only shrink back, not knowing why it happened. While the two were arguing, Cerberus was already chasing them from behind, forcing him to run for his life again. Dandok suggested they split up, but Persephone told him to stay close to her because it wouldn't dare attack her. However, right after she said that, Cerberus opened its massive jaws lined with sharp teeth, ready to bite. Dandok quickly pushed her behind him and called out for Snow White. He soared high into the air with Snow White in his hand. Dandok dove down at lightning speed, preparing to slash straight at the beast. His eyes flashed with rare anger as he attacked and taunted Cerberus. Dandok flipped through the air, slashing straight down at the beast, expecting to cause some serious damage. However, it was completely unharmed. Instead, Cerberus swung a massive fist right back at him. The blow sent him flying. Dandok was rocked by the agonizing pain, wondering, how is it this strong? Cerberus seemed to go berserk, growling as it readied another attack. Persephone panicked, screaming for him to get out of the way, but her shouts just left him feeling dizzy and confused, with no idea what was even happening. Below, countless arms began to rise from the depths of the river Styx, waiting. Seeing his blank stare, Persephone grew even more frantic, not knowing what to do. She desperately tried ordering Cerberus to sit, but the beast no longer obeyed her. Persephone cursed at it, only making it even more furious. It immediately launched itself toward Dandok as Persephone let out a terrified scream. Exhausted, Dandok watched it close in, unable to do a thing. He was powerless, but absolutely refused to become dog food. So, Dandok stomped down hard, launching himself backward. He decided he'd rather fall into the river Styx than be a meal for Cerberus. On the shore, a terrified Persephone could only cover her face, completely helpless. She screamed his name in horror as she watched him fall straight into the river and sink beneath the murky water. After plunging into the river Styx, Dandok simply let his body drift further down. An unbearable cold washed over him. He felt like he couldn't even lift a finger. Half awake and half dreaming, he felt as if he wasn't even alive anymore. A flood of memories returned. Of all the times he'd arrogantly challenged everyone, it felt as though he was floating in a dream. Blurry images from his past began to surface. Every moment he had worked relentlessly, using every ounce of his strength to be the best. Was his entire life nothing but an illusion? Dandok's eyes slowly opened under the water. He felt a sharp regret, thinking of all the incredible items in the god's shop, all the powerful gear still waiting for him there. But the thing is, Dandok hadn't bought a single one of them yet. He reached his hand upward, toward the visions of himself, trying to grab hold. It was as if his memories were floating away with his body. This must be what they call your life flashing before your eyes. Finally, he saw a faint image of Snow White trying to swim down to him, and he silently pleaded, "Don't come here, Snow White." At the very least, She had to live on. Damdok squeezed his eyes shut as she appeared right before him. She was struggling with all her might to swim down to him. Snow White opened her mouth, letting out a long stream of bubbles. Then she used every last bit of her strength to bite down hard on his nose, jolting him awake. The bite was so sharp that his blood instantly clouded the water. Finally, Damdok regained consciousness. Looking down, he saw a hand suddenly shoot out and clamp around his throat, causing unbearable pain. He was out of air, his mouth forced open as water rushed in. The image of Snow White began to blur. In his mind, he refused to accept that he would go down this easily. Suddenly, an image of Red Fist flashed in his mind. His sheer determination in every action reawakened Damdok's will to fight. He remembered he had a skill called Dwarf Hammer, and he quickly activated it. A cloud of mist slowly materialized into a solid hammer. Damdok gritted his teeth and swung it forward through the water. The hands trying to grab him were pushed further and further away. Damdok then used all his remaining strength to swing the hammer high, activating the Dwarf Hammer skill. Its destructive power was immense, causing the hands to slowly disintegrate. They retreated back into the depths, no longer trying to catch him. But he wasn't out of the woods yet. Damdok was out of oxygen after being underwater for so long. He quickly kicked his legs, pushing for the surface. With his last bit of strength, the surface was finally within reach. A vortex began to form on the water as his head slowly broke through. Damdok gasped, taking in deep gulps of fresh air. He then reached for the bank to pull himself out, letting out a long sigh of relief as he made it to solid ground. But the next disaster was already waiting. Cerberus was right there, its mouth wide open. Damdok never saw it coming. He could only stare in shock. In an instant, its jaws snapped shut around his upper body. Sounds of agony echoed out, but they weren't coming from Damdok. He was just floating, bewildered, inside Cerberus's mouth. Right on cue, the system window appeared with the answer. The River Styx effect was now active, with a 1-hour time limit. Model. It began explaining the effect of the River Styx. He was now immune to poison, stun, and bleeding effects, along with all physical attacks for a short time. Damdok couldn't process the information overload, staring in utter confusion. What was this flood of notifications? He had to read the message several times before realizing it was the effect of the River Styx. Legend tells that anyone who bathes in the River Styx becomes an unbeatable warrior. The goddess Thetis dipped her own son into these waters, hoping to make him the world's mightiest warrior. But the one spot she held, his heel, never touched the river, and it later became Achilles' fatal weakness. Damdok slowly realized he had just been submerged in that very river from head to toe. This also meant he had become immortal. Meanwhile, Persephone watched from outside, absolutely terrified and worried for him. She grabbed his arm, pulling and shouting at the top of her lungs. Cerberus bit down on his upper body while Persephone grabbed his legs. The two of them swung him back and forth, cursing that he wouldn't tear apart. Annoyed, Cerberus finally spat Damdok out of its mouth. Persephone immediately rushed over to where he landed to check on him. Damdok was covered in the creature's disgusting saliva. He shot her a tired glare and said, "How can you say that to someone who just came back from the dead? So cruel." Persephone quickly burst into laughter before feeling a wave of guilt for her reaction. Persephone kept asking over and over if Damdok was actually okay. She was baffled. How could someone fall into the River Styx and still be alive and well? Annoyed, he shook off the filth and answered her, "I got out by myself." Persephone couldn't believe what he was saying and staggered back in shock. He casually explained everything he did to escape, but she still didn't seem to believe him. While the two were talking, Cerberus slowly crept up from behind and clamped its jaws around his arm. Damdok was bitten repeatedly as the beast tried to tear him apart, making Persephone scream his name in terror. And yet, Cerberus suddenly looked surprised. Damdok showed absolutely no fear, letting out a bored yawn while on its back. He even threw out a few taunting remarks. Knowing the beast couldn't hurt him, he just provoked it further, making Cerberus bite down even harder. Persephone watched the entire scene unfold. She was astonished, even a low-level god probably couldn't survive a bite from Cerberus. And then she finally understood the reason. "Don't tell me. It's the blessing of immortality." Damdok just shot Cerberus a taunting smile. He remembered his quest and decided to take the massive dog for a walk. The system displayed a notification for the River Styx effect. Blessing of immortality. Time remaining, 57 minutes. Cerberus was still annoyed, growling as it glared at him. It tried to make intimidating noises, but Damdok just let out a casual sigh. Then he teased it, saying that no matter how many times it attacked him, it would be completely useless. After hearing Damdok threaten to not take it for a walk, Cerberus suddenly became obedient. It let out a huff and stopped baring its teeth at him. Cerberus turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Dandok watched the creature's wagging tail and made a silent assessment. This trick works great on the dogs at the pet store. So you're not so different, huh? It then went and grabbed the leash that had restrained it for so long. Then, Cerberus obediently tossed the chain down and sat neatly right in front of him. Its eyes shone brightly, eagerly waiting for Dandok to take it for a walk, which made him laugh out loud. But in the end, you're still a dog. Dandok walked over, picked up the chain, and fumbled with it for a moment. Persephone approached from behind, tilting her head and calling out to him curiously. She gave him a gentle smile, adding a warning. It's been a long time since Cerberus was last taken for a walk, so please, try to go as slowly as you possibly can. Dandok paid no attention to her warning, completely confident he could handle it easily. Before he could finish bragging to Persephone, a massive force suddenly yanked him off his feet, cutting their conversation short. All Dandok could do was cling to the chain, screaming for Cerberus to stop. It was pulling so fast that his face was scraping against the ground, making it impossible to stand. A moment later, his head slammed into a rock along the path. Cerberus just kept dragging Dandok along. It was walking him, not the other way around. Just as he was feeling utterly helpless, the system displayed a notification. He had acquired the E-rank skill, Wind Speed. The condition for obtaining it was running at 100 kilometers per hour for 3 minutes. And thanks to Cerberus, he'd done it. Dandok strained his eyes to read every single word on the notification. From a distance, Persephone quickly used her divine power to chase after them. Seeing him get dragged along, she called out, shouting, "What are you doing?" Persephone was only moments away. Persephone caught up, frantically telling him to reinforce his body with divine power. But Dandok was completely lost. He didn't even get how she could match this insane speed. As Persephone yelled impatiently while running beside him, "I said, use divine power to strengthen your body. Cerberus is too strong. Why aren't you using your power?" It was only then that Dandok realized something was seriously wrong. To him, divine power was just another stat. He had no idea he could actually command it. Stunned, Dandok asked Persephone how, which left her absolutely speechless. "Don't tell me you don't know how to use divine power?" Dandok's quiet confirmation completely froze her in place. Persephone stopped dead in her tracks, shouting after him in pure disbelief. But Dandok had no choice but to hang on to the chain for dear life, using every last ounce of his strength. He tried pulling back, but it had zero effect. So Persephone caught up again, walking Dandok through it step by step. Remember the feeling you get whenever you use your strength. But in a panic, he couldn't think straight and just yelled back, "How the hell am I supposed to understand that?" But she just urged him to do it. Right now, Dandok's expression hardened. He slowly began to focus, trying to feel for that sensation of using his power. He remembered his fight with Charon on the river Styx. And it was then that Dandok realized something. His divine power had activated automatically in that battle. Persephone kept coaching. Imagine it like a picture. Think of it as if you're controlling the divine power inside your body. Dandok squeezed his eyes shut. He focused on her words, imagining the flow of power, a current coursing right through his own body. Dandok slowly opened his eyes, and there it was. His arm, gripping the chain, was now enveloped in divine power. He dug his heels into the dirt, creating friction. Cerberus, mid-charge, was yanked to a sudden halt, unable to move an inch. While using his power to hold it still, Dandok gritted his teeth and pulled, a little shocked that Cerberus had actually stopped moving. Persephone stood beside him, constantly encouraging and guiding Dandok. "Use your divine power more effectively. Good, just like that. Now focus it on the body part you want to enhance." Annoyed at being stopped, Cerberus bit down hard on the chain, turning to glare at the two of them. Dandok was slowly being dragged forward again. He clenched his jaw, focusing his power on one part of his body. Gritting his teeth, Dandok unleashed his strength, yanking Cerberus backwards and saying, "Be a good dog." Immediately, Cerberus was sent flying through the air in a huge arc. The force of his pull was just that strong. Persephone's jaw dropped watching the scene unfold. Cerberus couldn't resist at all and was slammed to the ground. Dandok frowned in annoyance, tugging the chain as he looked down at it. "Today's walk is officially over. We're going back." Cerberus, lying belly up on the ground, could only grit its teeth and stare right back at Dandok. It forced him to make a threat. "You want to resist? Fine. We'll do this my way then." A wicked smile spread across his lips, like he was about to do something completely insane as he dragged Cerberus across the dirt. He didn't even let it get back up. A stunned Persephone covered her mouth, looking at him with pure admiration. "This is your first time using divine power, and you can already pull this off." Her face then lit up with a huge, happy grin. "It seems I've hired a pretty amazing part-timer this time around." Seeing her reaction, Dandok began to have a few thoughts of his own. He could tell just by looking at her that she was incredibly powerful. So why didn't she just interfere herself? Even a low-tier god like him could handle it. He turned and asked her straight up, "Can I ask you something?" Persephone smiled warmly and agreed. So Dandok laid out exactly what he was thinking without holding anything back. "Why didn't you approach Cerberus? I'm sure you could have easily subdued it." His question seemed to catch Persephone by surprise. She looked down for a moment, thinking. Clasping her hands, Persephone finally answered, "Because there are restrictions." Dandok didn't understand what kind of restrictions she could possibly be talking about, and Persephone knew it. So she turned towards Cerberus and explained slowly. "As you know, Cerberus is the guardian of hell, responsible for stopping countless souls, lost souls trying to return to the mortal world, and protecting this place from the curiosity of the other side. And I am one of them." As she said this, Persephone lowered her head, her eyes glistening as her face began to blush. She was admitting she's one of those who wants to return. Suddenly, the entire forest was plunged into darkness. The silence was eerie. After hearing Persephone's story, Dandok finally made up his mind. He would follow her. As he watched Persephone's retreating figure, Dandok began to understand. In hell, she was heavily restricted and utterly powerless against Cerberus. The only creatures she had any authority over were the ones Hades permitted like him. He scanned his surroundings, and then it hit him. The old myth about Hades being so captivated by Persephone's beauty that he kidnapped and trapped her here. He used to think it was just a story. But no, it was all true. Seeing her so alone, Dandok couldn't help but sigh. She must have been by herself for so long it was truly heartbreaking. His fists suddenly clenched. He just couldn't shake this damn need to do the right thing. But Persephone's husband was Hades, brother of the supreme god Zeus. What could he do? Lost in thought, a familiar sound suddenly snapped him out of it. Snowy appeared out of nowhere with a sharp cry. It was then that our hero remembered, "That's right, Snowy." The furious creature jumped onto Dandok's shoulder, chittering away as if scolding him, and he could only try his best to calm it down. "I completely forgot about you. I'm sorry." A short while later, a defeated Cerberus was being dragged across the ground by its chains. Dandok held the leash up front, leading the beast deeper into hell with Persephone. But then Cerberus stopped dead, startled by something. It shot to its feet with a low growl, surprising him. He turned to her with a curious look. "What's wrong with him all of a sudden?" Persephone, completely used to this, just explained calmly, "It's chasing the dead. He might look like that, but he takes his job seriously. That's why I can't escape." Then she turned, offering a friendly smile and a reminder. "Just tie him to that pillar, and our morning's work is done." Dandok eyed the chain in his hand. A goddess being guarded by a dog? Hades must be one seriously strict dude. Still, he obediently wrapped the chain around the pillar, muttering under his breath. Why would he keep a dog that only listens to him? Just then, a system notification rang out. His intuition skill had activated. A blue aura flared from his eyes, rapidly scanning everything. Dandok immediately sensed something strange coming from inside the pillar. An immense power was concentrated within it. Something's in the pillar, but what? He cautiously channeled energy into his hand. It didn't feel like a living thing. Maybe some kind of object? Should he check it out? But Persephone hadn't noticed a thing. She gently informed him, "We've finished our morning duties, now it's time to prepare for the afternoon." Before Persephone could even figure out what was happening, she turned to see him shatter the pillar with a single punch. It was an insane uppercut that nearly hit the ceiling, causing her to scream out in shock. "Dandok!" Dandok ignored her shouts, casually pulling a collar from the wreckage. "What are you doing?" she asked, completely stunned and too afraid to speak. But this human, Dandok, just scratched his head and sheepishly laughed it all off. "My apologies," he said. It looked like there was something inside. At the same time, the system quickly identified the item in his hand. Hades' collar, used for training Cerberus. With this, Cerberus would obey his commands. Persephone stared blankly at the collar she'd been searching for, unable to believe he'd hidden it there. She rushed over to him. "I looked everywhere and couldn't find it." "How did you?" Dandok tried his best to avoid her gaze. "Maybe it was a hunch?" he deflected. He was still wondering about its power when Persephone excitedly confirmed it for him. "Of course. Cerberus is the very symbol of hell. To control Cerberus is to control hell itself." After staring at it for a moment, Dandok just thought it looked like any other dog collar. And just like that, a grand plan was forming in his mind only for him to immediately shut it down. "I probably can't use it, right? It belongs to Hades after all. If I could, this job would be a piece of cake." Standing beside him, Persephone fell silent, thinking hard about his words. And then she had a realization. Dandok's interest was immediately piqued by Persephone's response. It's okay. It's not like it's forbidden or anything, she replied casually. My husband actually told me to try and find this collar. Persephone let out a heavy sigh, sounding a bit hopeless. He said if I found it, he would let me train Cerberus. Looking at her expression, he thought to himself that she really needed to have a talk with her husband. But still, Dandok beamed at the treasure in his hand. No way was he passing up a chance to make this job easier. His face lit up with excitement as he gave his first command. Come here, let me put this collar on you. Cerberus shot him a disdainful look and turned away, refusing to react. You still don't get it, do you? You're no match for me, Dandok taunted. That single sentence was enough to shatter Cerberus's pride. It bared its fangs and raised its claws, ready to send him to his grave. But before it could even make a move, Dandok gave the beast such a beating that it obediently bowed its head. He took the opportunity to snap the collar on it, praising the hound with satisfaction. See? Looks good. Should have just behaved from the start. Then, a wicked grin spread across his face, instantly channeling his inner Pokemon trainer. Cerberus, I choose you. What followed was a series of bizarre commands, forcing the beast to helplessly obey. Sit. Lie down. Roll over. Watching the whole ridiculous display, Dandok couldn't help but burst out laughing. It actually worked. You're kinda cute, aren't you? But his voice suddenly changed, becoming ice cold and threatening. This is your punishment for biting and dragging me. Go face the wall and think about what you did, and don't move until I say so. The more Dandok savored this, the more he thought this mission would be a total cakewalk. But while he was lost in the sweet victory of his revenge, he failed to notice the sudden, chilling shift in Persephone's expression. She lightly tapped his shoulder to get his attention. Dandok turned around, beaming, ready to show off to Persephone. Lady Persephone, did you see that? That dog couldn't do a single thing to me. Before the words even left his mouth, she seized the moment to cast a spell on him. Dandok didn't have time to react, staring at her in absolute, questioning shock. In a flash, all his strength was gone, and he collapsed to his knees. Dandok dazedly heard Persephone reveal a secret. My husband gave Cerberus 2 orders. Her eyes were terrifyingly emotionless. One is to manage the dead who try to escape from hell, and the other, at this, Persephone paused for a moment, then finished, is to manage Persephone. By this point, however, he had almost completely lost consciousness. He swayed on his feet, thinking, what's happening? I'm so dizzy. Persephone's face began to blur as her voice became a distant echo in his mind. Sleep well now, Dandok. Her figure slowly faded into the distance. I'll be back before my husband returns, so don't worry. He had reached his limit and finally collapsed to the ground. So you just sleep soundly until then, all right? Dandok's last shred of consciousness struggled to remind him. That's right, to Hades. The most important thing isn't hell, but his body refused to obey. Damn it, I can't let this happen. With that, his eyes shut and he passed out. A while later, he heard a voice calling his name. Dandok slowly regained consciousness, mumbling, Snow White? Then realization hit him, and he shot up in a panic. He thought to himself, crap, did I fall asleep? Dandok frantically scanned the area, asking Snow White, where is Lady Persephone? But they were completely alone, and had been for some time. Dandok broke out in a cold sweat, pure crisis mode setting in. I'm so dead. He wondered how long he'd been out. The system suddenly popped up with a notification. Somnus effect. Remaining duration, 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Dandok felt a tiny sliver of hope. He sighed in relief. Thank God, it hasn't been that long. He immediately started running to find her. You guard the gate, Cerberus. I'm heading out. Dandok ran with every ounce of strength he had. Normally, Lady Persephone could never leave hell because of Cerberus. He couldn't stop worrying. If Hades ever found out that Persephone escaped on his watch, the god of the underworld would absolutely destroy him. Dandok scanned the forest around him. Where could she have gone? He had to find her and bring her back as fast as possible. To save time, he quickly used a skill he had learned from the system, the Gale skill. It allowed him to run at 100 kilometers per hour for 3 minutes. A notification confirmed, Gale skill activated. Depending on the user's physical condition, the move could be significantly upgraded. Instantly, Dandok started moving like a hurricane. He glanced back at the road he'd just covered, completely stunned. Whoa, that is insanely fast. A golden energy then erupted from his entire body as he came to a decision. Let's see what happens when I activate a skill while using divine power. He soared into the sky, searching the forest. And then Dandok suddenly spotted something. In the distance, he saw Persephone crossing a river by boat. Dandok was ecstatic. Found her. At that moment, Persephone was slowly making her way across. Suddenly, she felt the river ripple and immediately went on high alert. What was that sound? But just as quickly, the river went silent, so she assumed, did we hit a rock? And then Dandok burst from the water, scaring her half to death. His face was dark with fury. Dandok's voice was dangerously low as he asked, going somewhere? The world fell silent. Only the sound of his questioning voice broke the tension. You yourself said that no one is allowed to cross the river Styx. He was so furious he couldn't control his emotions. So why are you doing it? Persephone quickly started to explain. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see my mother. Hearing that made Dandok think of his own mom, and his anger quickly began to fade. You should have thought of that before. Persephone gave him a mischievous wink, trying to reassure him. Don't worry, my husband won't be back for another 2 days. This is my little secret, and I have never been caught before. Hearing that, Dandok's jaw dropped in disbelief. What, this isn't the first time? While they were talking, the boat suddenly crashed straight into a sharp rock. A huge hole was torn in the side of the boat. They both watched in horror as it slowly began to sink. What the hell? Dandok looked toward the far shore, making a quick calculation. At this rate, the boat would never make it. A system notification appeared. River Styx effect, duration 15 seconds. Seeing the shore so close, Dandok made a decision. Looks like there's no other way. He quickly jumped into the river and used all his strength to push the boat ashore. Hold on tight. A moment later, they were both safely out of the cave. Persephone was basking in the sun, sighing in pure bliss. This is amazing. But Dandok suddenly appeared behind her. Can you promise me something? She turned. Promise what? But his entire posture screamed anxiety. After you visit your mother, we have to return immediately. No arguments, no delays. Hearing this, Persephone just offered a sweet, reassuring smile. I told you, I've never been caught. You worry way too much. But Dandok was still on edge. If we get caught now, it's my funeral. In response, she simply grabbed his hand with an idea. It's fine. If you're that worried, why not just come with me? With that, Persephone led him straight into a cave, making Dandok wonder. Why do all the Greek gods live in caves? He thought. They stepped inside, and Persephone joyfully called out, Mother! The goddess Demeter turned. A wave of pure happiness washed over Demeter's face at the sight of her daughter. Persephone rushed forward. It's me, causing her mother to gasp in shock. Oh, my child. Are you really my Persephone? Who else would I be? And with that, the two embraced in a long-awaited, emotional hug. Watching from a distance, Dandok awkwardly scratched his nose. Look at them, he thought. Guess I'm the third wheel here. Just then, he noticed a single flower blooming at his feet. It made Dandok recall the old Greek myth he'd heard. During Persephone's absence, all of nature withered from Demeter's sorrow, a period that coincided with winter in the mortal world. Dandok turned to them. I have something to take care of, so I'll be going. Persephone was surprised. You're not going to watch me? He just waved and started to walk off. See you at the riverbank at 8. But just as he was about to leave, Persephone suddenly called out to him. Dandok. She offered a truly genuine smile. Thank you. Time passed, and soon Dandok was admiring his boat, which looked good as new. Awesome, it's finally fixed, he exclaimed. A quick glance at his phone told him it was already time to meet her. He wondered to himself, shouldn't she be here by now? Just then, someone appeared behind him. Dandok turned around with a smile, but his smile instantly vanished, replaced by shock. The man before him was radiating an overwhelming, murderous aura. What is a piece of trash like you doing here? The man demanded. Almost instantly, the system blared a warning. Danger intuition skill has been activated. Hades' voice was grim. Persephone, where is my wife? An icy chill shot through Dandok, and he trembled, completely speechless. His mind raced. Just his words are making me shake. Is that? Hades. Why is he back so early? Getting no answer, Hades took a slow, menacing step forward. Have you lost your senses? He asked. The murderous aura radiating from him only intensified. I still don't understand, Hades mused, his voice dangerously calm. How could someone like you find the collar of Cerberus, let alone help Persephone escape? Dandok was simply frozen in terror. Hades' patience had clearly run out. He slowly raised a hand. Then again, the reason doesn't really matter. As the hand closed in, he whispered, Time for you to die. But suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air, stopping Hades in his tracks. What do you think you're doing? Persephone appeared just in time, demanding, Why are you attacking an innocent god? Stunned, Hades turned to face his wife. Persephone, where have you been? She strode towards them without hesitation. You were the one who ordered him to find the collar of Cerberus in the first place, weren't you? Her presence was so powerful it completely overpowered her husband's. We found it. Are you still not satisfied? At this, Hades' tone softened immediately. All right, fine, but still, he grumbled, you shouldn't have left without saying a word. Persephone's anger flared as she explained herself. I only left for a little while to visit my mother. But hearing this just made Hades feel more wronged. But you still should have told me. Persephone turned away from him sharply. Do I have to report my every move to you? Do you think I'm a child? Dan Doc watched the underworld's power couple bickering in front of him, utterly speechless. Even Hades gets shut down, he thought. A moment later, Hades said sadly, I was just worried about you. Dan Doc couldn't help but judge. Wow, he's surprisingly corny. Persephone immediately cut her husband off. We are not done with this conversation. We'll continue it back in the underworld. She then materialized a gift box out of thin air, shoving it into Dan Doc's hands. Take this, she said. It's a bonus. Dan Doc awkwardly took the box. Seeing this, Hades frowned. You're letting him live? And what is that you gave him? Persephone shot back, a hint of anger in her voice. He completed the mission he was assigned. He deserves a reward for it. You're being so petty. Then, completely ignoring her husband's sulking face, she turned back to Dan Doc with a warm smile. I'll pay you directly, so there's no need to report to the system. Also, don't hang around this area again. Back in the safety of his own home, Dan Doc was still pale with fright. How many times have I almost died since starting this part-time job? He felt like the job was actively shortening his lifespan. Deciding to distract himself, he took out the gift Persephone had given him, curious about the bonus. Not hesitating for a second, he wondered what it could be. He opened the box to find 2 strange fruits inside. What are these? The system immediately identified the items. The forbidden fruit allows the user to distinguish between good and evil, and a golden apple, the fruit of the gods, a symbol of immortality. Whoever ate it would live forever. Dan Doc was absolutely stunned. The golden apple. With this, he thought, his mother could be saved. But then a doubt crept in. Could a mortal even eat the fruit of a god? Dan Doc gently lifted the purple apple, inspecting it for a moment. Was this the forbidden fruit? Should he really eat this? The next day at the hospital, a voice rang out. It's a miracle. The doctor stared at the medical chart in utter disbelief, exclaiming, Your cancer cells have completely vanished. How is that even possible? Junhai couldn't believe what she was hearing. Is that true, doctor? She asked again. The doctor confirmed it firmly. Yes, though modern medicine has absolutely no explanation for this phenomenon. Hearing this, she was so moved she couldn't hold back her tears. Oh my goodness, how can this be? Dan Doc quickly moved to comfort her. See? I told you everything would be all right. After the checkup, they headed home. The golden apple had worked perfectly. He recalled giving his mom the apple juice, admiring his own cleverness. Good thing he didn't peel it and compromise its power. Dan Doc turned to his mom. The doctor said, You can be discharged now. Let's go home. And with that, the two of them hailed a taxi. In the car, Dan Doc told the driver, Hua Sen Bango, please. The driver immediately replied, We'll have to take a detour to get there. Dan Doc was confused. Why? Taking the road along Geodu Park should be much faster. You haven't heard the news? The driver explained. There's a disaster near that area. He switched on the radio. It's all over the news. The report was coming live from Geodu Park, near a dungeon. Dan Doc listened intently as the news described a new cylindrical dungeon that had appeared. Residents in the area were still being evacuated. Guilds and solo hunters were already gathering in front of the dungeon gate, but due to a massive traffic jam, getting close was proving difficult. As he focused on the news, a hand gently landed on his shoulder. Junhai understood the worry in his eyes. I can get home by myself, she said. You need to go there, she urged with a kind smile. They need you, right? I'd love to see my son on TV. As the taxi drove off, she turned back one last time. Dan Doc, don't push yourself too hard, okay? He waved back, reassuring her. Don't worry, Mom. A short while later, Dan Doc arrived in front of the dungeon. Whoa, this dungeon looks intense, he remarked. Full of energy, he said. Looks like it's going to be another all-nighter. He turned to his companion. Ready, Bexiol? Let's go. Dan Doc gazed at the buildings before him, completely in awe. I should check the god's shop before I head in. The system immediately pulled up a new list. Dan Doc saw his current balance, 12 Thor. He decided to click it to see what was inside. A system notification popped up. Profile upgraded, followed by Dan Doc's personal information. A new category, he said, amazed. The system announced his new title, Cerberus Tamer, Dog of All Dogs. It is you, the description began. The one who tamed this charming gatekeeper. From now on, every dog in the world will obey you. Congratulations, You are officially recognized as the king of all dogs." After reading this, Dan-Doc was completely and utterly baffled. The king of all dogs? He suddenly remembered a quote from a famous internet personality. "There are no bad dogs in this world." Just then, a crowd rushed forward, shouting, "Over there, it's her!" Thinking they were talking about him, Dan-Doc frantically denied it. "You've got the wrong person," but the crowd of reporters and fans quickly swarmed around Ju Soju, bombarding her with questions. "Please give us a statement on the current situation. The success rate is estimated at 90%, unless a special case like a maze appears within the dungeon. So why did you decide to take on this mission personally?" Watching from afar, Dan-Doc finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. "Oh, it's Ju Soju, not me. That was a close call." Soju gave the reporters a cold, brief answer. As always, the Saigon Guild will do its very best. The reporters kept pushing for more. "Please, just a few more words." But she coolly refused any further interviews. Dan-Doc was impressed by her powerful aura. "Look at that," he thought. "She's just ignoring all of them." He quickly disguised himself to follow her. "No more time to waste," he thought. "I have to follow her now." A moment later, Ju Soju and her guild members entered the lower levels. Her team members were discussing the situation. "Those things must be hiding really deep inside, huh?" "Yeah, they're probably preparing a surprise attack," another member said arrogantly. "A surprise attack from a bunch of dogs is nothing to be afraid of. They're just overgrown puppies, aren't they?" Another hunter joked. "Says the guy who got bit on the butt by one just the other day." "Look who's talking." Embarrassed and angry, the man shot back. "What? You didn't see anything, so shut up." Ju Soju commanded coldly. "Silence." Her assistant, sensing something was wrong, called out, "Guildmaster?" She could tell something was off with her boss. What was wrong? She was acting differently today. The assistant carefully watched Soju's expression, trying to understand. While she was known for being a woman of few words, she wasn't the type to get angry over such a petty squabble. They ventured deeper into the tunnel, and with every step, a thick, menacing aura grew stronger. He wondered what she had seen to make that face. Just as a torch flared to life, Soju sensed it. She announced, "They're coming." Out of nowhere, a pack of dogs with vicious faces lunged into view. Seeing this, all the subordinates were terrified, and one of them screamed out in pure panic. "We weren't told they'd be here," the man gritted his teeth. These were hellhounds, and a single scratch from those poison-laced fangs was fatal. It was enough to kill a man in just 10 minutes. Even she had to be wary of their power monsters with terrifying venom. Soju, silent until now, finally spoke up, admitting, "These will be tough enemies to face." She quickly commanded the subordinates behind her, "Anyone not skilled in close combat, fall back." Soju immediately leaped into action. "The rest of you, with me." Suddenly, a bark echoed from behind them, and he spun around to scold his men. "What was that? You have time for jokes right now?" The man denied it, terrified. "This time, it wasn't us." He pointed toward a dark corner of the tunnel. "I think that sound came from where the dogs are." From a distance, Dan-Doc called out, "Woof, woof, woof. Over here." He appeared, looking impossibly cool with a dog on either side of him. The man couldn't believe his eyes. Did that guy actually tame them? The hellhounds? She watched as the vicious dogs calmly let Dan-Doc pat their heads, and her guard immediately shot up. Was he a monster in human form, or some kind of demon? In a situation like this, not knowing the enemy put them at a major disadvantage. Without a second thought, the man drew his sword, stepping forward to protect his master. "Guildmaster, get behind me." He then shouted into the darkness, "You bastard, show yourself." He pointed his sword at Dan-Doc, demanding, "Are you a monster in human skin? Or some kind of demon?" Dan-Doc calmly approached him, offering a reassuring smile. "Relax. Can you lower your sword? My puppies will get scared." Seeing his face, the man was shocked, speechless. A human? But then, another dog appeared from the shadows behind him. "Soju!" Dan-Doc saw it instantly, activating his whirlwind power. He blitzed past the swordsman and appeared right in front of Soju. The man couldn't react in time and swore, "Damn it!" Soju, caught completely off guard, was dragged away. Dan-Doc angrily gave his own puppy a light punch. He warned it, "You naughty boy, you can't bite them." The dog immediately became obedient. A system window popped up. Title: Cerberus Tamer. Your title has been activated. Current number of dogs following you is 32. The activation requirement was direct contact. After seeing Dan-Doc's move, the swordsman asked in amazement, "He's not going to attack?" Soju was also a little curious about his actions. Dan-Doc turned back around and took her by the arm. He then stared intently at the bracelet on her wrist. "This bracelet," he murmured, before smiling. "We meet again, Miss Ju Soju." Dan-Doc finally confirmed it. The bracelet on Soju's wrist there was no doubt it was identical to the one Persephone had. He immediately frowned and questioned her. Miss Ju Soju, how do you have this? But before he could finish, Soju cut him off. This is so annoying, Mr. Dandok. And besides, a lot of people are watching. Right then, the scene looked exactly like Dandok was proposing to her. Soju commented, I think you're being quite bold. Hearing this, Dandok finally realized what was happening. His actions looked completely wrong. He hastily explained, No, wait. This is just a misunderstanding. It is not like that. Stop taking pictures. The man and the other subordinates couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. They just kept snapping photos of the once-in-a-lifetime scene. Oh my god, a dungeon proposal? Dandok shouted. This is just a misunderstanding. After clearing things up, Dandok gave an order to his new pets. All right, all my darlings, sit. He then instructed them. Number 110 will dig in that area. The rest of you will support. The dogs began to furiously dig up the dungeon floor. After digging for a bit, one found a red crystal and barked to get everyone's attention. Dandok went over, patting the dog's head in praise. Oh, what a good boy. You can leave that here. The man's jaw dropped. No way. She couldn't believe her eyes, wondering, am I dreaming right now? Soju then cautiously stepped closer. Looking at the massive pile of crystals on the ground, she praised him. That's a truly amazing ability. Then she asked, Where did you get a power like that? Hearing her question, Dandok was startled. He thought to himself, doesn't everyone just assume this kind of ability is a natural gift? He was a bit surprised by Soju's sharpness. How could she possibly know that he had to learn this power? Dandok quickly came up with an answer. I didn't learn it. I was born with it. Besides, I have a few questions for you. His gaze was still fixed on the bracelet Soju wore. Is that yours? She had no idea why he was asking, but she answered honestly anyway. Of course it's mine. Are you asking why I'm wearing it? Dandok stepped closer, his voice urgent. Where did you buy it? I mean, which shop did you get it from? He frowned. Unbelievable. Seeing that unique design, he recalled Persephone's bracelet. It was just like the friendship bracelet, the one she had told him about. Dandok stared at it, his mind racing with questions. Why does Guildmaster Soju have it? He thought she was some dangerous stalker. He coldly looked up to confront her. Why aren't you answering me? Soju glanced at him, bewildered, before honestly replying. The internet. Dandok quickly activated his Forbidden Fruit's truth-detecting effect. The system began scanning Soju's answer. I bought it online. Instantly, the system announced, Target's intent is similar. Truthful. Soju then added enthusiastically, If you really like this bracelet, I can send you the link. The system confirmed it again. Truthful. Hearing this, Dandok was thrown into utter confusion. He tried to change the subject, awkwardly complimenting the bracelet. Great, I'd love to wear this. Behind him, whispers erupted. Dandok's face turned beet red. Did you hear that? He wants to wear that girly bracelet. He ran up and did all that to our guild leader just for a bracelet? So creepy. To prevent his image from hitting rock bottom, he thought to himself, since it's come to this, I'll just change the topic. Come with me, you dangerous stalker. I'm going to expose you. Then he asked playfully, Oh, how did you know the name Snow White earlier? Were you investigating me? Soju replied immediately. That was after. I just heard people talking about it. I pay attention to details. At the gate, I heard someone say, Let's go, Snow White. This left Dandok completely stunned. The system appeared, hitting him with another reality check. Target's intent is similar. Truthful. It was only now that Dandok realized everything he'd done was meaningless. Had he been acting like a total lunatic just because of a misunderstanding? Damn it! Suddenly a loud noise echoed in the dungeon. From the darkness, the dungeon lord emerged, angrily shouting, You weaklings! You dare step into my domain. You're just walking step by step to your own deaths. He laughed with delight. What a bunch of fools. Your sins will be paid for with your lives. But before the dungeon lord could act, a lightning-fast punch slammed into his face. Dandok rushed forward, yelling, Shut up! The man and his subordinates behind him were stunned. Did he just beat the dungeon boss that easily? They never expected a mission to be this easy. He took out the boss all by himself. Dandok, covered in monster guts, walked over and patted the man's shoulder. Hey, don't tell anyone I was in this dungeon. He added a friendly smile. Of course, everything I said is also a secret, understand? The man, trembling, quickly agreed. Yes, I'll pass the message to the others. Dandok then went to each person to remind them. Forget everything you heard before. Soju observed all of his actions, then she stared down at the bracelet on her own wrist. The evening sun cast its glow over the bustling city streets. Chu Soju. The moment she stepped out, camera flashes went off non-stop, accompanied by excited screams. They're out. They shoved microphones at her, firing off questions. Please share your experience clearing the dungeon. Was it that easy? Soju spoke in a cool tone. As the one responsible for this raid, I'm very happy, because no one was injured during the operation. At the same time, a figure in a long coat and black hat slipped past behind her. It was Dan-Doc. He thought to himself that he didn't truly know the struggles of hunters because he was suddenly granted his talent and became a hunter overnight. But to become a hunter in this country, everyone has to pass a test. Because hunters have incredible power, the guilds need to be able to manage them, so any hunter's information can be found through the internet. He recalled his last memory in the dungeon, reminding himself, since I'm not an official hunter, my information is also unknown to anyone. Online comments exploded after the incident. Many questioned whether Dan-Doc was even a real hunter. If public opinion gets worse, he thought, his reputation would be in trouble. Dan-Doc pulled his hat down low and decided, I'll just leave Guildmaster Soju here and get out of here quickly. Suddenly, he bumped into a guy on the street. Dan-Doc quickly apologized. The person turned around, looked at him suspiciously and asked, Dan-Doc? Are you Dan-Doc? Hearing this, Dan-Doc froze in astonishment. Seeing his reaction, the man gave a contemptuous smirk. Oh, it really is you. The guy took off his sunglasses, raising an eyebrow with a mocking tone. Why is a talentless bug like you crawling around here? People nearby overheard and started whispering. Did you hear that? That guy is Dan-Doc. A buzz went through the crowd. But what does he mean by talentless? After seeing the news, I really don't believe he's talentless. Dan-Doc glared at the man, annoyed, wondering who this person calling his name was. The guy stepped closer, clapped him on the shoulder, and said in a low voice, Not even a hello after all this time? Young-Ah sneered. Gotten a little bolder, have we? Dan-Doc's anger flared at the sight of him. Young-Ah, Dan-Doc seethed. Of all people, why him? This guy was a total stain on his school days, proof that this world wasn't controlled by any god. No, it was controlled by those with money. He remembered getting his face beaten swollen while Jung-Ah just smoked and laughed at him, full of contempt. But that was then. Things were different now. Without hesitation, Dan-Doc grabbed the bully's wrist. He spoke with a mocking tone. Looks like you haven't changed a bit. Does that filthy mouth of yours come from your rich family? Dan-Doc knew he had a plan to overcome these scumbags. A surprised Jung-Ah asked, What did you just say? He wrenched his arm free and sneered. A punk like you gets a little famous and suddenly thinks he's hot stuff? Jung-Ah taunted, pushing up Dan-Doc's cap with a smirk. I saw on the news you supposedly cleared some dungeons, even destroyed a few gates. He smirked, adding quietly, But it's all useless, you know. You're just. Jung-Ah's voice rose in ridicule. You're just a talentless hack, got it? At least come up with a more believable lie. He kept hammering away. Clearing dungeons, destroying gates. Say something I can actually believe. How could a talentless worm like you ever pull that off? The people around them started murmuring. Did you hear that? He lied about clearing dungeons? Didn't you say you saw his info? On the Hunter website? Is he really talentless? Dan-Doc saw how things were turning and thought to himself, this is getting complicated. Just then, Soju approached from across the street. She walked right up and snatched the cap out of Jung-Ah's hand. Then, she calmly dusted it off. Soju handed the cap to Dan-Doc, saying, Here. A confused Jung-Ah demanded, What's your business with him? Why are you protecting a talentless piece of garbage like him? Soju shot him a sharp glance before speaking. Being talentless doesn't make someone garbage, she stated coolly. And another thing, are you prepared to take responsibility for your words? Jung-Ah pointed at Dan-Doc and yelled, Responsibility my ass. Do you even know this guy? I know plenty about him. He's an idiot, a complete nobody with no talent. Hearing this, Soju turned her head to look at Dan-Doc. Her expression grew thoughtful, but she remained silent. Dan-Doc wondered, what does she want me to do? But Soju's face stayed like ice. Not a single muscle moved. Seeing this, he thought, confused, does she want me to prove it? Dan-Doc started stretching his legs, thinking to himself, this won't be hard. Then, in a flash, he launched himself into the air. Jung-Ah could only watch in stunned disbelief. He was completely floored by the action. In denial, Jung-Ah screamed, You can't possibly be that talented. You bastard, you're just a talentless piece of trash. He just kept on shouting from down below. Dan-Doc, on the other hand, couldn't care less. He sighed, thinking, I don't need to deal with him. It's just a waste of time. He calmly walked across the rooftops of the cars, giving a casual wave. I'm out of here. Jung-Ah watched him go, furious. Where do you think you're going? After that run-in, Damdock knew he needed his hunter certification, and he needed it as soon as possible. Damdock reached over to shut off his alarm, then tied his shoes, ready to head out. Damdock thought to himself, good thing I heard about the hunter exam being held in Dokdo. Just as he stepped outside his house, he saw a black car already parked there. The tinted window slowly rolled down. Soju sat in the driver's seat. You're on your way to the hunter exam, right? She asked casually. Get in. A while later, they were in Dokdo, bright sunlight washing over the massive city buildings. Damdock got out of the car, a bit sheepishly. That was a smooth ride, thank you. They were at the hunter exam area, located on a large island. The place was bustling with people coming and going, but Damdock glanced over at Soju, who was petting Snow White right beside her. He couldn't help but wonder, why did Chu Soju follow me here? He looked at her casual outfit and asked, the future heir of a major guild can dress down like this? Soju said quietly, I'm not busy today. A surprised Damdock asked, wait, why are you saying that? She replied calmly, you're the same age as Jung, right? That means we're the same age too, so why can't we be friends? Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Target's intent is favorable. Damdock looked at her and said softly, cool. What else can I say? Just then, an announcement crackled over a nearby speaker. Number 1117. Please proceed to the next area for your physical examination. Damdock turned to her. That's my turn. I'll be back soon. Watch Snow White for me, okay? He was still suspicious, knowing she had her reasons. Damdock watched Soju's every move carefully, thinking, other than feeding Snow White some seeds, she hasn't done anything suspicious. And all her intentions are showing up as favorable, so it's probably fine. The announcer's voice came over the speaker again. Number 1117, we will now begin your examination, the operator reminded him. Please note that only the provided equipment may be used for this test. The announcement continued to drone on. We will now begin testing your lower body strength. At this point, Damdock was already in position, preparing for the leg press. Number 1117, increased difficulty to maximum. Damdock's machine immediately became heavier. He let out an angry roar. What the hell? It's just the beginning. He uses every ounce of his strength to lift the weight, thinking, is this a basic physical test? Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the air. That's why you should know your place. The system immediately flashes a warning. Malicious intent, approaching target. The man continues. That's a ton. No normal human being could ever lift that. Damdock thinks to himself, that disgusting voice has to be Dung-A. He taunts him. If you know what's good for you, hurry up, my friend. Don't you know you'll be automatically eliminated if you fail to lift it? Damdock grinds his teeth in fury. Dung-A. He lets out a slow breath, then says, you know, at first, I was just planning to get my license and leave quietly. But Damdock stops mid-sentence and gets into position. Seeing this, the other man squints his eyes and lets out a contemptuous smile. He sneers, garbage like you belongs in a trash can, got it? The moment the words are spoken, Damdock immediately lifts the bar. Get stronger. The action is like a direct slap across his rival's face. Lower body strength, 6 stars. Upper body strength, 6 stars. Next, he lifts the entire weight with just one hand, making it look easy. Full body strength, 6 stars. Damdock then chains 3 giant tires to his body and pulls them all at once. His speed clocks in at 6 stars. Finally, he grabs a toy hammer and moves so fast the moles can only cry out in helpless frustration. Seeing Damdock's incredible performance, the man's eyes go wide in shock as he screams internally. Impossible! Dung-A suddenly grabs the referee's collar. He glares at him and snarls, stop it right now. The official stammers nervously, I'm sorry, sir. We can't stop the test unless there's an error. Ignoring the referee's explanation, Dung-A roars with rage. You don't think this is an error? Does any of this look normal to you? Nearby, Damdock just casually rubs his wrist. His test results are in. The basic physical test for number 1117 is complete. Final score summary. Upper strength, 6 stars. Lower body strength, 6 stars. Full body coordination, 6 stars. Flexibility, 4 stars. He glances up and lets out a soft sigh. Overall strength, 5 stars. Agility, 5 stars. Reflexes, 6 stars. That's all. Number 1117. Please proceed to the next examination room. In a greenhouse surrounded by clear blue water, the referee announces from above. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all potential hunters who successfully completed the first test. He then cheerfully presses a button and smiles. This next test will evaluate a skill that's absolutely essential for any hunter: your ability to work as a team. The referee continues. You are not allowed to use any equipment other than what we have provided for you. Meanwhile, groups of 4 are formed, each standing in a different circle. The announcer's voice booms again. Pay attention. Even if you kill another group's monster, it will have no effect on your team's score. Damdock glances down below him. Underneath his platform are countless monsters, their glowing eyes filled with murderous intent. One of them, holding a massive knife, lets out a roar before it quickly rushes upwards toward the platforms. It gets into an attack stance, causing the hunters above to panic as the monster swings its blade down hard. Fortunately, the hunter manages to block the blow. But it's not enough. The monster's raw strength presses him hard against the ground. He cries out in agony. The beast raises its giant blade, preparing for the finishing blow. The hunter shuts his eyes and screams. At that very moment, Damdock flashes forward, standing protectively in front of the man. Damdock's sword easily blocks the monster's attack, shielding his teammate. While holding it back, he yells over his shoulder, "Can you get up?" Damdock, holding his sword with one hand, knocks the monster's weapon aside. "I'll handle this side." He then glares at the creature, and with his other hand, thrusts his weapon forward with immense force. The powerful blow lands dead on, sending the monster flying backward. With the threat handled, Damdock lowers his sword. Before him lies the creature's pathetic form. But suddenly, a scream rings out, "Get away!" Startled, Damdock whips his head toward the sound. Another monster. This one is fighting 2 other members of his team, and it seems to have the upper hand, taking them both down with a single, devastating blow. Seeing this, he crouches to build momentum, launching himself over to rescue his 2 teammates before unleashing a powerful sword strike. He decisively finishes off all the remaining monsters. A girl on his team sees his terrifying power, her eyes wide with disbelief. What in the world was that? She thinks to herself. Number 1117 killed them all by himself. Wait a second. Thanks to him, we passed the test smoothly. From above, Dong-A tilts his head, observing the entire scene. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, then pulls a strange red potion out from his pocket, and without a moment of hesitation, Dong-A pours the red liquid straight into the mouth of a monster lying nearby. Suddenly its pupils contract into a demonic glare as blood vessels pop across its skin. An intense thirst for murder is detected. After being forced to drink the strange liquid, the monster ferociously charges straight for Damdock. He whips around, already sensing the attack. That monster bared its massive mouth, rows of razor-sharp teeth ready to swallow Damdock whole. At the same time, he had only managed to turn his head halfway around. Luckily, Damdock was quick enough to raise his sword and block the monster's attack. The impact sent him flying backwards, but he quickly stabbed his sword into the ground to stop his fall. The girl watched in shock, screaming, "Damn it! One of them is still alive!" The monster's eyes were now glowing crimson, filled with pure killing intent. It shot them a quick glance before suddenly lunging forward at incredible speed. In an instant, its massive hand grabbed the girl's face and slammed her head straight into the ground. The person next to her didn't escape either, getting swatted by its enormous tail. Another hunter falls, this time to a swipe from those lethally sharp claws. After clearing the obstacles, the monster sat back and let out a roar, as if the massacre wasn't enough to satisfy it. Damdock's face went pale as he screamed in horror. "No!" Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. All participants except for number 1117 have failed the test. At the same time, Dong-A looked down from above with a mocking smile. "You can't earn any points without teammates. You still want to continue?" Hearing this, Damdock looked up, cursing Dong-A in his head. That bastard. The guy didn't let up, continuing to look down on him. "I told you, you should play at your own level." Damdock clenched his fists in anger, thinking to himself that he knew this was wrong. To think that scum would pull a stunt like this just to make him fail. He silently stood up. Dong-A, resting his chin on his hand, just smirked. "Hey, where are you going? You're not giving up, are you?" Dong-A was met with nothing but Damdock's silence. Seeing he wasn't getting a response, he pushed even harder, taunting him. "It's useless without a team." Suddenly, Damdock spoke. "Shut up!" Then, he slowly began to unleash his power, and Damdock crouched down, getting into a stance. At the same time, he declared, "I will definitely." Then finished the thought, "Pass this and become a great hunter, no problem." In that very moment, Damdock's blade sliced through the air in a beautiful arc, sending the monster's head flying before it could even react. After taking down the beast that had wiped out his team, he didn't stop, continuing to slaughter every monster nearby, stunning all the other teams. Damdock then let out a breath and growled, "I'll kill every last one of them." He stood there, unmoving, with a pile of freshly defeated monsters behind him. Damdock lowered his head slightly but kept going. Even without team points, he could still get individual points, right? He thought he'd already earned the 200 points needed when this stage only required 100. He immediately shot a challenging glare up at Dong-A and asked again. Right? Both the referee and Dong-A were stunned by his actions, their mouths hanging open, speechless. The referee then turned to Dong-A and stammered the results of the second test. Before he could finish, a loud voice from the announcer's speaker cut him off. Emergency announcement. All personnel in the testing room, please evacuate to the nearest shelter. A massive tsunami has been detected near Dokdo Island, and it is heading this way. Just then, a powerful tremor shook the entire facility, causing everyone present to panic. The voice from the loudspeaker continued to urge them on. Everyone in the arena, get out of here now. Only Damdok remained, looking up. He frowned, thinking he needed to know what was going on. He suddenly leaped onto Dong-A's platform, startling him into shouting, "What the?" Next, he gathered his strength and jumped even higher. Dong-A sat there in shock, yelling, "What the hell do you think you're doing? That's dangerous." Damdok paid him no mind, simply leaping up through the hole in the ceiling. He turned back, and to his horror, the massive wave had already smashed through the wall. Damdok stammered in fear, thinking, "Is that the tsunami?" He continued, "If I don't stop it, everyone here is going to die." Suddenly, a reward notification popped up in front of Damdok's eyes. The sender, Persephone, sorry to have kept you waiting. He just sat there, stunned, thinking to himself, a reward? Damdok then began frantically scrolling with his finger, muttering, "Give me something useful, anything, even something small would work." All of a sudden, he flinched, then a wide grin spread across his face as if he just found something amazing. Then Damdok laughed and shouted, "Perfect Wave Splitter, a legendary sword skill, rumored to be so sharp it could split a tsunami in two. It cost 200 Hades points." Just then, Snow White ran towards him from a distance, carrying a piece of clothing in her mouth. She reached Damdok's side and let out a bark. He glanced down at the creature and asked, "Baxiol, what are you doing here? And where's Ju Soju?" Suddenly, a massive roar echoed out. Damdok whipped his head around to see the wave shatter yet another wall. He quickly cut to the chase. "Forget it. That's not important now. Baxiol, get ready to move." Hearing this, the creature instantly fused with Damdok's weapon as he tightened his grip on the sword. Then, Damdok gave it a light, deliberate swing. The wave splitter technique had been activated. He then slowly opened his eyes, revealing golden pupils as he stared straight ahead. A massive surge of power erupted from Damdok, successfully splitting the tsunami in two. Seeing it work, he laughed out loud. "I actually did it!" Damdok held his head high with pride. "I really managed to do it." At the same time, the seawater came crashing down on him. Just then, a broadcast speaker crackled to life. "All contestants, please move to the nearest shelter immediately." Down below, Damdok was gasping for air and coughing up water. But the voice from the speaker only got louder. "There is a high probability of a second tsunami. I repeat, all contestants, please move to the nearest shelter." Hearing that, his eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? It just keeps coming? Damdok then asked himself a serious question. Can I even stop it a second time? Suddenly, a notification popped up right beside him, making him jump. The alert was for an urgent recruitment. Employer: Poseidon. Seeking repair crew for the Aqua Palace. Barrier has cracked, resulting in continuous tsunamis in the human world. Please apply immediately. After reading, a million questions flooded Damdok's mind. Tsunamis in the human world. Could all of this really have started in the realm of the gods? The text suddenly changed. Recruitment notice edited. Why has no one applied yet? This is extremely urgent. He continued his train of thought. An urgent notice meant that unless the barrier was fixed, the tsunamis would never end. Damdok muttered under his breath. I've already recovered the gear the dwarves stole from me. At that moment, he bent down and picked up his coat. Damdok thought with a frustrated look on his face. This is getting annoying. Persephone always tries to escape whenever she gets a chance. He then ripped off the shirt he was wearing and continued to complain. These gods are such a damn hassle. After that, Damdok slipped on the coat that Baxiol had just brought for him. At the same time, he pressed the accept button on the notification screen, unable to stop himself from sighing. Damn it. If I want to live, I have to go. Far below the surface of the water was a place of incredibly intricate and gorgeous architecture, where Damdok now stood with Baxiol. He approached a massive stone statue. A voice suddenly called out from behind him. Hey, who's there? Startled, he whipped his head around. Damdok's eyes widened and he shouted, Lord Hephaestus? The god heard him and broke into a wide grin, giving him a thumbs up. Hephaestus let out a booming laugh as he ruffled Damdok's hair, his voice full of joy. I knew I'd run into you again. Damdock could only offer a forced smile in return. Hephaestus then looked over at Baxiol and exclaimed, "Has the moon fox gotten this big already?" When Hephaestus reached out to touch it, the fox sharply turned its head away. Seeing this, the god sulked off to a corner in disappointment. "It still doesn't like me." Damdock quickly tried to console him. "It's just shy, that's all." He then glanced down at the fox, thinking to himself, "That's weird. It loves Ju Soju." He then turned and asked, "By the way, what are you doing down here?" Hephaestus, who had been comically weeping, immediately stopped. He pointed to himself with a grin and said, "What a ridiculous question. How can you have repairs without a blacksmith?" "You came at the right time. We're seriously short-staffed." Hephaestus then turned to lead the way. "I'll fill you in on the situation before we get to work." Then, his brow furrowed as he glanced to the side and spoke. "Look over here." Damdock's head snapped in that direction. Hephaestus stood with his arms crossed as he began to speak. "This crack is what's letting water flood the human realm. To us, it's nothing more than a leak, but for the humans, it's a catastrophic flood." Hearing this, Damdock asked, "So how did the barrier get cracked?" The god began to explain. "It's because of that." "See that thing up there?" Hephaestus said. He looked up, pointing his finger at a purple vortex swirling on the water's surface. And he didn't stop there. "That annoying gate. We close it in one place, and it just pops up somewhere else." Damdock stared at it, completely astonished. His eyes went wide as he thought, "What the hell? Gates aren't supposed to be made by gods, are they? They're just like dungeons, so I was sure they were created by gods. So what are these things then?" Suddenly, Baxiol's ears perked up, as if it had sensed something. The fox quickly jumped to its feet. It then pressed a paw against Damdock's cheek and let out a yelp. Confused, Damdock asked, "What's gotten into you?" Then Damdock turned to look and gasped in horror. "What is that?" The energy field around the gate was expanding at an alarming rate. It then formed a massive vortex, aimed directly at Damdock and the others. He looked up, gritting his teeth. The god realm just one damn problem after another. Hercules shot Damdock a look, yelling, "I'll handle this thing. Just hold on tight, get sucked in there, and you are finished." Suddenly, Baktuyet was ripped from his shoulder and pulled into the portal. Damdock whipped around in horror, screaming, "Baktuyet!" Hephaestus stared directly at the anomaly, his power flaring to life as he raised both hands toward the sky. At the same time, a giant hand formed in the clouds. Hephaestus mirrored its stance, one hand forward, the other pulled back in a fist. Then, he clenched his fist to strike, and the colossal hand instantly copied the motion, surging forward with incredible force. The portal just kept relentlessly sucking everything into its vortex. Hephaestus grimaced and roared, "Damn it!" The massive hand slammed into the portal, trying to shatter it. Damdock could only stare, his eyes wide in total shock. A top-tier god truly operates on a whole different level. The portal continued to radiate pure, malevolent energy, but then he glanced up, startled. A massive hand was emerging from within the portal, followed by an endless horde of monsters. They poured out, all of them looking identical. Damdock was stunned. Even divine gates have monster waves? Suddenly, Hephaestus snapped his fingers, shouting, "Damn it!" A sword instantly materialized right in front of him. He turned to Damdock and yelled, "Take your sword. I'll hold back the gate. You deal with the monster swarm." Damdock reached out for the sword, his face already twisting into a scowl. He thought this was a repair job, not a battle for survival. With an angry growl, Damdock charged forward, shouting, "I better be getting a massive bonus for this." He sliced through a monster with a single clean stroke. One down. But then, the creature smirked as a notification window appeared. Intuition ability has been activated. The message left Damdock completely and utterly stunned. The monster immediately swung its massive arm right at him. Fortunately, he was just quick enough to dodge the attack. A cold sweat trickled down his back. Impossible. He had struck it with divine power. So how did it just shrug it off? The monster's face contorted with pure rage as it roared, "You disgusting filth of Olympus. I'll tear you all to shreds." Damdock was floored. What? It could talk. Something was seriously wrong with this particular monster. He kept analyzing the situation. Aren't monsters from gates supposed to be the weak ones? As he processed this, Damdock subtly shifted his grip. He hesitated for a second. This felt far too dangerous. Suddenly, his head snapped to the side, noticing a new development. The monsters were now holding a banner, all of them marching in a perfectly straight, solemn formation. And then the creatures charged straight for Damdock, faces twisted in fury, but they ran right past him to attack the other monsters instead. He watched the chaotic scene, totally bewildered. They were the same kind, but they were fighting each other. Damdock then spotted a symbol on one of their shoulders. They were Poseidon's reinforcements. He was relieved he didn't have to face them all alone. Suddenly, a monster lunged at him from behind. Damdok stood his ground, calmly observing that they all seemed incredibly strong. It was almost on him when Damdok calmly swung his blade backward, deflecting the monster's attack without effort. He spoke aloud, a new confidence in his voice. But if it's one-on-one against each of them, I can handle this. At the same time, he tightened his grip on his weapon, preparing his attack a horizontal slash, followed by a vertical one. Another vertical slash. Damdok unleashed a 3-hit combo, but the monster managed to block every single strike. His eyes widened with shock. Blocking that first hit clearly wasn't just a fluke for this thing. Gritting his teeth, Damdok launched another furious attack against the monster. Even with divine power, he was only leaving scratches. The creature could block everything. They were just too tough. The monster sneered at him, its voice dripping with rage. Playing with you has become incredibly boring. It raised both its hands high and roared at the heavens. Stop struggling and just die. Damdok just tightened his grip on the sword. Oh, really? Then try to block this. He unleashed his ultimate skill, Wave Splitter. A razor-sharp beam of blue light erupted from his blade, slicing right through the monster and even grazing the creatures standing behind it. The stone pillar far behind them cracked under the pressure, the sound startling the few remaining monsters. In the next instant, every monster caught in the attack's path was sliced into pieces, not a single body left whole. And because of that, the nearby pillars also crumbled to dust. Damdok let out a sharp breath and casually slung his sword over his shoulder. He shot the survivors a defiant smirk. Next, one of the monsters screamed back in fury. "You bastard!" It then pointed forward, ordering its comrades from behind. "Kill him!" Damdok glared, raising his sword and replying, "Bring it on." He laughed loudly. "My ultimate attack is coming for you." But then a notification appeared. Warning, not enough skill points for Wave Splitter. Damdok froze in his tracks. Huh? What was that? He glared at his sword in fury, shouting, "Hey, things were just getting good." But it was too late. The monster was already on him, screaming, "Die!" Damdok's eyes bulged, his face went ghost white, and he screamed his lungs out. "Wait! I give up! I give up!" But just then, an arrow suddenly shot out of the darkness. It slammed into the monster's shoulder, making it whip its head around. Then, a whole volley of arrows came flying straight for it. The creature roared in pain. That's when a man appeared, gun aimed right at it. "You stinking fish! Who did you think you were messing with?" Hearing that voice, Damdok whipped his head around to see the man calmly smoking his pipe. Fish are best served fried. With that, he tossed a grenade right at the monsters. A massive explosion erupted right behind him. Damdok looked up, stunned. "Shichkien?" The man looked down at him and grinned. "Sorry I'm late to the party, sir." Damdok shielded himself from the grenade's powerful shockwave. When he glanced back, most of the monsters were heavily wounded. "The dwarves," he said, his eyes shifting towards them. "They're here." But one of the monsters just glared back, growling furiously. "You filthy rats!" It charged forward with insane speed, screaming its head off in pure rage. "I'll tear you to pieces." But one of the dwarves simply raised his gun, ready for a fight. "Bring it on, you stinking fish." But then, he suddenly froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. A rock? And sure enough, the monster was holding a tiny pebble. It launched it with incredible force, slamming it right into the dwarf's hand, who screamed in shock. He cursed, "Son of a..." In that instant, the monster was on him, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Then it delivered a devastating kick, sending the dwarf flying backwards and slamming hard against the wall. Jichquian saw the whole thing. He looked up, his gaze locking onto the monster. That bastard. He gripped his weapon tight, then charged straight for the creature without a second's hesitation. Then, Shichquian unleashed his skill. He slammed his axe into the ground, shattering the stone floor. Damdok could only watch in absolute awe. "Dwarven hammer," Damdok marveled. "It's unbelievably powerful." That triggered a memory when he fell into the river. He'd used a skill unconsciously. Was that all because of his own skill? Snapping back to the present, he spoke the words out loud. "Dwarven hammer skill." Instantly, a notification popped up. "Dwarven hammer. Skill level 5. Skill points 1. A skill used by the dwarves." Damdok was ecstatic. It barely cost any skill points. This is perfect. But suddenly, a noise from behind made him whip around. "Got you now, you tiny little bastard." The monster's grip was tight around the neck of one of the dwarves. The monster raised its hand, growling, "I'm going to kill you." But then a voice shouted, "Hey, stinking fish." Startled, the creature glanced behind it. Right above it was Damdok, diving down fast with a murderous look on his face. He glared and roared, "You're the one who's going to die." But at that critical moment, a notification popped up. Skill cancelled. Incompatible equipment. This skill can only be used with a blunt weapon. And just like that, his powerful, intimidating attack turned into something completely pathetic. It was a joke. His sword just bonked harmlessly on top of the monster's head. Damdok couldn't believe what just happened. That twisted, awkward smile returned to his face. Huh? Meanwhile, the monster, absolutely furious, swung a massive punch right at him. Damdok's eyes bulged as he watched the punch connect, completely unable to even defend himself. The blow sent him flying across the room. After the attack, Damdok sat there gasping for air, wiping his mouth as his mind raced. It didn't work because I don't have a blunt weapon? Damn it. And he didn't have Snowy to transform into one. As he was thinking, something suddenly clicked. He looked down at the back of his hand. Wait a minute, he thought. Come to think of it, his own hands could count as a blunt weapon, right? If my combat skill is SS rank, can I use Dwarven Hammer with just my bare hands? Suddenly, a loud scream snapped him out of his thoughts. The monster was relentlessly pummeling one of the dwarves. Damdok gritted his teeth and charged forward. Damn it, no time to hesitate. I have to trust my combat skill. He raised his fist and lunged at the monster. Seeing Damdok about to strike, the monster flinched. It spun around to block, grabbing his arm with both of its hands. Thinking it had won, the monster let out a contemptuous smirk. But Damdok just glanced at it and exhaled slowly, confusing the beast. Then, Damdok poured all his strength into his arm, punching the monster so hard it crashed to the stone floor. After finishing off the monster, Damdok slowly lifted his hand. At the same time, a system notification appeared. SS rank combat skill has been activated. Dwarven Hammer B has upgraded to Dwarven Fist A. Seeing this, Damdok couldn't help but smirk. Perfect. Suddenly, Snowy came running up to him, letting out a little cry. Damdok bent down, surprised. Snowy. He then scooped it up with both hands, lifting it high. My little Snowy, are you hurt anywhere? It just chirped back happily. And just like that, Barktwet transformed into a pair of steel gauntlets. He glanced forward and smirked. All right, Barktwet, I'm counting on you. Without hesitation, Damdok shot toward the monster like a bullet, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Then, he raised his leg and delivered a massive kick, sending the creature flying back into its own kind. One of the other monsters watched its comrade fall, its eyes burning with fury. It glared at him and let out a fierce roar. Suddenly, the monster froze. Right in front of it was Damdok, charging toward them with pure murderous intent in his eyes. He threw a light punch, but the impact sent all the monsters in the area flying backward. After the fight, Damdok casually rolled his wrist. Looks like I can handle this. But then, a terrifyingly loud sound echoed out. From the gate, purple vortexes crackling with dark energy began to emerge. Hefertet's brows furrowed as he yelled out. Why did the power spike so suddenly? Everyone, hold on tight. In that same instant, the surrounding water churned into a massive whirlpool. Damdok rushed to his side and asked, What's happening? Hefertet, sweating, replied with a grimace. The gate. I can't control it anymore. The vortex and the gate's power combined, creating an unbelievably strong gale. One by one, the monsters were sucked into the whirlpool, their screams echoing. Save us! Damdok narrowed his eyes. It had broken through the portal and was now on a destructive rampage. At this rate, they were all going to be pulled in. He looked up and yelled, Sheesh Queen! High above, Sitch Queen was being dragged into the massive vortex. Damdok screamed his name again and again. Sitch Queen. He stood there, gritting his teeth. Even Sitch Queen. What do I do now? Just then, a notification popped up. An extremely powerful presence had been detected from within the vortex. A hazy silhouette began to take shape. The system's warning alarm blared non-stop. The whirlpool slowly vanished, revealing an incredibly formidable enemy inside. A voice boomed out. You dare interfere with my subordinates? He then growled. You insignificant insects. Seeing him, the monsters immediately bowed down in worship. Lord Poseidon has stopped the whirlpool. Damdok's eyes went wide as he thought to himself, Are you serious? That's Poseidon? He then glanced at a nearby monster. He muttered, Wait a second. But he couldn't shake it. This feeling making his hair stand on end. Is that really Poseidon? The monster heard him and replied, Now that you mention it, he does seem a little strange. It looked closer, noticing something was off. So who is he? At the same time, Damdok was sweating, a single thought racing through his mind, this sense of dread. He continued, That intimidating tattoo. It's the exact same one carved into the merfolk from the gate. Damdok clenched his fists, thinking, On top of that, my gut is screaming at me that this guy is extremely dangerous. Berserker turned his head to look at him. baring his sharp teeth in a grin. "You dare to strike my underlings?" Instantly, he raised his weapon and began to unleash an attack. At that moment, right in the center of the trident, a mass of dark power began to gather. Seeing this, Damdok yelled, "He's about to attack, be careful." Poseidon then thrust his trident forward. Immense power followed its path. The monsters nearby could only stare, jaws agape and completely speechless at the sight. That power shot out, obliterating everything in its way, including his own subordinates. After his attack, Poseidon let out a dark, twisted laugh. He covered his face, speaking with pure contempt, "Disgusting trash." And then, Poseidon unleashed another savage cackle. Damdok gritted his teeth, his intuition screaming at him. He whipped his head around, his face a mask of terror as the thought continued. "This is a monster I can never defeat." Suddenly, Poseidon's eyes glowed, his gaze locking onto Damdok. He smirked and wondered aloud, "There's still a piece of trash left." He aimed his sharp weapon at him and fired a massive blast of energy. Luckily, Damdok managed to dodge the fatal attack just in time. He turned and ran, fear screaming in his mind. "Damn it, he saw me." But Damdok kept going. "It's fine. I just need to use Gale, activate it as fast as possible." Seeing this, Poseidon just smirked slightly. Then he appeared right next to Damdok, asking, "And where do you think you're going?" He then spoke, "Die, you filth from Olympus." As he aimed his weapon, Damdok's eyes widened in sheer terror. "No, damn it!" A massive explosion erupted. The walls behind Damdok were completely shattered by Poseidon's attack. He could only stare, stunned with shock and horror. But then the figure smirked and spoke, "Neptune, you imposter." Hearing Poseidon's words, Damdok looked at him in surprise. The figure just stared back, smiled, and continued, "Did you really think you could imprison me, Poseidon, forever?" Hearing this, Neptune roared in fury. "Poseidon, don't be ridiculous. I am also a god of the sea." But before Neptune could finish, Poseidon drove a fist straight into his face and bellowed, "Shut your mouth, you bastard." He continued, "That name you're using, Neptune, it was mine first. Got it?" Hearing those words, Neptune's eyes widened with pure, unfiltered rage. Poseidon's brow furrowed in anger as he charged Neptune, screaming, "How dare you impersonate me?" And just like that, Neptune grabbed a handful of Poseidon's hair. Berserker, his head yanked back, roared in fury, "You scum, playing dirty by pulling my hair." But Neptune wasn't backing down, shouting, "Take back what you said." Sitting nearby, Damdok could only watch in a daze, thinking to himself that he was actually witnessing a brawl between top-tier gods. Poseidon just kept screaming, "You want a challenge? Let's end this right here, today." Neptune yanked his hair harder and shot back. "Fine, bring it on." Damdok watched them, still in disbelief. They were fighting like a couple of kids. Unreal. The hair pulling brought tears to Poseidon's eyes, but his mouth was still running. "You fake! I'll destroy you today no matter what." Neptune, also getting his head pulled, was just as defiant. "All you do is talk. Isn't this your 78th failure?" With that, Neptune flashed a provocative, taunting grin. Poseidon glared at Neptune, then smirked with confidence. "That's why today, I've hired a powerful god." And he added, "Perfect timing." At that exact moment, a colossal dark vortex ripped open the sky. Damdok instinctively turned, wondering about a god that Poseidon himself had to hire. Just how powerful would a god like that have to be? Suddenly, a brawny figure emerged from the portal and spoke. "Those monsters are using such filthy tactics." It was Hephidor. At the same time, the name echoed in Damdok's mind, Hephidor. That's right, if he's here. The god, with deathly white eyes, crawled out of the gate laughing. "You think that's enough to take down this body?" And then, Hephidor just collapsed. He gasped for air, panting out, "I completely wiped them all out." But he wasn't done. "My body aches from fighting after so long." Beside him, Damdok had a completely exasperated look on his face. He frowned, thinking to himself, "Can he really do this?" The god then said, "I'll entrust the rest to you." Right then, a smaller circle appeared inside the portal. A voice replied, "Understood." And instantly, Chu Soju and two others leaped out. Damdok looked up, his face a mask of pure astonishment. Before him stood three impossibly cool figures. He looked at the woman and stammered, "Chu Soju." Chu Soju sliced the gate's core stone in half. She then coldly crushed the fragment in her hand, causing it to shatter. The gate behind her began to crack and fade away. Neptune, still fighting Poseidon, witnessed the whole thing in utter shock. His eyes bulged as he screamed, "No, my gate!" "But that's not enough to stop my subordinates. How dare you do that to my precious gate?" Neptune went berserk, roaring as he summoned his power for an attack. Seeing the technique from behind, Damdok yelled out her name in alarm. but the god just sneered. "You little insect, how dare you?" Instantly, a powerful stream of energy blasted from both his hands. Damdok frantically shouted a warning, "Run, it's dangerous." But she didn't seem scared at all, calmly facing the attack. Soju simply tilted her head, effortlessly dodging the blast. She then drew her own weapon, a razor-sharp curved blade. Soju leaped into the air, aiming straight down at Neptune. Her eyes were sharp as she delivered several masterful slashes in a blur. She landed perfectly after carving a series of decisive cuts all around him. Neptune's eyes flashed as he looked at her. He reached out, trying to grab Soju by the head, but she already sensed it. She glanced back without a trace of fear. Just as he was about to make contact, Damdok appeared from nowhere, blocking Neptune's hand with his hand couldn't reach Soju. Damdok gave a strained laugh at himself, thinking, "My body just moved on its own. My instincts must be totally broken." Neptune gritted his teeth and cursed. "Are all you insects trying to get in my way? Then just die." With a savage look, he thrust his trident straight down at Damdok. Suddenly, a slender hand appeared, yanking him by the collar. Soju threw him clear, saving Damdok from the fatal blow. The spot where the trident hit exploded with massive force. A muscular god was now charging toward Neptune from behind. Just as his fist was about to connect, Neptune leaped away to dodge the attack, all while cursing him out. But then another god appeared right above his head. This one immediately used a scepter to unleash a powerful spell. He centered the attack on Neptune, causing a massive explosion at his location that kicked up a huge cloud of dust and debris. Soju took this moment to scold Damdok. "Why do you keep jumping in without thinking?" Damdok asked, confused. "Are you annoyed that I helped you?" Her divine power flared as she coldly replied, "You think something like that could actually hurt me?" He thought to himself that she was incredibly arrogant, but he couldn't say a word back because, well, she was right. That truly is the power of a god. Suddenly, Soju said something strange. "You came back faster than before. Neptune is about to lose it." No sooner had the warning left her lips than the figure in the distance began to slowly rise. Neptune was now on his feet, screaming with absolute fury. Damdok was taken aback by her warning faster than before. Chu Soju knew he was burning with questions, but now was not the time to get distracted. She promised to explain later, tossing a potion over to Damdok, who caught it instantly. The system window flared to life, but with missing info, the description was incomplete. Unknown potion. User power unknown. The potion would boost his spiritual power. Soju's command was simple. "Drink it. It's time to fight. You have to be the one to finish Neptune." Her words landed with absolute certainty. Damdok could only stutter, "What?" And just like that, Soju entrusted him with the mission, ignoring his pleas for an explanation as she charged forward. "Wait, at least explain it to me." Damdok clutched his head, feeling like he was about to lose his mind. He was completely lost. How did everything happen so fast? On the other side of the field, Soju lunged at the enraged Neptune. Her blade struck him again and again, but his body seemed completely unaffected. So Soju made a decisive move, plunging her blade deep into Neptune's leg. At that exact moment, the hulking god charged in. His fist slammed directly into the monster's face, triggering a massive explosion that filled the area with smoke and dust. As the smoke began to clear, Neptune's body was splayed out on the ground, unmoving. The god who attacked him landed to check the situation. He aimed his scepter at Neptune's head, ready to deliver the final blow. But then, the monster's hand twitched. In a flash, Neptune's hand shot up and grabbed the mage god's face, slamming him into the ground before anyone could even react. The god was knocked out cold. The larger god moved in for another attack, but was sent flying with a single devastating punch. Damdok watched it all unfold in pure horror. No way. They were taken out in an instant. Both gods, unconscious. He couldn't wrap his head around what kind of monster Chu Soju expected him to kill. From a distance, Burton observed, "Neptune, did he finally get caught?" Staring at the dark energy pouring off him, Damdok panicked. "What can I possibly do against that thing?" He thought, "I can't." As he stumbled backward, his foot hit a rock. The small sound was enough to draw Neptune's attention. The monster's eyes filled with pure killing intent. He growled, "You insignificant demigod, you're the one who ruined my body. Now I'll tear you apart." Neptune's shriek echoed as he created a ball of energy and hurled it straight at Damdok. Fear and despair rooted him to the spot. All he could do was wait for the energy to hit and welcome his own end. But then, Soju suddenly appeared, shoving Damdok aside and taking the full force of the blast herself. Her voice cut through his shock. "What are you doing just standing there?" Only then did Damdok snap back to reality. Soju was thrown to the ground, her body covered in wounds. Without mercy, Neptune stomped down hard on top of her. He looked like a messenger from hell itself as he sneered. How foolish. If you had run, you might have lived. Neptune's cruel words made Damdok's face go pale. Did you really think some miracle would happen if you saved that insect? Damdok was terrified into silence. Soju, why would you? But Soju just clenched her fist. Of course, she used every last bit of her strength to shift the monster's body. Far more wonderful than you could ever imagine. Determination burned in Soju's eyes. In the end, you're going to meet your end at the hands of the very demigod you look down on. Neptune's eyes went wide with shock at her words, but Damdok was still trembling. What are you talking about? How am I supposed to beat a demon like that? Soju managed a weak smile. You can do it. I believe in you. Those words hit him like a physical blow. The system judged her intentions as completely sincere. The wheels of fate always turn. Powerless. His future had been decided the very moment he was born into this world. He was just a lonely boy, one who always longed to fit in with his friends who were all born with special talents. Though he lived among them, he walked a completely different path. The boy clutched his bag strap, darkness seeming to close in around him. But there was one person who still believed in him, his mother. She had always told him that talent wasn't everything, and so he tried his absolute best not to get left behind. Then came the day his uncle's debt fell on his shoulders. He could almost hear the desperate screams. His mother apologized, saying it was her fault he had no talent. It was because of her that he realized all those comforting words were just to ease her own guilty conscience. The emotions he felt then weren't anger or sadness. The only thing he felt was a strange, hollow relief. Isn't this better? This way, he could finally give up. Darkness seemed to embrace him. If no one believes in you anymore, no one can be disappointed, either. The excuse that he had tried so hard for nothing now filled him with self-disgust. He had run away from everything once before. Back then, he had nothing. The chains of fate held him tight, but the battles of his past began to play out like a film. That memory replayed endlessly in his mind. Damdok and Bark-Twet, always smiling, always looking forward, but now, everything was different. People had put their faith in him. Damdok slowly drank the entire recovery potion, feeling blessings begin to envelop his body. Sheer determination flooded through him. He had one chance. The system window was still floating right there in the air. Divine power began to surge within him. Damdok let out a small smile, dropping the empty vial. Soju, he thought, you really are something else. The vial tumbled through the air, falling to the ground. The moment it hit, a sudden gust of wind swept past. He wasn't running away this time. Before Neptune could even blink, Damdok swept Soju into his arms, moving with an impossible speed that left his enemy stunned. Damdok gently set her down on the ground. Rest now. I'll be back soon. Behind him, Neptune coiled like a panther. He lunged for Damdok's back, but in an instant, the sword Bark-Twet was in his hand, its razor-sharp tip aimed right for Neptune's eye. Neptune barely managed to dodge the blade. Damdok's eyes burned with pure killing intent as he felt power coursing through him. He moved with impossible agility. His movements were so fast they became nothing but streaks of white light. I have a chance, he thought. But Neptune just gritted his teeth. Don't you get cocky. A vicious purple energy suddenly shrouded the god's scepter. This scepter's power will run you through, so this was his new limit. Damdok clenched his jaw. He knew he was stronger, yes, but the gap between them was still immense. He suddenly lost his balance as the image of an injured Soju flashed through his mind. Damdok's hand clenched, desperately trying to hold on to that last shred of hope. He couldn't be pushed back. He threw a desperate punch straight at Neptune as red bloomed in the water around them. In his eyes, there was only one target. Faster. Neptune was forced onto the defensive as Damdok's mind screamed for more speed. The arm blocking his furious assault began to weaken and drop, but Damdok didn't stop, not for a second. Faster still. Neptune's vision blurred into a sea of white. He felt an incredible force suddenly seize his wrist. The once weak human was now fighting like an absolute monster. Damdok had become a machine. He relentlessly attacked the enemy before him, giving him no room to breathe. Red fluid streamed from Neptune's mouth. He attacked like a man possessed, until Bark-Twet finally returned. Suddenly, Neptune grabbed him by the collar. The god began gathering power. Up close, Damdok realized what was happening, and slammed a kick straight into his stomach. Using the momentum, Damdok easily dodged the counterattack. The god flew into a rage, attacking wildly. This time, I will destroy you. Just then, Bark-Twet materialized right behind Damdok. Neptune's power exploded, turning everything pure white. When the energy cleared, Damdok had been thrown back by a shield. Still, his body was covered in cuts and scratches of all sizes. Neptune was slowly breaking free of his restraints. Purple light flared from the god's hands. He leveled his scepter at Dandok's face. Did you really think this could hold me? Just then, Poseidon arrived, taking in the scene. Water dragon, shockwave. In a flash, he transformed into a massive dragon. The dragon opened its maw, unleashing an attack right at Neptune. Countless bubbles rose as the water churned into chaos. Poseidon let out a breath. Finally, he's taken care of. The air was thick with smoke and dust. No one could see a thing. Neptune was taking a serious beating, and he was absolutely furious. All right then, his power exploded outwards, plunging everything into a raging storm. I will end all of this, Dandok roared back. I won't let you end anything. The system instantly responded. Transfer all divine power into Bark Twit. The sword in his hand erupted in a brilliant golden light. That blinding radiance was enough to wake Soju. Kindness isn't about proving yourself to others, but even a fool could understand what drove Dandok now. It was like he was finally seeing the chains that had held him back his entire life. A life spent being looked down upon. This was the first time someone had truly believed in him. Soju could feel that profound change in Dandok's very being. He focused that immense power into a single line, slashing straight at Neptune. He couldn't let her down. And with that, a flood of notifications appeared. Congratulations! You have defeated the forgotten god, Neptune. You have fulfilled the conditions for evolution with the final blow. The brilliant golden light seemed to banish all the darkness the forgotten god had brought. Through the final blow, you have absorbed power from the forgotten god, Neptune. Moon Lake level 0. Moon Lake level 1. Moon Lake has leveled up. Dandok's eyes widened in disbelief as his vision started to blur. I did it. And with that, he lost all strength and collapsed. At last, a bright smile spread across Soju's face. When Dandok slowly opened his eyes, he saw a blurry figure standing over him. Dandok immediately shot upright. Poseidon looked down at him. You're awake, the god said slowly. While you were unconscious, I took the liberty of healing your wounds and restoring your clothes. Dandok paid it no mind, barely moving his hand. Poseidon rested his chin on his palm, saying he was deeply grateful for him defeating Neptune. However, putting that aside, he had a question. He stared down into the palm of his hand. Thanks to your victory over Neptune, most of his power has returned to me. But that strange blue light is slowly vanishing. A piece of that power was lost the moment you delivered the final blow. It might only be a fragment, but it's still potent enough to reshape this world's order, or drown it in absolute chaos. The system flashed red with warnings as his intuition activated. Detecting killing intent, the god's aim was dangerously close to hostile. Poseidon's eyes were sharp as blades. So he asked him, what exactly do you plan to do with that power? The god's majestic pressure nearly crushed Dandok as he reeled from the system's warning. Poseidon's talent, the eyes of the deep sea, was piercing right through him. His heart pounded. It was that very talent. Is he testing me? Dandok grew tense. He knew lying to this being would be a terrible idea. Plus, that killing intent felt all too real. One wrong answer, and he would likely get erased on the spot. Dandok met Poseidon's gaze with a steady one of his own, stating that he never targeted Neptune for his power. But if he allows it, he will do everything in his power to become a god that everyone will have to acknowledge. The god repeated his words, surprised. Acknowledged by everyone? Dandok showed no fear, staring back like he was seeing his past self. Poseidon smirked to himself, thinking how naive. As if observing the birth of a new god, he rose to his feet. You're surprisingly direct and honest. That troublesome gate has been destroyed, and I've met a clever new god. There's no reason not to celebrate. Poseidon boomed enthusiastically. Prepare a feast. The people below roared with approval. Everyone was laughing and talking. Dandok made his way over to Soju, and his voice made her jump. There you are. We need to talk. But before Dandok could continue, Bakeseal on his shoulder suddenly reacted. Before he could finish his sentence, it excitedly jumped off. Bakeseal leaped right into Soju's arms, making him shout, Hey, Bakeseal, now's not the time. Hearing its master, Bakeseal just gave a gentle shake of its head. Get back here so I can talk to her. Dandok's face just went completely blank. Look at that thing, acting so high and mighty just because it leveled up. You don't even care about other people, so why do you like Soju so much? Just then, he suddenly bumped into someone. Next thing he knew, other girls were crowding around Soju to talk. What are you all doing here? Dandok tried to speak but was being squeezed by the crowd. I was in the middle of talking to her. The other girl was thrilled. Thank you so much for what you did last time. He felt completely helpless. It seemed like no one even noticed him, their attention completely focused on Soju. Dandok was absolutely powerless. I was talking to her first, but just then, a chill ran down his spine. Poseidon placed a hand on his shoulder. There you are. He cheerfully grabbed Dan-Doc. Before your shift is over, we have a lot to talk about. He immediately started to struggle. No, I refuse. Soju glanced over as he was dragged away. Poseidon just let out a wild laugh. I like your bluntness. I like it. How about working for me? Seeing Dan-Doc's confused face, Soju appeared completely calm. We've met sooner than expected this time around. She looked up at her system screen, her 1869th reincarnation. She steeled her resolve. Let's succeed together in this life. On the island, a voice rang out. Well done. You have passed all of your tests. Dan-Doc held a card in his hand, the instructor's voice still echoing in his ears. Congratulations, this is your hunter certificate. He was ecstatic to finally have it, not to mention he got a 6-star evaluation on his first try. Hunters throughout the universe are ranked by stars. The sun was as blinding as ever, and below it were screams that never ended. Yong-Ah was shouting non-stop, daring to enter a gate and dungeon without a certificate. All that, and you people really just let a criminal like him walk away? Dan-Doc sighed. He was still the same, and he was still yelling, Let go of me! I'll destroy all of you! Dan-Doc could only manage a wry smile. What a poor bastard. His eardrums were about to give out. He looked at Bexiol, who was limp on his shoulder. It felt a bit heavier had it grown bigger. Dan-Doc's gaze drifted into the distance. Now that he thought about it, Bexiol had leveled up too. He felt a little helpless picturing the future. What if it keeps growing and one day just goes off on its own? It seems to really like Soju too. Bexiol suddenly nuzzled his cheek, and he felt a wave of contentment. As if this adorable little thing would do that. How could you ever leave for her? Bexiol, you like me more than Soju, right? Soju leaned against a wall. You seem to be in good spirits, but that wouldn't last. She glanced at him. Follow me. As promised, I'll tell you everything. The things you need to know and what's coming in the future. Dan-Doc's expression grew serious as she spoke. About the end of this world. Ragnarok. As they drove along the road, Dan-Doc suddenly spoke up. No matter how I look at it, you're just weird. He watched the girl drive calmly. Seriously, who are you? Soyu's face was a complete mask. Is that what you're wondering? Then, she began her story. A year ago, a part-time job window for the gods just suddenly appeared right in front of me, and thanks to the rewards from those jobs, I got stronger, eventually becoming a mid-tier god myself. Dan-Doc was completely stunned. Then I gained a talent called prophecy. Her gaze darkened. I couldn't see everything, but Soyu looked as if she was lost in another dimension. I saw a horrifying vision of the future. Her face in that vision couldn't hide its shock. A war between the gods was about to break out. But Soyu's voice remained calm. Sometimes, the names of gods change depending on the mythology, like Zeus and Jupiter, Poseidon and Neptune, Eros and Cupid. She slowed down. In short, the gods forgotten by the past are coming back to reclaim their names through the gates. They use them to build their power. A gate is basically a farming ground for the ancient gods to grow their strength. Once the ancient gods regain all their power inside the gates, the new world Ragnarok will begin. Dan-Doc's face filled with absolute terror. He couldn't help but argue back. Wait a second. A gate has appeared in the human world too, so you explained everything. To give humanity a fighting chance, dungeons were created in a similar form to the gates. They were made to train humanity. Dan-Doc gritted his teeth. A training area? He flashed back to every life or death moment since the dungeons appeared. To all the people injured, even killed. Dan-Doc screamed. And you're telling me dungeons are just a training area? Soyu replied. You saw Neptune for yourself, you have to understand. The memory of Neptune stepping back flashed in his mind, and that was before he could focus his full power. Yet he was still that monstrously strong. She just kept her eyes on the road. The gates are a place that even the gods can barely handle. Cracks began to form on a massive chain. The more energy the gods manage to gather, the harder it is for us to stop the disasters at the gates. Soyu frowned. So when Ragnarok finally hits, not a single god will step up to protect the human world. The crushing reality of her words filled the car with silence. Only her voice echoed in the car. It's obvious humanity still has no idea what's coming. Soyu's grip tightened on the wheel. The thought of a being like Neptune suddenly appearing in the middle of the city filled Dan-Doc with pure dread. The entire surrounding area would be wiped out in an instant. His face went pale. So that's how it is. Now, all the pieces were clicking together. The events of the past few months replayed in his mind like a slow-motion film. The appearance of the dungeons, the talents and skills that mirrored God's abilities, and the item drops from monsters. It was all just like a video game. All of it. That brilliant light in the sky signaling the apocalypse. It was all one final gift. A gift from the gods to humanity. Dandok slammed a fist on his thigh. Damn it. So in the end, we're on our own. What? If even gods can't stop the gates, how are humans supposed to? So Yu met his eyes in the mirror. I will help you. You can do it. In the future I saw, you faced the gates and protected the world. She looked at him with dead seriousness. So you stopped the car. So I'm going to do everything in my power to help you become that person. We're here, so you said. Dandok, surprised they'd arrived so fast, stepped out of the car. I guess I was too distracted to even notice we'd arrived. Dandok smiled. Thanks for the ride. But his smile vanished, completely stunned by the scene before him. It was a massive banner. Hot news. New 6. Star Hunter. Dandok. Reporters were shoving each other in a chaotic mob. He's here. Get ready. Dandok was frozen solid. Sir, can we please get a quick interview? The corner of his mouth twitched. Hey, so you, are we at the right place? I think you brought me somewhere else. But when he turned around, he saw Soyu's car already speeding away. Hey, didn't you say you were going to help me? A system window popped up. Your reputation is increasing. Your divine power is increasing. Beside him, his own screaming continued. Come back here. Soyu. 1 month later, the media was still buzzing. Everyone, look. That's Dandok, the 6-star hunter who cleared 3 dungeons in just 1 month. Dandok stood on a mountain, listening to the news. As the person who's cleared the most dungeons this month, he has accumulated items worth millions of dollars. Dandok's face was completely drained. Being famous isn't all it's cracked up to be. This was his only way to increase his divine power. But still, he sighed. No matter what was going on, the reporters were always latched onto him, all because he was a 6-star hunter. His gaze shifted with a flicker of annoyance. Meanwhile, Bai Shui seemed pretty surprised by all the attention. Dandok looked down at the little furball, asking if it knew it had its own fan club, famous without even lifting a paw. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Then maybe you should try working a little harder. It was Soju, her expression as indifferent as ever. She said his fame would soon become his power, but the thought of the future just made him tense up. The battles to come would be much more difficult. Soju continued coldly. Are you still going to face that cruel destiny of yours? A system window popped up. His divine power had exceeded 25,000. A prompt appeared. Will you accept Apollo's request? He didn't hesitate for a second. Dandok felt a sense of calm wash over him. He had been wondering what to do, but the world ending? That just wasn't fair at all. His eyes were dead serious. I get it now. I'm not going to sit back and wait anymore. Soju let out a small smile as she activated the portal. I knew you would say that. A mysterious blue light enveloped them both. Let's go. They arrived in the world of the gods' part-timers. Apollo snapped his fingers. Welcome, my little chicks. A strange, brilliant golden light radiated from his entire body. Apollo smirked. It's quite an honor for you to become a part-timer for the great Apollo. Dandok was stunned, seeing the sun right there in front of him. It was incredibly bright. Apollo laughed with satisfaction. Of course it's bright. It is, after all, a representation of me. Dandok could only manage a forced smile in response. The god just wouldn't stop bragging. You think so too, don't you? Even the sun chariot is beautiful because it resembles me. It has smooth curves, just like my body. Hearing him praise himself so proudly, Soju could only sigh while Dandok's face went completely blank. Even so, it's still no match for my perfection. Have you ever heard about how perfect I am? Ever since I was born, I've just gotten more and more perfect. On the flying chariot, Dandok was still struggling to process Apollo's words. How could anyone praise themselves so relentlessly? He wondered if the guy was some kind of extreme narcissist. Thank heavens, it's dawn. Soju gripped the chariot's reins tightly. I was just about to punch him, but Dandok had a strangely eager look on his face. Still, it was fun, wasn't it? Soju just couldn't understand. Fun? What part of that was fun? He seemed genuinely thrilled. It's always dungeon building or dog training. Doing something worthy of a god's name is way better. Dandok beamed. When will I ever get another chance to pull the sun across the sky? The look of utter helplessness on Soju's face was unmistakable. You don't actually believe this is the real sun, do you? Even a child would know better. With those cold words, Soju shattered his illusion completely. This was just a fake sun, created from Apollo's own power. It simply flew across the sky, circling to match the timing of the real sunrise. Suddenly, Dandok's eyes started to well up with tears. Honestly, deep down I kind of knew. But damn it. Let's be real. He had absolutely no idea, so it was okay to cry. He angrily snatched the reins back in frustration. Then why would he even do all this? He asked. Soju turned her head away. It's because everyone looks up to the sky. Down below, the people suddenly fell to their knees. If we do this, people will believe in and worship the sun god. By gaining people's faith this way, Apollo's divine power increases. That, she explained, is how he became the sun god in the first place. Dandok couldn't believe his ears. What the hell? Isn't this just a scam? Soju, however, remained completely nonchalant. It is a scam, she confirmed. He's just a con artist who devours the faith of human beings. She closed her eyes. Even so, there's no need for you to worry. Returning to her usual seriousness, she said, just focus on your job. You remember the reward for this part-time job, don't you? And with that, she urged the chariot to go even faster. At this incredible speed, Dandok couldn't help but be impressed. So, let's hurry up and get this job done. Soju, you're a pretty good driver. Have you ever driven a chariot before? Soju just sighed in response. Of course. I've done this part-time job countless times already. I could do it with my eyes closed. He was completely shocked. What? This isn't your first time doing this? Dandok shot a sideways glance at her. Apollo didn't seem to recognize her at all. Soju thought to herself that the god was usually a little slow on the uptake, but this time, Dandok was surprisingly sharp. He would know if she was lying. She decided to ignore him, simply saying, Apollo is just showing off. Of course, she said. He wouldn't remember me because he only ever cares about himself. She let out a long sigh. So even after coming here countless times, he still had no memory of her. They continued their talk, completely unaware they were being watched. A pack of ferocious sun wolves was staring right at them. The pack splits, swarming the flying vehicle from every angle as a system window suddenly pops up before a stunned Dandok. His intuition skill activates. These sun wolves are absolutely ferocious, but Dandok quickly gets his panicked mount under control. But wait, what are they doing? The horse is suddenly calm, and Soju immediately senses that something is deeply wrong here. This is bizarre. Sunwolves never appear on this road. His eyes go wide in disbelief. Sunwolves, really? They look like hellhounds. Just then, the special skill, Alpha Dog, activates. Soju gets to her feet and says, all right then. She's ready for a fight, but Dandok immediately stops her cold. No, he yells. I'm fighting them, Soju warns him. Dandok, this is way out of your league. If their fur touches you, it'll burn you right to the bone. Dandok pauses for a second. But to become the hero from the prophecy, he grabs his sword and leaps out to face them. I have to be able to handle a pack this size, he declares, his eyes burning with confidence. Besides, I already have a plan. A sun wolf lunges right into his attack but dodges at the last second. It rears its head back, letting out a furious howl. He grips his sword tight. Watch closely, this is how I win. Then he unleashes a flurry of slashes as fast as the wind. He's moving so fast, the sun wolves can't even react, forcing them to take the hits. Seizing the opening, Dandok closes the distance. He gets right in a wolf's face, placing his hand on its head. Black smoke immediately starts sizzling from his skin on contact. Dandok winces. Damn it, even cooled down it's still scorching hot. Just then, another system notification appears. A new skill, Power of the Water God. The blessing of the waves will now envelop your body. Water begins to swirl around him. The heat is gone. All right, with this power, I can do this. With renewed strength, he presses down hard on the sun wolf's head. And boom, the system confirms it. Special skill, Alpha Dog, activated. Number of followers, 33. A satisfied smirk crosses his face. All right, one left. Soju is just stunned, watching him play around with the deadly sun wolf. Then, a small smile breaks across her face. She can't help but find him fascinating. She recalls how shy he used to be. When they first met, he was nothing but a clown. Completely useless, unable to do a single thing right. Back then, Dandok was a total amateur, but he never let it get him down. No matter how tough it got, no matter how hard he struggled, he just kept pushing forward. Slowly, but surely, improving. To anyone else, his progress looked meaningless. 2 failures. 3. 100, it didn't matter. He kept grinding, improving inch by agonizing inch. Soju's own past comes to mind as she watches. She realizes Dandok has been relentlessly improving himself, non-stop, to reach this very level. Failing 1,869 times is no small thing. Now, Soju's eyes are fixed on every single one of his successes. She realizes with certainty he's the one who can destroy that thing. Her entire rebirth was for this purpose. Meanwhile, Dandok is just having a blast. All right, you two Sunwolf 1 and Sunwolf 2. The entire pack now follows his command. You'll stay by my side and help. A confident grin spreads across his face. Let's go hunt the rest. Flanked by his 2 new wolves, he smiles and gives the order. Now. The second the word leaves his lips, his new alpha growls, teeth bared, ready to attack at a moment's notice. He drops his hand the silent command to attack. At the same time, he roars out loud. Go get 'em, my little puppies. Just like that, his 2 son wolves launch forward like missiles, immediately tearing into their former packmates without the slightest hesitation. Dandok sees the betrayed look on one wolf's face as its snout gets scratched, and he just bursts out laughing. Confused, aren't you? Getting attacked by your own friends all of a sudden? He taunts. And you can see the shock in the son wolf's eyes. Then he leaps down from above, sword swinging. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're all friends again soon. He yells, delivering one clean circular slash. And with that, Dandok takes out 2 more sun wolves in a single move, landing gracefully on the back of another one. Right on cue, another notification appears. Special skill. Alpha Dog. Activated. He looks back to see 2 more sun wolves trailing him. Dandok is ecstatic, shouting out, 2 more. The system screen instantly updates. Number of followers. 40. After the intense battle, Dandok finally takes a moment to breathe. He smiles, petting the wolf he's riding, and says, All right then, time to tame the rest of them, he declares. And right on cue, a congratulatory message from the system pops up. Because his number of followers has now surpassed 40, a new line of text appears. A support skill for his Alpha Dog ability has been unlocked. This catches him completely off guard. His eyes go wide as he wonders, a support skill for Alpha Dog? It's like the system read his mind. The screen displays the info for the Alpha Dog's new support skill. And the name of the skill itself is just, Whoa. You can now assemble all of your tamed hounds at once. No matter the command, they will obey with absolute, unwavering loyalty. The more he reads, the more excited he gets. A single thought flashes through his mind. I can summon all of my hounds, every single one I've tamed. But then he remembers the other dogs he has, and his expression darkens with thought. Besides his newly tamed wolves, his old death hounds haven't been very useful. But maybe now, things are about to change. An image of a Cerberus flashed through Dandok's mind. What if he summoned one? He let out an amused chuckle. Watching them fight would be a blast, right? But his daydream was cut short by Jusoju's scream, Hurry up and tame the rest of them. Along with her scolding, literal sparks flew over Dandok's head. The most terrifying thing isn't when they're alone, she warned. It's when the sun wolves feel threatened, they have a terrifying ability to merge into one. The moment she finished speaking, Dandok's eyes shot up to see a colossal sun wolf hovering right above him. It opened its massive crimson maw, gathering immense power as a gigantic fireball started to form within its jaws. Then, the sun wolf fired the fireball straight towards Dandok and Apollo's 4-horse chariot. Watching the scorching heat race towards him, his eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a world-shaking explosion. The sun chariot was completely obliterated. But thankfully, Soju was quick enough to grab Dandok. He'd been careless again at the most crucial moment. Dazed, he finally cried out, Jusoju? She shot him a cold look before speaking. I really can't take my eyes off you for a second, she said, her voice softening into a warning. If you understand, then hurry. We don't have any time. Dandok shouted in a panic. Wait, Jusoju, what about the sun chariot? However, Soju's next words sent a chill of absolute horror down his spine. Both that sun wolf and the sun chariot fell down into the village below. Seeing his stunned face, she frowned. I didn't want to say anything because you'd just overthink it. Soju began to explain. The moment the sun wolf appeared, every surrounding village was in danger, so evacuating the one where it fell is our top priority. Elsewhere, a little girl was frantically running, trying to escape the scorching flames that were consuming everything around her. But as she ran, a shadow suddenly blotted out the light, causing her to stop and glance back over her shoulder. Realizing a giant stone pillar was toppling down on her, she let out a despairing scream. But just as she thought it was over, the pillar was suddenly sliced in two. Dandok appeared before her, urging, Get to safety, now. And with that, he dashed straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, Dandok had already closed the distance with the giant sunwolf. However, he was immediately swatted in the face by its massive claw. Dandok quickly jumped to the side, narrowly dodging its sharp talons. Seeing its prey escape, the sunwolf's eyes burned with rage as it suddenly opened its massive red mouth, aiming to swallow him whole. Staring at the sharp teeth right in his face, Dandok froze, his eyes wide in shock. A faint smile then crossed his face as he calmly muttered, Even when the sunwolves combine. At that moment, the massive, three-headed Sergio appeared right behind him. Dandok whispered, "I'm sure you're still no match for Sergio." As he finished, Sergio lunged forward, clamping its jaws onto the Sun Wolf's neck. Dandok commanded with a frown, "Hold it down, Cerberus." Then he raised his sword. As Dandok spoke, a plume of smoke appeared. "It's time to end this." The villagers watched the scene unfold, murmuring in absolute awe, Who is that man? Appearing from the sky and taking down that monster so easily," one of them said. Just then, Soju stepped forward and replied to the man's astonishment, "He is you, Dandok." Gazing at Dandok's proud figure, she gently introduced him again. "The one who bears that God's name is you, Dandok." The man stared, repeating, "You, Dandok." Seeing this, Soju couldn't help but smile. My goodness, he's stealing the entire spotlight. A little while later, the Sun Wolf was now siphoning back all the flames it had previously spewed out. Looking at the obedient creature, Dandok smiled in approval. "Good boy, you're behaving now. So shouldn't you take responsibility for this battlefield?" As he spoke, he was suddenly struck by a thought. Dandok whipped his head around to the other wolves standing behind him and yelled, "Hey, you guys! You dare to sit around while I'm not looking?" Seeing them try to avoid work, he rolled his eyes and muttered, "I swear, they'll just start slacking off again if I'm not watching." At that moment, the man from before approached him, calling out, "Lord Yu Dandok." He then dropped to his knees in gratitude, causing Dandok's eyes to nearly pop out of his head. "We are eternally grateful. On behalf of the village, I want to offer you this gift." A flustered Dandok cried out, "It's really okay. Besides, this all happened because of our own carelessness. Please, stand up." The man, however, refused. "No, it is because a god has shown concern for us. We sincerely thank you for the mercy you've shown." Then the man's eyes suddenly rolled back in his head as he shouted, "Therefore, from now on, we will show our gratitude to you every month with our most prosperous offerings." The man roared to the heavens, "Long live God, you Dandok! Long live Damdok!" The man cheered, only to realize the hero in question had already vanished. "Oh, Lord Damdok, where did he go?" Elsewhere, far from the crowd, Damdok was leaning against a pillar, panting and muttering to himself. What did that guy even want to give him? "Soju, what kind of insane rumors have you been spreading to make everyone act like this?" He looked to the heavens and sighed. "Either way, I am in so much trouble." The memory of the scorched chariot made his heart sink. The chariot was a complete write-off, utterly destroyed. Its fake son had even been eaten by that sun-devouring wolf. Then he remembered his promise to Apollo. His part-time gig for Apollo still had a week left on the clock. What was he going to do? Just then, Soju appeared from behind. "What do you mean, what to do?" she said. "We'll just make a new one." Hearing that, Damdok's eyes went wide as he stammered. "Make a son? Who?" he muttered to himself. "I'm not exactly good with my hands." But Soju just gave him a look of contempt. "Not you." She rolled her eyes, adding, "It's someone you know very well." In another part of the realm, Hephaestus was hammering away at his forge. After hearing Soju's suggestion, Damdok frowned in thought. Hephaestus, huh?" he asked curiously. "You must have a boatload of money, right? To get him to build an entire sun." Soju, however, answered coldly, "Money? There isn't any." That was not the answer he was expecting to hear. Damdok froze mid-step, his eyes bulging in sheer disbelief. He scowled at her and yelled, "Are you completely insane? I don't care how close you are with Hephaestus. Asking him to forge a sun for free is..." But before he could even finish, Soju cut him right off. "Just shut up and follow me." Being ignored made Damdok absolutely furious. He hurried to catch up with her, shouting, "How in the world is he going to agree? I bet Hephaestus refuses. Let's make a bet. The loser would have to grant the winner a single wish." After a short walk, they arrived. Hephaestus heard the request and just let out a hearty laugh. "Of course. Absolutely," he boomed. "I owe you more than I can count. This is nothing." He puffed out his chest and gave a deadline. "Just give me 3 days." Standing off to the side, Damdok watched this unfold, completely baffled. What kind of debt makes someone agree to build a sun for free? With that problem solved, the two of them turned and left. Damdok scratched his head, watching Soju walk ahead of him in confusion. "You said you wanted to talk?" he asked. "What's so important we had to come all the way out here?" She stared straight ahead as she spoke. "You said the loser has to grant the winner one wish, right?" Soju continued. "Before I tell you what I want, there's something I need to tell you." Seeing her suddenly serious expression, Damdok nervously agreed. "Okay, what is it?" Why was she making the mood so tense? Soju then turned to face him and laid out her demand. "Damdok, to prevent the foretold end of the world, the war between the gods, you must begin to gather priests." Hearing that, Damdok raised an eyebrow and repeated blankly. Priests? Seeing his totally clueless look, Soju sighed and began to explain. Once a lesser god's divine power surpasses 50,000, they gain the ability known as God's Call. That ability allows you to summon priests at any time to fight by your side on the battlefield. Hearing this, Damdok started to tremble. You have to be joking, right? He asked, before shouting in a panic. I can't just go around announcing that I'm actually a god. I'm not even a real god. But Soju just looked at him coldly. Even so, you still have to do it. You can't stop the coming war by yourself. And then she added another bombshell. But you can gather priests who come from other dimensions. In the prophecy, you and 12 priests will be the ones to stop the war. This was all getting way too complicated. Damdok's head throbbed. Hold on, I can't process all this at once. Not 1 or 2 priests, but 12 of them? He asked, completely bewildered. And what do you mean, other dimensions? Staring at the towering mountains before them, Soju quietly explained. Right now, you can only work part-time in these 6 realms. But she paused for a moment before continuing. If you keep gathering more divine power, you'll soon be strong enough to take part-time jobs in other dimensions too. Damdok stopped to think. Other dimensions? Just working in the world of Greek mythology was already exhausting enough. As if sensing his anxiety, Soju tried to comfort him. Don't worry too much. The first priest is right here, in our dimension, and they'll be more than happy to help you. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered. Ah, you did say you'd grant me 1 wish, didn't you? I just remembered. The next day, the brand new sun began its slow ascent over the mountains. Gazing at the brilliant light, all the people craned their necks to see. They immediately fell to their knees, showing their deepest respect for the god of the sun. But at that exact moment, a scrawny man suddenly looked up, raising an eyebrow. Damdok? Who in the world is that? The person next to him quickly filled him in. Oh, you don't know? He's the god who defeated the sun-devouring wolf in the next village. They looked at the rainbow banner fluttering behind the sun chariot. A woman reluctantly chimed in. It seems Lord Apollo treasures him so much that he put his name right on the chariot. Meanwhile, Damdok was trembling, biting his lip. He couldn't hold it in any longer and screamed, his face bright red. I know you want to raise my divine power, but this is just humiliating. Soju simply arched an eyebrow, unfazed. You said you'd agree to anything, didn't you? She countered. My goal is to unlock the call of the god ability through this little part-time gig. Soju murmured to herself. In the time we have left, we need to boost your reputation as high as it can possibly go. Aboard the sun chariot, Damdok's agonized scream echoed once more. Even so, you don't have to do it like this. The scene shifts to a stone room with just a single window, where Damdok sat cross-legged, fiddling with the system screen. A message popped onto the display. SS Sharpshooter purchase successful. Damdok smiled to himself, thinking, all right, this would be a game-changer for long-range combat. He frowned, recalling the battle with Neptune. Having only Wave Slash made things incredibly difficult. One wrong move back then, and he would have been dead. With that sobering thought, he tapped the new text on the screen. Now then, I guess I should check the divine power I earned, he muttered, feeling completely flustered as the system loaded. I seriously lost sleep over that stupid sign. But when the information finally appeared, Damdok was absolutely stunned. Divine power was 50,011, and the Call of the God ability was now unlocked. Only those filled with fear can register as priests. Staring at the massive number, his jaw dropped as he trembled. What the heck? How did my divine power increase by this much? Did that monstrous thing actually work? That ridiculous sign? Just as he was processing the shock, a creepy face leaned in. What are you looking at? A dark voice asked. Seeing Apollo appear from nowhere, Damdok jumped, his eyes wide. You scared me. Apollo just smiled and offered a hand to steady him. The main system prevents others from peeking. So what's the big deal? But those words only made Damdok more suspicious. Main system? He wondered. Is he talking about my status window? Though his mind was racing, he managed a strained smile and replied. Right. Apollo then smiled slyly. By the way, did anything interesting happen? Damdok didn't bother hiding anything and told him the whole story. A few sunwolves attacked us, but I took care of them. Hearing this, Apollo let out a cry of genuine surprise. Then, a knowing smile crossed his face. Those troublesome wolves, huh? Excellent. After a pause, Apollo suddenly spoke up again. I kind of like Saf. Kind of lida. Kind of laugh. Kind of like Sizzin Screen. In that case, I'll give you a special service and a little gift as well. As he said this, a new notification flashed on the system screen. It read, Received Apollo's self-healing skill. At that moment, Apollo was transferring the ability directly to Dan-Doc. Looking at his hand now glowing with a faint golden light, he raised an eyebrow. Self-healing? At that, Apollo on the side burst into an arrogant laugh. That's right. You can only obtain that skill by doing your part-time job with absolute sincerity. His booming laughter echoed through the room. There are tons of gods who'd kill for that skill and can't get it. The noise was so loud it even startled the sleeping Snow White awake. Seeing the creature climb up on him, Dan-Doc gently stroked its head. Oh, Snow White, you're awake? Since you're up, mind lending me your power for a second? In response, Snow White let out a happy little chirp of agreement. As Snow White transformed into a dagger, Apollo tilted his head, intrigued. Dan-Doc then made a small cut on the tip of his own finger. He had to test this skill out. Immediately, the self-healing ability kicked in. Watching the wound slowly close up, he raised an eyebrow, surprised. It's a little on the slow side, but it heals completely. He then murmured quietly, "Pretty cool." Just then, Snow White changed back to its original form and started licking the cut on his fingertip. The sight was so adorable Dan-Doc's heart completely melted. He asked happily, "Snow White, are you licking my hand because I used you to cut myself?" While it didn't answer, its worried eyes said everything. Just then, Apollo, full of questions, moved closer to get a better look. Is that a mythical creature that can transform into a weapon? Impressive. Snow White, for its part, seemed to absolutely hate the guy. As if connecting the dots, Apollo asked quietly, "You have a taming skill, don't you?" Remembering the hellhounds and sunwolves, Dan-Doc replied hesitantly, "Yeah, I guess so." Confused, he then asked, "Why do you want to know?" At that, Apollo sighed dramatically. "I've been dealing with a rather annoying problem lately. I'm trying to figure out how to raise them." He stroked his chin, confiding, "I am so sick and tired of them constantly biting and chewing on my son." But as Apollo was complaining, a burst of flame flared to life, causing his pupils to shrink in utter astonishment. He had been wondering how to raise sun wolves. And now, seeing a pair behaving perfectly in Dan-Doc's hands, Apollo could only stare in disbelief. He'd never heard of any god being able to tame a sun wolf, not a single one. Watching the two creatures play together in the man's arms, Apollo's jaw was on the floor. He thought to himself, a lower god can do something that the other gods couldn't possibly achieve? Snapping out of his shock, Apollo finally shouted, "Can you teach me how to tame them?" But Dan-Doc, now completely surrounded by the sunwolves, simply smiled back at him. Seeing the doubt in Dan-Doc's eyes, Apollo just smiled and offered a condition. "All right then." But Dan-Doc had one condition of his own: teach him archery. Most know Apollo as the sun god, but he's also the god of art, music, and the bow. The scene shifts to a forest, where Apollo is giving his student some serious instructions. He tells him to focus his power into his fingertips to form a bow, demonstrating as he speaks, then to hold his breath and draw the string. Apollo releases his hand, locks onto the target, and fires. The arrow flies true, piercing clean through a red apple. After the demonstration, Apollo smiles and turns back. "That's it," he says. "Easier than you thought, right?" But Dan-Doc is just speechless. "Easy?" Dan-Doc's eyes went wide. He'd underestimated the god for acting so casual, but then he saw the insane distance to the target and was completely stunned. This was a feat that only a true god could ever hope to accomplish. And with that, their intense training sessions began. To his surprise, Apollo's archery training was incredibly harsh. It's already been 1 month since he started learning in the divine realm. Dan-Doc shouts in excitement he finally understands what archery is all about. He thinks back. Until now, his only options for improving his skills were watching YouTube or copying the movements of dwarves and soldiers. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Dan-Doc realizes that learning directly from a god is on a completely different level. He's thrilled thinking about what the future holds for him. If he combines the skills he already has with the new ones from a god, Dan-Doc looks to the sky, confident he'll be able to reach a whole new level. Just then, Soju walks over. It's time to go back. Holding Snow White, she reminds him that there isn't much time before he meets the first priest. Dan-Doc nods in agreement. Okay, but where's Apollo? He wants to say goodbye before he leaves. Soju recalls what she saw earlier, and replies that he's busy playing with the sunwolves. Hearing this, Dan-Doc smiles naively, saying he must be close to them. He then starts confidently bragging about his own animal taming skills. He learned one thing working at an animal cafe: every dog can be tamed just by being nice to it. But Soju shuts him down with a cold voice, telling him that method would only work if he got extremely lucky. She then raises an eyebrow and asks him, what if it doesn't work? As if he heard a joke, Dan-Doc waves his hand and laughs it off, saying he'll just keep trying until it works. Seeing how reckless he is, Soju scolds him. He needs to think about the consequences, but Dan-Dok just smiles it away, telling her she worries too much. His divine power has increased, he's gained new abilities, and he's learned new skills. Nothing could be better. The scene changes to a dark, gloomy forest. Inside a castle, Hades looks out the window and asks in a low voice, "Is your information accurate?" A servant bows respectfully and reports that yes, he checked many times before coming. He's certain Cerberus was summoned to another world without his permission. Hearing this, Hades seethes with rage, growling, "How dare you?" In that instant, the glass window shatters from the sheer force of Hades' fury. He roars, "Who are you to do this to Cerberus, the symbol of the underworld?" Then he turns with a terrifying face, vowing to kill whoever it is. He glances at the iron bars, now destroyed by his own power. He declares that the fool will taste what it means to offend him, the king of the underworld. The scene then shifts back to the guild building. Suddenly, the system screen starts flashing with various notifications. A message appears. Your swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Below, chopped up logs litter the ground. Another notification pops up as he swings his sword again, slicing through another piece of wood. Your swordsmanship proficiency has increased. Dan-Dok frowns, glad he can train here. But he stops, turning to her to ask, "Hey, Chu Soju, are you sure that priest is coming here?" Soju just glances at her phone nonchalantly and tells him to wait a little longer. Dan-Dok looks at the massive pile of logs he's already gone through and mutters that he's been training alone for a week, and because he's by himself, his swordsmanship and divine power are progressing way too slowly. He complains that this time would be better spent on a part-time job. "Are you even listening?" But Soju pays him no mind at all. She stares intently at her phone screen and exclaims, "Found it." Hearing this, a confused Dan-Dok asks back, "Found what? Did you find the priest?" But Soju has already turned to leave. "Oh no," she says, "I found a part-time job. Wait here, I'll be right back." Seeing this, he raises his voice. "You're going to get a job by yourself? Then I have to go too." Soju immediately shoots him down. "No, you have to stay here." Dan-Dok yells in anger, "Are you trying to be selfish and do it all alone? Where are you going?" Faced with his outburst, she just calmly says it's a long story. Watching Soju's retreating figure, Dan-Dok stomps his foot and yells in pure frustration. It's been a whole week, not a single sign. How could anyone expect him to just keep waiting when there's no telling when he'd show? Getting a part-time job seemed way better than this. But right on cue, Yong-ah appeared with a sneer. "Guess the poor really do love part-time work, huh?" That sudden, grating voice from behind made him jump, his brow furrowing in annoyance. Ugh, that voice. Could it be? And there he was, the ever-arrogant Yong-ah, declaring, "It's so obvious you were just pretending to be a hunter. But now that things got tough, you're scrambling for a real job?" Dan-Dok gasped his name under his breath. "Yong-ah." The guy strolled closer, laughing. "Smart move. People with no talent should stick to what they're good for." Dan-Dok's face was a mask of sheer exhaustion. "This again. Don't you ever get tired? And what are you doing at the Gold Hunter Guild? I thought you were with another guild." As he spoke, a bizarre thought suddenly shot through his mind. Wait a second. Could this guy? He couldn't possibly be that priest, could he? Oh God, please no. Seeing his expression, Yong-ah laughed mockingly. "Huh? You came all the way here and you still don't know?" He gave Dan-Dok a look of pure contempt. "There's a taming competition today." His eyes then darted over to Snowy, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "And what are you planning to do with that useless cat? Like owner, like pet?" Then the bragging started. "This one? I brought it all the way back from a dungeon in Germany. It's got the bloodline of a death hound. You need something of this caliber to win." That seemed to be enough for him. Yong-ah walked past, patting his shoulder. "Stop causing trouble and go to your part-time job. Today's an important day. I don't have time to deal with you." But those words sparked a brand new plan in Dan-Dok's mind. A taming competition, he thought? A short while later, inside an arena roaring with the crowd's excitement, the MC's voice boomed through the speakers. And now, the score for contestant number 9, Yong-ah. He swaggered onto the field, soaking in the announcer's praise. 39 points. That's the highest score ever recorded in the history of this competition. Yong-ah thought to himself with pure satisfaction. With this beast, he'd score even higher. His eyes then scanned the audience, locking onto a tall man standing in the center. He made a silent declaration. This is his chance to show his father just how amazing his son truly is. That man was Jang Guk. The guildmaster of Izid, Korea's #1 guild. Yong-ah's brow furrowed with determination. "For sure, I will prove that I am worthy of inheriting Izid." Just then, the MC spoke up. "Now for our final contestant. To describe this person, he's been the hottest topic in all of Korea lately. The moment the MC's voice hit, Yong-A's head snapped around in a panic. Introducing contestant number 10. And right after, a sharp claw surrounded by blazing fire filled the screen. Dan-Dok strode out confidently with the Sun Wolf as the announcer roared. We will now begin the evaluation of Dan-Dok's taming skill. One judge cried out in pure shock. I've been a judge for years, but this is the first time I've ever seen this species. Another stared at the paper in his hand and screamed. A hound that breathes fire. This is a completely new species, never seen before. The MC's amazed praise only made Yong-A's expression darken even more. This is going to cause a storm in the competition. He gritted his teeth and growled, that bastard. While he was fuming, Dan-Dok walked over and clapped his shoulder with a mocking smile. You were so excited earlier, weren't you? Dan-Dok glanced over at his Sun Wolf, who was currently bullying Yong-A's hound, and let out a provocative laugh. You can act tough all you want, but it's useless. Think that little sad-faced pet of yours can actually help you win? He couldn't take it anymore. Yong-A snarled through clenched teeth. You son of a bitch, that look on your face. He completely lost it, grabbing Dan-Dok's collar. Why do you always get in my way, you bastard? Just then, Jang-Guka came down from the stands, shouting, If you want to stay in this competition, shut your mouth. Have you lost your mind? Seeing his father, Yong-A immediately backed down, stammering, Father, it's not like that. But he was cut off by an angry command. Enough. Be quiet before I send you to another international exchange program. Jang-Guka then turned to Dan-Dok with a sincere apology. That kid has caused some trouble. On his behalf, I apologize to you. Dan-Dok simply nodded. It's all right. But in his head, he was reeling. He never thought he'd meet the man himself right here. Looking at the man before him, he thought, Jang-Guk. Ah, the leader of Korea's biggest guild. The guild leader smiled warmly. You've matured since the last time. It's been a while, Dan-Dok, he replied happily. Yes, it has been. The man raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry about him, just ignore it. Just think of him as having some mental issues. Standing off to the side, Yong-A heard every word, his lips pressed into a thin line of pure, unadulterated rage. Later, the moment he entered a private room, he started smashing flower vases in a blind fury. Damn it! Yong-A was panting with rage, clawing at his hair. It's always the same with Dad, always comparing me to some nobody who has nothing to do with me. Damn it all! Yong-A's eyes looked like they were about to pop as he roared. Ever since that bastard showed up. Nothing has gone right. Just then, Baekwoon's playful voice cut through the chaos. Why so angry? He smiled, probing. Are you mad at someone? But Yong-A just screamed back. Get out! Why are you so late? Baekwoon, however, paid him no mind at all, continuing his game. I was in the middle of a match. The event is over, and the sight of Dong-A is making his blood boil. A total psycho, breaking a promise to his father over a stupid game. He grinds his teeth in pure hatred, thinking that just because their dad spoils him, he can do whatever the hell he wants. Both of these bastards are exactly the same, and right then, a wicked idea begins to form in his mind as a sly grin spreads across his face. That's right, scumbags like them should just tear each other apart. The scene shifts to outside the building as afternoon fades into evening. Suddenly, Dan-Dok's suspicious voice cuts in. Hey, Chu Soju, do you have any clue what happened while you were at your part-time job? He smiles as he recounts the story, saying she really should have seen the look on Dong-A's face. Pure devastation. Dan-Dok then lets out a wicked grin of his own. Man, he says, that felt incredible. At that moment, Soju, standing right next to him, suddenly freezes. Her eyes dart behind them. He's right here, you know. Dan-Dok, still focused on his system window, looks up confused. Who? Just then, a new notification flashes onto the screen. Intuition activated. Killing intent detected. Behind them, Bak-Van appears, his voice breaking the silence. You're due Dan-Dok, right? He lets out a sigh, drawing his sword. It seems you've already seen my brother's ugly side. Dan-Dok can only stare in shock as the boy smiles. Try not to hate me too much. And with that, Bak-Van swings his sword right at them. This is Bak-Van, the top hunter in Isid. It's nothing personal, he says with a laugh. Meanwhile, in another room, Dong-A is leaning back, sighing. Bak-Van, Isid's most elite member, and the one who got all their father's love. The thought makes him scowl. He was born with an SS rank innate talent for swordsmanship, an absolute prodigy who mastered the blade by age 10. And with his arrogant, violent personality, he'd beat opponents half to death, earning him the nickname the White Demon. The thought makes him laugh softly to himself. This time, you're in for a very fun surprise, Dan-Dok. Back in the fight, Dan-Dok instantly summons his sword, managing to block Bak-Van's powerful attack. The boy is stunned that he blocked it. Seizing the opportunity, Damdok channels his strength and knocks Bakvan's blade aside. He gives a taunting smile. For a sneak attack, that was honestly pretty disappointing. Then, he launches himself forward like a lightning bolt. As he swings his own sword, Damdok asks, "Dung A sent you, didn't he?" Bakvan barely manages to leap away. The spot where he was just standing cracks into 1,000 pieces. Alright, now he has a pretty good idea of this kid's level. Suddenly, a trickle of syrup runs down Bakvan's face. His expression darkens as he mutters, "You're interesting." He wipes the streak off his cheek. "I was planning to end this early," he states. Bakvan lowers into a ready stance, his voice dropping low. "If you're going to blame anyone, blame yourself." In the blink of an eye, he moves. So fast he's nothing but an afterimage. A few strands of Damdok's hair are sliced off. In the next instant, Bakvan appears right before his eyes, sword already in mid-swing. The result is a critical hit that cracks the very ground beneath them. Damdok takes the hit, gritting his teeth. This guy's movements, they suddenly. Before he can finish, Bakvan is right in his face again. "Right arm or left?" he asks manically. "Which one should I cut off first?" Seeing that unhinged expression, Damdok's eyes widen. Damn it, this kid is one tough opponent. He's even fulfilled the first condition. He remembers what Soju told him. The first condition is to inspire awe. She had reminded him with a raised eyebrow. There's more than one way, but the easiest is to show an overwhelming difference in power. Seeing Damdok lost in thought, Bakvan roars in fury. "Try running your mouth again, you bastard." He then stomps the ground, shattering it. With a single slash, Bakvan draws a bit of that strange syrup from his arm. The sudden pain makes Damdok curse under his breath. Damn it! How can this kid be better with a sword than him, the sword god? Does that even make any sense? So how is he supposed to make this kid feel awe? With no time to think, Bakvan spins around, swinging his sword once more. This time, though, he dodges the attack. Damdok retreats, putting distance between them as Bakvan charges forward relentlessly. His eyes narrow, calculating. Facing this kid with just a sword in hand is going to be a serious problem. Looking at the raging kid, Damdok grits his teeth. But whoever said he had to fight with just a sword? And then, he transforms the divine blade. What he does next makes Bakvan's eyes go wide with pure shock and disbelief. His hand, now covered in heavy armor, has caught the razor-sharp blade. "What is that?" Bakvan shouts. Right as Damdok activates a skill, he immediately slams a massive fist into Bakvan's face. The Dwarven Hammer Punch. Outside the guild building, the day remains peaceful. But inside the training room, Damdok watches the kid take the punch and can only think he's insane. He's still gripping his sword. He exclaims in shock, "You actually took that hit?" With a swollen face, Bakvan just spits back. "Shut your mouth, swordsman. Using your fists like some kind of coward?" Hearing that, Damdok just smirks. There's a level you can't reach by only using a sword. He continues the taunt. "And if you don't even know that, then you're still just a little kid." Hearing that, Baekwoon shouted back, "Shut up, I just let my guard down." Seeing the kid was still all talk, Damdok cracked his knuckles and asked, "Oh really? Should we go another round then? Hopefully you won't let your guard down again." Seeing him get ready to strike, Baekwoon finally panicked. He screamed out, "Wait!" What followed were agonizing cries that echoed through the heavens. That evening, back at Damdok's house, he sat there, anxiously shaking his leg. Damdok frowned and muttered, "I left a message saying he could come find me if he was mad. Is that little bastard gonna find me first?" he thought, remembering the absolute beatdown he'd given Baekwoon, after I completely thrashed him like that. Hearing this, Soju turned and replied, "Anyone else probably wouldn't, but if it's Baekwoon, I'm sure he'll come looking for you first." Damdok just furrowed his brow, completely drained. Why does this feel even more tiring than my part-time god job? Then, he hesitated and asked another question. "Did you say I have to satisfy 3 conditions? To recruit a priest, you must fulfill the 3 conditions below. First, you must make them fear and respect you. Second, you have to let them know they will become a priest. Finally, they must accept everything and swear an oath that they will become your priest." The more he thought, the more tangled it got, and Damdok yelled out, "Why are all these steps so freaking complicated?" Seeing this, Soju explained, "That's why even after unlocking the God's Call, the majority of people still can't use it." Damdok raised an eyebrow and shot back, "So why don't you use it? You're a mid-tier god. You should have unlocked the God's Call ages ago, right? You've definitely got more than enough power." But Soju avoided his gaze and said, Due to some special circumstances, I can't use it." Hearing that just made him even more curious. Why not? What circumstances? But this time, Soju didn't answer him at all. He frowned. What's this feeling? Should I not have asked? Then, Soju spoke up calmly. I'm not telling you because I'm lazy. Hearing that, Damn Doc exploded. You little. Meanwhile, outside, Baek-woon was just about to open the door, but he suddenly froze, trembling from the shouting inside. As if sensing something, Damn Doc looked towards the door and said, "Oh, looks like he's here." His next words made the eavesdropping Baek-woon jump out of his skin. What are you doing out there? If you're here, then come in. Don't just stand there lurking. He awkwardly yelled back, "Shut up. I'm just here to ask you something and then I'm leaving. Got it?" But Damn Doc just burst out laughing at his reaction. Baek-woon didn't step inside, asking with a red face, "What in the world are you? Are you a martial artist? Or a swordsman?" Damn Doc raised an eyebrow and replied, "As you've already seen, I can be both a swordsman and a martial artist." At that, Baek-woon furiously kicked the door and stormed in, yelling, "Nonsense! There's no genius alive who can master both fields." He demanded, "Swordsmanship or martial arts? Which one is it?" Damn Doc just clicked his tongue, thinking it over. "If you don't believe me, we can always go for another round." Seeing the dangerous look in his eyes, Baek-woon immediately backed off, stammering, "Wait a second. I didn't come here to fight." He mumbled with a blush, "I just wanted to analyze the reason I lost." Seeing that reaction, Damn Doc narrowed his eyes. "You really don't know why you lost?" He then stood up and declared, "You lost because of that." Then Damn Doc finished with a sly grin, "And I'm not telling you." Baek-woon, who was waiting eagerly, absolutely lost it. "Why not?" Damn Doc suddenly leaned in with a dark smile. "If you ask with that kind of rude attitude, who would ever want to tell you?" And then, Damn Doc laid out his condition with a sneer. "If you really want to know, try this," he said with a twisted smile. "How about saying, 'Brother Damn Doc, please take me as your disciple'?" Baek-woon was so furious his mouth started twitching. He stammered, then turned away decisively. "I'd rather bite my own tongue off and die. Just forget it, I'm leaving." Baek-woon seethed internally, thinking, "I can't believe this guy. He actually wants me to call him brother." The thought of Yong-ah just made him angrier. It took me 15 years to call that fool Yong-ah my brother. And now this guy I just met expects it? Not a chance in hell. Damn Doc blocked his path just as he was about to leave. He started dropping hints. "I was just thinking about teaching you some secret martial arts techniques. With those, it would be the perfect method." But what a shame, what a waste. Damn Doc's gaze sharpened. His pride was making him deny the reason he lost. But watching him squirm, he knew Baek-woon had already figured it out deep down. Combining swordsmanship and martial arts has a massive effect in battle, and he needs it if he wants to get stronger. Damn Doc pushed him again. "Just forget it. Let's pretend this conversation never happened," he calculated. Guys like him need to be messed with a little. Baek-woon gritted his teeth, finally forcing out 2 words, "Brother." Damn Doc leaned in, teasing him. "What was that?" "I'm sorry. You're too quiet. I can't hear a thing." Baek-woon's face flushed with shame, but he made up his mind. "Fine, let's just get this over with." He clenched his hands into fists, thinking to himself, "After I master martial arts, I'm going to stomp all over this Damn Doc guy." Baek-woon shouted nervously, "Brother Dan Doc, please accept me as your disciple." Dan Doc just smiled, patting his shoulder. "All right, little brother. I'll teach you all my martial arts secrets," he continued with a grin. "But first, this big brother needs you to do something. There are a few conditions to becoming my student." The plan was to turn him into a priest. And the first condition, to surprise him, had just been successfully cleared. As a representative of a god, he could travel through the gates and into the worlds of the gods themselves. Dan Doc had worried that asking him to dedicate his life to a god was a bit much. But hey, it's just like a video game, right? And surprisingly, Baek-woon accepted it with ease. Just like that, the priest's oath was officially complete. No hitches whatsoever. Baek-woon threw a powerful punch. Dan Doc praised him. "All right, that's enough for today." He admitted the kid was following his instructions pretty well. Baek-woon asked awkwardly, "Is that really true?" Dan Doc simply asked him back. "Why would I lie?" He smirked, thinking to himself that the kid's ability to learn was way better than he'd anticipated. That defensive posture made Dan Doc wonder, did he really pick that up from just a single punch? That stance made him curious. At this rate, he'd be able to execute the dwarf hammer punch in no time. Dan Doc gave the signal. "Now, link everything you've learned together, and then we'll take a break." Hearing this, Baek-woon was shocked. Again? He wiped the sweat from his face and complained, "You're a really strict teacher." Still, Baek-woon got into his stance. The system announced, "Your priest has acquired the 1-2 combination skill." As the technique was unleashed, another notification appeared. Your combat power has increased slightly. Dandok watched with immense satisfaction. Even though the conditions were tough, the priest system was pretty solid. When Baek-woon got stronger, Dandok would become stronger too. Night fell, and the lights of the training hall flickered on. A scream echoed through the building. Why? Why? Baek-woon was absolutely furious. Why can't I go to the dungeon I plan to attack? He whined. I heard there's a guaranteed ancient language skill book in there. Dandok covered his ears and replied, I told you already. Do I have to repeat myself? Baek-woon shot back at him. What? The War of the Gods? Fine. Stopping a war is a good thing. He roared at Dandok. But that means I need to get into those dungeons even more. Why are we going to these useless gates instead? Dandok let out a long sigh, remembering he hadn't told the kid the full story. So of course, this reaction was expected. This must be how Ju Soju felt, because he'd acted the exact same way not too long ago. He tried to calm him down. All right. Just calm down. Then Dandok explained with a serious tone. Listen carefully. We're going to the gates to see when the War of the Gods will happen. We're also going to find the other guardians, from the other worlds. That is our mission. Before he could finish, Baek-woon cut him off. Whatever. I don't care. If we have to go to the gates, then I'm not going. Dandok's face darkened. He was finally starting to understand Ju Soju's methods. He remembered her saying, just follow me. So Dandok snapped, grabbing Baek-woon's throat. Why, you little punk? When I say go, you go, Ju Soju calmly commented. Every problem has a solution. Holding his phone, a stage clear notification popped up, shocking Baek-woon. What? I already beat this game? He muttered. I wonder if they got there safely. Baek-woon frowned. I should have gone with them. He threw his phone down in frustration. No. Why am I worrying about stuff like that? I carefully planned and paid a fortune for 10 pieces of intel on that dungeon. Baek-woon seethed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He screamed, does he have any idea how hard I worked to find it? Suddenly, Baek-woon noticed something. A bright light appeared in the room, and a dazed Baek-woon materialized right in front of them. Dandok was impressed. You can really summon him from anywhere. This ability is incredible. But Baek-woon just charged at him, demanding, What? What is going on? Dandok put up his guard. You think I summoned you with my own divine power? A monster appeared right behind Baek-woon. Dandok simply said, Calm down and catch that thing. Baek-woon took a step back. A moment later, Baek-woon had dealt with it swiftly. Dandok was intrigued and praised him. Good. Now let's go clean up the rest. Baek-woon was annoyed. What is this? Seriously? No, I'm not going. So Dandok challenged him. Fine. Then just stay there. I'll just teleport you. A system notification appeared. Your priest will be summoned before you. Baek-woon finally gave in. Fine. I'll go myself, so stop doing that. Sweat dripped down Dandok's face as he sighed in relief. Well, that ended pretty quickly. He turned and assessed the situation. Baek-woon was already putting the martial arts skills to use, the same skills I taught him. He smirked. You seem to really like that dwarf hammer punch, huh? Baek-woon instantly flew into a rage. That's not happening. If the research on the gate is done, then it's time to go. He still had games to play, but Dandok just provoked him. Leave? We're only just getting started. With a snap of his fingers, power flared. This gate was just a quick stop. Their real destination was somewhere else entirely. The system announced that Du Damdok's 2,300 reputation points would now be consumed. They were transferring to another dimension. A magic circle ignited beneath Baek-woon's feet as Damdok stepped forward. You heard me. Baek-woon's eyes widened in disbelief. You bastard. And with that, all three of them were teleported to a new location. Baek-woon was ecstatic. This was a world of magic. A magnificent building appeared right before them. People were walking along the road. Damdok looked around, completely amazed. This place was nothing like what he'd imagined. Soju squinted at him, asking what he had pictured. In this strange new place, Damdok wondered how they were supposed to find a priest. He didn't even know what she looked like. She calmly replied, Don't worry, she's easy to find. On a screen, an image of a beautiful woman appeared. It was her Adele Cezanne, age 27. She had just been awarded Best Actress in a magic-themed film. Damdok's jaw dropped. An actress? Why would someone so famous want to be his priest? Soju calmly told him to focus on the other priests, who were much harder to find. Baek-woon, now intrigued, chimed in, repeatedly telling him, You look pretty happy about this. Let's go. But she warned that the actress wasn't as simple as he was. Hearing that, Baek-woon immediately fired back. Are you calling me simple? He yelled. You think I'm a pushover just because I let things slide? Fine. Let's get this straight then. Soju didn't waste words, she just took him down. Damdok advised, seriously. I told you so. Chu Soju is way stronger than me. Defeated, he just mumbled, I'm sorry. She then reassured the group, don't worry about finding her. Soju explained that according to a prophecy, Adele Cezanne comes to the Magic Academy every Friday. Bargvan was a little shocked. In this world, 27-year-olds still go to school? She explained, no, Adele Cezanne is a special case. You can find out the rest yourself. For now, follow me. We have somewhere to be. The scene shifts to the Magic Academy. Damdok bows, introducing himself. Hello, my name is Du Damdok. I'm a new student starting today. I hope we can all get along. Internally, however, Damdok was cursing. Going to school at his age? He wondered if Chu Soju had planned this all along when she said she'd be working her part-time job alone. A voice suddenly whispered near his ear. Hey, is that him? The total failure who only got in through the principal's recommendation. Other snickers could be heard around the room. I heard his mana evaluation came back as 0. He can hear you, you know. Damdok thought to himself that this place was just as awful as any other. His gaze turned to ice. He could feel how everyone was separated by their skill level. Just then, a clap echoed through the room. All right, everyone, settle down. The teacher smiled at Damdok. There are plenty of empty seats, so you can sit anywhere. Everyone, get ready. He simply gave a cold nod. He walked forward, already having a specific spot in mind. His eyes landed on Cezanne, sitting right in front of him. He figured that people with similar body issues tend to bond, so he decided to sit right next to Cezanne. Damdok approached her. Mind if I sit here? Cezanne narrowed her eyes. Do whatever you want. He happily took the seat. Thanks, let's get along. By the way, do you know where the magic training room is? It's my first time here, so I'm clueless. Damdok continued with a forced laugh. My next class is supposed to be there, but this is my first time on campus. He thought to himself he'd start with some small talk to break the ice. Who knew his part-time job skills would be useful for this? Damdok kept rambling, completely unaware that Cezanne was gritting her teeth in annoyance. Anyway, this classroom is huge. She planted her hands on the desk and stood up. Cezanne gave him a cold warning. Don't act like we're friends. You think just because we're in the same school you can get friendly with a celebrity? Her words sent a chill down his spine. If so, could you just get lost? I can't concentrate. Damdok immediately rushed to apologize to Cezanne. My apologies. Internally, he knew he'd completely blown their first conversation. Just then, the bell rang. Damdok wandered the hall, realizing he was in trouble. He had a magic class. Where the heck is Area A? He yelled, completely lost. As Damdok was walking, he overheard a voice from nearby. Adele Cezanne, you still remember your promise, don't you? If you can't graduate this year, you'll have to drop out and go back to acting. Cezanne replied, sounding utterly defeated. I know. But the man's words just made Cezanne clench her fists tightly. When are you finally going to realize? Damdok overheard their words, confirming what she already knew. He was just being stubborn. Mana deficiency syndrome. A condition he could never be cured of. A bright light flared to life. The instructor's voice echoed. Now everyone, feel your mana and imagine a flame. Immediately, it shot towards the bullseye. The teacher continued. Then, you will be able to fire a ball of fire. Damdok stared blankly for a moment before a smirk crossed his face. All right then. He raised his hand, shouting, Fireball! He went through a whole series of strange motions. Damdok gave a weak smile, thinking there was no way that method would actually work. He remembered trying to use holy power instead of magic, just to see if anything would happen. Just to be sure, he tried a different stance, but it was no use. Magic only worked with mana. The other students erupted in laughter. What in the world are you doing? One of them sneered. Damdok shot back. Can't you see? I'm practicing my magic. The student scoffed. That? Did you work at a circus before coming here? Cezanne glanced over, her eyes narrowing. The confrontation between Damdok and the other student had caught her attention. Hey, try that funny pose one more time. Damdok's anger finally flared. Stop distracting me and mind your own business. Suddenly, a new voice called out from behind him. Hey, Cezanne nudged Damdok's shoulder. I need to talk to you. Stay in the classroom after school. As the academy bathed in twilight, she finally spoke to him. Cezanne got straight to the point. Damdok, you don't have any mana, do you? You can't even use it. It's painful to watch you practice. So why don't you just give up on magic? Damdok's expression turned serious as he replied, Don't you think it's pathetic, projecting your own frustrations onto other people? A bead of sweat ran down Cezanne's face. She looked away, completely flustered by his words. What are you talking about? Dan Doc asked her directly. You have mana deficiency syndrome, don't you? Saison stood there in stunned silence. It's a rare condition that makes it impossible for the person to use mana, no matter how much they might have in their body. She trembled, trying to keep her composure. How did you know that? Mana deficiency syndrome, a rare, incurable disease, and it was the very same dreadful disease that had completely shattered her own dreams. So that was it? Someone else was in her exact same situation. Thinking of Dan Doc, Saison didn't feel sympathy. Instead, she glared at him with pure contempt. She found herself hating him. His very existence was a constant reminder that no matter how hard she tried, she could never become a great mage. But I'm still trying, she screamed in pure rage. I have suffered time and time again. I've tried so hard without ever stopping. But then, those words came back to haunt Saison. How long are you going to act like such a child? You have to know when it's time to give up on things that just aren't meant for you. Saison covered her face, defeated. I took it all out on you. I really am pathetic. But then Dan Doc made her an offer. I'll help you use magic. But he also had a condition. But I'm going to need your help in return, all right? Saison shouted. Didn't you hear me? No matter how hard I try, I can't do it. Even entry-level magic is difficult for me. What could someone like you, with no mana, possibly do to help me? Dan Doc held up a single finger. 1 week, he promised. By then, I'll show you that I can use magic. She couldn't believe it. 1 week? Are you joking? Why don't you try using a basic spell before making such a crazy claim? As the sun set, Dan Doc made his proposal. Later, Soju discussed it with him. You told her you'd learn magic in 1 week? She couldn't help but facepalm. Where do you get this confidence from? He answered sheepishly. I know it was a little impulsive, but I didn't have any other choice back then. If I didn't do something, I'd just be looked down on forever. Soju considered his words, but this really is the only way to get her attention. She's only interested in magic, after all. But she was still calculating the odds. Even so, learning magic in just 1 week? Dan Doc had a suggestion. Isn't there some prophecy about me learning magic in 1 week? Soju looked down, her expression unreadable. Magic-related abilities aren't sold in the God's shop. It takes a long time just to acquire mana and learn how to use it. Even in his previous life, it took him 3 whole months. Of course, that's a different story if we take on a hidden job. In 2 months, the forgotten god of magic, Carlos, will appear when he comes to destroy this very magic city. The magic god Voma will post a job, an urgent request for help to stop the destruction caused by a gate. One of the rewards for that quest will be magic abilities. Soju sighed. It seems there's no other way but to take that job. Hearing that, Dan Doc immediately asked her, I can do that? How? Soju hesitated, worried that telling him too much would affect his development. She decided to let him absorb it all gradually. She cleared her throat. In 2 months, a gate will explode, and the forgotten god Carlos will appear. Soju continued, when that happens, you'll take on the part-time job posted by Voma. So, just tell Saison to wait for 2 months. That is the best way. But Dan Doc suddenly smiled, and asked her, is that really necessary? He insisted his plan would work immediately. But Soju was skeptical, asking how he could possibly be so sure. He just answered with total confidence. Don't worry, I've got it all figured out, Dan Doc explained, beginning to lay out his master plan. Wang Mao only posts part-time jobs when he thinks the city is in actual danger, right? So then, his next words made Soju's eyes go wide. We pretend to be monsters from the gate. He'll have no choice but to offer us the job. She could only stammer, "Wah what?" before the insane logic of it all finally dawned on her. The scene shifts to a sparkling, crystal city. For 1 to 1,000, 8 to 169 of Dan Doc's resurrections, everything had always been the same. But this Dan Doc, he seemed different. She smiled slightly. Soju finally nodded in agreement. I think that plan's going to be difficult, she warned him bluntly. If you're not careful, you're going to die. Dan Doc just laughed it off. Not a problem. He pointed right at Soju. You're going to be the one playing the warrior, not me. After all, you're the strongest of us all. She just swatted his hand away, completely unimpressed. A piercing scream ripped through the air as the scene shifted to Wang Mao's temple. Dan Doc scanned the area. More of them than I thought. Okay, I'll hide here. You go cause a scene. Bakvan stared, wide-eyed, as Soju just sighed. He couldn't take it anymore and exploded at Dan Doc. Hey, you said we were going to fight a god. How did it turn into this? Dan Doc quickly shushed him with a low warning. Who said anything about fighting? I just told you to be the bait. It's the same thing, Bakvan screamed. You're telling me to go die. Dan Doc turned on him. Who do you think you're raising your voice to? Want to die out there? or die right here by my hand. That was enough to make Bakvan submit. I'll go and be right back. The answer seemed to satisfy Dan Doc. Should have just said that from the start. Be careful, and don't get caught. With that, Bakvan stepped out before the temple's guards. Spotting him, a guard yelled out, "Who's there? You dare attack this place?" Bakvan just smirked back with a cold confidence. So arrogant. Some priest, he thought. More like a slave. The wizard guard raised his voice and issued another warning. "Stop. One more step and we will attack." He kept shouting warnings. Bakvan clenched his teeth. Those two were looking down on him. He leaped forward. The guard instantly summoned a firestorm, sending a vortex of flames hurtling straight towards Bakvan. "Just you wait, Dan Doc and Soju." He blocked the massive attack with a single sword swing, his face twisted with pure rage. "I am the great Bakvan. Once I master my arts, I'll make both of you bow down before me." He roared as he lunged at the guards in front of him. "Dan Doc, Soju, just die." A system notification popped into view. "Your priest has acquired Fire Slash. Attack." He is beginning to understand fire resistance. He has learned Fire Slash. Dan Doc stared, completely stunned. He must have been holding that in for a while. To create a new skill? The kid's a genius. He raised his hand, channeling his own divine power. "All right, guess I should finish this." The system appraised his skill. Roar. 3 monstrous creatures were summoned by Dan Doc. "Just play around," he told them, "and don't bite anyone." The wizard guards began to panic. Monsters are invading the temple. They threw up magical barriers. Shields up. Don't let a single one of them get inside. In the chaos, Soju easily slipped inside the temple. "Call for backup," a guard yelled. "Monsters from the gate are attacking." She took down 2 guards in an instant. They collapsed to the ground. Soju glanced around the room. Faster than I thought. Bakvan sat down looking completely bored. "I was worried because you said this was a strong god. What gives? Is it over already?" He lazily poked one of the downed guards, complaining, "Aren't these guards a little weak?" His words made Dan Doc frown with suspicion. "If we've made this much of a scene, he should have appeared by now," he muttered, completely unaware of the figure that had just appeared behind him. "What are you all doing here?" The cold voice made Dan Doc jump. He started to sweat, thinking, "Did he have to come from behind me?" Dan Doc stammered, "Who are you?" Wang Mao's reply was like ice. "I asked first. What are you doing here?" Dan Doc fought to keep his cool. "Calm down. If he wanted me dead, I'd already be gone. He must not know the full situation." Wang Mao narrowed his eyes as Dan Doc began to explain. "Some lunatics attacked the temple." He forced a laugh. "I just came to see what was going on. You know how it is when things like this happen. We're all gods, right? It's only natural to be a little curious. Are you underestimating me?" Wang Mao asked, stepping closer to Dan Doc with a threatening aura. "Yes, my temple was attacked in broad daylight, but do you really think you and I are on the same level?" Dan Doc quickly backpedaled. "No, of course not. That's not what I meant at all." A dangerous glint flashed in Wang Mao's eyes, while Dan Doc could only manage a nervous smile. Then, he simply patted Dan Doc on the shoulder. Dan Doc flinched. "Your clothes are covered in dust. You should stand up." Wang Mao adjusted his own robes and said politely, "My language was a bit rough. I apologize for being so rude." Dan Doc was taken aback. No, it's fine," Wang Mao explained. "I was merely checking to see if you were telling the truth. And I sense no malicious intent from you. You're just a god who has nothing to do with me." Hearing that, Dan Doc decided to add to his story. "There's no way I would attack the temple in the middle of the day." At that moment, Soju noticed Wang Mao and saw the two of them laughing together. Wang Mao admits the first impression was a bit rough. But no matter. He simply states, "So these are the monsters that appear from the gate." Baekwoon is immediately curious about the two. "Who is this guy with the weird hair? He looks dangerous, doesn't he?" Soju just grabs his shirt, telling him, "First, we get out of here. Get ready to run." And with that, she takes off, pulling Baekwoon along before he can even react. They vanish in a flash, leaving a surprised Wang Mao behind. "Oh, my. They're already gone. It's going to be tough to catch them now." Dan Doc calculates silently, not that he had any intention of chasing them. He activates his system, thinking he can't lower his guard just yet. Her plan? If he gives chase, she'll hit the button. A system window pops up. Spatial teleportation. Destination: South Korea. Target: Baekwoon and Chu Soju. Will you use 2,300 divinity points for spatial teleportation? There were a few solid reasons Soju went along with this plan. For one, there was Wang Mao's personality. He wasn't a fighter, and his only real passion was studying spirits. Back with the two men, Wang Mao finally asks Dan Doc, "So, where are you from?" The answer comes back quick. "South Korea." Wang Mao considers this. South Korea? He'd never heard of it. Another god had mentioned they were from a place called America. He wonders aloud if they're from the same dimension. Dan Doc hears this and freezes. An American? How could someone else have a system like his and Soju's? Wang Mao then gets straight to the point. "God from another world, I have a favor to ask you." Dan Doc's interest is piqued. "A favor?" He puffs out his chest, ready to agree. "If you need someone to hold back the gate, just leave it to me." But Wang Mao just laughs. "You're reliable, I'll give you that. But that's not my request." A butterfly flutters around his hand. He says that they call things from the gate evil, but even the smallest of insects have their own stories. Wang Mao continues. "The temple can always be rebuilt. If you happen to encounter them again, just punish them a little, and then let them return." He gently holds the butterfly, noting they actually live quite a sad existence. Dan Doc lets out a long sigh. It was all starting to make sense. He could finally see why this man lost, despite possessing so much power. According to Chu Soju's prophecy, a man named Carlos knew Wang Mao's gentle personality all too well. He used it to assassinate him, leaving a fatal wound. And if Carlos isn't stopped, this entire dimension will be swallowed whole by the gate. Wang Mao then releases the butterfly, letting it fly away. "That is why I must ask. Blend in with my people, and teach them magic." Meanwhile, monsters continue to pour from the gate. To him, it was a natural event, like a butterfly flapping its wings. But for the humans living here, it was a storm of pure despair, and if the monsters from the gate grew as powerful as they were before, there was simply no way his people could handle it. He looks away sadly. "I would go myself, but I must repair this temple. Who knows when that will be finished?" Looking at his fallen guards, he continues, "I would ask my priests, but they. So, will you help me?" But it's Wang Mao's next words that really get Dan Doc's attention. Of course, there would be a reward for helping him teach magic. "In return, I will help you use magic with ease." Dan Doc's eyes immediately light up. "Of course, that's my specialty. Just leave it all to me." Wang Mao looks delighted. "Really? Then I'm counting on you. I will inform the others so you can work without interruption." The scene shifts. We're now in the backyard of a magic academy where a group of students are gathered, whispering amongst themselves. "Come to think of it, I haven't seen him around lately." Another student scoffs. "Who? That talentless loser?" He waves his hand dismissively. It's obvious. He realized he had no talent and just gave up. Too bad. Seeing that desperate look on his face whenever he failed at magic. "Is that funny to you?" a professor shouts, silencing them. "Everyone, be quiet. It's time to focus on your classwork." A girl looks back, thinking to herself, "I have to leave school over this." Of course. What was she even hoping for? Like a fool, a pair of feet steps into view. "This place is a maze, huh? Has class already started?" The other students see him and start to snicker. "What? He actually showed up? Look at him, so calm even though he's late." The murmurs spread, and the professor's face darkens. But to show up now, of all times? This professor is known for being strict about tardiness. A student bites his lip. Here we go again. But the professor suddenly beams. "Dan Doc." "Oh my, High Priest, you've arrived." Dan Doc simply plays along with the greeting. "My apologies, I was held up in traffic." The professor continues to fawn over him, shocking the students. "Oh goodness, no need to apologize at all. It is my fault. I should have gone to escort you personally." He then shouts to the class, "Everyone, gather around right now. The High Priest, held in the highest esteem by Lord Wang Mao himself, Sir Dan Doc, will personally be teaching our magic class. Now, applaud." Dan Doc just smirks at their bewildered faces. He teases them. "It's been quite a while, hasn't it? What's with all the long faces? Was I the only one looking forward to seeing you all?" Finally, one student speaks up, questioning the professor. "What are you talking about?" he yells, pointing right at Dan Doc. "How can that bastard teach us anything?" He points right in his face. Everyone knows he has no mana. And he only got into this academy through connections. What can a guy like that teach us? The professor starts breaking out in a cold sweat. How dare this fool speak so brazenly, the professor thinks. But Dan Doc remains calm. "It's fine, relax." The professor grits his teeth. "But, sir, a handkerchief files." Dan Doc calmly states, "Let me handle this." The student doubles down, shouting, "I'll prove that this fraud has no right to teach any of us." A challenger proposed a one-on-one duel, roaring, "I'll help a talentless nobody like you wake up to reality." Dan Doc was silent, the entire space falling quiet. Facing the overconfident man, he offered a cold smile. I'll be generous and let you go first. He taunted him. Come on. His opponent immediately summoned a fire spell, a raging inferno that shot directly at Dan Doc. Dan Doc simply raised his hand and cast his own magic, completely absorbing the flame. The other guy's eyes went wide in disbelief. Then, creating a small flame of his own, Dan Doc mocked him. My turn, isn't it? He smirked. You better try and block this. Even for someone talented enough to use high-level magic, starting out is always brutally difficult. That's why he was about to share a bit of his power. 8th circle. Hellfire. Dan Doc summoned a cataclysmic power, leaving the other students to stare, jaws dropped in absolute awe. The challenger was now scared witless, crying and begging him to stop. Wait, I was wrong. Dan Doc simply waved his hand, redirecting the immense power. The magic blast ripped through the area, instantly destroying everything in its path. Dan Doc looked over. Sobered up yet? He then gave a warning to everyone present. Spread the word to anyone else who has a problem with me. From now on, this useless guy will be your teacher. The professor showered him with praise. Truly, the high priest. I never dreamed you could actually use an 8th circle magic spell, a feat no one else there could possibly accomplish. Dan Doc simply asked him, Thanks, but aren't you supposed to be teaching? Cezanne stared at the spectacle, completely stunned. A moment later, a hand slammed down on the table. Are you kidding me? She demanded. You expect me to agree to these conditions? Dan Doc was caught off guard by her fury. Calm down, he said, but she was having none of it. How am I supposed to calm down? Do you take me for a fool? He glanced around, thinking this reaction was maybe a little too easy. Dan Doc rushed to reassure her. Okay. Just calm down and listen to me. I'll explain everything, one step at a time. Cezanne finally sat down, but before Dan Doc could finish his sentence, she cut him off. Before you do, let me tell you something. He was interrupted mid-thought. I dislike everything about this. He could only manage a forced smile as Cezanne's voice rose. Are we clear? I have to show up whenever you call? I have to devote myself to you completely? Is this some kind of slave contract? She roared in pure rage. You call yourself a god, but you're no different than any other scumbag. Dan Doc tried to explain. Just think of it like a job. He stumbled over his words. Look, I'm not going to call you for stupid things. I just need your power to stop a future disaster, one that's coming soon. A vortex of chaos, Dan Doc explained, and a massive battle will follow. I'll do everything I can to help you overcome your mana deficiency and teach you magic. Cezanne slowly took in his words, clearly wanting to confirm them. You'll help cure my condition? Even when millions in gold couldn't save me from this? Dan Doc let out a small laugh, assuring her, There's no cure yet, but I'll do my best. In response, Cezanne slammed the table again. You're a con artist, aren't you? She screamed. If all you have are empty words, then I might as well call myself the god of magic. Dan Doc broke into a cold sweat, speechless. He turned to Soju. Is there any way to cure her instantly? Her reply was blunt. No. Soju glanced at him, thinking to herself it was impressive that he'd learned magic so fast and come this far, but convincing Udal Cezanne was always a challenge. Even a star of this world had a weakness. Cezanne stood there fuming, her arms crossed. Soju knew it was the mana deficiency talking. She suggested to Dan Doc, Give her some more time. A teacup sat on the table. There's still time before the gate explodes. But as they spoke, a violent tremor shook the room. So I'll teach you magic gradually. Dan Doc whipped his head around, just in time to see a portal opening and aiming straight for the town. Everyone looked outside in shock. What is that? Soju's eyes widened in realization. No way, we're still a month out. Why is Carlos here already? Seeing monsters swarm the sky, the people on the ground began screaming in panic. What are those things? Mom, where are you? Run. From a distance, Cezanne saw the pillar of light shoot skyward, her eyes wide with terror. She could only wonder, what is going on? Back inside, Dan Doc grilled Soju. What are you talking about? What do you mean that's Carlos? You said there was still time before he showed up. Are you sure it's him? As Soju confirmed it, Cezanne yelled, Why aren't you two running? Even Soju was breaking a sweat, feeling a deep sense of dread. Carlos had never appeared this quickly before, not even during the Sunwolf incident. It felt like this timeline was playing out completely differently. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flared to life right behind her. Soju spun around to face Dan Doc. Hey, why did you just draw your sword? You're not about to do something stupid, are you? She shouted a warning as he began to walk away without a word. Carlos is on a whole different level than Neptune, the unstable one from before. If you act rashly now, with things like this, I have no idea what will happen to you. But Dan Doc just shrugged it off. Well, it's not like we'll solve anything by just sitting here waiting, right? At that very moment, the system announced an emergency recruitment, calling for anyone with over 50,000 divine power. The user had just received the summons. Dandok glanced back with a smirk. Let's go. Looks like it's time for our part-time job. And with that, some time passed. The battle is raging. Gods, including Thor himself, are locked in a relentless fight against swarms of flying monsters. Damdok slices the head clean off a horned beast. Behind him, Soju, Saison, and Bak Van have paused their fight. He just grumbles about their numbers. No matter how many he cuts down, more keep swarming in. Soju remarks with a hint of sadness, it's a miracle he's gotten this far, considering his divine value. He's a god who asks for nothing, and yet he's the strongest deity in this entire world. Damdok scoffs, picturing it would take 50 of him just to match Wang Mao. He sighs, I figured that out teaching those kids. Carrying Saison, Soju lands beside him with a plan. We're blind here. For now, let's just hold the line and stop them from pouring out of that gate. She has complete faith that no matter what, Wang Mao can take on Carlos all by himself. Just as she says, once Carlos falls back, we'll make our next move. A terrifying red explosion rips through the sky behind them. Damdok whips around in shock. What was that? Carlos and Wang Mao should be right here. Suddenly, a voice echoes in all of their minds. To the gods holding back the gate, hear my words. The situation is beyond grim. Wang Mao's voice continues. It is shameful, but I must amend my request. Abandon everything you are protecting. Saison frowns, stunned as he continues, and focus on evacuating the people. I will buy time. Nearby, a confused Bak Van asks aloud, Is there a voice somewhere? Damdok looks to Soju. Is that? She just raises her head, her gaze fixed on the distance. A message from Wang Mao, she confirms. Instantly, the warriors and gods abandon the battlefield, moving as one. Saison watches them leave, her voice filled with panic. What's going on? Where is everyone going? What's happening? She freezes when she gets the answer. Wang Mao ordered us to retreat. Stuttering, she turns to Dam. Doc, retreat? What do you mean retreat? But then, her eyes drift to the monsters still perched on the rooftops. What about our village? She asks. She imagines people trapped in the rubble, her heart aching with worry. Beside her, Tran Xuandong murmurs, It's different from the prophecy, so I can't be sure. But then the bombshell. This entire space will be destroyed by Carlos. Saison's pupils shrink in pure horror. As a heavy rain begins to fall, she whispers, Lies. You're lying, right? Soju looks away, her voice filled with pain. I'm sorry, but Carlos isn't someone we can face. That answer isn't good enough. Saison grabs the god she trusted by the collar, shouting at Damdok, Can't you do something? There has to be a way, anything. But he can only turn away, unable to meet her gaze as he apologizes. Hearing that, Saison lets him go. She collapses to the ground, sobbing. How can you all give up so easily? She thinks of everyone fighting, the mages and the civilians helping the wounded. Through the rain, she looks up at Damdok. You said you were a god who saves people. Those words hit him like a physical blow, reminding him of a time he knelt on the ground in a rain just like this. He begged, please. He winces, that same old feeling of helpless loss reflected in his eyes. He remembers that weakness, that desperation. And now he stands here, watching Saison cry in the exact same way. Damdok's fist clenches. He makes a decision, summoning the god's shop window. Hey, you! Soju yells, but Damdok calms her down. Don't worry, Soju. I don't plan on dying. He taps the purchase interface. I just didn't think I'd have to use Wang Mao's value so soon. Just then, the system flashes a notification. Lion Armor of Hercules. Legendary. Its effect when worn. Defense increased by 500%. Mace of Hercules. Legendary. With a 100% chance to stun. It can stun any living creature. A note adds that because it's a set, his attack and defense are boosted against leader-class enemies. The equipment adjusts to fit him. Soju can only yell, You idiot, while Saison stares, completely lost. Damdok, now clad in the armor of Hercules, turns back with a grin. Take care of the others for me, Soju. At that same moment, over with Wang Mao. His body is covered in wounds as he struggles to stay airborne. Carlos looks up, taunting him. You think, this pathetic rain can wash away my dark power? He sneers, his red eyes glowing with malice. It disgusts me that I was ever your student. But Wang Mao just wipes the blood from his mouth. Even if you've lost your way, have you forgotten your place in my teachings? Hearing this, Carlos just throws his head back and laughs. Why can't you understand? You and the people here are the ones who are lost. Carlos clenches his fist as dark energy crackles around him, a malicious grin on his face. Why aren't you more ambitious? Isn't that a mage's true instinct? He summons swirling clusters of red energy. They writhe around him like chaotic threads as he screams, the path to pursuing greater power, and he unleashes them on the forest below. Boom! Watch this. This is what true magic looks like. And in an instant, Wang Mao conjured a swirling blue vortex, roaring that Carlos's dark magic existed only for destruction, a complete misuse of its true purpose. A true god, he declared, should only use their power to help humanity, launching the vortex skyward like a tree of life, shielding them from Carlos's vile red energy. But the madman just laughed, sneering. It doesn't matter what the purpose is. At the same time, he unleashed another blast of red energy, like twisted roots, to counter the shield. Wang Mao gritted his teeth, his hands outstretched as he struggled to maintain the barrier, realizing he couldn't hold on much longer. Suddenly, a massive fireball shot towards Carlos while he was gloating. The 8th Circle Hellfire. Watching the flames engulf Carlos, Wang Mao paused in shock. Dan Doc walked up casually, asking, "Looks like you're having a little trouble on your own, huh?" Startled, Wang Mao turned, asking who he was. Dan Doc, holding a golden orb of energy, simply replied, "Reinforcements have arrived." Wang Mao furiously shouted, "Why are you even here? Didn't you get the announcement? At your level, you're useless against Carlos, and I don't have any more divine power to give you. Leave this place immediately." But Dan Doc calmly replied that he didn't come for a reward. His next words stunned Wang Mao. After all, this mission's reward isn't worth more than people's lives. Then, with complete confidence, Dan Doc said, "I have a plan." Carlos broke free of the flames, cackling. What was that tiny little fire? He looked down, mocking them both. "Is this your new disciple? You must be truly desperate." He then conjured a dark red orb, screaming, "Fine, you can both burn to death together." Below, Wang Mao instantly threw up a circular magic shield to block Carlos's sinister attack, but the protective barrier struggled to hold against the crushing wave of red energy. Wang Mao gritted his teeth, shouting, "God of Korea! I can't hold on much longer." "What is your plan?" Dan Doc, holding the Mace of Hercules, yelled out his strategy. "Just one chance. I just need one opening to hit him, then we can nullify his power." Hearing this, Wang Mao glanced over, wondering, could it be that weapon? He then agreed to cooperate, stating, "I can create an opening for you. However, I don't have the strength left to protect you from his dark energy." Dan Doc stepped forward. "That's enough." The system announced he'd activated the skill. Whirlwind. Dan Doc soared into the air behind Carlos, swinging the mighty mace. "I have a trump card of my own," he yelled, bringing it down with full force, adding, "Hidden right here." But his eyes widened in disbelief. The Mace of Hercules only struck Carlos's outer energy shield. Stunned, he thought, "Damn it, with my power, I can't even lay a single finger on him." Suddenly, a sphere of dark energy trapped Dan Doc. Carlos floated above, grinning sadistically at his old master. "What do we do now, Wang Mao?" But Wang Mao only lowered his head in silence. "Your student is about to become a pile of ash." Then, Wang Mao quietly chanted an incantation, unleashing magical chains that wrapped around a stunned Carlos, who gasped. "A binding spell? Do you really think you can hold me with something like this?" With a resolute gaze, Wang Mao looked up. "This spell will only buy a few seconds, but for him, that's more than enough." Suddenly, behind Carlos, Dan Doc appeared inside a bubble of air as the system announced. "Neptune's blessing has been activated." Dan Doc grinned, ready for round 2. Carlos glanced back, his eyes wide with utter disbelief as the system displayed the stats of Hercules' mace. In a single, devastating blow, Dan Doc slammed the mace down, sending Carlos crashing to the earth in a massive explosion. He was left kneeling in the dust, his arms limp. Dan Doc slowly descended nearby. He walked towards the broken Carlos, frowning, when Wang Mao spoke up. "Let me be the one to end this." The kneeling figure of Carlos reflected in his eyes as he began to narrate, muttering, "It was raining that day, too." He drifted back into memory, explaining, "The day I met him, Carlos wasn't like this." A filthy young Carlos sat under a tree, his eyes completely pure. He was cursed with a dark fate that no one would ever want. His eyes shone brightly, yet he also possessed a raw talent for magic that everyone else desperately craved. "That's what I thought when I personally taught him 3 spells," Wang Mao said sadly, recalling how happy they were training together. "I must change this child's destiny," he had thought. "No one but me, the greatest of all gods." Remembering this, Wang Mao sighed. What an arrogant thought that was. The smiling face of the young boy he once knew still lingered in Wang Mao's mind. But I never realized the ambition that was growing deep inside of him. By the time Carlos became what he is now, Wang Mao could only lament that he had unintentionally helped him gain that dark power. He had finally shown his true colors. I couldn't bring myself to kill him, so I exiled him instead, Wang Mao said, turning away in sorrow. Even though I knew he'd return one day to kill me. He looked up at the clear blue sky, thinking that if only he'd guided the boy down the right path sooner, things might have been different. If only I hadn't taught him dark magic. He was forever trapped, living with those endless, crushing regrets. As the dark clouds finally scattered, brilliant sunlight broke through. Wang Mao knew it in his heart. Maybe it was time to let it all go. In the end, Wang Mao just couldn't bring himself to kill Carlos. A part of him, it seems, still believed in the guy. Or maybe he just couldn't let go. Seeing this, Dan Doc sighed, muttering to himself that he'd grown so much stronger, but he'd never felt worse. Right then, a system notification popped up. Mission successful. He had obtained the power of the Forgotten God. Carlos Moonwolf leveled up from 1 to 3. The Moonwolf sealed skill was finally unlocked, as Dan Doc stared at the dark red energy swirling in his palm. The system explained that his new dark energy skill could be expanded just by increasing his mastery stat. He was in awe of Carlos's power. Dan Doc thought it was just like when he used the blessing of Neptune. To save himself, he'd have to wield an evil god's power when needed. Suddenly, Bayun popped up right beside him. Staring at the red energy, the kid was amazed. Whoa. What is that black fire? He asked, practically begging. Teach me how to do it. Dan Doc just smiled without a word. He then switched to his default armor and clenched his fist, making Carlos's energy instantly vanish. The silent refusal made Bayun pout. And then, he threw himself on the ground, kicking and screaming. Why do I have to wait? Teach me right now. But his tantrum was cut short when Sejan grabbed him by the collar. Shut up, she yelled. Stunned, Bayun screamed back. What are you doing? Sejan wasn't having it. Stop whining, she yelled. You should be worshipping him, not throwing a fit. He will teach you when he has time. Overhearing this, Dan Doc couldn't resist a smug tease. So, you're finally starting to get it? That I'm a cool and brave god? His words made Sejan blush, and she quickly turned away, deflecting. What do you mean, cool? Anyway, you are brave. Because you proved you weren't trying to trick me. Dan Doc's eyes widened in confusion. So, you mean... Sejan crossed her arms and proudly declared, It's a ridiculous contract, but if it's for a god like you, I suppose I'll give it a try. She then continued, placing a hand on her chest with new resolve. However, I'm still planning on staying here for a while. I've realized, she said, that if I can't use my magic, then I am completely useless to anyone. That's why I'm going to find a way to make myself useful again. Unexpectedly, Wang Mao spoke up with a smile. In that case, perhaps I can help. Sejan jumped, completely startled, before giving him a full 90-degree bow. It would be an honor, Sir Wang Mao. But he calmly replied, I must repay the god that you believe in, so I'm glad I can help him in this way. Meanwhile, Dan Doc scrambled to stand in front of everyone, trying to hide them. He was sweating bullets, stammering, You scared me, man. Quick, everyone hide. But from behind him, Soju peeked out. There's no need. It was just a quick glance. He probably doesn't even remember. Still, Dan Doc insisted. Better safe than sorry. Cheon Soju then looked at Sajan's happy face. Besides, everything is fine now. It's not like we have a cure for mana deficiency syndrome, so she'll be useful if she stays here. Hearing that, Dan Doc still pushed Bayun's head down. Alright, let's go before we get caught. This just made the kid roar with frustration. He ignored him and just said, Well then, shall we go home? At the same time, the system announced the teleportation cost. 2,300 divine power. Space distorted around them. A moment later, Dan Doc's eyes went wide with shock. What? He was standing on a shattered road, surrounded by smoke and flames. He stared at the ruined city, fires everywhere, wondering what on earth happened. A winged, one-eyed monster then swooped down, screeching. Suddenly, Sunwolf leaped up and tore off one of its wings, making the beast panic. Down below, Dan Doc activated a howling skill in his hand. Completely confused, he wondered, what in the world is going on here? He watched as Sunwolf pinned down the monster. His mind raced. Was this a dungeon break? If so, where were all the hunters and the army? He was so focused that he didn't notice the purple snake watching from above. Suddenly, it opened its massive jaws and dove straight for him. But before it could even touch him, Soju appeared from nowhere, slicing it in two. She landed gracefully right next to Dan Doc. She broke into a sweat, staring at the ruined city. Things are moving faster than I expected, she said. leaving Dan Doc completely baffled. With a grim expression, Soju explained, "This isn't a dungeon break. This is a gate explosion." Hearing that, Dan Doc looked at the shattered buildings with a deep frown. A gate explosion? That's at least as bad as a C-rank dungeon break. If she's talking about the gate, does that mean? Soju confirmed his worst fears. Yes, it means the forgotten god of this place. He has grown stronger. The news made Dan Doc's blood run cold. "No way," he blurted out. "I've only managed to get 2 priests." Beside him, Soju tried to calm him down. "Don't worry. I can't sense a god's presence anywhere nearby. So for now." But before she could finish, a helicopter roared into view. Dan, Doc, Soju, and Bayun all looked up as it descended right on top of them. A man opened the door and yelled down, "You're Dan, Doc, Soju, and Bayun, right? We're from the Gate Management and Maintenance Office. Please come with us." Time passed in a blur. Soon they were sitting inside the Gate Management and Maintenance Office. Duyuk sat between Dan, Doc, and Soju as an official began to speak. "I assume everyone understands why we're all here today, correct?" A man with a long scar across his cheek reports that 12 gates have exploded in a row, right in the mainland. The death toll is the highest ever recorded. But how did the hunters in charge react to this absolute catastrophe? In a corner, Guildmaster Kwanak and his subordinates sit beside Bayun, listening as he continues. But most of them are silent or incredibly slow to respond. Hearing this, a hunter from Isid Goodson's guild simply adjusts his tie, looking annoyed. "How very sad to hear you say that," he remarks. The director then speaks up, stating that gates exploding one after another like this is something that's never happened before. "What has the Gate Management Office been doing until now? Did you really believe the gates weren't a threat? And just let all of this happen today?" At this accusation, the director's face darkens. "Are you trying to blame us?" Suddenly, a fist slams down on the table. Kwanak releases his aura, demanding they stop, and then tries to mediate the situation. "This is not the place for pointing fingers. Instead of fighting, we should be finding a solution to this crisis." He looks directly at the members from the management office. "No matter what the cause was, the hunters here today can't just ignore this national disaster." And yet, 12 of the 18 hunters had shown up late. Goodson starts sweating, clearly called out, and awkwardly adjusts his glasses. Just then, Kwanak steps forward with a bold proposal. "That is precisely why I propose this." He slams a hand down on the world map. "Everyone here must join forces, and we will launch a massive, coordinated attack on the gates." At this, a few people immediately voice their support. If Isid's guild is getting involved, then we have no reason to refuse. Dan Doc just frowns, thinking, do they even care about the director at all? Isid clearly has his loyal followers. Dan Doc then stands, placing his hands on the table. "If all we're discussing is killing monsters, then I'll just act alone." Kwanak immediately challenges him. "May I ask why?" Dan Doc calmly meets his gaze and answers, "Because I am the only one who can actually enter the gate." He knows what this means. It's only a temporary solution. If an invasion like the one that destroyed the magic world happened here, not a single person in this room would be able to stop it. The only real answer is stopping the war between the gods. Goodson listens, his expression twisting with pure rage. He clenches his fists tightly, muttering, "That arrogant bastard." As Dan Doc heads for the door, insults and whispers follow him. The room erupts with criticism. Suddenly, someone bursts through the doors in a complete panic, shouting, "We have a massive problem." He frantically reports a gate just exploded at Incheon Airport. Dan Doc freezes mid-step, while the director and Goodson go completely pale. Describing the scene at Incheon, the man continues, "The entire area has been wiped out. We can't even determine the number of casualties." Dan Doc breaks into a cold sweat, his mind racing. Destruction on this scale, could it be one of the 7 gods? He glances at the panicked room. Back in the magic world, a powerful god had been there to help them, but in their current situation, they couldn't do a single thing with these forces. Suddenly, Soju tugs on his sleeve. Dan Doc turns, confused, and she calmly tells him, "Calm down." Then, she says with total confidence, "Don't worry. What happened at Incheon wasn't the 7 gods." A system window then appears with info. The message reads, "They have good intentions." Dan Doc's suspicion gives way to a relieved smile. It seems she's right. He then turns to the office manager. "Director, a rank 6 hunter can call for a private plane, correct?" The director is surprised by the request, but he agrees. Later, Dan Doc thinks of that gate pitch black with a glowing pink rim. He says, "Let's go handle this gate." Time flies, and soon they arrive at a devastated Incheon Airport. Massive cracks splinter across the ground. Planes and cargo trucks are crushed, everything shattered into spiderweb patterns. In one corner, a powerful being is tearing apart a massive bear-like monster. Dan-Doc watches the chaotic brawl from afar, lost in thought. I had to use a bit of divine power just to summon S. Bezos. I need to wrap this up fast and get back to training. He shoves his hands in his pockets and turns to leave, his mind drifting. I wonder how Adel is doing with her mana deficiency. Dan-Doc reminds himself to be fully prepared before he goes, completely unaware of a figure in white materializing right behind him. Then, a sudden system alert pops up. Intuition activated. Dan-Doc whips around, instantly realizing something is wrong. Is somebody watching me? In a flash, Soju leaps in front of Dan-Doc, blocking a surprise attack that was aimed right for him. He yells her name in shock. The attacker, Baron, has a purple aura coiling around his arm. Don't get in my way, he warns. Soju. Her gaze is ice cold as she demands. What's the meaning of this ambush, Baron? He calmly explains his reasoning. Did you really think you could steal a mythical creature from the underworld and just walk away? There won't be a second chance. Stand aside. If you interfere, you will die too. But as he speaks, a crimson blade appears at his throat. Soju isn't backing down. You really think you can? Baron unleashes a dark aura, but she doesn't flinch. You're the one who should be leaving right now. This is your last chance. Baron snarls back. What a foolish choice, thinking you can protect that worthless summoner. Resurrect the mystic creatures of hell whenever he pleased. Dan-Doc could only break out in a cold sweat. His brow furrowed in panic as Baron sneered. Enjoy your freedom while you can. Your true, wicked nature will soon be revealed by none other than Hades. And with that, he vanished into thin air, leaving one last chilling promise. I look forward to this. Let's see what punishment the underworld has in store for you. Time flew by, and back in the training room, Baek-woon was sprawled out on the floor, aching all over. Dan-Doc stood behind him, announcing, All right, that's enough for today. But then, he couldn't help but add a little jab. Your movements have been a little slow lately, haven't they? This made Baek-woon bury his face in the floor and launch into a full-blown tirade. Do you have any idea how long we've been training? 17 hours. We've been at this since 5 in the morning. But Dan-Doc just held his forehead, unfazed. He announced he had to leave and told Baek-woon to clean up, which made the kid's jaw drop. What? You're leaving me with all this mess and running off? Dan-Doc, already at the door, shot back. I'm going to destroy a gate, and don't even think about following me. People might see us together. And if they think I'm mixed up with Iris, it's just going to be a huge pain. A moment later, Baek-woon sat on the floor, watching the door close. Leaning back on his hands, he grumbled, What the heck happened at Incheon Airport that has him in such a rush? If I ask, he'll just dodge the question anyway. He doesn't even treat me like a proper monk. Standing up, he muttered, Guess I'll just go home and play games. But then he pictured Dan-Doc's murderous face asking him, Haven't you cleaned this place up yet? And he absolutely froze. In the end, Baek-woon obediently grabbed a broom and started sweeping. As he worked, he told himself, It's not because I'm scared of him, okay? This is just part of the training. Suddenly, a man in a floral shirt appeared behind him asking, The hell are you doing? Baek-woon, thinking it was Dan-Doc, snapped back irritably. What? You were the one who told me to clean this place. But it was Dung. Ah, hands in his pockets, looking annoyed. So you really were here. And judging by his face, Baek-woon was not happy to see this familiar face either. Seeing Baek-woon's attitude, Dung-ah exploded. You little bastard! I looked all over Iris for you and couldn't find you. Why are you cleaning this dump? You're from the Iris family. Are you seriously doing this kind of work? You should be doing anything but this. Don't you know how much your father values you? Hearing this, Baek-woon just narrowed his eyes, completely uninterested in the nonsense. His next words sent Dung-ah into a fury. And stop trying to order me around. I'm staying here for a while. Dung-ah's eyes went wide as he shouted, I told you to go humiliate Dan-Doc. I didn't tell you to become his personal maid. Baek-woon simply replied, I don't know. I'm staying here with Big Brother Dan-Doc. Now that just pushed Dung-ah over the edge with jealousy. Big Brother Dan-Doc? You call that mutt Big Brother? After knowing me for 15 years, you've never once called me that. He grabbed Baek-woon's arm, trying to drag him away while scolding him. Come with me. Father ordered you to take part in the gate destruction plan, but Baek-woon refused. Dung-ah wouldn't have it, shouting, Just shut your mouth. Don't you realize that just by staying here, you're already disobeying a direct order? But when he heard Baek-woon curse, his eyes widened in surprise. The kid's face hardened, his glare as sharp as a blade as he yanked his arm from Dung-ah's grip. Let go of me. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from behind them. It caught Dung-ah's attention. Look at that, it's insane. Right then, on the training area's massive screen, Doc appeared, dressed as Hercules. The headline blared, "A gate has been destroyed." Someone nearby gasped, "Is that armor a divine relic?" He's on a completely different level. Dung Ah and Baek-woon both stared at the screen as people chattered. What kind of skill is that? Those black flames. He's got sword skills, martial arts, and he can even use long-range attacks. Beside him, Baek-woon looked up with pure pride. That brother has so much I can learn from, so why on earth should I follow you? Hearing this, Dung Ah trembled with rage, but let Baek-woon walk away. He stared at Doc's smug face on the screen, silently cursing him. Doc, why are you always one step ahead of me? Damn it, why don't you just drop dead? Meanwhile, somewhere else, Doc was cleaning his ear, confused. Is someone talking about me? Next to him, Soju shot him a sarcastic glare. You're so carefree. Have you even used that brain of yours at all? She sat down on a bench in a park filled with cherry blossoms. We don't know when Hades will show up, yet you're just casually out here destroying gates. Do you really think this is okay? Doc simply answered, becoming famous increases my divine power, and I'm protecting more people this way. They watched the townsfolk chatting on the sidewalk. Is there any reason I shouldn't be doing good deeds? My divine power is already at 90,000. I'm about to hit 100,000. She shot back. If you want to raise your divine power, getting a part-time job would be better. That would also be a much better option for staying out of Hades' sight. Soju then took a sip from her drink, adding a warning. This is only going to make Hades angrier. We should go to another dimension and get stronger there. Hearing that, Doc looked skeptical. What? Are you just going to keep running away? If you do that, Romana Rock might just catch up to you first. She pressed him. So what's your plan? Soju nearly choked on her drink when Doc replied, there is no plan. If he wants to meet me, I'll go meet him myself. At this, she completely lost it, yelling, you absolute idiot. Are you insane? If you meet Hades, it's a guaranteed death sentence. But Doc just casually put his hands behind his head, laughing it off. Doc's teasing almost made Soju choke, and she was not amused. Stop joking around like that. Explain it already. You're just confusing me, she demanded. Doc simply held up a single finger. So we just need a place where he can't kill us on sight, right? Soju asked, arms crossed. And where exactly is that? Doc answered instantly. The Feast of the Gods. Right on cue, the system announced part-time job opening number 29,034. The employer was Zeus himself for a serving job in the kitchen hall. Before long, they were on Mount Olympus, where the Grand Temple towered over everything. Inside the hall, a centaur stood with arms crossed, barking orders at the staff. Hurry up! The feast starts in less than an hour, he roared. Nearby, Bayun clutched a basket of fruit, taking in the chaos. These are from Demeter herself, so prepare them carefully. On the other side of the room, Sazon scrambled with another basket, equally overwhelmed. The two started arranging fruit on the massive tables, as the centaur's voice boomed again. When you're done there, get to work on this. Move. Suddenly, Doc appeared right behind them, his eyes twinkling. You heard the man, he said with a grin. Good luck with that. Bayun and Sazon's faces went pale with disbelief before they whipped around and started laying into Doc. You said this was something important. My brother was in the middle of a raid. I was filming. Doc just gave them a mysterious look. This is how we stop Doc and save the world. But they weren't buying it. How? By peeling onions? They shot back. Just then, the centaur bellowed. The feast is starting. Main hall servers, get out there now. Doc immediately shot his hand up to volunteer. Watching him leave, Bayun and Sazon collapsed to their knees in utter despair. I knew this would happen. We must be insane to have agreed to be his followers, they cried. Meanwhile, Doc just smiled to himself. Thank you, my loyal priests. It's all thanks to you. He was filled with confidence, thinking to himself that if everything went according to plan, the whole problem would be solved. Inside the banquet hall, gods held glasses of red wine, their laughter filling the air. And then, a newcomer walked in. His entrance made one of the gods look over with curiosity. It was Doc, carrying a tray of wine and hearing whispers all around him. Is he wearing a lion costume to the party? Yeah, he actually looks a lot like Hercules. But Doc was busy scanning the crowd. Where's Hades? He knew Soju was worried, but this plan had to work. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around his shoulder. Well now, who is this? Apollo beamed, his eyes crinkling. If it isn't my dear disciple, Doc. Your fashion sense is incredible. Doc was completely taken aback. Lord Apollo, it's been a while, he stammered. Behind them, another voice cut in. Working part-time again? How very interesting. Poseidon flashed a wide grin. It's been a long time, hasn't it? I never expected to see you here. Do you remember my offer to become my knight? Damdok quickly greeted the god of the sea. But Apollo, resting his chin in his hand, wasn't having it. Poseidon, I was speaking with my dear disciple first. Poseidon just smirked right back at him. Apollo, why don't you give us a little privacy? I have much to discuss with this minor god. The argument started drawing attention and gossip. I've never seen that god before. Who is he? Probably some low-tier deity. But then why is he so familiar with such high-ranking gods? Should we just stand here and watch? Just then, Poseidon and Apollo each grabbed one of Damdok's arms. They started a tug-of-war over him. I spoke to him first. Let go, he's mine. All of a sudden, a new voice cut through the chaos, making Damdok freeze in his tracks. It's been a long time, and you're looking as full of life as ever. Damdok turned his head, his eyes wide with shock. Lord Thor. Damdok immediately wrenched himself free from the two gods and rushed to kneel before Thor. Are you well, my lord? I am truly sorry for what happened in the dungeon. Thor just laughed loudly. Think nothing of it. At the same time, a figure radiating pure dark energy approached. It seems you're apologizing to the wrong god. Hades pointed a chilling finger at him. You worthless animal. Did you come here simply to dig your own grave? This was the god Damdok had been waiting for. Damdok stared back, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Hades' hand flared with dark purple energy. I don't know what you were thinking, daring to show up here, but this makes things much more convenient for me, Hades sneered. I was just about to come hunting for your pathetic life anyway. The pressure from him was suffocating. Damdok flinched. His vision began to blur as a wave of dizzying pain shot through his body, his focus fading. Suddenly, a massive hand clamped down hard on Hades' arm. It was Thor, his eyes blazing with concern. Don't you think it's wrong for the strong to bully the weak? Hades merely scowled in annoyance. You little whelp from Asgard, he spat. This is Olympus. This is not Asgard. So don't stick your nose in my business. But Thor didn't back down. If I'm not mistaken, the master of this feast, and Olympus itself, is Zeus, isn't it? And with that, colossal energy erupted from both gods, blue lightning against dark purple malice. The raw power was so intense the other gods cried out, shielding themselves from the blast. The high gods are about to fight, everyone run for it. Suddenly, a trident slammed into the floor, right between Thor and Hades. It shattered the tense standoff in an instant. Poseidon stood there, frowning deeply as he warned them. That's enough. Are you really planning to shed blood on such a fine day? But Thor was furious. He stomped, cracking the floor. Enough? Hades was about to kill someone weaker than himself. His eyes went wide with rage. A warrior of Asgard, humiliated. In Odin's name, he swore this would not be ignored. Instantly, Apollo steps in to block Thor's path. Hades just scoffs and turns away, completely unimpressed. At the same time, another god slams his trident down, shielding Damdok and roaring, Enough, Hades. Must blood be spilled before you stop? This just infuriates him more, his killing intent exploding as he mutters, So troublesome. Then he summons an eclipse, vowing, If you all wish to die so badly, I will grant that wish. A wave of dark purple energy rolls out, engulfing the entire temple of Olympus. From it, spiritual monsters emerge and charge a panicked Damdok. The foul energy even lashes out at Poseidon, who erupts in a furious curse. Hades is officially enraged. That bastard. Under the pressure, Damdok's face drains of color, thinking, I never thought he'd go this far. That demonic eye glares as Hades roars, Die, you wretched beast. Suddenly, a figure crackling with golden lightning enters, asking, What's happening here? With a single flash, the golden lightning obliterates the dark energy. The newcomer looks displeased. I invited you all for a feast, not a brawl. Then he glares at Hades, sneering. And what is the underworld doing on Mount Olympus? This is a celebration, not a funeral. Hades quickly tries to defuse the situation. You've misunderstood, Zeus. Damdok is floored. Hades' power just vanished. What kind of god is this? Zeus isn't buying it for a second. A misunderstanding, you say. Does your wife know you're up here? He presses. Hades is forced to explain. Someone stole from the underworld. I'm simply doing my duty. This piques Zeus's interest. Stolen, you say? What was it? Zeus smirks. For you to get this worked up, it must be precious, no? Hades grinds his teeth before spitting out one word. Cerberus. At that name, Damdok's hand starts sweating. Zeus continues. The gatekeeper of hell itself has been stolen. Then Zeus points a finger straight at Damdok, leaving the other gods absolutely stunned. Dandok's head spins as he internally protests. How is that stealing? I summoned him and sent him right back home. Instantly, Zeus is right in his face, studying him. This boy. He then asks, what kind of god are you? What is your domain? Your responsibility? Dandok answers the mighty god. I am the god of swords. But Dandok is stunned by Zeus's simple observation. You're short. You seem multi-talented. Still, he's confused. I can tell you're a low-tier god, which makes this strange. Because even Zeus admits, Cerberus even growls at me. How did you possibly get him to like you? The question leaves Dandok a bit stumped. He recalls what happened and explains everything how he faced and managed to pacify the mighty Cerberus. He focuses on one key detail. The collar. He explains he found it hidden inside a pillar at the very entrance to the underworld. A system window confirms it. Cerberus's collar. The collar Hades used for training. When used, Cerberus will obey your command. Zeus looks at Dandok and just bursts out laughing, clearly amused. For a low-tier god to cause this much trouble, Dandok is taken aback. His reaction, it's much better than I anticipated. If he's on my side, this whole mess with Hades could be solved. Zeus just gives him a wide grin and proposes an idea. To settle this, the two of you will have a duel. Dandok freezes on the spot, as Apollo steps in, calling the idea absurd. A low-tier god versus a high-tier one? But Zeus clarifies calmly, a fight without using divine power. Any further objections? And with that, Zeus simply turns and leaves. As he walks away, he declares the feast ruined because of them, and that they will be held responsible. Dandok is left completely dumbfounded. He can't believe his own ears. As Poseidon and Thor comfort him, Hades shoots him a furious glare. Then, Hades storms off, muttering under his breath, your final days. Enjoy them while you still can. Dandok's spirits just plummet. He actually wonders, does the system shop sell a skill for taking a beating? Just then, Chusoju steps forward, reminding him she had warned him he'd be in danger here, but that she can't fix this. He's completely dejected and lost. She just sighs and tells him, time to go fight. He just gives her a deadpan stare, as if she's talking about the weather. But then, a voice from behind offers an idea. You're going to train, right? I'll go with you. Dandok turns to see the Greek hero Hercules smiling at him. Come to the Ozida arena. I'll train with you. And just like that, the scene shifts to a massive stadium, the Ozida arena. As they walk, Hercules explains this is Ares' personal training ground, and Dandok can use it for the next few months. Dandok is stunned, thanking him profusely. He never expected this kind of help. Hercules just laughs, saying he considers them comrades. A smile spreads across Dandok's face. He can't believe it, the greatest hero in Greek mythology, so approachable, and calling him a comrade. Just because his armor looked similar, his eyes shot up to the grandstand, where he saw two warriors locked in combat. He wondered who they were. The fight was absolutely ferocious, but he was stunned by how brutal yet artistic their movements were. Suddenly, the man on the stage collapsed, gasping for breath and letting out a string of curses. He complained that he was losing feeling in his limbs, but insisted the match wasn't over. The victorious purple-haired girl just smiled at him. She mocked him, saying his carelessness would have gotten him killed 100 times over in a real fight. But fine, she declared. Let's just call it a draw. That's real generous of you, he shot back. Then maybe stop pointing your sword at my face. This entire exchange left him completely speechless. He could tell their skills were on another level, definitely not your average gods. He watched, captivated, as they continued their practice. Still, they weren't at the banquet, so he figured they couldn't be all that powerful. Just then, Hector walked over, cheerfully greeting them. He called the blonde man Ozid and the purple-haired woman Athena. The names hit him like a shockwave. His jaw dropped as he realized exactly who was standing right in front of him. Ozid and Athena. He couldn't believe they were two of the 12 Olympians gods, whose titles literally included the word war. At that moment, Chusoju remarked how incredibly lucky he was. Meeting such skilled fighters was a massive advantage. He turned to see Ozid suggesting a sparring match with Hector to see who was stronger now. Hector immediately shot that idea down, swatting Ozid's hand away and saying there was someone he wanted to introduce. Surprised, Ozid looked over at Director Ju, wondering who on earth he and Chusoju could possibly be. Hector simply cracked his neck and explained that since these two had been fighting since morning, they obviously hadn't heard the news. They missed the biggest drama from the banquet, something that was sure to be the talk among the gods for days to come. He quickly recounted how the feast turned into a total disaster, and one of these newcomers had to fight Hades. The two of them were completely stunned. Who in their right mind would have the guts for that? They immediately sized up Director Ju and Chu Soju. Athena instantly recognized that, based on pure skill and power, Chu Soju seemed to be the stronger of the two. None of them had ever witnessed an energy quite like this before. A strange grin spread across Ozid's face. He was itching for a training partner. He gripped his sword tighter, believing the only way to truly know an opponent's strength was to face them in a duel. He then aimed his blade right at him, declaring that only the strongest fighter would be allowed to train here. This sudden challenge caught him completely off guard. He turned back to Chu Soju, asking why Ozid said only one person could be trained. She calmly explained, "Because I'm returning to Korea. They said they need someone to handle some gates or dungeons over there." He let out a helpless sigh. It seemed he was out of options. Ozid stepped forward and asked, "So, you're the one who's supposed to fight him?" He immediately praised the interesting energy coming from him. As they both stepped onto the stage, Ozid asked him if he was ready. Athena, still shocked, asked him what could have possibly happened that would make him fight Hades. Ozid, however, didn't seem to care. He just let out a hearty laugh, figuring that with a personality as twisted as Hades, it was only natural for him to get into fights. And with that, he instantly lunged forward to attack, moving at an incredible speed while shouting at Director Ju. He warned him, "If you want to survive this fight, you better give it absolutely everything you've got." The stage was instantly shrouded in a thick cloud of dust. Hector sighed, exasperated by Ozid's antics, while Athena looked on, annoyed. Sometimes she couldn't tell if Ozid was simple-minded or just plain stupid. As the dust finally cleared, Director Ju was still standing. A smug grin appeared on Ozid's face when he saw this. He then charged forward again, swinging his massive sword. He wanted to see his opponent's true swordsmanship. The two clashed, but it was obvious that Director Ju was being completely overwhelmed by Ozid. Seeing this, Ozid immediately berated him for only defending. He furiously gripped his sword and charged forward again. The moment he managed to land a strike, Ozid instantly vanished into a puff of smoke. Athena watched in surprise, shocked that he actually fought back. Oh? He actually returned the attack. Not half bad for a low-ranking god. She narrowed her eyes, but she realized that even with his skills, the difference was just too massive. It was a completely different league. The gap in both their power and speed was undeniable. A low-tier god fighting a high-tier one. The outcome was painfully obvious. Back on the stage, he was already exhausted, while Ozid barely looked like he'd broken a sweat. He just laughed. "You're pretty interesting." He then charged forward once more with his sword, demanding his opponent continue to entertain him. In the next moment, a single blow sent him flying back 100 meters across the ground. Stunned by this scene, Director Ju immediately declared he gave up. He felt the gap between them was just too wide. He couldn't possibly win. Hearing this, Ozid erupted in anger. In his dictionary, there was no such word as surrender. He demanded he get up and attack. And so, a long time passed. The two fighters were still going at it. Athena watched in shock, not expecting him to last for over an hour. Hector, just as surprised, nodded in agreement. "He's right," he said, "but should we really be stepping in here?" Ozid looked way too invested in this fight. She just shook her head coldly, advising him to just keep watching. She noticed something changing in the arena. Judum was still dodging Ezid's attacks, and Hector just laughed. He guessed that Ezid was holding back. She nodded. She never thought a low-tier god could block Ezid's sword. At that moment, their swords locked together. Ezid was a bit confused, wondering what on earth was actually happening. On the other side, Judum gritted his teeth, pushing back with all his strength. He realized the longer they fought, the more he learned. He couldn't believe how fast he was adapting. Just then, Ezid charged forward, sword raised high. Ezid cursed him out, calling him a brat who was good at hiding his skills. A second later, Judum's blade gracefully swept past him. Up in the stands, Athena and Hector could only stare at the scene, completely dumbfounded. Ezid himself was stunned. He turned to look back at Judum and let out a sharp breath. The battle was still raging. He felt like he was being pushed back, watching in disbelief as Judum launched a relentless assault. He thought to himself that thanks to his swordsmanship talent, he was picking up on Ezid's skills incredibly fast. He could now block his attacks. A moment later, he dashed forward with his sword. "You might not understand. You're used to buying legendary skills and items from the god's shop that you can use instantly. But the true value of talent is something else entirely." At that moment, Ezid's sword snapped in two, embedding itself in the ground. The battle seemed to be over. Ezid, refusing to believe his own eyes, turned and questioned Judum. "When did you break my sword? Have you been hiding your true power?" He then rushed towards him, fist raised. He angrily cursed him out, ready for more. But suddenly, a small, pale hand stopped his punch cold. From the stands, Athena calmly told him that was enough, telling him to stop right there. She urged him to calm down, reminding him that this was just supposed to be a sparring match. Ezid did not look pleased. She then turned to Judam. "It's true. Your talent with the sword is far beyond that of a normal person." Hearing this, he immediately denied it, saying his talent couldn't possibly be that special. Ezid hadn't even used his divine power. He looked down at his own hands. After just a short fight, his swordsmanship had already reached a whole new level. If he could learn from them, then fighting Hades might actually be possible. He clenched his fist with determination, deciding he absolutely had to learn from them. Judam then spoke to Athena and Ezid. He had a request for the two of them. With a determined look, he bowed his head and asked them to teach him. She was a little surprised to hear this, not understanding why he would make such a request. He bowed his head again. "Yes, I know this is sudden, but I hope you will agree. I am willing to pay any price." She thought for a moment, then revealed that Ezid hadn't even used his full strength. The power gap was immense, but instead of discouraging him, this only seemed to fire him up more. "Now I see why Uncle Hades hates you." Then she smiled. "And I'm getting a little bored of training with Ezid every single day. Since you made such a bold declaration, don't you dare give up. We are gods of war, so don't expect any mercy." A moment later, rocks and debris started flying everywhere. He calmly sliced through the stone figures with his sword. From the side, Ezid called out that he only had 1 minute left before they all regenerated. He immediately urged him to hurry. Judam looked around, exhausted, realizing he was out of divine power. The stone soldiers kept leaping towards him, attacking relentlessly. He knew if he had just a little more power, this would be easy. Right then, his sword began to glow brightly. He immediately activated a dual sword skill, unleashing a massive slash. The sight left Ezid completely stunned. He cautiously stepped toward Judam, bewildered. Not understanding what just happened, he stared at Judam and could only mumble a few words about the magic he saw. He demanded to know who he really was. Confused, Judam asked what he meant, insisting he was just an ordinary god. Hearing that, Ezid immediately grabbed him by the collar, yelling that no normal god uses ancient energy like that. He accused him of being someone named T-Fort. Judam instantly denied it, saying he was mistaken. Athena told Ezid to calm down. She said his constant shouting was getting annoying. Stepping between them, she explained there was no rule against gods using magic. After all, it was the gods who granted magic to humanity in the first place. Ozid tells her to cut it out. A real god uses divine power, not magic. Only that fraud Tifus would use such useless tricks. He sighs, proposing a simple solution. He just has to prove he isn't Tifus, right? Raising a finger with a smug grin, he boasts that no matter how good the disguise, only a true god can pull this off. And just like that, a system notification lights up. A divine summons, calling for his priests. Instantly, Bayun and Adel appear before him. He just laughs, asking, "Is this enough proof for you two, or do you need to see more?" Athena, completely done with him, scolds her brother for being so ridiculously extra. She tells him to just apologize already. The other god sighs, accepting the blame and admitting Tifus is one crafty enemy. But now Adel explodes in anger. "Are you kidding me? You said you'd heal me if I became your priest. All I see is you using me for your own benefit." She screams, calling him a total fraud as he begs her to calm down. He warns her that some seriously powerful gods are watching them right now. But she just keeps yelling, forcing him to plead for anyone to shut her up. Heckler watches, stunned. A god this close with their priest, almost like friends. Dandok just looks completely fed up. He can't even see how they look like friends. Athena just smiles, suggesting he needs to show everyone he has priests. After all, a priest's strength is a direct reflection of their god's power. She lets out a confident laugh. She even offers to train them herself, promising to double their power gains. Hearing that, Ozid is immediately on board. He figures since Dandok has a party of 3 now, they should just triple the number of monsters. Athena looks at him, completely baffled. She argues that since their tactical options have grown, they need to multiply the monster count by at least 10. Adele has no idea what's going on. Bayun is just speechless. They both turn to Dandok and finally ask, "Who are these people?" He's just standing there helplessly while the two gods argue, and his priests keep asking what in the world is happening. That's when Athena snaps her fingers. Suddenly, dozens of iron golems materialize, completely surrounding the 3 of them. The trio stares in shock as she just laughs. "Congratulations, you 3. Now, try to survive." They immediately start cursing. A long time passes, a full month, to be exact. The 3 have been battling through a brutal training hell designed by Ozid, a regimen meticulously crafted by Athena and Heckler. Then, Ju Soju arrives. "Everyone, it's time." She looks to the sky, knowing the time has come for Dandok to fight Hades. Seeing him sitting on a pile of rubble, she asks if he really thinks he can win. He just gives a confident smirk, saying there's no way he can lose. The scene shifts to a massive arena, packed with a roaring crowd. There they are, standing in the center. Hades stares down Dandok and slowly, menacingly, speaks. "You dare show your face instead of running?" He glares, his voice dripping with rage. "If you hadn't come today, I would have hunted you across every single world. But since you had the guts to appear, I'll grant you a quick end." Dandok just stares back at him, completely unimpressed. Just then, the referee, Nai, swoops in, cutting their conversation short. With a smile, she flies high above them on her wings, officially declaring the start of the divine match and laying out the rules. The number 1 rule, no divine power allowed. The two tense up, realizing the laurel wreath above them will seal their abilities. This battle only ends when one of them falls. And with that, Nai vanishes, leaving the two opponents alone in the arena. Her final words echo, "Good luck to you both." Instantly, Dandok activates his wind dash skill. He shoots toward Hades like a bullet, appearing right in front of him in a split second to strike. Dandok slashes his sword straight across Hades' body, but it does absolutely nothing. Seeing this, Dandok feels a flicker of excitement. He thinks to himself that Ozid's training actually paid off. His swordsmanship must be at least A rank now, maybe even higher, even against Hades. But then, Hades' voice cuts through his thoughts, full of mockery. It startles him. "That was an amusing little trick," Hades sneers, before slashing straight at him. The blade connects with his neck, sending a jolt of pain through him. Hades calmly walks closer, looking down on him. "Is that all you've got? You call yourself the sword god with skills like these?" Visibly disappointed, Hades raises a hand. "Now, I'll send you straight to hell." Hades lunges forward, and the two are locked in a brutal clash once more. The crowd watches, completely stunned by the one-sided beatdown. A guy with long hair mutters, "Well, that kid's finished. At least he made the opening move look impressive," he adds. The guy next to him just nods along in agreement. A low-tier god just can't stand up to a high-tier one. But then, a new voice speaks from behind them. It's Ozid, but he's not going to lose. The two spectators turn around, shocked. "Why are you here for such a one-sided match?" Ozid just sighs, explaining that the kid fighting is his own personal disciple. Of course he had to show up and watch. The crowd was stunned. That arrogant master was actually taking him as a disciple? He let out a sigh, his eyes still fixed on the brutal fight below, thinking what's fated to be will be. But deep down, he was curious to see what Judo would learn from this battle. Down on the floor, Judo was laser-focused on the fight. He watched his dangerous opponent, slowly getting used to Hades' movements, but something felt terribly wrong. A sudden sense of dread washed over him, a feeling he couldn't quite describe. Just then, Hades glared at him and roared out a question. "Have you already given in to despair?" He leaped into the air, aiming a crushing blow for Judo's face, screaming for him to just die. But Judo stood there, perfectly calm, recognizing the moves from his training. His eyes shot wide open, looking closer. He realized his training was even more intense than this. Memories of brutal spars against the god AZ flooded back into his mind. On the surface, they just looked like different kinds of practice swords. His mind flashed back again to his battles with the god AZ. Dust and smoke filled the air from the sheer intensity of their duels. Then he remembered the sword's tip activated an invisible blade technique. Snapping back to the present, he faced Hades once more. The god cried out in pain, staring at Judo in absolute disbelief. And just like that, Hades collapsed to the floor while Judo remained standing. The crowd could only stare, their jaws on the ground. At that moment, the sun broke through, bathing the entire arena in a golden light. Judo looked around, amazed. Suddenly, Dionysus walked over, bursting with laughter, saying it had been ages since he'd had this much fun. He strolled right up to Judo. The next time he threw a party, he said, Judo was definitely invited to celebrate with them. Judo just smiled and thanked him. He thought about the last time he was here as a servant and now he was attending as a god. A thrill ran through him. But then Hades got to his feet, yelling at Dionysus that he absolutely forbid him from inviting Judo. No low-rank god had ever been allowed to attend their parties. You had to be at least mid-rank to get an invitation. Dionysus just laughed, telling his brother to stop clinging to such ancient, outdated rules. Hearing that, Hades immediately challenged him. What about the sacred oath they swore on the river Styx? Was Dionysus really planning to break it? He looked at his brother, speechless, muttering about what an unfortunate turn of events this was. Suddenly, Hades shot Judo a smug grin. Instantly, a system window appeared, making Judo jump in complete surprise. The system announced it. His name was now known to all the gods on Mount Olympus. A grin spread across Judo's face. The scene shifts to a magnificent, lavish party, where Judo is slumped over a table. He sighed, blaming himself for drinking so much. Just then, Persephone appeared, calling his name as she approached with a gentle smile. It had been too long, he thought. He called out her name in surprise and immediately began to explain himself, but she said she had watched the entire fight. Compared to when they last met, he had gotten so much stronger. Hearing that, he nervously scratched his head. "You watched that?" He looked down, discouraged, not knowing what else to say except, "I'm sorry." He was worried he had caused her trouble, but she just laughed it off with a sigh, saying she actually found it quite amusing. She told him she'd lost count of how many times she'd asked her husband to change his ways, but he never seemed to listen. She then handed him a small box and told him to take it. Inside, the box opened to reveal a single, gleaming golden apple. She explained it was a gift from her mother, a golden apple. She smiled, relaying her mother's message about all the pent-up anger. Hundreds of years of it had vanished in an instant. Her mother praised him so much her voice went hoarse. Judo accepted the gift, stunned, but he hesitated for a moment. The gift was far too precious. After that, she took her leave, and he waved back at her. Just then, Chu Soju walked up, surprised to see him enjoying the banquet so much. When he saw her, he just had to laugh. He told her she had perfect timing. He'd seen a part-time job listing that morning and suggested they go apply for it right away. She just stared back at him, completely baffled. Why would he do that? She looked at him, totally confused. He was the special guest at this banquet. Why not ask someone here how to restore Salon's mana? He smiled, explaining that was his original plan. But then, he held up the golden apple, telling her that things had changed. Her eyes went wide at the sight of the apple, asking where he even got it. Just then, he shouted out, "Yahello." From a distance, she heard her name. Immediately, she turned her head. The second she did, she was pulled into a strange, unfamiliar space. The moment she saw Judo, she cursed him out, calling him a lunatic for scaring her. Why use a summon when she was standing right there? He was speechless, so he just shoved the golden apple into her mouth, stunning her. She took a bite, then glared at him furiously. She cursed him for being a complete psycho. Then she looked down at the apple in her hand and asked blankly, "What is this?" A notification immediately popped up on the screen. "Your priest." The golden apple takes effect. Just like that, Adele Salon's mana deficiency is cured. She stares at her own hands, feeling a warm, gentle energy coursing through her body for the first time. She immediately asks him what this strange sensation is. He just smiles warmly, explaining that it's the feeling of mana circulating. With a cheerful voice, he officially congratulates her on being healed. Hearing this, she blushes, completely stunned, her eyes filled with emotion. Chu Soju, however, looks at the pink orb in Adel's hand, shocked to realize it's pure mana. Director Ju steps closer, asking how she feels. Adele clenches her fist, whispering that it's beautiful. She sadly explains that her entire life, she's yearned to see even this tiny glimmer of light in her hands. She looks up at him, her gaze overflowing with gratitude. Her lifelong dream had just come true, and she had nothing to offer him in return. But that's when Chu Soju steps between them, her voice ice cold. "Hold on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves." With her arms crossed, she explains that the apple only opened Adel's mana circuits. It'll take ages for her to become a real archmage. Basically, she's still useless. She continues, saying she knows Adel is happy, but she needs to focus on actually developing her skills. There's no time to waste. He looks at Chu Soju, speechless. He can't believe how cold she's being. Is she deliberately trying to crush Adele's spirit? But Adele just shakes her head, admitting that Chu Soju is right. Then suddenly, Chu Soju speaks up again. With a smile, she ruffles Adel's hair. "But being able to channel mana the moment you felt it? That's impressive. You did well." Hearing this, Adele is moved to tears, blushing as she looks up at her. A moment later, she happily thanks her, calling her big sister. Chu Soju is taken aback, asking why she's calling her that. Adel explains that she's as kind as family, and there's so much to learn from her. Director Ju stands by, listening to their conversation, at a loss for words. Sometimes, it's really hard to hate Chu Soju. He silently watches the two happy girls in front of him. He sighs, admitting she's a strange one. There are times he can't believe she's the same age as him. She carries this mysterious, otherworldly aura. He turns back to everyone. "All right, our work here is done, so we should get going, right?" Then he turns to give Chu Soju some instructions. She needs to return to her world and start learning real magic. Meanwhile, he and Adele have a new part-time job to handle. Hearing this, Adele asks in surprise, "A new part-time job? Where?" He just smiles and gives a one-word answer. Hell. The system presents him with a daily worker recruitment notice for the Forges of Hell. The flyer lists the employer, the required divine power, job details, and working hours, along with a few notes from the boss. A moment later, the two of them arrive in Hell. They stare, stunned, at the massive space gate crackling right in front of them. Director Ju feels a little surprised. He figured the system would normally just teleport workers directly to the job site, but it seems Hell is the one exception. The system works fine with every other world, so why not this one? The system only provides them with a set of directions. Suddenly, a dark shadow appears, and the ground beneath them begins to crack and splinter. Back on Earth, security immediately issues a red alert to headquarters. An agent nervously reports that a medium-sized gate has suddenly expanded into a massive one. A terrified demon runs for its life, screaming for help. That's when a figure appears below, moving like a flash of lightning. He calmly swings his sword, cleaving the portal in two before it can swallow everyone whole. The man he just saved stares at him in complete shock. He calmly turns back to Han, asking if he's okay. "If you're good, get out of here now." The guy snaps out of it and quickly thanks him. From the other side of the gate, strange footsteps approach. He realizes this must be the way. The only way to get to. He reaches a hand inside to investigate. Chu Soju warns him to try and get through without any casualties. A system notification announces he's entered the gate. The three of them slowly step deeper inside. The system announces they've arrived. He looks around at the desolate landscape. Destination, Hell. In front of him is nothing but absolute devastation. He's shocked by the realization. It means the gates are all connected to Hell. So the forgotten gods might not just be inside the gates, they could be in an entirely different dimension of Hell. But just then, something appears behind him. It aims right for his back, its terrifying maw wide open as it lunges forward. He glances back at it. Before he can even process what's happening, a single sword strike rips the monster to shreds. Chu Soju gives him a cold look. "Don't get distracted. Let's clear this gate first." 3 more of those giant insectoid monsters charge right at him. He just smiles and agrees, pushing those useless thoughts aside. First things first, deal with the problem at hand. A short while later, the corpses of the monsters litter the ground. As he walks, he cheerfully announces that the 3 of them took care of all the monsters. He looks ahead, realizing only one thing is left. A protective barrier blocks their path, much to his surprise. A barrier on the other side of the gate. He places a hand on it and laughs. Interesting. Every single gate he's ever been to had a barrier. He smirks as his hand begins to glow, remembering a time when he wasn't strong enough to even get close to one of these. A second later, he moves, preparing to shatter this barrier to pieces. He knew it was time to pull back the curtain and immediately shattered the barrier. The system alerts him. The eye of the abyss is watching. He shouts in anger, "This is where it ends!" Before he can even finish, he completely demolishes the barrier. Turning back, he finds Chu Soju smiling, thinking they were on the right path. But then, a sudden chill hits her, a terrible premonition. She urges the 3 of them to turn back. Hearing this, he's speechless, looking at her as if he can't believe his ears. They've come this far. When will they get another chance to obtain the authority of a demon? She stares ahead, worried. Hell is a place where countless demons and beasts roam free. She gestures around, telling him to look. There's nothing there. Did he understand what this really meant? It means this is the territory of something much, much higher on the food chain. Before she could continue, all 3 of them flinched. Startled, she spins around in panic, realizing it's already too late. She screams at him to destroy the gate core immediately. Just then, an eye opens from beneath the ground, glaring up at him furiously. "Who dares?" It booms. He looks down in absolute shock. This colossal eye rises, its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, cursing him. "Die!" Chu Soju reacts instantly, yelling at him, "Go now!" Without another word, the monster unleashes a devastating attack towards him, causing a massive explosion. Judamdo now stands in a galactic void, thousands of fragments floating before him. He looks around, stunned, wondering, where is this place? Just a moment ago, he was being attacked in Hell. Suddenly, he whips his head around. A little girl is holding a boy's hand, urging him, "This way, and hurry." He stares at the 2 kids in front of him, confused. What children? Maybe they knew where this place was. He immediately starts following them, calling out, "Hey, wait for me." In his haste, he steps where there is no fragment. A second later, he's falling hard into another strange location. The scenery before him is breathtakingly bizarre. He realizes he's standing in a strange place with piles of rubble everywhere. He wonders again where he is. He has no idea what kind of world this could possibly be. He starts walking aimlessly, then accidentally trips over someone. Out of habit, He quickly turns to apologize, but realizes this person seems to be logged out. His eyes widen in complete shock. Looking at the person on the ground, he recognizes the jacket. It's way too familiar. He stumbles back in horror, repeating over and over, "This can't be." Just then, Chusoju approaches, calling out his name. She sadly cradles the body lying there, his body. She apologizes for not being able to protect him. He rushes forward, shouting her name. He tells her he's right here, that the body isn't him. His hand reaches for her shoulder as he desperately asks, "Where are we? What is happening?" The moment he touches her shoulder, the entire space around them begins to shatter into pieces. He's stunned by the sight before him. His gaze darts to another fragment, a different scene. There, he sees himself, impaled by 3 massive swords. He's dead. He walks past more fragments, more memories. Each fragment shows a different end for him, leaving him totally bewildered by what's happening. His expression turns to pure horror. He finally screams out, not understanding any of this. He starts smashing the memory fragments, yelling, "Stop it!" Suddenly, he jolts awake, coughing and gasping in fear. Chusoju rushes over, asking if he's all right. He sighs and nods, telling her to just give him a moment. He turns to Chusoju, saying he needs to talk to her. A barrier materializes between them. He asks her about it, surprised. He explains that he saw her in his dream. He's deeply confused, asking her if she's absolutely sure this is the first time they've ever met. She looks at him, realizing he must have recovered a piece of his memory. She flashes back to the scene from before. When he faced that demon, it had to be because of their encounter with that specific creature. That demon was Aureus, the Sword King, one of Hell's 72 archdemons. Her mind was lost in the memories of his 1,000 lifetimes, 1,000 lives, all ended by that same demon. It was no wonder his memories were in chaos after being attacked by it. He presses her again, demanding she say something. She coldly replies, "There is nothing to say to you." He questions her in disbelief, begging her to just answer his question. She just shakes her head. "Sorry, I can't say anything right now." She fearfully remembers the eye of the abyss, as long as it was watching them. Her next words left him stunned. "I only want what's best for you." Hearing this, he's shocked. It was that same phrase again. Good intentions don't always come with the truth. He could call it a white lie, but he knew she meant no harm, so he just nodded. He agrees not to ask any more questions. She must have her reasons. He then glanced at her, silently amazed she'd let it go so easily. She gives a slight nod. He sighs, admitting he's not even sure he wants to know what she's hiding anymore. He knew he was lying, he realized. But one thing in this current dream felt undeniably real, and maybe the future too. He smiled at her, asking if she would always stay by his side. She hesitated for a second, then nodded. A system window popped up. The target's favorability had increased. She glanced at his white coat. So what was the plan now? They'd need an insane amount of power to defeat the remaining soldiers. She thought for a moment, wondering if they should just go back to hell. But she quickly shook her head that Nightmare Monster was probably still down there. Hearing that, he immediately got angry and questioned her. How did she know its name? Had she met it before? If she already knew about it, she should have warned them first. She just sighed, saying she had no idea it would show up here. She swore to him on the spot. She then realized they always seem to encounter it right after he becomes a high-ranking god. He sighed at that, declaring that from now on, they couldn't completely rely on her ability to see the future. The scene shifts to a massive building. We see a camera, and then we hear the voice of a director. The director immediately starts shouting at him to follow the script. He gets even angrier, repeating the line, telling him to do it exactly as written, which just makes him laugh. He calmly states that he already did what was written on the page. The director explodes, yelling that this isn't the script. Couldn't he see that hole in the wall? If that was a person, they'd be dead. They were trying to advertise the equipment's performance. Equipment specially developed by the M Company. The director then scolds him. "Don't try so hard. Just be gentle." Did he understand or not? He just laughs and shakes his head. "I'm not doing this anymore. Isn't this whole thing a scam?" The director was furious. "What did you just say?" But then he looked closer, realizing he wanted to show everyone the reality of the situation. "Don't you regret this," the director warned. Then immediately ordered the crew to start filming an action scene, calling in some huge bodyguards. He pointed to the massive, muscular guys, explaining they were all 5-star hunters from the M Company. And since he loves reality so much, the team was going to film this scene with no practice and no plan. The second the director yelled start, the group of bodyguards swarmed him, brandishing their weapons and charging in aggressively. Judamdok didn't even try to dodge. He just looked at them and let out a long sigh. He looked back at the building. recognizing the whole thing as a fake program designed by Midas and the Easy Guild to scam new hunters. He cracked a regretful smile, but he'd already decided he could use this for his next plan. Suddenly, the director just froze on the spot. He saw Chu Soju approaching, who then suddenly screamed at everyone to cut the scene immediately. Chu Soju walked right up to Judamdok, asking if he thought teamwork was a required skill for hunters. He shook his head. He thinks a hunter's value is determined solely by their individual strength. He glanced at the guards he'd just beaten down. She sighed and then showed him the proof. It doesn't matter how good the teamwork is, a squad of weak hunters always loses. Always. Especially against a single, more powerful individual. He believes that's the simple reality. He turned to face the director. If he calls himself a hunter meant to protect civilians, shouldn't getting stronger be the obvious priority? Teamwork is just a secondary concern. He continued to press his point companies that always advertise teamwork this, and teamwork that are usually completely useless. Only an individual, not dependent on some company or guild, can become a hunter strong enough to protect the country and its people. Hearing all this, the director just burst out laughing, thanking him for sharing such a clear opinion. He then immediately called for the next hunter. Just then, Judamdok slowly walked out of the company building. A man approached, telling him he was very impressed with his interview. He introduced himself as the director of the Korean branch of the Midas Company. Apparently, his president wanted to meet. If he didn't mind, he'd like to take him there right now. The scene cuts to a Midas office, where the director is laughing, looking right at him. He said it was an honor to finally see him in person. He excitedly brought up the most talked about event in recent history, and the only person in all of human history to have stepped through that gate. Judamdok cut right to the chase. Your Korean is too good. Why did you really want to meet me? The director just glanced at him and nodded. Fine. I'll get straight to the point. I want you to take back everything you said in that interview. He heard that and cursed internally. Just like the rumors. Should he go through with this? There were plenty of people just like him back in America, awful hunters, who couldn't care less about the government or anyone else. They could call themselves hunters, but they were nothing more than despicable, entitled brats. The director then laid out his proposal. If he agreed to do it, the company would support him without holding back any of its resources. He was still thinking, as long as they made an offer actually worth considering. He narrowed his eyes and asked the director, "Just take back my words? Is that all? Just give me a script," he replied. "I'll take care of all the marketing." The director scoffed, thinking that hunters were all just so easy to manipulate. Then, he happily told the director he already had his eye on a weapon. It was a blade of legend, its name whispered down through the ancient ages. The old man smirked, asking what incredible sword he wanted, feeling smug about his own vast collection of 5-star weapons. But our hero only asked for one item, and his next words made the man do a full-on coffee spit take. He wanted the blade known as Excalibur. The man stammered, completely baffled, while our hero just smiled, asking if his request was too much. Just a quick rundown on this weapon. Excalibur is, without a doubt, the most powerful sword on the entire planet. It's a weapon of pure myth, surrounded by rumors that no one has ever found it, let alone seen it. And yes, it is the legendary sword of King Arthur. Back in the present, the old man cursed under his breath. Was this guy insane, he wondered? Or did he somehow know that he was the one who actually had Excalibur? He quickly calmed himself down. Impossible. The information couldn't have leaked, so he must be bluffing. He laughed, wiping sweat from his face. He played dumb, claiming he had no idea what our hero was talking about. Instantly, our hero's expression turned serious. He told the man flat out that he knows everything. His only condition was the weapon, and he should think very carefully. The man was completely lost. What on earth did he mean by "I know everything"? Our hero shook his head. He wasn't just talking about Excalibur, but also the shady methods the man used to get it. That did it. Midas slammed his hands on the table, yelling about disrespect. He warned that this insistence would get him nothing. Hearing that, our hero just laughed, telling him to relax. He never said he had to give it to him, he just wanted to see it for 5 minutes. He laid out his proposal. Let him see it, and he would take everything back and even promote his training program. The old man began to think. A moment later, however, he stood up. He turned to leave, telling our hero to go home, that this pointless conversation was going nowhere. He shot him one last look. He felt a wave of relief, thinking he'd almost fallen for the trick. Even if the kid knew, he would never, ever admit it. He made a final offer. He couldn't arrange Excalibur, but if he wanted a different weapon, he should get in touch. The scene shifts, where a surprised voice is heard asking him a question. So it didn't work. What's next? Director Ju just smiled, explaining to Chu So-ju that he fully expected him to refuse the deal. A man like that wouldn't just easily show off a sword like Excalibur. Hearing its name, she visibly flinched. Her mind flashed back to the past when she'd asked him, "You want Excalibur? But hasn't that sword been lost for ages?" He simply nodded, then recounted what Thor Oliver had told him about a man under his command named Midas. He was glad, he said, that King Arthur wasn't around to see it. Chu Soju looked on, realizing this direct approach was totally his style. With that, he started to stretch, announcing he had a dungeon to visit while they played the waiting game. She was surprised. At his current level, he wasn't going to get any stronger raiding some normal dungeon. He just smiled back at her, explaining, "That's exactly why I have to go." He told her to wait at the guild. 1 month later, Midas is in his office, absolutely raging. A news alert popped up, reporting that the large-scale dungeon on Jeju Island had just been conquered. Hunter-Director Ju had set an unprecedented new record, clearing a massive dungeon with 0 casualties in the fastest time. He furiously gritted his teeth, cursing the hero's name. The news continued, adding that this was just one of several supposedly impossible dungeons he had managed to clear in the past month. The reporter on screen asked if he saw any flaws in his strategy, since he used the same one repeatedly. He shook his head, explaining that he'd been relying too much on gear, which isn't as important against a truly powerful monster. On television, he continued to state his opinion without a hint of hesitation. As he saw it, you could attack with fewer people, so long as every hunter was skilled. Hearing this, Midas slammed his fist on the table. He furiously ordered his branch manager to contact the hero immediately. "Tell him I accept his conditions." Midas gritted his teeth in anger, but he had no choice. He decided to give in. The scene shifts to another vast location. The vegetation was incredibly lush as Midas led the two down into a vault, stating he had 5 minutes. Just as they agreed, our hero was surprised by the very ground beneath his feet as they slowly moved deeper inside. All around them was a sea of gold and silver, and suspended in the air was a single sword. He approached, astonished. This was the legend. The system immediately appraised the legendary sword's top-tier skills. He looked down at his little companion and asked what it thought. The creature let out a soft cry, and a mark on its forehead began to glow. A system message popped up. It was copying the sword. Outside, the old man frantically searched for something, then lit up when he found his secret room. He pressed a hidden brick and let out a booming laugh, startling our hero who whipped his head around. He had them locked inside, shouting curses. The man sneered, gloating that he'd let them out eventually without a single scratch, of course. After one last look at his treasures, he glanced down at the two of them just as the door began to close. This was no ordinary door. It was explosion proof. The room was sealed, and he made it clear they would never escape this place. He laughed, shouting that a slow, painful end was exactly what they deserved. And with that, the door slammed shut. But our hero was furious. He knew the old man would pull a stunt like this. He simply smiled, gripping his sword. He figured this was the perfect time to test out their new item. As the villain walked off, he smugly planned to send someone to clean up the trash in 3 months. But suddenly, a brilliant green light erupted from the sealed door, stopping the old man dead in his tracks. He spun around in absolute terror. The entire place had been completely obliterated by our hero's power. At that same moment, a news report went live. The location of the chairman of the Midas Company had been exposed. According to the FBI, he was suspected of murder and drug trafficking, not to mention being an executive in a criminal organization. But the identity of the person who literally cracked the earth open to find him remained a mystery. Elsewhere, Director Ju held the sword, admiring its design and praising its incredible quality. Chu Soju looked at our hero in shock and asked, "You like it that much?" He nodded, admitting he was completely speechless, unable to believe such a thing existed on this planet. A weapon this perfect. He couldn't stop staring at it, endlessly praising its craftsmanship, wondering what kind of person could create such a thing. Suddenly, the door flew open, and an angry Baiyun stormed in demanding, "What have you been up to lately?" He angrily scolded our hero, asking why he was always on TV but never bothered to visit him. Our hero calmly greeted him, but Baiyun froze, his eyes locked on the weapon. He stared in awe and asked, "What is that insane sword?" Our hero immediately pushed him away and tapped his head. "You don't need to know. Just stay away from it. You'll get my sword dirty." Baiyun instantly started begging, pleading that as his disciple, it was unfair not to let him see it. Just one little touch. Our hero looked at him, surprised by his desperation, and asked, "You really want to touch it that badly?" He then handed Bai Shui over for the boy to hold, telling him he could pet it for as long as he wanted. Bai Yun was, understandably, a little confused. He held Bai Shui and yelled, "Why would you do this?" Our hero just smiled and explained, You said you wanted to touch the sword. The sword and Bai Shui are one and the same. If you don't pet her, you'll just make her sad." Just then, Chu Soju got dressed and announced it was time to meet the three guardians. The scene shifts once more, this time to a frozen wasteland. Surrounded by ice and snow, the three of them trudged forward. Director Ju clutched his briefcase and questioned their guide. "Are you sure this is the only way to meet the guardians?" Panting, she explained that the Etten guardians live between two great rivers, and if they hurried, they could get there by nightfall. Hearing this, our hero shivered violently and questioned, "Who in their right mind lives in a place like this?" Bayun shivered too, insisting she must be lying. He was absolutely sure of it. She simply asked if the three of them wanted to turn back. The group stopped dead in their tracks. She gave them a cold, hard look. "If we go back now, the world will be destroyed." Our hero told her she didn't need to be so dramatic. "We'll go." His footprints marked the frozen ground as they pressed on. Chu Soju looked ahead, then gave everyone an update. "We're almost there. We'll meet the guardian right after we cross that mountain." Hearing this, Bayun immediately started jumping for joy. He thought their suffering was finally coming to an end. Everyone needed to move faster, but just then, Director Ju realized something was very wrong. The next second, as Bayun turned to speak, a massive blizzard appeared right in front of them. The four of them froze in stunned silence. Our hero screamed, warning everyone to run for their lives. They scrambled in a desperate panic. He spotted a small cave opening and suggested everyone follow him. Chu Soju shouted that the entrance was far too narrow. He just gripped his sword with determination. He decided to expand it himself. "Bai Shui," he called out, rushing toward the cave with his sword drawn. He made it inside with the others. Chu Soju created a ball of light, looking around to assess their new surroundings. The entrance was completely sealed by snow. It would take days to melt. Wiping the sweat from her face, she stepped forward. "This is my specialty." She raised her hands, preparing to use her fire magic to melt the thick wall of ice. She assured everyone she hadn't been wasting her time, raising her hand high to summon a powerful flame. She told them all to witness the third circle magic of the future great archmage, Sa Long. A moment later, the tiny spark in her hand fizzled out. Chu Soju just said, "That little spark isn't going to work. Other than direct sunlight," she explained. "Only the mana of Niflheim itself could ever hope to melt this pile of snow." She looked heartbroken, feeling like she should have been told sooner. In a fit of rage, Bayun kicked the snow, cursing under her breath. He immediately explained, "Don't waste your energy on pointless things." They had no idea how long they'd be stuck here. He thought of the forgotten gods, growing stronger with every passing second. He asked in disbelief, "Is there really no other way to get out of here?" Just then, Bai Shui jumped down in front of him. It raised its hands, looked ahead, and took a step forward, making him call out its name in surprise. It sniffed an ice wall, deep in thought. He asked, confused, "Is there something about this wall?" Then his own eyes went wide as he stared at it. He pressed his ear against the wall, wondering what that strange sound was. A moment later, the ice suddenly shattered. He froze, completely stunned by the sight. Before him were tiny ice spirits, absolutely terrified of him and chattering in confusion. Staring at them in shock, he managed to ask, "Are you guys fairies?" They looked like something straight out of a storybook. The spirit suddenly shrieked in terror, convinced he was going to eat them. He offered a gentle smile, explaining he wasn't an enemy. Just then, Bai Shui climbed onto his back, causing the spirits to scream even louder. A vicious beast. The three tiny fairies covered their faces, crying that they were definitely going to be eaten now. Then, they started fearfully chanting Bai Shui's name. He just stared at the panicking creatures, completely exasperated by their theatrics. "Emergency. This is an emergency. Loki and Severus are here for Andro. Andro, save us." A voice suddenly replied, "It's Andronia, not Andro." Hearing that, he froze, repeating the new name under his breath. All of a sudden, a man with red hair stepped forward, demanding to know what was going on as he glared fiercely at the three spirits. Hadn't he told them to stay quiet until he recovered? The little spirits argued that Judam's group was here to steal Andro. The spirits immediately started screaming for Judam to save them, leaving him completely speechless at the scene. One of the spirits insisted again, "It's Andronia, not Andro." Hearing this, his eyes widened with a sudden realization. Just then, another figure appeared, asking what all the commotion was about. It was Thor, who coolly asked if he hadn't told the little spirits to keep quiet until he had fully recovered. After hearing the whole story, Thor burst out laughing, admitting he thought he'd fallen for one of Loki's traps again. Bayun stared at him, starstruck. She couldn't believe it was really Thor. The god smiled and praised him. "Quite a courageous priest you are." At that, he looked at Thor and asked, "Are you saying that massive avalanche was Loki's doing? A trap to lock you in here?" Thor paused for a moment, then nodded. "That fool is planning to build an army in Niflheim." Hearing this, Chu Soju nodded grimly. An avalanche on that scale was definitely not natural. She sighed. "This is a huge problem, and the timing couldn't be worse." He turned back to Thor and asked the obvious question. "What about you? Why haven't you escaped from here yet?" Thor looked a bit sheepish, explaining that he'd tried, but it was no use. The snow in Niflheim was different. His hammer couldn't even make a dent in it. Judum stared at the snow in utter disbelief. He realized the snow had withstood a direct hit from Thor's hammer. If Mjolnir, the ultimate weapon, was useless, were they trapped until it melted? Noticing his grim expression, Thor let out a hearty laugh. "Why the long face?" he asked, telling him not to worry so much. He pointed to the three spirits and explained, "These little guys will take care of our food, so all we have to do is wait patiently for the snow to melt." The three spirits immediately started whispering to each other, convinced he was planning to steal all their food. The one next to him nodded in agreement. The last spirit looked terrified, stammering about how hard they had worked to gather their winter supplies. A loud noise suddenly echoed, making the three tiny spirits jump in fright. One of them tried to protest, saying they would never agree. But he cut the spirit off. "I don't care." All he wanted was a way out of this place. The spirit, shocked, questioned him. "Why should we tell you? You're the ones who trespassed here." At that, Thor stepped in with a command. "You will prepare us a feast so grand the table itself will break under the weight." He glanced at the tiny spirit, then refused, saying he'd just live with them until the snow melted. The spirits went into a full-blown panic at his words, huddling together to figure out what to do. One cried that it didn't know what to do next. Another wailed that with the god Andro here, they would all starve to death. The third one nodded, deciding they should just tell them the exit and kick them out. The tiny spirit pointed right at his face. "Nod," it said, "and I'll tell you. But you have to promise me one thing." The deal was simple. Once they left, they could never return. He just smiled and nodded, and with that, a contract was made. Then the spirit shot forward, telling the group to back up. Danger was coming. It raised its tiny, balled-up fist. It threw a punch, and the solid wall of snow in front of them instantly began to melt. Dan stared, unable to believe his eyes. The little spirit let out a triumphant laugh. It explained that if he used an ice attribute attack, the entire wall would shatter just like that. Dan hesitated, pointing out that a hole that small wasn't nearly big enough for them to escape through. Frustrated, he asked the spirit if it couldn't just destroy the whole thing in one shot. Adol Salon suggested they could chip away at the ice all night. The spirit heard this and panicked, immediately cursing them out. An idea like that, it screeched, would completely drain all of its magic. The gods had never done a single thing for it, so why should it sacrifice itself for a bunch of humans? Dan sighed, reminding the spirit it had promised to help. The creature suddenly remembered something and let out a little laugh. It showed him another way they could handle the rest themselves, by learning how to use ice attribute attacks. Baekwoon was shocked, realizing he might be able to perform a water wave skill just like Dan's. Adol Salon just chuckled. A grand mage like her wasn't about to miss this kind of opportunity. Thor stroked his beard, recalling that only beings from Niflheim could naturally use ice-based magic. The spirit pointed at him, explaining that was because the gods saw mana as something lowly and never bothered to learn. It spread its tiny arms wide. "Raise your hand if you have even a single drop of ice mana. Water attribute will work." 2. It stared speechlessly at the three of them. Nothing. Adele Salon awkwardly admitted she hadn't learned water magic yet. Baekwoon then explained he couldn't use magic in the first place. The spirit was baffled. "What do you mean? Ice magic was one thing, but water magic? That was supposed to be the most basic of the basics." Hearing this, Thor boomed with laughter, saying the snow would melt on its own eventually. They might as well relax. Besides, he and the spirit were still waiting for dinner. At the mention of food, the spirit grabbed its head and started wailing, terrified for its food supply. Just then, Dan spoke up, thinking he might have something. He looked at the water energy in his hand. He'd almost forgotten about it, but he guessed this was mana. "Attribute," the system suddenly announced. "The blessing of the forgotten god Neptune has been activated." The spirit's eyes went wide with joy. Such pure water mana. It nodded eagerly, saying this would be enough. A quiet calm fell over them. In the cold silence, the spirit slowly began to teach Dan how to condense his mana. They would use his water attribute mana as bait to draw in the natural energy of Niflheim itself. Dan focused on the mana pooling in his palm, thinking this was way easier than he expected. A system notification popped up. He had discovered the principle of the ice attribute. Understanding. 10%. A thin layer of frost began swirling around him. The spirit was stunned that he'd done it so fast. Baekwoon just sighed, muttering that jerks are always ridiculously talented. Beside him, Adil Salon was also impressed. Not bad, she admitted. The spirit flew up, staring at the ice in his hand. It felt like watching a genius being born. His talent was undeniable, but it wasn't over. The spirit declared that actually practicing with this new ice mana was the most important part. Dan just raised his sword and shook his head. No need. He smirked at the ice wall, saying he already knew what to do. A moment later, a massive crash echoed through the cave. And then, Dan calmly walked outside. But the sight that greeted him was staggering. A gigantic foot slammed down right in front of him, one of a dozen colossal monsters. He stared up at them. He had no idea what these giant creatures were, or what could have happened in the short time they'd been trapped. Thor emerged right behind him, furiously cursing Loki. He roared that the trickster must have brought them here while they were distracted. At that moment, Chu Soju stepped forward. I can feel the Guardian's presence. Dan whipped his head around, shocked by her words. She looked toward the advancing giants. The king of the ice giants, Ymir, he is near. Another massive foot slammed down before them. A whole horde of giant monsters stood before Dan, leaving him completely speechless. He stared at them, wondering what they were and how the world could have changed so drastically while they were stuck inside. Thor storms outside, absolutely furious, screaming Loki's name. He's convinced that bastard let the giants in while they were all distracted. Just then, Chu Soju steps forward, his voice low. He can feel the Guardian's presence. Thor whirls around, shocked. Chu Soju just points toward the horde of giants, explaining that their king is near. Etten, he's somewhere close. Chu Soju's eyes narrow as he stares down the colossal figures. So, does that mean the third Guardian is one of them? He thinks for a moment, then gives a solemn nod. It's true. The third Guardian, Etten, is the king of the frost giants. He looks over the massive beasts, explaining that the frost giants are all closely connected. This means Etten is probably watching over his people from somewhere nearby. Thor stares at the monsters, completely stunned. Not only is the third Guardian not human, but why would he be so hostile toward Thor? She explains that Etten would never side with a god like Loki. It's more likely he's being controlled. Classic Loki. Hearing this, a thought clicks into place for Chu Soju. 3 words from her explanation stand out. Being controlled. Meanwhile, Thor is already attacking the giants, roaring that he's going to kill Loki himself. He's in a blind rage, screaming for Loki to stop hiding and face him like a man. But high above, Loki watches it all unfold with a smirk. Same old, foolish Thor. He turns his gaze back toward Etten. With a taunting voice, he points out that Etten's people are being slaughtered. Maybe he should go save them. Down below, Thor is still shouting for Loki to fight him properly. He glares up at the sky. He demands to know how long Loki plans to hide. And then, suddenly Etten moves. The giant king slams into Thor, throwing him hard against a wall of ice. Thor collapses in pain, then his eyes snap open. He glares at Etten with pure fury. 2 more colossal monsters charge toward him. Chu Soju looks up at the figure watching from above. He puts it all together. The man up there is Loki, and the giant who just joined the fight is the king. He realizes they have to act fast before Thor ends up wiping out all the frost giants. Adel Salon looks at him, worried, asking if he's really going to fight the man up there. Bai Yun is equally shocked. He says that guy looks powerful. Chu Soju turns back with a smirk, teasing them. What, are they scared? Instantly, they both deny it. Of course not. Bai Yun declares they'll crush anyone who gets in their way. It doesn't matter if it's Loki or anyone else. Hearing that, Chu Soju smiles. All right then, it's time to fight. The snow suddenly grows thicker. He dashes forward, not knowing what skill Loki used to take over Etten's mind. But brainwashing at that level must require immense concentration. He sprints toward Loki's position, figuring Etten's control will loosen if he can just distract Loki for a single second. But he stops dead. A massive foot comes crashing down towards him. He knew Etten wouldn't just stand by and let him get close. He narrowly dodges the attack as the giant glares at him with savage eyes. Loki looks down at him and smiles, saying it's useless to try and sneak up on him. He gently touches Etten's face. He slowly explains that it took a great deal of time and effort to control Etten. Even in this state, he's still revered as the most powerful being in all of Niflheim. Loki looks down at Chu Soju and laughs, guessing he's a god from another world. After all, a sneak attack isn't Thor's style. Seeing that he guessed everything right, Chu Soju becomes pensive. He's considering his options. Loki raises a hand, sensing his quiet nature. That means one thing. He's very confident in his skills. Loki places a hand on his own chest, remarking that gods can be ridiculously naive. They never seem to realize that too much pride will be their downfall. Then, he formally introduces himself. I am Loki. He looks at the mana stone in his hand, saying their fateful encounter here was destiny. So, he decides to show him something very interesting. He holds up the mana stone, noting that gods tend to look down on mana. But does he know mana is a gift from Mother Gaia, just like divine power? He gazes down at the towering, snowy mountains. This frozen land is a place where even Thor's divine power is useless. And here, he has discovered the countless possibilities of attribute mana. His expression twists into a manic grin as he laughs. He discovered the ultimate attribute mana. He then boasts, telling him to behold this glorious black flame, a fire that can even melt the eternal snows of Niflheim. Chusoju realizes it's the ultimate attribute mana. Loki just laughs, saying it's beautiful. He's never had a chance to test it in a real battle, and Chusoju will make an excellent test subject. Hearing this, Chusoju tightens his grip on his sword. He looks up at Loki and smiles, saying he should have told him sooner. Just then, the fire engraving skill activates. Seeing this, Loki is bewildered, unable to understand how he could possibly do that. In the next instant, Chusoju is right in front of him. He swings his sword. A massive shockwave tears through the area. The dark, swirling light begins to fade away. Etten took the blow for him, and the hero had to admit Loki got lucky. He was furious, growling that he held back from taking the man's entire arm. Loki immediately threw his hands up in surrender. With an icy voice, he laid out his terms. Remove the mind control, then he'd be allowed to leave. The sight of the blade had Loki nodding frantically. He begged him to lower the sword, claiming he needed to focus to break the spell. He lowered his sword, warning Loki not to try anything foolish. With a smile, Loki agreed, then slowly called out to Etten. And then the mask dropped. With a wicked laugh, he called it his final command, ordering Etten to crush him with everything he had. He froze, completely bewildered by the betrayal. In that instant, Etten slammed him with a massive hit. Loki called to Etten again, his voice dripping with malice. This, he declared, was his very last command. The order was simple and brutal. Obliterate him using every last ounce of his strength. The shock was immediate. The next thing he knew, Judum was sent flying downwards by Etten's raw power, completely disoriented. He urged Loki to stop, warning him that this would be his own undoing as well. Loki just laughed, saying that's what made it so interesting. Then he ordered Etten to crush everything and everyone. Furious, he slammed his foot on the ice, glaring at Loki. He roared at Etten, "Stop!" But Etten didn't stop. He leaped into the air, crashing down for the kill. Just then, Chusoju swooped in for the save. Loki fell, laughing triumphantly the whole way down. He smirked, saying he should have never been underestimated. He vanished into the abyss, a smile still plastered on his face. A footstep approached. Someone called Loki a madman. The god of lies had finally snapped. Bachvan peered into the abyss, completely lost. He couldn't even see the bottom. Was that big guy actually dead? But then he paused. Wait. He could make out something moving down there. A pair of terrifying yellow eyes blinked open in the dark. Then, something enormous shot upwards, leaving the entire group completely stunned. Judum stood there, frozen, staring at the creature. He couldn't process it. A massive dragon, and sitting on its head was none other than Loki. With a sly grin, he announced his grand return. He glanced at the heroes, declaring it was time for Phase 2. But suddenly, Thor charged forward, bellowing, hammer raised, roaring that this joke had gone on long enough. Suddenly, something appeared right behind Thor, and the god of thunder froze in pure shock. Instantly, the ice dragon's tail whipped him clean into a frozen wall. Loki casually told his dragon to go and play with Thor. The beast obeyed instantly, leaving Loki standing all alone. He snapped his fingers, calling for another. A new creature appeared in the sky, shocking our hero. The monster crashed down, sending them all into a panic. He stared, stunned. It was a giant ice wolf. Loki boasted that this was his ice wolf, one of his most precious pets, second only to his incredible dragon. He chuckled smugly, mentioning the last time he felt this surprised was about 1,000 years ago. He never imagined another god could actually wield the power of Kak-Hoa. But of course, a genius like him always had a backup plan. He smirked, telling him not to hold a grudge. He just hates when things ruin his fun. Judum immediately shouted out to Chusoju, "Get the other two out of here, now." He would handle this himself. Loki ordered the wolf to attack. Its massive paw shot towards him, making him flinch. It opened its massive jaws to bite down. The next moment, he was trapped inside, and Loki praised his precious wolf. He stepped closer, happily stroking the beast, gloating that all the hard work taming it had finally paid off. He really loved this ice wolf. The beast's gaze back at him seemed almost touched. "Now," he commanded, Go find his friends and eat them too. They had to end this fast and go help the dragon. Suddenly, Loki's face fell. He noticed something different about the wolf's gaze. He frantically ordered the wolf to move. But from inside its mouth, the hero just smiled. Crush him. The system announced it. Cerberus tamed. With the trait Dog King, he could now control any canine. The wolf immediately attacked Loki. As Loki lay defeated, Judum stepped out of its mouth, sighing about dog hair. Full of hatred, Loki stared at him, demanding to know how he had done it. He just smiled. His power simply surpassed Loki's pathetic attempt at control. Model. He explains that he has a few special abilities, but more importantly, Loki had better start cooking up a new plan. Otherwise, he's about to eat a knuckle sandwich. Just then, a boot slams down hard on Loki's face. He immediately feels the fear and calls out to my dearest Thor. Loki claims he took the joke too far and offers to buy him a beer to make up for it, begging Thor to let him go this one time. Thor glares at him with pure, unadulterated rage, his eyes fixed on Rongrong's motionless body over there. He quietly thanks the mountain god, saying he owes him one. He then glances over at Dandok, remarking that he seems to get a little bigger every time they meet. He promises he won't forget this favor. I have to take this one with me, he says. Loki, still dazed from the beating, just grumbles resentfully, my wrong. And with that, the two gods shot up into the sky, leaving a completely dumbfounded Dandok behind. It took him a moment to snap out of it, marveling that Thor just took Loki away. He thinks it's a good thing Thor didn't make a bigger scene. If he were Thor, Loki would be in a world of pain right now. But Soju's serious voice cuts in they have a much bigger problem on their hands. She looks down the cliff and says quietly that Etten is at the bottom. With a frown, Soju makes a suggestion. What if we just climb down there? Hearing this, Dandok immediately gets worried and asks if she's serious. Bokvan stares into the deep abyss. Bokvan snaps at her. You want to go down there? Are you insane? Then he turns, frowning with another concern. But what if that god is already dead? He fell from such a crazy height. Soju, however, just gives him a cold look and replies, That's not your problem. As soon as she finished, Etten's voice boomed out. That's right. Turns out, he'd already climbed all the way up, much to the shock of Dandok and Bokvan. Etten's massive form completely blotted out the sunlight from the sky, his gigantic face looming right in front of them. Bokvan was frozen stiff for a moment, but just as Etten opened his mouth to speak, Bokvan let out a blood-curdling scream. He scrambled to hide behind Soju, shouting, Hey, are you challenging us? Just wait till I draw this sword, and then it's on. Dandok, meanwhile, just gulped nervously as he faced Etten. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Do we really have to fight him? Even though he was no longer controlled by Loki. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Etten suddenly spoke. Oh, God from another world. He bowed his head respectfully. I thank you for freeing me from my curse, and for defeating that ice dragon, even though we are strangers. At this, Etten's voice hardened, his teeth grinding with rage. Every living creature here has been tormented by that dragon. He paused. For thousands of years. And so, Etten offered a reward. I will grant you one wish. This sudden luck left Dandok stunned, just repeating the words, One wish? For real? Seeing his shocked expression, the giant continued. But there is one condition. Dandok's brow furrowed as he asked, What is it? Etten looked to a distant mountain and explained grimly. I can only grant the wish if it is made in Niflheim, as I must remain here to protect my people from that dragon. Dandok was completely shocked, his gaze following the giant's. Huh? I thought that dragon was already dead? But Etten's next words made his eyes go wide in disbelief. Not yet. The giant sighed, closing his eyes. No matter how many times you kill it, it will always revive. It will remain frozen like this for hundreds, or even thousands of years. My friends have struggled to defeat it for far too long. Seeing the giant's powerlessness, Dandok frowned and voiced the question on his mind. It's immortal? Is there no way to stop it from harming your people for good? Etten thought for a moment before replying. Perhaps there is a way. A prophecy exists in Niflheim. He began to recall the ancient words. One who possesses both white ice and black fire. A person who can control an energy so cold, it feels like being burned by the great black flame. When this being appears, the ice dragon will finally be defeated, and this land will be saved. Hearing this, Dandok frowned, recalling that Loki could also use black fire. Then, he raised his own hand, summoning a dark flame. He asked hesitantly, But, the great black flame? As he spoke, Etten's eyes shot wide open in absolute shock. Is this it? Etten replied. his voice filled with uncertainty. I believe that is the great black flame from the prophecy, but it's still not enough to reach the level of white ice and black fire, he explained with a frown. That is because you cannot use the divine halo. The name left Dandok utterly confused. Divine halo? Seeing the question in his eyes, Etten elaborated. The prophecy mentioned that the Savior would not have reached that level when he first arrived. With that, the giant stood up and began to walk, urging him, "Follow me. I know someone who can help you." Just then, a heavy snow began to fall. A short while later, the snow fairy appeared, her face dark. She looked at Etten with a grimace. "What is this?" Then she pointed angrily at Dandok's group and shrieked, "Why are you with this lot?" But Dandok just waved cheerfully. "Hey, long time no see." Seeing their reactions, Etten closed his eyes and said, "So you know each other already? Then you must be the savior." But Pixie shot forward, pummeling the old man's nose as she yelled at the top of her lungs, "Know each other? Give me a break." After wearing herself out, Etten glanced at the seated Pixie. He held her as she panted, explaining that few here could use mana as skillfully as the Pixies. With their help, he'd master the mana circle soon. Hearing this, she crossed her arms and snapped, "What? Why should I help that guy? I'm busy looking for food here." Just then, Soju popped up and called out, "Hey!" And Pixie instantly shot back, "What is it?" She pulled out a piece of candy, offering, "This is candy. Want to try some?" Pixie's eyes lit up as she asked with excitement, "Is it food?" She hugged the candy tightly, gave it a few sniffs and exclaimed, "Smells pretty good." She immediately stuck out her tongue for a taste, and a wave of sweetness instantly flooded her entire mouth. Pixie's eyes went wide with joy as she yelled, "This is delicious." She was so excited she started flying in circles asking, "What is this thing? Is this the golden apple from the fairy tales?" Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Soju pulled out a whole pile of candy. "I'll give you all this if you help us." The sight of the sweet, sparkling treats sent Pixie into a frenzy of pure excitement. After negotiating for a while under the snowy sky, Pixie's clear voice suddenly rang out, "The divine halo." In short, the divine halo is what happens when mana is compressed to its absolute limit. Then she proudly introduced her own ability. "As for me, I can do this." With that, Pixie revealed her pale blue mana and explained, "It's on a completely different level compared to a simple mana fist." However, Pixie's next words made Dandok's brow furrow. But the real difficulty lies somewhere else, controlling two divine halos of different attributes at the same time. Plus, you'd need an insane amount of natural talent. If they're two opposing attributes, it's basically impossible. At this point, even Etten had to jump in. Learning it in a rush makes it even harder. You can't learn this in a few days. You have to practice slowly, and maybe, but before he could finish, Pixie completely lost it. "What the hell?" She angrily spun around to scold, "Etten, you're just so clueless, aren't you?" Pixie grumbled, "That guy is a monster. If I knew he couldn't do it, why would I have explained all that?" Even while being yelled at, Etten tried to calm her down. While those two were bickering, Dandok was staring intently at his black flame, thinking, "This intense mana backlash is going to be tough." He tried controlling the flame in his hand, musing, "But I think I've got the main idea." His subconscious actions were not missed by Etten. His eyes widened as he screamed in absolute shock, "No way!" His aura. "It's already stabilized." Pixie just stuck her nose in the air and said, "See? I'm always right." Just then, a strange blue-black sword appeared in Dandok's hands. Seeing him walk toward the dragon, sword in hand, Pixie raised an eyebrow and said, "Watch closely, because he's a top-tier monster." Facing the beast, he scowled, trying to focus his mind. As Dandok raised his sword high above his head to summon its power, a notification screen popped up. "You have comprehended the divine halo of the Black Flame attribute, and a new skill has been created due to the effects of the Sword God title." Dandok then used the skill Black Sword Burst, slashing down hard on the sleeping ice dragon. Seeing the icy ground get sliced away by a single strike, Etten's eyes shot open as he whispered, "Unbelievable." He just stood there stunned, muttering, "We had to fight for so long," but he only needed a single slash. Just then, another screen appeared. "You have slain the ice dragon." He looked at the pile of essences on the screen. His mana absorption and accumulation rates had both increased, and he gained the ice dragon's cold resistance and regeneration speed. Dandok turned back with a smile. "You said you'd grant me a wish, right? How about becoming my priest?" A moment later, 2 notification lines appeared. "The priest contract ceremony is complete. Etten is now your 3rd priest." Watching Etten close his eyes for the ritual, Dandok cheered, "Excellent. From now on, you're my 3rd priest." Etten. At the same time, A new notification popped up on the screen. Your divine power has increased. Detailed information of the priests below is now displayed in greater detail. Then Etten opened his mouth to ask, "Is this good enough?" The giant Etten's information panel appeared. Third priest, ice-based martial arts talent. He is the lord of the frost giants in Niflheim. Looking at the info, Dandok replied with a grin. This is more than just good enough. Meanwhile, Baekun, known as a genius of swordsmanship, was shivering uncontrollably. Baekun whined, "It's so cold. When can we finally go home?" Hearing his voice, Dandok turned to look at him. At that moment, Baekun frowned and shot back irritably. "What? What's with that look? So weird." But Dandok was sporting a dark grin, thinking to himself, "This is getting interesting." Suddenly, Sazone stepped forward to scold Baekun. "Hey, he's still our god. Watch your mouth." Hearing that, Baekun scoffed, "Gives me the creeps. A god? What a load of nonsense." He then boldly declares that he'll beat the guy soon enough, so talking to him like this now is no big deal. All he gets back is a skeptical smile from Sazone, as if the guy has never won a single match. While those two are busy bickering, Damdok is on the side, acquiring a new skill. Sazon's info screen flashes the second priest has a talent for ice magic. He then snaps his fingers, cutting them off. "Stop fighting. It's time to go." A magic circle instantly appears above everyone's heads. Sazone raises an eyebrow, skeptical. "Where are we going now?" Baekwoon immediately answers, "Anywhere is fine, as long as it's warm." But Damdok just smiles. "Our mission here is complete." As he speaks, the magic circle teleports the entire party away. Time to go check on the other world. Over there, another group is being crushed and killed by a monstrous tree's sharp branches. Their agonizing screams fill the air. Seeing the absolute horror, a brown-haired man yells in a panic, "The dungeon broke. The risk level just jumped from D to A." But just as he tries to call for backup, he gets a swift kick right to the face. Dung-Ah grits his teeth and snarls, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The man screams back frantically, "I have to kill as many monsters as possible to improve my performance rating. If I call for support now, I'll have to share the points with those other losers." With that, Dung-Ah lands several more vicious kicks. Even so, the man growls through his teeth. "But our team can't handle this alone." As he screams, a brilliant light suddenly appears behind him. "The reason I brought you along was to make this possible." A flame erupts in midair, instantly incinerating the monster's branches. His eyes go wide in total disbelief. "What?" Standing before him is Sazon, a fireball crackling in her hand. Sazon gleefully unleashes her fire magic on the tree monster, letting out a sigh of relief. Now this is refreshing. This is exactly why fire magic is so much fun. She then conjures an even bigger fireball, all while complaining, "It's just way too cold." Watching Sazon's roaring flames burn the tree monster to a crisp, the surrounding crowd begins to whisper. She took down an A-rank mutant all by herself. Who is she? Never seen her. Maybe a foreign hunter? Seeing them just standing around gossiping, Dung-Ah roars in pure fury, "You absolute morons. Did you come here to watch a show? She's an illegal trespasser. Get her out of here immediately." His subordinate stammers back, "But we can't handle this ourselves. Shouldn't we ask her to help protect the civilians in the area?" Before the man can even finish, Dung-Ah completely loses it. "I pay you to follow my orders. Call the Gate Management Bureau, now." Startled by Dung-Ah's roar, the man tries to comply, but a clean sword strike slices his phone neatly in two. Baekwoon steps forward with an arrogant smirk. "Sazon can be a pain, sure, but reporting her would just create a headache for us." Dung-Ah's eyes bulge with rage as he yells, "Baekwoon, what are you doing here?" But then, a realization dawns on him. He turns around, his voice filled with dread. "Wait a minute, if you're here, that must mean..." He spots Damdok standing coolly in the distance. Dung-Ah seethes, "This is your doing again." In response to the furious accusation, Damdok offers only a single, cold glance. "You said you would never join a gate raid again, so why are you going back on your word now?" Hearing this, Damdok's brow furrows as he retorts sarcastically, "Well then you should probably hurry up. Casualties are only going to increase. All because you refuse to admit your own incompetence." The sharp words echo, hitting Dung-Ah right where it hurts as he grits his teeth in pure hatred. "You weakling." But then his attitude shifts completely as he sneers. "Someone who uses such a dirty power dares to talk." Dung-Ah looks him over with a mocking gaze. "Thanks to those dirty little tricks, you must be pretty rich now, right?" Damdok just frowns back, utterly confused. "You're talking nonsense again." Dung-Ah lowers his head, his voice dripping with insinuation. "You think I don't know the reason you're so strong? How long did you really think you could hide it?" That abnormal power of yours. At this, Damdok's eyes widen in genuine shock. It was impossible had this guy actually figured out he was using divine power? Despite the shock, he grits his teeth and snaps back. Know what? You don't know a damn thing. I'm busy. Get out of my way. He immediately steps forward, shoving Dong-a hard with his shoulder. But strangely, Dong-a isn't angry. He just smiles slyly. I've waited so long for this. You think I'd let you go so easily? The moment he finishes, a sharp voice rings out. This is Sector 44. I have located Ju Damdok, the individual suspected of monsterization. Instantly, a squad of heavily armed soldiers surrounds Damdok, cutting off any and all escape routes. The squad leader speaks again. Ju Damdok, you are under suspicion of monsterization and are considered a Level 1 threat. Your personal affairs will now be monitored by the Hunter Inspection Bureau. Fail to cooperate, and you will be terminated on the spot. With a frown, the man issued a warning, declaring the emergency protection protocol was now in effect. He hoped Damdok wouldn't resist. Seeing this, Dong-a exploded with triumphant laughter. You're finished, you Damdok, he gloated manically. You can't escape, son. Everything has been perfectly prepared by me. Let's rewind a few days. Dong-a stared at Guk-a's back with pure hatred, insisting they had to lock that bastard Yu Damdok up so he couldn't get in their way anymore. But the older man just scowled and snapped back. Enough. How long are you going to keep being so jealous of him? Despite the scolding, Dong-a stubbornly pushed his theory. I think he's undergoing monsterization, don't you? I'm sure of it. Hearing this, Guk-a raised an eyebrow, repeating doubtfully, monsterization? His son immediately launched into an explanation. Yes, Dad. Remember last year's disaster when our 5-star hunter turned into a monster? The Eris incident, with 326 casualties. Guk-a glanced at his son and replied softly, I remember. We still haven't recovered from that setback, which means you can't just casually throw around accusations. Accusing someone of monsterization was a serious claim, but being shut down again, Dong-a just roared in frustration. No, I have proof. Yu Damdok had absolutely no talent, but he changed overnight. There's never been a case of someone awakening so completely. Don't you see how suspicious that is? His desperate accusations finally hit their mark, forcing Guk-a into silent contemplation. Besides, Dong-a continued, that guy's power is completely incomprehensible. He declared with confidence, if Damdok really is turning into a monster, then eliminating a dangerous bomb like him before he explodes is... Finally, Dong-a's persistence began to wear down Guk-a's resolve. He picked up the phone to contact Director Lee. Arrange a meeting with the Hunter Correctional Bureau. And if you can, ask the director of the Hunter Inspection Bureau to join us. Back in the present, Damdok frowned as he listened to Dong-a's insane screaming from across the way. Did you hear me? If you don't want to die, you'll stay put. But inside, his mind was already calculating. He had to get Saison out of here first. They probably wouldn't realize she was from another world, but just in case, Damdok immediately opened a teleportation gate for her. Saison, you need to go back first. But Saison yelled back in worry. Wait, what about you? The other man saw the magic circle and immediately barked out an order. Teleportation, don't let her escape. They were about to move in, but something suddenly slashed across the ground in front of them, stopping them in their tracks. The man stared in shock at the fresh fissure on the ground. Baekwoon's cold voice rang out. Cross that line, and I will kill every single one of you. He shot them a cold, threatening glare over his shoulder. Looking at the newcomer, the man growled in annoyance. Eris's useless son. But just then, someone who clearly had a death wish stepped right over the line. Leo Lack, with a blade on his shoulder, strolled forward mockingly. You're as arrogant as the rumors say, kid. Seeing his cocky attitude, Baekwoon flew into a rage, lunging forward with his sword. I warned you not to cross the line. Facing his fury, Leo Lack simply stated, that's enough. The moment Baekwoon got close, Leo Lack swung his own blade with a sharp reminder. Don't be so arrogant. His next move left Baekwoon's eyes wide with terror. With just a single, basic strike, Leo Lack had already drawn blood. Guk-a's deep voice spoke up. If you're right about Yu Damdok undergoing monsterization, it's better to imprison him at the Hunter Correctional Bureau first. Then, he frowned and gave his command. Dong-a, go help the Hunter Management Bureau capture Damdok. Hearing that, the son whined in protest. What? Me? Help them? Dong-a scowled, trying to change his father's mind. But he's undergoing monsterization. He only received a cold reply in return. Don't worry, just go. Someone will be there to handle it soon. Dong-a paused, asking, Who? Guk-a answered gravely. This is your chance. Go and observe carefully just how much of a monster he is. The person he was talking about was Leo Lack, the #1 hunter in the world. and right at this moment, he was casually claiming one of Baekwoon's arms. Leolac raised his blade, speaking softly. You sided with someone who's turning into a monster, so don't blame me for this. Just then, he sensed movement from behind. An enraged Damdok launched an attack on Leolac from the rear, roaring, "Put that sword down now." But his attack was blocked instantly. Immediately, Damdok yelled out, "Chu Soju." She quickly responded, "Got it." And in a flash, Soju grabbed Baekwoon and zipped to safety. As the two men faced off, the lightning-fast teamwork between Soju and Damdok left Leolac genuinely stunned for a second. Seeing his opponent distracted, Damdok stomped his foot, cracking the ground beneath him as he roared. "You dare lose focus in the middle of a fight?" he shouted while swinging his sword. Meanwhile, on the other side, after a quick check on Baekwoon, Soju frowned and spoke up. His wounds were much deeper than she first thought. "I need to focus on healing him." And with that, she immediately began casting her magic to treat his injuries. "Keep an eye on that guy until I'm done." Up ahead, Damdok tightened his grip on his sword, his voice firm. "Leave it to me." The moment the words were out, the two men lunged at each other, blades clashing. Leolac raised an eyebrow. "So, you finally decided to swing that sword, you monster in the making." Damdok was utterly baffled by his words. Monsterized? What the hell was that? Seeing his blank face, Leolac attacked again, shouting, "You really don't know, do you? Your abnormal strength is all the proof anyone needs." He leveled his sharp blade at Damdok. Monsterization is the process where a normal human gains extraordinary abilities. Leolac's brow furrowed, remembering other monsters. He continued, "Right now, you're probably feeling pretty pleased with yourself, having all that power. But over time, your ego will start to dissolve. You'll become a bloodthirsty monster that's lost all humanity." Then, he shot Damdok a knowing look, his voice loaded with insinuation. "Lately, with the gates getting more dangerous, monsterization cases have surged. Maybe it's a coincidence, maybe not, but it all started happening right around the time you awakened." Hearing these baseless accusations, Damdok furiously shot back. "Nonsense, you're mistaken. I'm not monsterized." Leolac just scowled. "Lies. Your power is unnatural, like the strength of 10 monsters combined." And he had a point, leaving Damdok at a loss for words. Seeing Damdok hesitate and falter, Leolac scoffed. "You're more stubborn than I thought. Every monsterized person makes the same excuses." He glared, his voice a grim warning. "If your transformation completes, it'll lead to the worst disaster in human history." With that, Leolac glanced over his shoulder. "Hey, Hunter Management Bureau, don't interfere. I won't be responsible for you. If something happens to any of you..." The man heard him and turned, ordering the soldiers behind him. "Everyone, fall back. Hunter Leolac will handle everything here." Once he was sure everyone was clear, he unleashed his skill. Crackling blue lightning suddenly erupted, surrounding the entire area. Leolac's voice was cold. "I'm doing this for your own good, you monster." In a flash, he shot forward like an arrow. Their blades crashed together in a violent explosion of sparks. Leolac gritted his teeth. "I knew it. You haven't been using your full power this entire time. Finally showing your true colors. Are you?" Across from him, Damdok had now revealed his hidden skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Leolac powered up for another strike. "Then I'll face you with everything I've got." He swung his blade down, shattering the ground in front of him. But Damdok was faster, leaping high into the air to dodge the devastating attack. He yelled back, "I have nothing to do with this." Damdok tried to reason with him. "They call you Leolac, so you must be the #1 hunter in the world. If you beat me, you get a reward. But if you lose, you'll lose face. This fight is completely pointless." But Leolac was as stubborn as they come. He looked up, his voice a low growl. "I don't care about honor. I only want to protect the world." And with that, he launched himself into the air, straight at Damdok. Gritting his teeth under the immense weight of the blade, Damdok yelled, "I'll say it again. Today is the first I've ever heard of monsterization. I don't want to continue this ridiculous fight." But Leolac wasn't having it, screaming back, "I've heard that excuse 1,000 times." Then, with a powerful swing, he knocked Damdok's sword away, roaring, "And I've always finished off every single person who said it." Damdok clenched his jaw, spitting out, "You bastard, aren't you even going to listen to me?" Under the relentless assault, he thought to himself, "I have to stay calm. As annoying as he is, we need hunters like him, to prevent the world from collapsing." Just then, Leolac raised his blade, his voice ice cold. "It's over." The words were barely out before his immense power enveloped Damdok, trapping him inside a sphere of pure blue light. With the enemy dealt with, Leolac muttered coldly, "Don't blame me. You'll thank me for this later." but a voice from behind him made his eyes widen in pure shock. "Sorry, but I think that's my line." Turns out, Dandok had activated his Nemean lion armor in time. He was now charging out of a black sphere. Seeing the man he thought he'd destroyed suddenly reappear, Leolak yelled out in disbelief. But the sight that followed stopped him dead. Dandok had poured all his strength into one move, Dark Sword Bow. The ground erupted, and dust clouded the entire battlefield. After that horrifying attack, the smoke slowly cleared, revealing a massive crack running right through Leolak's blade. But he wasn't doing much better. Leolak leaned weakly on his sword, his entire body soaked in blood as he coughed. From across the battlefield, Dandok suddenly spoke up. "I held back my power, you know. I didn't want to end you." Still, seeing Leolak remain standing after a single dark sword attack, even he had to admit he was impressed. He couldn't believe he was still standing after a hit that destroyed an ice dragon. He must have used his mana attribute to redirect the attack into the earth. Dandok raised an eyebrow in praise. Such incredible mana control. To reach that level in a world where magic hasn't even fully developed. But, while he was lost in thought, Leolak spoke. "I have to stop you." Seeing him still ready to fight, Dandok had to furrow his brow and acknowledge it. This must be the skill of the world's #1 ranked hunter. He frowned, thinking back. Before, Boomer had mentioned a dimension called Korea, which might be in the same dimension as the place called America, a place he had heard about from another god. At that thought, Dandok grew worried. If he's like me and Chu Soju, his entire face darkened. If that's really the case, then I absolutely have to clear up this misunderstanding. Despite that thought, Dandok's voice was low and probing. "Have you ever heard of the system? If you have, we have a lot to talk about." However, Leolak's reply was weak. "System? You mean the status window? Everyone knows about that." He scoffed with biting sarcasm. "You've really gone insane." Leolak then scowled and cursed. "Damn it, I should have stopped you before your rampage, but my body won't listen." Just before he passed out, he managed to force out one last sentence. "This can't happen again. Eliza's tragic fate." Watching Leolak finally collapse, Dandok frowned and wondered, is he trying to hide his use of the god system? I'll have to ask him properly once he wakes up. With that, he tightened his grip on his sword, swung it hard to his right, and growled out, "Get over here, you bastard." Dung-A was so scared by Dandok's attack that he fell right on his rear. Dandok's face twisted in pure contempt. "This time, you have truly crossed the line. Even the air you breathe is a waste, you animal." Dung-A was so stunned by the verbal beatdown he could only stare, mouth agape, completely speechless. Looking at the chart in her hand, she spoke seriously. A broken jaw, along with dozens of other injuries. Dung-A was unconscious in a hospital bed. His body was covered in countless wounds, large and small, forcing the doctor to comment, "It seems he managed to avoid the fatal spots. But whoever did this was absolutely ruthless. His body is completely shattered, leaving him barely clinging to life." Seeing Dung-A still hadn't woken up, the guildmaster standing nearby couldn't hold it in, asking hesitantly, "Is he going to be okay?" She answered politely, "He is still alive." However, his relief didn't last long before he was hit with a major shock. If he wants to return to being a hunter, he'll need at least half a year to recover. Upon hearing the terrible news, the guildmaster's demeanor changed instantly, his face grim as he wondered, does my fate with that kid Dandok end here? Or have I just been raising a viper in my own home? Elsewhere, Baek-woon, who was also badly injured, sighed to himself, "Oh man, I seriously thought I was going to die." Sazon, who was bandaging him, stopped and smacked him hard on the back, causing Baek-woon to cry out in agony. "You are so dramatic." She then flashed a huge, teasing grin. "Anyway, that never-say-die fighting spirit of yours is commendable. I'll have to see you in a new light now, Baek-woon." He lay on the ground with tears streaming down his face. "You're insane." Meanwhile, Dandok looked at Soju's back with a questioning gaze. "Hey Chu Soju, have you met anyone else like us?" She slowly turned around, looking back at him with curious eyes. "Like us? What do you mean?" Dandok explained with a serious face. "I mean like you and me, people who work part-time for the gods. I have a theory." He hesitated for a moment before speculating. What if Leolak? What if that guy is just like us, working part-time for a god? That statement left Soju completely stunned. She could hardly believe her ears. Why on earth would you think that? Dandok could only shake his head. That time we went to the magic world, Atla. Boomer said that another god had already been there before me. Soju's expression was calm as she replied, "So? Any god who controls a system can go to Atla." He got a little flustered. Well, that's true. But Soju was shocked by what Dandok said next. The god who visited Atla was supposedly from America. He recalled the scene, muttering, "It's strange, right? They normally use names like Atlantis or Olympus. What kind of god would say they came from America? On top of that, it's a huge coincidence that Leo Lack happens to be an American hunter. Not only that, Leo Lack uses mana flawlessly. A god from America visited the magic world, and an American from the human world where mana isn't even a concept can control it freely. Aren't these coincidences just a little too perfect?" These arguments left Soju deep in thought. She casually plopped onto the sofa next to him, saying she understood his point, but she insisted that scrap of evidence wasn't enough to prove Leo Lack was like them. Dan Doc's expression shifted to doubtful confusion. Why not? It seemed incredibly suspicious to him, but Soju calmly broke it down. She told him to listen, though she couldn't fully explain how they, as normal humans, were able to use the system of the gods. There was one thing she knew for sure. After a moment of silence, Soju stated with total certainty that in this world, only he and she could use the god system. Just the two of them. Dan Doc was completely baffled, questions flooding his mind. Wait a second. How could she be so sure of that? It seemed impossible to know for certain, but opposite his urgency, she simply closed her eyes, utterly calm. She promised he would understand soon enough. For now, he just had to trust her. Only they could use the system. Dan Doc could only let out a weary sigh, admitting defeat. Though his heart was still full of doubt, he still didn't really get it. But what choice did he have besides trusting her? As he was lost in thought, a system notification suddenly rang out. The message confirmed Chu Soju had never been wrong. In fact, she was the one who showed him how to stop the gods' war. Huh, what's this? A recruitment notice instantly appeared on the screen. It was a request from the goddess of childbirth. The simple job was to assist in blessing newborns to improve the human race. The position was for the night shift with no high requirements, other than needing a ton of divine power to avoid sudden burnout. Then a call came from the Hunter Association headquarters. The C-rank gate in Hanok Village had been upgraded to an S-rank gate. Baekwoon and Sazan were also being briefed. They couldn't hide their surprise at the mission's location. Isn't that where we fought Leo Lack? Dan Doc clenched his teeth in worry. This is bad. The gate they hadn't fully cleared before had grown this much. He knew they had to act fast. Shortly after, Dan Doc's team arrived at the village. Just like before, the entire forest was drenched in a foul aura, with soulless corpses staggering around, reeking of decay. Seeing the scene before him, he was completely stunned, letting out a gasp of disbelief. To think the gate they abandoned in the chaos could grow this powerful. Dan Doc instantly closed in on the nearest zombie, his sword tearing its body apart. He decided to end this quickly. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the woods, grabbing his attention. A terrified man was running straight for Dan Doc, letting out desperate, horrified cries for help. Dan Doc rushed forward to support him, anxiously asking about the situation. "Are you all okay?" The man grabbed his arm in agony. His face was twisted in terror as he clung to Dan Doc. "Run, you have to run. That old man is going to kill us all." Dan Doc froze, wondering to himself, what old man? What's happening? What in the world is going on behind that creepy fog? He looked back in the direction the man came from. A bleak darkness was rapidly swallowing the forest, bringing with it a terrible premonition. He had a very bad feeling. Dan Doc was so lost in thought, he didn't even notice the tree monster he'd cut down was starting to regenerate. What if the thing coming out of the gate is a forgotten god? Luckily, the system chimed in with a warning. Sense has been activated. Dan Doc finally snapped back to reality, dodging an attack just in time before launching a lightning-fast counter, kicking the small monster right in its weak spot. He then noticed its body was constantly growing new parts. Dan Doc was so shocked he couldn't even speak. Regeneration? At the same time, the other monsters spotted their enemy, surrounding him in an instant. Now on the back foot, Dan Doc could only defend while looking for a chance to strike back. These things are tougher than they look. It seemed he had no choice but to use his mana. With that thought, he channeled power into his sword, his eyes turning cold as he prepared to charge. He'd wanted to save his mana for inside the gate. But before he could move, a powerful lightning bolt shot straight towards the monsters. Dan Doc yelled out in pure shock, "What are you doing here?" A familiar figure appeared. It was Leo Lack. He floated in midair, looking down on them with two swords at his side. Leo Lack's gaze immediately changed, warning Dan Doc with an ice-cold voice. He still hadn't completely bought into the story about Dan Doc's innocence. He paused for a long moment, before stating that right now, the top priority was stopping this gate for the sake of humanity. The hunter squad wasn't faring much better, struggling to hold off the monstrous tree creatures. "Block them, don't let a single one get past us." One young man seemed completely exhausted, about to give up the fight. All of a sudden, a familiar lightning strike crashed down, leaving him completely stunned. The powerful attack made the tree monster shriek in agony and despair, its entire body scorched by the blast. Leo Lack strode forward, giving a cold command to hold formation. He then turned to the young man, shouting for him to secure the area and ensure the civilians were safe. Leo immediately took charge, becoming the rebel force's temporary captain and giving out orders. The hunters without mana were to target the creature's limbs, avoiding any direct confrontation. Their only job was to slow the enemy's advance. But as things settled, Leo couldn't shake a bad feeling. He remembered when gates, no matter how dangerous, were only about dungeon-level threats. Not anymore. Now, a whole battalion of treants marched from the mist. He shuddered at the thought this world was getting more terrifying by the minute. And at that exact moment, a root snaked out from the black smoke, silent and deadly. It coiled around a girl, dragging her back into the darkness. She screamed, but it all happened too fast. Leo was completely frozen, unable to react in time. He just stood there, stunned. Then a sweet voice cut through the chaos. "Calm down." Soju appeared as if from nowhere, her expression perfectly calm. "You can feel it too, can't you?" There was something terrifying lurking in that black mist. Leo's guard went up instantly as he replied, "Of course." The sense of dread pouring from the mist was overwhelming. Walking in there was suicide. He clenched his fists, hesitating. Without warning, a familiar figure flashed past him. Leo was stunned. He hadn't sensed their aura at all. It was Damdok. Done waiting, he unleashed a single sword strike, severing the roots and freeing the girl. Soju watched it all happen, cursing angrily under her breath. Damdok, that absolute idiot. But he ignored her, reaching to pull the girl to safety. He saved her, but was swallowed whole by the treant. His consciousness began to fade. The last thing he heard was his own name. When he awoke, he was somewhere else entirely. "Where am I?" He immediately shrouded his body in mana, cautiously scanning his surroundings. It seemed to be another dimension, one connected to the mist. The air was thick with evil energy and a gruesome smell. Worry was etched all over Damdok's face. He stared at the withered branches, muttering, "It feels like my life force is being drained." Then, a haunting voice echoed from behind him. "An interesting little child has arrived, has he?" An old woman with a hideously deformed face called out to Damdok, and the system immediately screamed a danger alert. He recoiled from her overwhelming pressure, and then the roots beneath her feet shot forward, lashing out at Damdok. Luckily, his reflexes were just fast enough to dodge the fatal blow. He thought in horror, "Is that the old hag the hunters saw?" He didn't even need to fight her to know. One look was enough. She was on a completely different level of dangerous. The death hag treated him like a new toy, enjoying the chase. "Such an arrogant and impolite little thing, aren't you?" She sent vines shooting straight for Damdok. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of his face. Just 0.5 millimeters more and it would have been over. But Damdok suddenly calmed, severing the root with one clean slash. Seeing his skill, she only grew more excited, praising him with glee. Not bad. A world apart from the others, Damdok was fighting for his life, desperately blocking every attack. The old hag, meanwhile, was just enjoying the show. So young and so full of life. His eyes suddenly began to glow, shining with a cold, metallic gold as he stared her down. He cut through everything in his path, but before he could even breathe, thick vines had already sprouted beneath his feet. They grew at a terrifying speed, wrapping around Damdok's body. He was helpless as they coiled around him, dragging him away. They pulled him right in front of the death hag. She sat casually on a tree stump, admiring her catch. "Wonderful." That defiant expression is completely different from the rest. The old hag cracked a grotesque, chilling smile. "I truly want to see your real face," she whispered nonsensically, before proudly revealing her twisted art collection. The souls of countless innocents were trapped inside the ancient tree, twisting in agony, desperate to escape. A mighty warrior, a child looking for their mother, a grieving widow, a hunter begging for his life. She hid behind their pained faces, revealing her truly sick nature. All of them are such wonderful expressions. The hag's eyes widened with sick curiosity. "What face will you make when you die?" "Oh, I simply cannot wait to find out." The system was blaring non-stop warnings. Extreme fear active. Agility down. Strength down. Morale plummeting. Damdok's entire body began to tremble. This was pure terror, the same exact feeling he had when he faced Amat. She gazed at his sweat-drenched face, her excitement growing into a frenzy. That expression. Yes, how absolutely delicious. Damdok slumped defeatedly, watching helpless and silent as the old hag's hand reached slowly toward him. A root shot towards his eye, ready to pierce it. But then, a miracle. The application from before was accepted. A blessing in disguise. Damdok let out a mocking laugh. Huh? Right on time. As the system announced his transfer, he used his final seconds to provoke her. You better start praying. Did you really think I'd let you escape so easily, you fool? But his relief was tragically short-lived. The old woman reaches out, effortlessly crushing the portal. A cheap trick. The system window shatters into a million pieces. Damdok's only lifeline completely vanishes. He stares in utter disbelief as she warns him, "Don't even think about escaping." She grabs Damdok's face, now filled with terror. "The moment you stepped in here, your death was certain. I am Poverty, the death goddess." The old death goddess cracks a horrifying grin, demanding, "Now show me your expression of despair." As ancient vines coil around Damdok's neck, sweat pours down his face, but he grits his teeth. "In your wildest dreams." He then roars right back at her, shouting, "You think I'll give up that easily?" And at that very moment, the system chimes in, activating the Hellfire skill. An orange aura erupts around Damdok as he glares at the death goddess, whose own eyes radiate pure killing intent. She waits to see what he'll do. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the air, blasting the ancient vines apart. But the old death goddess stands completely unharmed, taunting him from the wreckage. "Trying to take me down with you, stubborn boy?" Meanwhile, Damdok is slumped on the ground, sword in hand, as she tells him, "This just makes me look forward to it more." Seeing him drop his sword, she continues, "The sweet expression of despair after you've finally given up on everything." But he struggles back to his feet, refusing to accept it. With a dark look, Damdok raises his sword again, his voice firm. "I can't possibly give up." He glares, giving his reason, "If a monster like you were to escape from here, Soul would be destroyed in an instant." Flames erupt from his feet, cracking the ground. "So even if I have to die." He charges toward the old death goddess, finishing his sentence, "I will stop you right here." Seeing this, her eyes narrow in approval. "I would very much like to see that." At the same time, thorny vines shoot out from inside the old death goddess's sleeves. She pictures his tear-stained face of despair as the vines suddenly multiply, lunging toward Damdok like a swarm of hungry roots. The old death goddess watches calmly, as you struggle in vain. On his end, Damdok's eyes lose focus as he coughs up blood in agony. Seeing him collapse, impaled by countless vines, she cruelly demands, "Lift your head." But then, something impossible happens. Pink flower petals suddenly appear, swirling all around Damdok. Ba Xin has arrived. Chanting the spell, 10,000 flowers dream wander. Instantly, the old death goddess's vines begin to wither and retract wherever the petals touch them. This display enrages her. With bloodshot eyes, she turns and stammers, "How? How is this possible?" Ba Xin just walks forward, ignoring the question. Kids these days are so undisciplined. And just behind her, Damdok is gently lifted into the air, held afloat by the petals. Being ignored, the old death goddess absolutely loses it, screaming, "You came to steal from me again?" She whips her vines towards Ba Xin, roaring, "Give him back to me!" Ba Xin barely gives her an indifferent glance. "Steal? Don't be ridiculous, you crazy old hag." Ba Xin casts another spell, Falling Fire Petal Dance, conjuring more blossoms. The vines disintegrate on contact. With a sad look in her eyes, she explains, "I cannot stand by while causality is being twisted." The petals also land on the old death goddess herself, dissolving her body on contact. "Now, go back to hell where you belong," Ba Xin shouts. Reduced to nothing but a single eye, the old death goddess lets out a final, crazed scream. "You dare interfere with me again. You will pay for this." In a flash, she vanishes into the night. Ba Xin just casually puts a hand on her hip. She scowls, muttering, "I already told her not to come around here." Then she glances back and sees Damdok, unconscious. Seeing his body covered in wounds, she sighs. "Good thing I made it in time." Then she sits down right beside him. A soft pink energy glows from her hands, mending Damdok's wounds as she looks on with pity. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her. Her expression brightens. She conjures a cherry blossom branch, places it on his chest, and whispers, "Until we meet again." When Soju, Bak Van, and Saison finally arrive, they find Damdok all alone on the ground. Some time passes, and we cut to an apartment building. Damdok wakes up in bed, complaining of a splitting headache. As he sits up, he sees Soju, her arms crossed. Holding his head, Damdok looks around, confused. "Where am I?" he asks. Soju replies, clearly annoyed, "In your own bedroom. Don't you recognize it? Always acting so reckless and making everyone else worry." Damdok frowns, touching his forehead. "What happened?" Soju explains, "I found you unconscious in a thick mist." She's shocked when Damdok asks with a puzzled look, "Alone? I swear I met an old woman who called herself the Death Goddess." He recounts, "She was unbelievably strong. I was completely powerless against her." Hearing this, Soju understands. That old Death Goddess. She's a forgotten deity, with power that rivals even Amadat. Among all the Korean gods, she is one of the most dangerous. She then tells him, "The fact that you survived is a miracle." Damdok clenches his fist in regret. "I'm sorry. It seems I got too arrogant about my own strength." He adds, "She even destroyed the system interface. I never even imagined that was possible." Those words sent Soju into a complete panic. She climbed onto the bed, demanding to know what he destroyed, as Damdok casually replied. The old Grim Reaper had completely shattered his system interface. A corrupted system window appeared, looking like it had been torn to shreds. Soju's eyes went wide in disbelief. He was a bit shocked, too, but couldn't understand why she was having such an extreme reaction. Realizing he didn't grasp the severity, Soju broke it down for him. The system was a universal protocol created by the primordial mother. Its purpose was to maintain balance across every single dimension. She then warned him, "For the system to be destroyed, this is completely unprecedented." It was only then that the reality of the situation hit Damdok. Really? Meanwhile, Baekwoon and Sezon were totally oblivious, fast asleep on the floor. Soju paced back and forth, her mind racing. It had to be repaired, right now. But how? Through magic, or would it take some kind of divine power? Then, a name came to her, Hephaestus, the master smith, god of all mystical artifacts. She thought maybe, just maybe, he could actually help them. But then the system notified her that Hephaestus was currently out of his workshop, making her break into a cold sweat. Of all the times, why now? Suddenly, a cherry blossom branch in a vase began to speak. "Awake are we, young man?" it asked, then told the two, "Don't be so surprised. I have simply transferred my consciousness into this flower." Damdok was totally confused. And then, the god known as Bashin offered a deal. "Help me care for my garden, and I will help you repair your system interface." What really caught Damdok's attention, though, was its energy. He recognized it instantly. This was the same energy he felt right before the Grim Reaper had killed him, which left Soju absolutely floored. But Bashin cut them off before they could talk more. "We'll speak later. Be careful now. You might feel a little bit dizzy." Pink spiritual energy then manifested into a swirl of cherry blossom petals. From outside, Damdok's entire room began to pulse with a brilliant pink light. In an instant, all four of them were transported to a vibrant, colorful field of flowers. The view was absolutely breathtaking. Sezon rubbed his eyes, looking around in a daze. "Where in the world are we?" Damdok was just as amazed. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind them. "A beautiful place, isn't it?" The sound came from an adorable little girl with pure white hair. Her voice was gentle. "Come now, to my garden." Damdok recognized the warm energy immediately. He looked past her and hesitantly asked, "Is that you? The one I met inside the mist?" The little girl simply smiled. "Yes. I am Bashin. Mortals call me the goddess of childbirth, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Damdok was overjoyed, but Baekwoon just eyed her suspiciously, asking, "Who's this kid?" He kept pressing her. "Who are you? Some kind of cosplayer?" Damdok immediately grabbed him and shot him a furious glare. Baekwoon then patted Bashin's head mockingly. "Hey kid, go play somewhere else, we're busy." Confused, she simply answered, "But I am Bashin." She then spoke with a gentle voice. "Oh, never mind. The child I chose is certainly a lively one." Damdok couldn't believe it. She's actually taking him seriously. He clamped a hand over Baekwoon's mouth and apologized profusely. "I'm so sorry, he's just an idiot." Baekwoon yelped as Damdok forced his head down. Sezon, however, was in complete awe. "This amazing woman. She's a god?" He flusteredly introduced his companion. "And the girl behind me is a mage." Bashin walked over to observe her, rubbing her chin in thought. "Are you from another world?" she asked. "I did not grant you my blessing, but you are a wonderful child nonetheless." Sezon managed to stammer out a thank you. Bashin's voice then turned serious. "All right, that's enough pleasantries. Now, it's time to get to work," Bashin said cheerfully. "This is the garden for children who are about to be born. Your job is to water these flowers." Sezon was completely thrilled. "This is so beautiful. I love this kind of soul-healing part-time job." Baekwoon, however, was already impatient. Yeah, let's get it over with." "Hey lady, where's the water?" Damdok immediately snapped at him. "You fool. Address her with some respect." Bashin then summoned gigantic jars from thin air, instructing them, "Each of you take a jar and get water from the mountain." They stared at the sheer cliff face in disbelief. That cliff? She pointed to a simple house on the peak and casually replied, "That is my home. Get the water from the top of the cliff, near the ancient banyan tree." Their jaws nearly hit the ground. Just looking at the climb made them feel exhausted. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. The jars were full, and the four of them were sprawled across the ground, completely drained of all energy. They all sighed with relief, thinking it was finally over. Dan Doc, drenched in sweat, groaned, "I honestly thought I was going to die up there." Just when they thought the job was done, a voice suddenly called out from a tree above. It was Bashin. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" Caught red-handed, the whole group instantly began to panic. She leaped down gracefully. To repair a treasure like the system interface requires an equivalent karmic payment. Bashin then turned and said gently, "Follow me." In an instant, the scenery transformed into a sparkling night sky. Dan Doc found himself walking up a set of stairs made of light. Bashin spoke slowly as they ascended. "Watering this garden of souls has a very deep meaning. Your hands have now. Cleansing souls and purifying bodies for the children about to be born, this act was essential to maintaining the cycle of reincarnation." Dan Doc, breathing heavily, was completely lost. What was she talking about? He came here to fix his system interface, not to haul water all day. The Trigod, already far ahead, called back to him, "This is your karma. Stunned, Dan Doc looked up as she turned back to him, her voice filled with excitement. "Come on up." Dan Doc stared at the shimmering lights before him, utterly stunned. A second ago, this was just normal water. Hearing this, the Trigod just nodded. "That means you're finally worthy." She tilted her head slightly. "Now, step inside." Dan Doc eyed the glowing lake, hesitant. "In there? Is this water safe? Why is it shining like that?" Losing her patience, the Trigod smacked him on the head. "Enough with the questions. Hurry up." Thrown off balance, Dan Doc yelped as he tumbled into the lake. He squeezed his eyes shut in pure terror. A brilliant light forced his eyes open. Dazed, he saw a world of puzzle pieces all around him and wondered, "Is this the same space where I met Atmodel?" He got to his feet, confused. Why does the lake connect to this place? Suddenly, a glowing cherry blossom petal appeared right before him. He wondered, and why is the Trigod's petal here? All at once, it erupted in an absolutely blinding light. It instantly transformed into a giant puzzle piece. The other pieces began to move, assembling themselves as they rushed straight into Dan Doc's mind. A vision appeared, a younger Dan Doc, standing face to face with the Trigod. She whispered softly, "That is the Primal Mother." The Trigod created a beautiful flower, her voice gentle. "Though I bless you, all things are children of the Mother. This flower holds the essence of all 3,000 worlds." She held it out towards Dan Doc and said, "Take it." His eyes widened in absolute shock. "Can I really have a flower this beautiful?" he asked innocently. The Trigod lovingly patted his head and replied, "Of course." With a warm smile, she whispered, "Because it's you." Suddenly, Dan Doc's eyes snapped open. The Trigod looked down at him. "You're finally awake?" Her voice turned serious. "How long are you going to stay dazed like that?" "Get up." Sitting up, Dan Doc asked, "What did I just see?" The Trigod answered nonchalantly, "What are you talking about? Don't be ridiculous. Check your system interface now." The reminder jogged his memory. He pulled it up, and a message flashed. "New feature updated." Dan Doc was ecstatic. "It's fixed, and there's even a new feature." The system announced, "Primal memories added." He could now view the memories of his past lives. Primal memories, Dan Doc thought, intrigued. So, what I just saw, was that my past life? He reached out to press the button, wondering to himself, what exactly is a past life? After he hit search, the system displayed a message, 1,868 past lives found. Only viewable records will be displayed. Episode 1, The Primal Memory, is accessible. All other memories are currently locked. Dan Doc pursed his lips, deciding to deal with it later. He then quietly called out to the Trigod. Bowing politely, Dan Doc said, "Thank you for saving my life and fixing my system interface. I'm truly grateful." She smiled softly. "You really are a good child." The Trigod's voice was gentle. "Lift your head. I only did what was necessary." Gazing at the starry sky, she whispered, "It's time to go back now. I have a gift for you all." Holding a teacup that shimmered like a galaxy, Dan Doc asked, surprised, "Your gift is tea?" The Trigod smiled in reply. "It's tea brewed from a spirit herb that only grows in hell. It will help you strengthen your will and overcome fear." Hearing that, he raised the cup for a sip and immediately thought, "This doesn't taste good at all." The Trigod's voice rang out, "The old death goddess is pure evil. She will never give up on her prey once you confront that cruelty again. At the very least, you need enough courage to fight back. Its taste may be awful, but the power it grants is immense. Dandok felt a change inside him. He thought, something deep inside me. It feels more stable now, but it still wasn't enough. Every time he recalled facing the old death goddess, his heart still seized up with terror. At that moment, Saison, who was also forcing down the awful tea, decided to ask a question. Trigod, could you possibly give us a little more tea? The Trigod turned in surprise. Heavens, are you worried it's not enough? Sadly, the spirit herb only works on the first drink. Hearing this, Dandok muttered, a little disappointed. Is that so? She truly wished she could give him more, but it was impossible. She apologized, frustrated that she couldn't be of more help. Seeing her disappointment, Dandok scrambled to reassure her. It's fine, you've helped us so much already. Suddenly, an alert grabbed his attention. A new job notification. The mission, eliminate Medusa on Gorgon Island. The employer, Elia. The special reward. After beheading Medusa, your fear resistance will increase dramatically, better than any divine potion. After reading all the information, Dandok thought with excitement, eliminate Medusa, a massive increase to my fear resistance. That's exactly what I need. He shouted happily. Awesome, let's sign up. When a hand suddenly grabbed his ear, it was Chu Soju. She was furious, her expression terrifyingly dark. Her sharp gaze zeroed in on Dandok as she yelled, You idiot! Are you trying to run off and do something reckless on your own again? What followed was a dramatic lecture, courtesy of Soju. How much are you planning to risk this time? You think you're immortal or something? You got beaten half to death by the Grim Reaper and you still haven't learned your lesson. Her words didn't just stun Dandok, even his teammates were trembling. Do you even care about the feelings of those who worry about you? Keep this up, and you'll kick the bucket before you even know it. He could only stammer out an apology. But Chu Soju didn't let him go, grilling him further. You think a sorry just fixes everything? Or do you just ignore what people say? Answer me. Absolutely terrified, Dandok dropped to his knees and begged, shouting, I was wrong, please forgive me. Only then did Soju seem satisfied. Fine, we can do the Medusa extermination mission, she said. But we have to prepare thoroughly first. She was like a teacher lecturing her students, and the three of them had to listen to her obediently. To take Medusa's head, we need 3 things. First, the winged sandals of Hermes to travel to the island of Gorgon. Second, a cap of invisibility to approach Medusa without being detected. Third, a mirrored shield to fight Medusa without looking directly into her eyes. Hearing this, Sauron spoke up confidently. I can get the mirrored shield by working part-time, and invisibility caps are pretty common in the magic world. I'm sure S.A. John has one. It's a piece of cake. Leave it to me. Soju snapped her fingers and said, The only thing left is Hermes' sandals. The post office is always short-staffed, so one more person probably won't hurt. As Dandok accepted the mission to the post office, a status window appeared before him. Inside, the post office was buzzing with chaos. All the gods were working intensely, each one buried in their own tasks. Staring at the massive mountain of mail, Bai Yun was shocked. It's huge. Are all of these letters? This was definitely the realm of the gods, on a whole different level. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out. You're here? A god floated in midair, welcoming them happily. Welcome to the Hermes post office, he winked. I bet you've already heard of me, right? If not, you'd better remember me now. For today, I am your boss. He then asked with concern, Working all day must be exhausting. Are you too sure you can handle it? Dandok replied, Don't worry, hard work is our specialty. He then added a reminder, We'll be taking Hermes' sandals as payment, not cash. The god cut him off, saying, Rest assured, honesty and integrity are my mottos. Now then, let's get to work. He then directed the letters to fly up, forming a huge mountain behind them. The god cheerfully teased, This is today's mail. You'll have to run your legs off to make it on time. Meanwhile, at a magnificent arena, AZ exclaimed in surprise, Is that you? You totally vanished after that last sparring session. Since you're here, let's have a match to blow off some steam. But Dandok immediately refused, as he was still on the clock. I'm busy, how about him instead? Also, can I have your autograph? Next up was a gloomy castle, shrouded in darkness and filled with the cries of savage birds. Sweating, Dandok said fearfully, Hello, mail delivery for you, please sign here. The letter in his hand was instantly engulfed by hellfire. Hades threatened him coldly. You dare enter the underworld yourself? Do you have a death wish? Get out now, or else. But just as the letter was almost completely incinerated, he said, This is from Persephone. Hearing that, Hades just about jumped out of his skin. Behind him was the chilling aura of his wife, Persephone, who wore a gentle, loving smile and said, "Hades, we need to talk." But the more Hades listened, the more terrified he became. Truly, Hades was the #1 husband who feared his wife. By now, the sun had set, painting the sky red. Damdok looked at his logbook, checking the signatures he had received from the gods. Bayun, nearly exhausted, trailed limply behind him. Just one more person to go. Saying that, he looked up. The final target was Prometheus, the god of prophecy, on the peak of Mount Caucasus. After climbing thousands of steps, they finally reached their destination. Before them were giant eagles, circling and soaring on outstretched wings high in the sky. Suddenly, a notification sound chimed. A new memory fragment has been found. In front of them was a god bound tightly by chains, his body covered in countless wounds. The notification continued. Volume 1002 of Prometheus's Prophecies. Beginning memory playback. Seeing this, Damdok's eyes widened in absolute shock. A blood-stained sword was embedded in the ground. I have executed that demon. I created countless opportunities, defeating enemies that seemed utterly invincible. I fought desperately, constantly fighting for my life and achieving great accomplishments. But even so, I failed. His eyes were devoid of any emotion, like a man already gone. He wearily closed them. In this life, I still couldn't deal with it, but I found a crucial clue from the god of prophecy. Though this body will fade and the memories will disappear, please remember Pandora, the name in the prophecy. At that, the memory stream vanished. Damdok snapped his eyes open, covered in a cold sweat. Suddenly, he let out a sharp groan of pain, startling Bayun right beside him. A moment later, it passed. He was fine. It was just a headache. In his past life, he'd even managed to defeat the Demon King. So what the hell was this prophecy from Prometheus that he couldn't solve, even in his 1002nd life? First, they needed to get to the bottom of what Pandora truly was. Damdok stood before a man, a letter in his hand. He then looked up at him and spoke. "Prometheus sent this letter for you." Hearing this, the man fell into a deep silence. Then, Prometheus finally spoke. "Read it aloud." Damdok obeyed and began reading the letter. "You arrogant titans," he continued, "you, who committed an unforgivable sin, are bound here for all of eternity, and yet you show no remorse, daring to resent me instead?" But the god wouldn't let him finish the message. Prometheus stopped him. "That's enough." He then closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips, as if he already knew the rest. He didn't need to hear another word, just more useless lectures telling him to repent and reflect on his actions. Hearing this, Damdok hesitated. Well, about that. But Prometheus cut him off. "If there's nothing else, then go," he said, his eyelids drooping. Prometheus laughed bitterly. "After all, I'm just a joke to all of you." Damdok just stood there, head bowed in silence. But then, he cupped his hands together, and a brilliant golden light began to radiate from them. A system voice rang out. "Activate self. Heal." The system added, "Effectiveness is halved when used on others." Damdok then reached for Prometheus, whose eyes widened in surprise. Prometheus stared back, completely bewildered. "Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing?" Damdok simply replied, "I am healing you." The god continued to glare, his voice low and intense. "I am a sinner. Do you have any idea what your actions mean?" "I know," he replied calmly. "You don't need to worry." As he spoke, a thought surfaced in Damdok's mind. Prometheus, the god who had acted for humanity's sake. If pain and ridicule were the price, if no one recognized his ultimate sacrifice, and so he spoke his thoughts aloud. At least humans like us," he looked at Prometheus and finished with a smile. "We can show our respect for your unwavering will. You've more than earned that reverence." Prometheus was left completely speechless. When he finally found his voice, he stammered, Are you insane?" Damdok just scratched his head and grinned. "I just happen to love humanity." The god chuckled softly. "How very strange." He then asked, "What's your name?" Damdok replied cheerfully, "I'm Damdok, the divine sword." But suddenly, Bayun erupted in anger. "How long are you going to stand there and chat?" he roared. "The letter's delivered, so let's get going." Prometheus looked up at the boy, puzzled. "That one without any divine power, is he human?" Damdok glanced back and answered, "Yes, he's the mage who accompanies me. Since his power is still low, he has to follow me." The old god kindly reminded them, "Even in a world where gods and humans coexist, this place is incredibly dangerous for weak humans. Be careful." Hearing this, Bayun's face twisted in anger. He roared back, "Weak my ass, you old bird." Damdok was absolutely horrified. What did you just say? Damdok screamed. Prometheus looked up calmly. Old bird? Are you talking about me? At the same time, Damdok started laying into Bayun. You little brat, watch your damn mouth, he yelled as the boy shrieked in pain. Through his tears, Bayun wailed. Why did you hit me? Damdok shot back. Because you were being disrespectful. Show some damn respect. But the boy fired back, full of rage. Respect? Why should I show any respect to you? Damdok screamed back. You uneducated brat, have you ever even read a book? Prometheus just watched their fiery argument, his eyes wide, and he found himself wondering, are young gods these days all as close as brothers with human mages? Prometheus looked down, smiling softly. The world has really changed so much. He then hesitated for a moment. If she had been born in this era, he mused, things might have been different. Damdok, mid-argument, overheard him. He glanced over, his own fight forgotten. Her? He asked suddenly. Are you talking about Pandora? Prometheus was startled by the name. He looked up at Damdok, demanding, how do you possibly know about her, someone who existed since the dawn of time? Damdok answered right away. Pandora's story is extremely famous. Almost everyone in the world knows the story, he continued. Even Bayun added, I've heard of Pandora's box. Prometheus looked stunned. Pandora's box? What in the world has happened while I've been chained up in this place? It seems you don't know, Damdok said. And with that, Prometheus began to plead with him. Please, tell me the story. I'm begging you. Damdok smiled. Of course, I'll tell you what I know. And so Damdok began the story. Pandora was the first woman, made in the very image of the gods. She was immortal, born from their blessings, and inherited the talent and beauty of every single god. He added, she was Epimetheus's wife. He was Prometheus's brother, the one who unleashed disaster upon the world out of pure curiosity. But Damdok was the one Prometheus had truly, deeply loved. Prometheus finally spoke. Pandora. She didn't listen to my prophecy. Damdok stared, shocked. Pandora's prophecy, sir? If you know anything, please tell me, he urged, his mind racing. The prophecy I heard, in my 1002nd life. The Titan looked down at him once more. Is that prophecy the only reason you're pushing so hard? Damdok's expression was firm, his gaze unshakable. I won't lie. I'm curious about the prophecy, but I'm helping you because it's the right thing to do. Prometheus let out a long sigh, a faint smile on his lips. Well said. All right then. He then revealed that for all the years he was chained up, being eaten alive by monsters, one pain was worse being forced to watch the tragedies yet to come. I'm just tired now, Prometheus admitted. Maybe sharing this burden with you is the right choice. His voice dropped to a whisper. Listen well. This is Pandora's prophecy. The twilight is falling. Elsewhere, Bayun stretched lazily while Damdok walked on ahead. Stepping inside, Damdok groaned in frustration. So exhausting. Why did they have to ban instant teleportation? Damdok answered the unasked question. Because too many thieves use it to escape. In his head, however, he was thinking, this part-time job is a real pain, but at least I got the shoes of Hermes. A small smile touched Damdok's lips as his thoughts continued to drift. More importantly, I've recovered my past life memories and heard the prophecy, even if I have no idea what it actually means. He remembered the Titan's chilling words. Pandora is not the woman from mythology. The real box, the one that brings true disaster, has yet to be opened. The question echoed in his mind. What in the world does that mean? Damdok pushed on, one thing crystal clear in his mind. To destroy the entity he saw in his past life, Pandora was the key. He glanced over his shoulder. I'm going to register the items. Stay here and don't start anything. Bayun bristled at the command. What god? You think you're my guardian or something? Just then, a loud shout cut through the air. Hey, I said put that down. Across the room, two thugs were cornering a small girl. One of them yelled, Who told you to grab your package before it was processed for delivery? We're the ones who will get punished for this. Now hand it back and wait like everyone else. You hear me? The girl scowled back, unafraid. No, I need it now. It's my property. What's wrong with me taking it? One of the thugs lost his patience. Talking to you is obviously a waste of time. I warned you. Don't blame me. As his hand shot out, Bayun casually smacked it away with a scornful laugh. This world is exactly like the human one. The thug spun around, enraged. Who the hell were you just laughing at? Bayun turned his head with a blank look. Huh? Don't play dumb with me, you son of a… The man's mouth just kept running, spewing insults. You lowly human? Looking for a death wish? Get lost. Bayun's eyes narrowed. What was that? He drew his sword, a smirk on his face. Hilarious. A couple of low-life thugs acting tough. He leveled his blade at them. Let me show you your place. Suddenly, Damdok's words popped into his head. Don't cause any trouble. With a grunt of frustration, Bayun let his hand drop from his sword and turned to leave. He shot a look to the side, trying to keep his cool. Whatever, not worth it. The remaining thugs saw him leave and yelled out a challenge. Coward. The word stopped Bayun in his tracks. Not realizing the danger he was in, the thug kept provoking him. Go on. Run back to your mommy for some milk. That was the last straw. In a flash, Bayun struck the man's partner, sending him crashing to the floor. He casually propped the sword on his shoulder, his voice dripping with contempt. You pieces of trash. I was actually going to draw my sword on you. His friend was down, but the thug refused to back off, trying to get back on his feet. He screamed, You little brat, you dared to strike first. At the same time, he pulled out a whistle. Let me teach you some manners about how things work in the divine realm. He blew a sharp, piercing note. Immediately, monsters began to materialize, surrounding a bewildered Bayun. What the Bayun yelled, Why are there so many of them? The thug wiped his mouth, a wicked grin spreading across his face. This is what you get for acting tough in our territory. Bayun's eyes darted around the growing horde, but his mouth didn't quit. You pathetic cowards. In his mind, though, he was starting to panic. Damn it. I really messed this up. The monsters closed in, blocking any chance of escape. Seriously, why are there so many? Bayun shouted, his voice laced with panic. The thug just stood there, wiping his mouth with a triumphant grin. This is what you get for being so arrogant on our turf. Bayun scanned the area desperately, but pride kept him from backing down. He spat. A bunch of cowards, but inside his head, one thought was screaming on repeat. Crap, I am in big trouble. Bayun took a step back, the panic finally showing on his face. What was he going to do now? This was big trouble if Damdok found out. And then he bumps right into the one person he was trying to avoid. Damdok narrows his eyes, a dangerous smile playing on his lips as he asks, So what if he finds out? I gave you a warning. He grabs Bayun's head, who immediately starts screaming in a panic. Damdok. Wait. Stop. Stop. It's not my fault. It was that guy. I can explain everything. Bayun shouts, pointing a finger at the thug from before. He desperately tries to explain. He started it. He was trying to rob this kid. Bayun finishes, his voice filled with anger. In short, it wasn't my fault. After listening, Damdok glances over and says, Look at that perfectly innocent face. Losing his patience, the thug charges at them, yelling, Both of you, shut up. Just lie down and die quietly. Before the attacker could even land a blow, Damdok casually throws out a hand and stops the attack with ease. Then, he speaks. There are people watching, so take it easy. I'll handle this mage myself. Hearing this, the thug smirks. People watching? The man shouts. Listen, kid. Around here, as long as you deliver your stuff on time, nobody cares about anything else. Right after, the entire mob of monsters lunges toward Damdok, who simply lets out a calm sigh. Then he unleashes his power, creating a wave of energy that wipes them all out instantly. The thug watches in horror. Impossible. He then starts to stammer. A swordsman in lion armor. Are you Damdok? The mad god? Hearing this, Damdok freezes. What do you mean mad? A man behind him struggles to his feet and says, That's right, now I remember. He's the god who challenged Hades. The man next to him adds on to the theory. Could he really be the legendary mad god? Damdok finally snaps in anger. What the hell are you people talking about? He yells out, Who's the one who gave me that nickname? Suddenly, the little girl behind him speaks up, Stop. But Damdok keeps raging. Bring the person who started that stupid rumor to me. I'll teach them a lesson. As he's shouting, something that looks like dirt gets thrown at him. Damdok stands there stunned, his face covered in grime. He slowly turns to the little girl and roars with fury. What in the world are you doing? The girl just frowns and replies, You ripped my package, that's what. How are you going to take responsibility for this? She doesn't let up. If the contents are damaged, you're paying for it. Damdok shouts in disbelief. You're saying that to the person who just saved your life over a tiny tear in a package? The girl ignores him completely and continues, Who asked you to get involved in the first place? One of the thugs stammers. That other guy got away. Damdok fumes when he hears this. That rotten little punk. Suddenly, the little girl introduces herself. My name is Elia. He couldn't care less, turning away in a huff. Who asked for your name? Seriously. But then Damdok freezes, his eyes widening. Wait a second, Elia? In an instant, a thought crosses his mind. Is this disrespectful brat my recruiter? Maybe I should just quit this job. A system window pops up. Defeat Medusa on Gorgon Island. Recruiter, Elia. The girl looks at him and says, "In any case, I wanted to meet you at least once." Damdock stares at Elia, completely shocked. "Why would you want to meet me?" She looks him straight in the eye and asks back, "Aren't you going to take the Medusa extermination quest?" Damdock is stunned and stammers, "How did you know? I haven't even registered yet, no." "Wait, how do you know?" Elia simply says, "Follow me. We need to talk somewhere else." In a quiet, secluded spot, Damdock tilts his head and asks Elia, "You mean you knew beforehand because you're a prophet?" The girl doesn't deny it. "Let's just go with that." He then speaks with a skeptical tone. "There's no way prophets are this common in the world, right? Should I even believe this?" Elia calmly closes her eyes and says, "I'm only telling the truth." She then adds, "Whether you believe it is up to you. Anyway, let's get to the main point." Damdock is confused. "What main point?" Elia continues, "The plan to eliminate Medusa. You're taking this job, aren't you? Right?" As she says this, she points directly at him. Damdock frowns and admits, "I don't know about anything else, but your attitude definitely screams prophet." He then narrows his eyes and asks Elia, "Fine, what's your plan?" The girl looks up at the sky and answers, "First off, we need a safe way to travel through the air." Damdock immediately speaks up, "I just got the shoes of Hermes right here." Elia ruffles her hair and explains to him, "The shoes of Hermes aren't a divine artifact or magic. No matter the equipment, it requires practice. Even newborn birds have to learn how to fly." She continues her explanation. "If you don't have a natural talent for it, it would take at least a year to master them for actual combat. If you aren't careful, you'll become dinner for the sirens before you even reach Gorgon Island." As she says this, Elia lightly stomps her foot. Hearing this, he asks, "So what do we do now?" The girl calmly states her answer, "To fly safely, we need the wings of Icarus." Damdock's eyes widen as he asks, "The wings of Icarus? How much does that cost?" Elia thinks for a moment. "If you convert it to Hermes' divine power, it would be about 2,000 Hermes." Hearing the price, he shouted in disbelief, "What? That expensive?" Then, Damdock raised a sweaty hand to his mouth, whispering, "Damn it, what should I do?" Suddenly, an idea struck him. "And so," Damdock declared, "I have an idea." Elia asked, "What idea?" Damdock just grinned at the little girl and said, "Give me an advance on my pay. I have a way to fly without wings," he explained. Elia frowned, glancing at him sideways. "Payment?" But Damdock pressed on, stating the exact amount he needed, about 100. The girl didn't refuse, but she added a condition. "Fine, that's not a problem for me, but I'm not a famous god, so my pay isn't very high. It probably won't be enough to buy a divine weapon." Damdock didn't care. "All right, just give it to me." At the same time, Elia opened the system and fronted him the money, with a stern warning. "If you dare run off with the money, I'll chop off your head instead of Medusa's." A moment later, we see a clear blue sky. A sudden shout cut through the peace. Damdock was flying, laughing joyfully and marveling. "Hey, this is pretty neat." A system notification popped up. "Talent. Flight activated." He looked up at the blue sky, still wondering why all the gods insisted on using divine weapons anyway. Not when their innate talents were this useful. Then, Damdock looked forward with a grin. "All right, let's fly even further." He took several more leaps high into the air. Down below, Elia looked up with a frown, completely astonished. "I can't believe it." For a few minutes, she just stood there watching Damdock show off his new talent against the backdrop of the sky. And then, a small smile crossed Elia's face. "He really is extraordinary." Then her voice dropped low. "Isn't that right, Ju-Soju?" Just then, right behind her, Ju-Soju held a knife to the little girl's throat. Realizing she'd been found out, Soju's eyes narrowed as she growled, "Who are you?" The girl didn't hesitate, tilting her head back with a smile. "I'm Elia. It's a pleasure to meet you, regressor." The words, "Pleasure to meet you, Ju-Soju," the regressor, rang in her ears. Soju jumped, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief. She remembered nearly everything that had happened in her previous lives, all 1,869 of them. Soju's eyes narrowed. Because of that, she remembered almost every god she had ever met. She swiftly raised the knife in her hand. Then, she plunged it down with immense force. Of course, there were still plenty of gods she had never heard of. Elia sensed the killing intent from behind. She immediately turned her head to see Soju's knife pressed right against her neck. But that was before Damdock was around. Elia kicked off the ground, spinning backward as Soju's mind remained distracted. The fact that the system interface was destroyed by the old goddess of death. Elia calmly leaned back, dodging Soju's attack. And having to visit the Three Gods' garden, these were all events that had never happened in her previous lives. Elia vaulted through the air. She put more distance between herself and Soju. Soju tightened her grip on the knife. Her cold gaze locked on Elia. But despite the differences, we still met them in the end. But she's different. Soju lunged forward, swinging her knife. A sharp cut sliced through the air. Elia leaned to the side, dodging just in time. She's strong enough to easily neutralize my attacks. Soju refused to give up, rushing at Elia and attacking again. But I've never heard her name, or even a rumor about her. The blinding gleam of the blade flashed past Elia's face. The little girl's expression turned serious. Soju raised her knife high, her eyes shrouded in darkness. And most importantly, she knows I'm a regressor. With that thought, Soju spoke. I mean no harm, then brought the knife down on Elia. The entire scene warped, overwhelmed by the sheer killing intent radiating from Soju. But right at that moment, a familiar voice shouted, stopping them both in their tracks. Elia and Soju froze in shock as a powerful blow was unleashed. It landed squarely between them. They both leaped back just in time, separating to either side. The attacker was Damdok. His sword carved a long trench in the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He frowned, looking at the two of them. Calm down and let's talk this out. Soju stood with her back to Damdok. He looked at her, completely flustered. He scratched his head, unsure what to say. Sensing the tense atmosphere, he thought helplessly, what in the world happened here? He was so worried he was breaking out in a cold sweat. This is the first time I've ever seen Soju this agitated. What happened between you and Elia? What? Damdok recalled his earlier talk with Elia. She just told us the date for Medusa's extermination and then disappeared. He walked over to Soju's side. He cleared his throat to break the awkward silence, then looked at her and asked, Hey, that Elia. Is she an evil god? Soju's eyes were downcast, her face weary. She stayed silent for a moment before finally answering, I don't know. Damdok was stunned. Then why were you two fighting so fiercely? He pressed her, confused. What was that all about? It's not like you at all. Soju turned her face away, not wanting him to see her expression. I don't know that either. Hearing that answer only confused Damdok more. What's wrong? He stared intently at Soju, who kept her eyes lowered. Her whole body seemed to lack any sort of life. He couldn't help but think, this isn't the Soju I know. This is the first time I've ever seen that look on her face. Always so calm and collected, huh? Damdok's lips parted as if to speak, but in the end, he chose silence. Did he just butt into someone else's business? He bit his lip, deciding to just do what he could for now. Art Mozart, the old Reaper, and him, if they couldn't overcome their fear, they were doomed to fail again. With his thoughts clear, Damdok finally spoke. I know Elia is highly suspicious, but if we don't boost our fear resistance soon, this whole thing will get even harder. That's why we have to accept Elia's part in this. Soju remained quiet for a moment before finally answering him. I know. Her eyes lowered as she fell deep into thought. You're right. But Elia, she thought, we don't have another choice. We only have half a year until Janazot begins. Her voice echoed through the forest. Sorry for making you worry. Damdok looked at Soju, asking with concern, Choose Soju. Are you all right? Soju tapped the system in front of her and replied, I'm always fine. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself first. A status window suddenly popped up with a notification. Damdok looked like he wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Soju's spirits were low as she carefully continued on her mission. In a tall city apartment building, Soju sat on her bed and opened the system to contact Persephone. She asked if Persephone knew anyone named Elia. Persephone replied, I don't think I've ever heard that name before. Soju muttered to herself, so even Persephone has never heard of her. She let out a long sigh, collapsing onto the bed in exhaustion. Just then, Persephone started teasing her again. Could it be that you're jealous? Soju stared at the text on the status window, lost in thought. Persephone was always thinking about romance. She remembered how happy Persephone got, calling it love, when Soju told her about Damdok's friendship bracelet. Soju wearily clenched her fist. Such a sudden attack out of nowhere. My heart was pounding back then. She put an arm over her forehead, closed her eyes, and sighed. That was less than a year ago. Soju slowly opened her eyes, the light highlighting her beautiful face. But for some reason, it felt like a lifetime ago. Is it because of these repeating lives? How many more times will I have to go through this? Soju felt the weight of chains pressing down on her. I'm so tired now, watching my comrades die again and again. The loneliness of surviving by myself in a ruined world, and the guilt of not being able to save everyone. The emptiness, the helplessness, and the constant fear of being trapped in this loop forever. Tears streamed down Soju's face as she cried silently. The chains just kept wrapping around her, getting tighter and tighter. I want to escape. This burden is just too much to bear. Soft sobs began to fill the room as Soju curled into a ball. She felt utterly helpless and desperate. I just want to live a normal life. Right at that moment, the system suddenly announced the activation of the apathetic dragon's divine artifact, locking down all her emotions. Soju's eyes went completely blank, with only the tear tracks on her cheeks, as evidence that her emotions had ever wavered. Soju sat up straight. There was no more time for useless feelings. She raised a hand to wipe the tears from her face. Her gaze was cold once again. I have to do what I can, because only Dandok can destroy the Abyss Eye. Soju returned to her calm demeanor, her eyes now completely devoid of any emotion. If I can help him succeed this time, then maybe I can be free too. A sudden noise echoed through the dense jungle, startling a flock of birds that hastily took flight. Dandok pushed forward through the thick grass. He glanced around, annoyed, and cursed under his breath. Damn it. This forest is so dark and dense. Elia walked ahead of him in total silence, which only fueled Dandok's frustration. Why did we have to land here anyway? We could have just flown straight to Medusa's lair. Elia's explanation finally cut through the woods. We have to move carefully. If we fly, we might as well announce to her that we're here to take her life, Dandok suggested. Let's rest a bit. Walking like this will exhaust us before we even fight. Elia paid him no mind, simply continuing forward. You're being dramatic. If you've still got the energy to talk, you're fine. Dandok frowned and muttered. How is this one not cute at all? Suddenly, Elia whispered. Shh. They both crouched down, carefully peering ahead towards the sound. A lone figure stood in the clearing. Found her, and she hasn't spotted us yet. Elia glanced at Dandok, giving him a signal with her fingers. Dandok quickly equipped his mirror shield and invisibility helmet, then charged forward, catching Elia completely by surprise. Quick and clean. He rushed towards the figure to attack, unsheathing his sword with unbelievable speed. A flash of white light cut through the air as he narrowed his eyes. I'm sorry, Medusa. I never wanted to do this. His invisibility helmet and shield faded away. The figure's head fell to the ground. But I have to be the one to sever your head. Behind him, Elia screamed in frustration. You idiot! What is wrong with you? She yelled frantically at Dandok. Run! That's not Medusa. Dandok was stunned. What? Didn't you just tell me to kill her? Their argument echoed through the forest. Elia shot back. Since when? Dandok replied. You literally just made a throat-slitting motion. Elia tried explaining. But while they were distracted, someone approached and picked up the severed head from the ground. It was one of Medusa's sisters, smiling a twisted grin. Dandok's face went pale as he turned to face the immortal monsters, snake goddesses, who spread pure terror. A massive shadow blotted out the sun above him. His eyes widened in disbelief. They were known as the Gorgon sisters. One of them was a snake-bodied woman with long green hair, holding the head in one hand. She patted her own head, laughing wickedly at the small figure before her. This scent, it's absolutely irresistible. The green-haired girl's eyes widened in surprised anger. Where did he go? I swear I smelled a human. Just then, a purple-haired girl appeared right behind her. It's so noisy over here. She let out a massive yawn, her hair a nest of writhing snakes as she grumbled in annoyance. My beauty sleep is ruined, the green-haired girl called out. Sister Stheno, looking absolutely furious. Don't be so careless, there's an intruder. Stheno just scoffed back. An intruder? A cold smirk appeared. Get a grip, Uriale. Who would just wander into a place like this? But the green-haired Uriale insisted. It's true. Stheno scanned the area. Is that so? Her pupils narrowed to slits. Well then, let's just go take a look. Her gaze shot toward Dandok's invisible position. Not far off, his silhouette shimmered into view. Her forked tongue flicked out, her face filled with excitement. Looks like I really found him. Just then, a system notification popped up. Target detected, deactivating stealth mode. Dandok's eyes shot wide open. He grit his teeth, unable to believe what was happening. Damn it, they found me? Stomping the ground, Dandok made a split-second decision to retreat. He activated a whirlwind skill through his system. He immediately bolted in the opposite direction from the two sisters. Stheno just smirked coldly. Well now, is it a little boy? She continued. Sneaking around behind ladies is so cowardly, don't you think? The snakes in her hair hissed in agreement. Their red mouths gaped open, revealing sharp fangs and letting out a chorus of menacing hisses. Stheno commanded the snakes on her head to lunge toward the fleeing Dandok. Go and bring him to me. Before Dandok could even react, the snakes were already coiling tightly around him as he tried to break free. Suddenly, a fist flew right at his face. It was Uriale. Dandak managed to leap back just in the nick of time. He dodged her powerful punch by a hair's breadth. Uriel just laughed maniacally. "You look absolutely delicious." With that, she spun around, whipping her massive tail at him and screaming, "Let me mince you up for an easy meal." Dandak launched a powerful kick, sending Uriel's tail flying as she shrieked in pain, but from behind, the smaller snakes from Steno's hair lunged to attack. Dandak tightened his grip on his blade. "Damn it all, Barcelona." He swung, slicing the attacking snakes apart. Dandak quickly spun around, activating his sword wave skill. He swung his blade, a flash of white light shooting past Steno. Every snake on her head was severed. A deep gash was carved into the ground between her feet, stretching far behind her. The severed snakes dropped lifelessly to the forest floor. For a moment, she actually looked surprised, but then Steno's bisected body sealed itself back together, leaving only a thin line of black blood from her head down. She held her head with both hands and began to laugh insanely. Was I just sliced in two? New snake heads began sprouting. This is just too interesting. Dandak could only stare at the scene before him, utterly speechless. He stared at the insane monster. Did my divine power do nothing at all? Steno just smiled. Ever since becoming immortal, this is the first time I felt this excited. She commanded her snakes to attack Dandak once more. Give me more. Give me more of it. The slashing, the tearing, the dismemberment. Dandak leaped high into the air to dodge. He avoided the snake attack, but didn't realize Uriel was waiting for him. She grinned slyly. You forgot about me. Dandak struggled to dodge, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, where the hell is Elia? His pupils began to glow. I was saving my divine power for Medusa. Blue energy streamed from his mouth. But now, Icefire Black Mask. But right at that moment, Elia suddenly appeared. She took a deep breath and lifted an entire mountain into the air. She shouted down, grabbing everyone's attention. Hey, you old hags. Uriale was stunned. Who are you? Elia just scoffed. A little slow, but it's too late now. This is a mountain of fully composted soil, by the way. Dandak looked up, stammering in horror. Hey, what are you planning? Elia just grinned mischievously. I just wanted to see if immortals can get food poisoning. Dandak's terrified scream echoed through the entire forest. That absolute psycho. At the same moment, Elia hurled the massive mountain down onto the three of them standing right below. A massive explosion rocked the entire forest, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Dandak, on his hands and knees, coughed hard. Elia casually stretched, yawning. Been a while since I used a grand spell. So tiring. Dandak spat out a mouthful of dirt and wiped his face clean. He roared in absolute fury. You're unbelievable. Couldn't you have given us a heads up? Elia turned, looking at him blankly. What's the problem? To fool the enemy, you have to fool your friends first. You should thank me for controlling how much rock actually fell on your head. Dandak just let out a long sigh. Whatever. Elia stomped on the ground, reminding him, we need to move. This is just a temporary fix. They'll be out soon enough. Dandak was stunned. What? You're saying they can escape a spell on that massive scale? Elia replied calmly. You've already seen it for yourself. They're immortal. Dandak couldn't believe it. Even if they're immortal, there has to be a limit, right? Elia was losing her patience. Look, enough. Go take Medusa's head right now. She's way weaker than the other two, so you shouldn't have any trouble. Dandak was confused. And what about you? In response, Elia simply drew a hand across her throat. I'll hold them off for as long as I can. You just handle your part, and remember, get her head. Dandak was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, it's the best plan we have. Just don't die. I'll bring Medusa's head back for you. Deep in the woods, in a green clearing, a young woman sat on a rock with a small bird perched on her hand. Hello. You came to see me again today? Hiding not far away, Dandak watched the scene unfold. He thought to himself, there she is. His eyes locked onto the girl's shield. The shield reflected the girl's joyful image. He was completely taken aback. How? How can she be this beautiful? A system notification popped up. Dandak is using the mirror shield to view the reflection. He saw the girl before him had no snakes for hair. She had human legs and no tail. Gripping his shield, Dandak put on his invisibility helmet and slowly began to approach her. Doubt crept into his mind. He couldn't sense any magic, and even his intuition was silent. Could this fragile girl really be Medusa? Because he was wearing the invisibility helmet that completely concealed its user, she had no idea he was even there. Suddenly, the small bird in her hand flew away, and a look of disappointment crossed her face. Dandak took another step closer. No, it doesn't matter. Dandak shut his eyes and raised his sword high. Even if she looks human, she's still a monster. The girl looked down sadly at the feather in her hand. The moment she blew it away, Damdok's sword shot towards her with incredible speed. He thought to himself, "At least I can make this quick and clean." Just then, a violent tremor shook the entire forest. Damdok's sword slashed through the girl, and she screamed in agony. He struggled to stay on his feet as the ground heaved. "I missed the kill shot, damn it." Just then, those giant snakes were back. On the other side of the forest, Elia was still fighting. She leaped high into the air, dodging the serpents lunging to attack. The system announced, "Target has been detected," disabling invisibility mode. At the same time, the girl clutched the bleeding wound on her face, tears streaming from her eyes. Trembling in fear, she stammered, Who's there?" Damdok raised his sword again, aiming to finish her before she could react. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, forcing more tears out. She screamed, begging him, "Please, don't." Damdok's sword froze, stopping just above her neck. The girl stammered in a panic, "I'm sorry, please don't kill me." Damdok squeezed his eyes shut, his resolve wavered. "Damn it." Tears streamed down the girl's trembling cheeks. "I don't know who you are, but please just let me live." The girl shook with terror, begging Damdok to spare her. Damdok gritted his teeth, her pleas echoing in his head. Was she really not going to fight back at all? He tightened his grip on his sword, hesitating. Do I really have to kill someone like this? All the while, his blade remained pressed against her neck. If he went through with this, how would he be any different from the forgotten gods who wanted to unleash the Najat? He thought of that evil god. Wouldn't that make him just like them, someone who doesn't care about good or evil? He pictured that evil god, radiating pure killing intent, that monster who played with innocent lives like they were toys. Damdok gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his entire vision was stained crimson red. Elia was struggling, gasping for breath. A woman named Duo held a skull in each hand. She sneered at Elia. "This little witch even knows necromancy. But do you really think these dry bones can compare to my immortality?" With that, she simply crushed one of the skulls in her hand. "If you're all out of tricks." Duo clenched her fist, a wicked grin on her face as she lunged at Elia, screaming, "Then I'll end you right now." From a distance, bright sparks of fire came flying through the air. The flames hit Duo and erupted, stopping her attack on Elia just in time. Damdok stood firmly beside Elia. "Sorry I'm late." Elia whipped her head around to face him, furious. "What took you so long? Was killing Medusa really that hard for you?" Sparks of fire still crackled around Damdok's hands, not yet faded. He didn't answer her. Enveloped in red flames, Duo's expression couldn't be seen. "You people, you killed my sister, didn't you? Our Medusa?" Duo's face went dark as she ground her teeth. "Why? Why couldn't you just leave her alone?" Duo roared, charging out from the inferno. "My sister is an innocent girl. She wouldn't even hurt an insect." Elia frowned, watching her with caution. She raised a hand to use her divine power, and the ground in front of her began to shake violently. Duo stared at the wall that had just shot up in front of her, grinding her teeth. A sand wall! She shattered it with a single powerful strike. Then she let out a crazed roar. "Just a wall. I can destroy that pathetic thing with ease." But in the next moment, a wooden staff suddenly slammed into her face. Duo had no time to dodge as Damdok struck her right across the head. Damdok's expression was cold, completely devoid of emotion. Duo turned to him, a mocking smirk on her lips. "A wooden staff? Have you already given up?" She looked at him with contempt. "What do you think you can do to me? An immortal, with a stick." But just as she spoke, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Damdok stood with his staff, watching as Duo's eyes rolled back and she slowly collapsed to the ground. Then, he let out a laugh. "You were so overconfident in your immortality that you didn't even bother to dodge. And that's why you were defeated by a simple wooden staff." Seeing Duo taken down, Dino's face twisted with worry. She screamed out, "Duo!" The small snakes on her head opened their mouths, lunging toward Damdok. Damdok reacted in a flash, swinging his wooden staff and knocking the snakes away. But the snakes were completely unharmed by the blow, and they immediately turned back to attack again. It seems the snakes were considered hair, unaffected by the stun. What a pain. Damdok eyed the approaching snakes warily. Even if he cut them, they'd just regenerate instantly. At this rate, his stamina would be drained. Damdok opened his hand, knowing he needed another way. The system chimed, "Create magic arrow." At the same time, a glowing blue arrow began to form in his palm. The system announced again, "Magic research talent. Target, magic arrow. Magic conversion successful using mana dagger." Countless daggers materialized, hovering in Damdok's palm. He commanded them to fly around him. slicing through the snakes that were trying to strike him. More and more mana daggers formed in the air. They all surrounded Dandok, creating an impenetrable barrier. He smirked with confidence. If you can regenerate, then I'll just overwhelm you with sheer numbers. With that, Dandok charged forward himself. The countless daggers in the air continuously sliced apart the small snakes sprouting from Dino's hair. Deno was forced back again and again. She realized Dandok's attacks were faster than her regeneration. Furious, she screamed out, "Get away! Get away!" Before her, the daggers danced through the air, creating a mystical blue light. Then she heard Dandok's cold voice cut through the chaos. "It's useless." A loud explosion echoed through the forest, followed by a powerful tremor and a cloud of white dust. Deno's long, snake-filled hair had been completely cut off by Dandok. She lay defeated on the ground, unconscious. But right at that moment, someone screamed out, "No!" The voice startled Dandok. The girl sitting on the rock was Medusa herself. She clasped her hands to her chest, shouting at Dandok's back, "Dandok, stop, please, just stop." Medusa's brow was furrowed, her eyes filled with sorrow. She looked at him, completely confused. Why? Why is everyone treating us like this? We haven't done anything wrong." Elia was shocked. "Medusa?" she yelled. "Dandok, why is she still alive? Finish her off, now." Dandok lowered his eyes, not moving a muscle. He watched Medusa through his mirror shield, thinking he'd assumed she ran off alone. But she actually came back for her sisters? Medusa trembled with fear. "Sir, you're not a bad person, right? You spared my life, so please just stop." Her weak voice echoed in the forest. "I don't want to see anyone else get hurt because of me." Dandok bowed his head in silence. "Elia, I've never questioned you before, but I can't stay quiet about this any longer." Elia seemed a little guilty. She heard Dandok ask her, "You knew what kind of person Medusa really was, didn't you? And you still wanted to kill her?" Whatever Elia was thinking, she remained silent for a moment before answering with cold indifference. "Why does any of that even matter?" Elia's eyes were lost in shadow as she yelled, "You just need to do what you were asked. It's in the job description. You already took the money. Are you going to back out now?" Dandok just stared at her in silence. He turned his head away from Elia. "You're right. But first, Medusa, I need to ask you something." Dandok turned to her. "This is a very important question. Answer me honestly. Does your ability to turn people to stone only work on humans?" Though Medusa didn't understand why he was asking, she answered truthfully, "No, sir. It affects any living creature." Hearing this, Dandok became even more suspicious. "Then why isn't that bird on your shoulder petrified? I saw you playing with it at the lake earlier." Medusa looked at the small bird perched on her shoulder. "What do you mean, sir?" she stammered, trying to explain. "I don't know. I just found it when it fell from a tree and I've been taking care of it." Dandok pressed her. "Is that all?" Medusa reached up to playfully poke the little bird and confirmed, "It was just really scared at the time. It bit my finger so hard it must have left a scar." Elia smacks her head in annoyance, asking, "What a pointless story. Are we all gathered here just to chit-chat?" She glares at Dandok's back, reminding him, "Let's not waste any more time. Dandok, you need to build up your resistance to fear, you know. Now hurry up and finish her." Dandok tightens his grip on the wooden staff in his right hand. He continues, "I'm sorry, Medusa." Without a moment's hesitation, he swings the staff right at Medusa's face. Her expression is one of pure agony. She lowers her head, walking through a crowd of people whispering about her. Her hands are bound tight as she's escorted to the main hall. The gossip just doesn't stop. They say Poseidon secretly met with Medusa last night. Just like her father, she lifts her exhausted face. The whispers echo in her ears. Perched on a throne in the main hall sits Athena, who begins to scold her. "How dare you commit such a filthy act in my temple?" Medusa, suffering this terrible injustice, tries to defend herself. "Goddess, please believe me. I would never do such a thing. I was only talking with Poseidon." Athena just gets angrier, shouting right in her face, "You dare to argue with me, even now? Then tell me, what exactly were you two talking about?" Medusa feels utterly helpless. Her eyes well up with tears, her mouth stammering, unable to form a single word. Athena just rages. "Are you going to deny it to the very end?" Then, she leaps to her feet and declares, "Medusa, of the Gorgon lineage, I will punish you for your disrespect towards Athena." Medusa is trapped in a desperate situation. She listens in absolute shock to every single accusation. From this moment on, your beauty will vanish, and anyone who looks into your eyes will turn to stone. Medusa's gaze shifts from pain to horror. Athena continues to lay down the punishment. "And you will never be allowed to cover your eyes again. If you dare to gouge them out, I will curse your voice. If you dare to cut out your tongue, I will curse your limbs." Before leaving, Athena adds one last heartless remark. "Live in regret for your sins." Medusa cries out in agony, begging, "No, Athena, please spare me. It was so unfair, so unjust." In despair, she thinks, "Why am I the only one who has to suffer for this?" The scene shifts to a desolate village. Medusa leans against the wall of a house, looking just as frail as when she was sentenced. Across from her, a voice asks a question. "Have you been hiding in this remote area?" It's Poseidon. He calmly says, "You overheard me speaking ill of Athena, didn't you? You just happened to be passing by the temple, so it's not your fault." Poseidon continues his speech, completely shameless. "As you know, I am the king of the sea. How could I possibly speak ill of my own niece in her temple? But I never expected you would have to endure a punishment more cruel than death itself. You can just cover your eyes with anything." It seems even he didn't realize that Athena would place such a terrifying curse on her. Poseidon corrects himself, his voice full of bitterness. "Never allowed to cover your eyes, not even your eyelids." He feels a pang of sympathy, realizing he dragged her into this miserable fate. Poseidon then advises her, "There's a deserted island where you won't have to meet anyone, so you won't have to hide like this. In return for keeping my secret, I will allow you to close your eyes." The scene shifts to a forest. A large tree branch slams into the ground. The one who swung it is Dan Doc, but his opponent is Medusa and he doesn't want to hit her. He intentionally lets the staff miss. Dan Doc says, "Don't worry, I have no intention of dealing with you." He even emphasizes it. "My apologies, but if you take one more step, I will be forced to give up on taking Medusa's head." Hearing this, Elia can only sigh in frustration, so the girl stands up and screams, "You stupid fool. We came all this way just for you to get played? You need to build your fear resistance." Dan Doc glances back and says, "I can't just attack her without reason. That would make me no different from an evil god." Elia lets out a contemptuous laugh. "Hilarious. I tried my best, only to disappoint him." Dan Doc looks at Elia with suspicion. "So you are hiding something?" He asks, "Why does he want Medusa's head so badly?" Elia glares, shouting, "Shut up! I have no obligation to explain anything to you. I thought you were useful." With that, Elia leaves without waiting for a reply. The sky above remains clear and blue. A voice breaks the silence. "How long are you going to keep your eyes closed?" He answers, "Almost done." Questions race through Dan Doc's mind. Even gods can't escape the petrification curse. So why are your sisters and that little blue bird not affected? All the while, Dan Doc gently touches her cheek. A new status window appears, self-healing activated. Watching the scratch on Medusa's cheek glow, Dan Doc has a revelation. So, the Gorgon serum is the answer. He realizes just touching the serum has no effect. Just then, a prompt appears. Drinking the Gorgon serum can grant a special divine weapon. Dan Doc's eyes fly open. A bold, unexpected idea suddenly forms in his mind. Medusa is starting to lose her patience. "Can I open my eyes now?" Dan Doc quickly stops her, then swiftly brings his own fingertip to his mouth, thinking to himself, "What the heck? While she wasn't looking, he'd give it a shot." Instantly, his body responded. "You have consumed Gorgon's syrup. Fear resistance has increased. You have received Gorgon's unique divine weapon, the eye that faces Medusa." Dan Doc couldn't help but smirk. All right, now he could open his eyes. Medusa slowly opened hers. Dan Doc murmured in fascination, "So this is you?" His own eyes widened as he curiously observed her. "Wow, they're blue," Dan Doc exclaimed, breaking into a bright smile. Medusa looked at him, completely taken aback. He continued to stare into her eyes, saying, "I thought they'd be blood red or scarier, but it turns out they're just beautiful." Seeing Dan Doc so calm and not turning to stone, Medusa was filled with doubt. Dan Doc knew exactly what she wanted to ask, but he didn't reveal the truth, just smiling cheerfully and changing the subject. "I've found a way for you to escape the curse. I'm sorry for disrupting your lives, so I'll show you how to lift the curse," he continued. "You did knock my sisters unconscious, but still, I don't blame you. You were only trying to survive." It had been a long time since Medusa had met someone who understood her pain. With that, tears streamed down her face. Emotions surging, she cried out, "It's not fair, it's so unfair and humiliating. All these lonely years." Seeing her break, Dan Doc rushed to comfort her. "It's all right, you're okay." Under the gentle sunlight, Dan Doc's words gave Medusa a sense of comfort and relief. "I'll do everything I can to find a way to break your curse." Back in the city, a question filled Dan Doc's mind with suspicion. Why would Jozuzu want to meet him here? An announcement echoed through the speaker, "Dan Doc, Sauna room number 32. Hearing his name, he reflexively looked up from his phone. Dan Doc walked up to door number 32 as instructed. He hesitated for a moment before entering. This area was reserved exclusively for high-rank hunters. It was converted by the Hunter Association from a part of a dungeon. Word on the street was it was extremely effective for restoring mana and healing wounds. Dan Doc thought about it and chuckled softly, realizing this was his first time here. The moment he opened the door, a look of confusion and disgust was written all over his face. Dan Doc wondered where Leo Lack was, and right across from him was the very man he sought. Spotting Dan Doc, Leo Lack let out a sigh. You again? Honestly, Korea is so small. Dan Doc's face was a blank slate. This guy wears a mask even in a sauna? Let's go, before we get into trouble. Before Dan Doc could even ask his question, Leo Lack cut straight to the point. 3 days ago, a gate opened up, causing casualties in the dozens, he questioned. So a 7-star hunter like you didn't show up? You were just relaxing here instead? Dan Doc sat down and sighed in exasperation. Here we go again. He leaned his head back, his voice hardening. Don't make baseless accusations. I've had a lot on my plate lately. Just then, the speaker made another announcement. Alia, sauna room number 32. And so, a third person joined them. As it finished, Alia walked in leisurely. Dan Doc couldn't hide his surprise. Elia? Meanwhile, Leo Lack shot to his feet, calling out her name. Elia! It's really Alia. His whole body was trembling. My sister, Elia. But how? He tried to calm himself. It's okay. You're still alive. Dan Doc was still reeling from the shock. Why was Elia here? Isn't she a goddess? He was frozen, unable to process what was happening. Dan Doc's eyes showed his complete bewilderment. What in the world is happening? Leo Lack, dazed, simply asked. Why? Why aren't you saying anything, Elia? Hearing this question made Dan Doc even more confused, and he shot a quick glance to the side. He wondered silently, why is Leo Lack calling Elia his sister? Elia just stared at the ground, not sparing her brother a single glance. Ju So-ju had been standing outside the door for who knows how long. Seeing the scene, she let out a comment. What a cold sibling reunion. Spotting her, Dan Doc immediately asked, what in the world is going on? She slowly stepped inside. I've been investigating Elia, Soju replied, because she seemed suspicious. Soju added, her expression turning serious. The results were clear. Not a single god has ever heard the name Elia. We couldn't even find any records of her. Soju looked at the girl and continued. I started to suspect that if she doesn't exist anywhere, she must be a forgotten goddess. But I can't sense the energy of a forgotten god from her. Hearing that, Dan Doc froze, muttering, so no one knows? So that's why she said her divine power was low. Soju continued her story. So I changed my approach. If she couldn't be found in the divine world, then maybe I could find her in the human world. After gathering intel from countless dimensions, it turns out everyone has their own story. She made the comment matter-of-factly. Soju's gaze then landed on Leo Lack, the #1 hunter in the world. Leo Lack also has a missing younger sister with the same name. I confirmed her appearance during the last hunter mobilization event. During the gate cleanup a few days ago, I became certain. Leo Lack's annoyance was instantly visible on his face. Ju So-ju, what are you talking about? He demanded. She continued, completely ignoring his feelings. The reason why not a single god knows about her, and why she isn't sponsored by a god, yet hasn't been forgotten from existence? Soju laid out her reasoning. To be honest, I never considered it. I never imagined that a mere human could somehow use the system of the gods. Soju crossed her arms and asked bluntly, Elia, who are you, really? Acting on instinct, Leo Lack moved to shield Elia, shouting, Stop it! I don't understand what any of you are talking about. Gods? That's ridiculous, he roared. Elia addresses Chu Soju, admitting a favor is owed but claims she has no idea what she's talking about. She then sighs and simply raises a finger. A confused Leo turns to his sister, completely baffled by her actions. He calls out her name, his voice filled with uncertainty. Her voice is ice. Go back, and never look for me again. Leo can't believe it, screaming back. What are you trying to say? Once he disappears, Elia's calm returns. All right, she says with a firm tone. I'll admit it, Chu Soju, you went through all the trouble of investigating me. Do you really rate me that highly? Soju glares, sensing the mockery, and tells her to cut the nonsense. Elia just grins, enjoying her reaction. You seem awfully flustered. Did you really think you were the only person in this world who could use the system? Elia shows zero hesitation, no fear at all. She pushes further. Chu Soju, You're pathetic and arrogant for thinking you're the only one who knows what's happening. The next move on this little chessboard? With that, she turns to leave. Soju calls out, "What are you talking about?" The girl replies nonchalantly, "Keep playing prophet. I have more important things to deal with." She then stops right in front of Dandok. So this was her important business. Soju doesn't press the issue, simply saying, "You two go ahead and talk. Consider my debt repaid." Dandok looks at Elia and nods. "All right, I have a few questions for you myself." An annoyed Soju snaps his name. Elia frowns, clearly irritated. "I can't talk with an outsider present." She continues, "Fortunately, I know the perfect place." As she speaks, mud grabs her feet while mysterious lights shatter the glass around them. Light floods the entire room. Amid the absolute chaos, Elia says calmly, "We're changing locations." Soju recognizes it instantly, a dangerous spatial gate. Just like that, Dandok and Elia are sucked right into the portal. The gate's appearance plunges the area into sudden darkness. A disoriented Dandok looks around, trying to get his bearings. Taking in his surroundings, he's stunned. How did she enter this place so perfectly? It's as if she knew the gate would be right here. Elia calmly resumes their interrupted chat. "At first, I actually thought you were a god disguised as a human." She explains that he had potential a diamond in the rough, not just some ordinary pebble on the roadside. A useful mercenary. As she talks, she picks up a small stone, continuing as Dandok just stares back with a dazed look. But that's as far as it goes. No matter how precious a rough gem might be, a single small stone can't change the flow of a river. He doesn't get it at all, just staring back with wide eyes. "What are you trying to say?" he asks. "Something impossible happened," she replies, her tone turning suspicious. "How did you avoid the prophecy? Who are you?" Dandok answers her with complete calm. "What is this prophecy everyone keeps mentioning? I'm just a human who accidentally became a god. And just like you and Chu Soju, I can use the system." For the first time, Elia's ice-cold expression finally breaks. "A human can use the system?" Elia mutters in disbelief. "That's impossible." She then continues speaking. "You were never in his prophecy." Suddenly, the small stone she held grows massive, hovering in the air at her command. A terrifying killing intent pours off of her. Her voice is a threat. The prophecy cannot be wrong. Absolutely not. In a flash, the massive boulder rockets straight toward Dandok. But at the last second, another figure arrives. Her hair flows behind her, it's Chu Soju. She somehow managed to follow them, landing before a completely stunned Dandok. He stares at her, amazed, but her eyes are locked on Elia. She declares, "You think that pathetic attack could even touch me?" Elia is adamant. "I already told you, Chu Soju, you're too arrogant. He was never my target in the first place." As she speaks, she casually unleashes another attack. A beam of purple light lances toward the barrier Soju just created. It shatters instantly. Soju didn't expect this at all, shouting, "You're actually insane." But Elia is dead serious. "I will not accept any more variables." The words barely leave her lips before the cliff behind her cracks wide open. Monsters start pouring out of the rift, one after another. Elia's curse echoes around them. "You will die here." Hideous creatures swarm from the portal, heading straight for Dandok and Soju, leaving them absolutely shocked. Soju spins around, glaring at Elia. "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" Then, she disappears. Reappearing in the air, she throws a punch towards Elia, screaming, "If you keep this up, monsters from the demon realm will invade Earth. Is that what you want?" In response, Elia raises square pillars of earth around herself, forming a barrier as she laughs mockingly. "So what if they do?" She then fires the earth pillars like missiles. But Soju is more than ready. She dodges through the assault, using the pillars as stepping stones to get behind Elia, getting a small cut on her face. Elia's eyes widen in shock for a split second before her gaze sharpens. "Did you get stronger in the past few days? How incredible." Soju gets serious with her threat. Silence. "Answer my questions, or I will slit your throat this instant." Elia just listens to her screaming interrogation before asking, "What is your purpose?" The girl then adds, "You still don't understand, do you, Soju?" Elia then throws her arms open, looking up at the bizarre purple sky. "In a situation like this," she says, "a life is just a cheap bargaining chip. Even if you kill me, this world can't escape disaster." Elia turns her head to mock her. "This must feel awfully familiar to you, doesn't it? The gate cannot be closed. The barrier has been broken. The demon army is pouring through. You've experienced all of this before in your past life." At these words, Soju's jaw drops, and she stammers in absolute shock. "Who in the world are you?" Suddenly, a system warning appears. The Heartless Dragon's divine artifact is becoming unstable. A devastated Soju asks, "Why would you do this? You're a human too. You have a family." But Elia just wears a completely detached expression, shooting back a simple question, "So what?" The girl then raises her hand, creating blocks of earth, and declares, "I have wagered everything for the world that he desires." Looking at the kneeling Soju, she continues, "It's over, Soju. No matter how hard you try, you can't change a thing." With a lost look in her eyes, Soju mutters, "It can't be." Her head falls as she sobs. Is it happening again? Soju doesn't even notice the monster Elia creates from the earth, wondering to herself, "Am I going to fail again this time?" Tears fall onto her lap as Soju thinks this must be her destiny. She whispers, "Forever stuck in a loop." Just then, a huge chunk of earth comes crashing down on her. Suddenly, someone vanishes in a blur, followed by a massive explosion and a powerful shockwave. The blast forces Elia to shield her face. It's Dan Doc, who just slammed his fist on the ground, yelling, "Stop your delusions, Elia!" He stands protectively in front of Soju, reminding Elia, "You're the only one who's alone here." Then Dan Doc adds, "Why don't you open your eyes and look around?" This startles Elia into looking. Even Soju, her eyes filled with tears, can't help but be curious. Dan Doc's eyes burn with determination as he lectures, "What we've built won't be so easily destroyed by someone like you." At that moment, the mages he summoned are busy fighting monsters. One of them shouts, "Damn it, dude, I was in the middle of a game." Another sounds excited, "Awesome, I wanted to test out my new fire magic anyway." A third declares, "This is my first battle as a mage." Another proclaims, "I will prove the power of the Ice King right here." Seeing this, Soju's jaw hangs open in disbelief. Dan Doc extends a hand to her, calling her name, Soju. He offers a slight smile and says, "I need your help, just like always. Only you can handle her while I go find the gate's core. Will you help me?" Hearing this, Soju thinks for a moment, wipes her tears, and firmly takes Dan Doc's hand. She stands before him and says, "Leave it to me." Elia, however, is stunned, screaming in confusion, "What is going on? How could you summon the children of the primordial mother?" Soju walks past Dan Doc, reminding him, "Go destroy the portal core now, before it's too late." Dan Doc immediately agrees. Their casual confidence sends Elia into a rage as she screams, "Don't you dare look down on me." The girl curses, sending a hail of rocks flying forward. But Soju has already closed the distance and is right in front of her. Her eyes are ice cold as she scoffs. "Is that all you know how to do?" Caught by surprise, Elia looks over in shock. In the next instant, blood and strands of hair spray into the air. The girl falls to her knees on the ground, blood dripping beside her. Elia coughs, bracing herself on the ground in frustration. She grits her teeth, one hand clutching a long gash on her neck. Her eyes burn with rage. Soju stands over her, red knife in hand, and asks, "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me who you are and what your purpose is." Elia squints, sweating, and tilts her head back to refuse. "Are you an idiot? I already told you. Life is just a cheap bargaining chip." She looks at the girl before her with absolute confidence, saying, "You can't kill me, Soju. Not while he is watching this place." Hearing this, Soju seems intrigued, so confident. "I'd really like to put that to the test." Elia's eyes gleam, her expression a smiling challenge. Suddenly, the system announces, "The Eye of the Abyss is watching every—" This startles Soju. Dan Doc is horrified, unable to believe it. The system continues, "The fear from the abyss will seal all actions." Soju gasps in terror. "The power of chaos! Oh my god, don't tell me you're—" At the same time, a black aura radiates from Elia. Still clutching her neck, she asks, "You asked me who I am?" Before slowly sinking into an eerie black smoke. She reveals, "I am the 100th child of the mother. I am also the prophet who was given the choice." A massive pinkish red eye appears in the sky. Elia continues, "The one who will destroy this world and bring the salvation of chaos." Elia transforms. An arm reaches out from the black aura as she adds, "Yes, I am the very demon you want to destroy." Elia appears with a brand new look. She admits, "That's me." Seeing this, Soju breaks into a cold sweat, whispering, "That form." She screams at her, "Do you even know what kind of god Charles is? He is the god of destruction, a being that can devour entire dimensions. Only a complete madman would follow a wicked god like him." But Elian just casually replied, "Even if I'm crazy, it doesn't matter. He's the only one who accepts me for who I am." Then, she turned and walked away in her high heels, bidding Suzu farewell before stepping into a dark purple spatial gate. She muttered cryptically as she vanished. "The stronger the light, the deeper the shadow. The abyss will lead the way to hell. I'm out. Elia glanced back, saying, from now on, things won't be so easy, then looked at the stunned, speechless Dandok and continued, because now I know your true trump card. As she vanished in a burst of dark energy, Soju appeared by the cracked wall. She looked up at the purple gate in the sky and said, let's go, before this gets any louder. Behind her, Dandok let out a sigh of relief. Now that was a real headache. He looked up at the portal, frustrated that they couldn't destroy it after all. Suddenly, Bacon grabbed a rock, ready to throw it at the gate while screaming, you damn portal! The first raid team had actually failed. Dandok quickly stopped him, shouting, calm down, you'll get hit by the backlash. Nearby, the blonde-haired girl closed her eyes and sighed, so tired. What even were those monsters? Good thing we fixed the barrier in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Dandok immediately patted Baek-eun's shoulder, praising them. You both did great, Sazon. Your magic has improved so much, you could be called a grand magus now. This left her stammering in disbelief, but Baek-eun just scowled jealously, muttering, yeah, right. Keep feeding her ego. Seeing they still had so much energy, Dandok smiled wryly. He thought to himself, we've only put out a small fire. This is far from over, while listening to the two of them bicker. Oh please, are you jealous? Because I did better than you this time. What the hell, you're so annoying, Dandok worried internally. Our failure to find the gate's core might be connected to Elia. Was her timing just a coincidence? He knew it wasn't. He suddenly called out, hey, Soju. But before he could finish, she simply said, follow me. Soju turned back to add, your questions, the secrets I couldn't tell you, I'll tell you everything. Then she gestured to an approaching helicopter. First, we need to change locations. In the sky, a helicopter hovered over the rooftops, searching for a place to land. It slowly began its descent. Inside the chopper, a young man with glasses spoke up. Guildmaster Cheon-gun. It seems Hunter Dandok is also at this gate. Would you like to meet him? But the guildmaster refused with a stern look. No. Today, we focus on investigating the gate. He stared at Dandok's back from afar. I'll meet him when I'm fully prepared. A short while later, the sun shone down on a lush green garden. With his hands in his pockets, Dandok started. Elia said as much. It's time to stop hiding things. Then he demanded seriously, Soju, tell me everything you know. Your relationship with Elia, and what is this primordial child she mentioned? Soju simply replied, the primordial child. She placed a leaf in her palm, explaining, are the first beings created by Mother Earth. She went on to explain the spirits of different entities, not just humans, but also giants, demons, and elves. Though their forms differed, they were all seeds of their species, the purest of all souls. The title, Primordial Child, was given to 100 such souls, and the very first one born among them had already lived through 1,869 lives, fighting to prevent Ragnarok. Hearing this, Dandok broke into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with shock. Don't tell me. But just as he expected, Soju admitted it. Yes, the first primordial child, the 1,869th regressor. That's me. He scratched his head, sighing. I had a feeling about the regression part, but now there's another secret on top of that. Her eyes widened in surprise. You knew I was a regressor? Dandok glanced at her and explained. We've been partners for 2 years. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? He recalled an old ancient building, thinking, even though your prophecies were rarely accurate. Then he remembered icy landscapes, but you adapted strangely fast to other dimensions, almost like you'd been there before. He remembered the time they visited a snow-covered mountain, confirming his suspicions. So I figured you might be a regressor, and I also figured you had a good reason to hide it. With a sad look, Soju murmured, a reason? Thinking of the eye that appeared at the gate, she confessed, yes. The thing I always wanted to hide from you is the Eye of the Abyss. Dandok's brow furrowed in confusion. The Eye of the Abyss? You mean that warning that sometimes pops up when we enter a gate? Soju nodded, confirming his guess, and then continued her explanation. It's the thing that creates the gates, and is also the cause of Ragnarok. The Eye of the Abyss. It's a subordinate, and it's also a part of Charles. If my identity as a regressor was exposed, Charles would likely find a way to stop me in my next lives. That's why I hid who I was. But this new variable, Elia, has shattered that secrecy. Soju bowed her head. I don't know how she found out about it. She added anxiously, but now, my secret may have already reached Charles's ears. Soju nervously bites her lip, guessing this might just be their last chance. But Dandok just smiles, asking, so what's the plan? He says with total confidence, we're going to protect everyone, right? Nothing's changed. That's the mission. His words bring a smile to Soju's face. She then materializes a blue vial, letting out a heavy sigh beside him. She felt that all her worries were just ridiculous. Then she tosses the bottle to a stunned Dan-Dok, who looks at it puzzled. What is this? Soju reminds him. You remember, don't you? It's what we drank to beat Neptune back when we were just lower gods. A flashback hits Dan-Dok of opening that bottle. He smiles. Yeah, I remember. Good times. But he's still totally lost. But why is all the information on this thing restricted? The system is just showing a string of question marks over the vial's description. The max boost, temporary power, restore all unknown. Soju explains, it's important. It's our secret weapon for the fight ahead. Hearing that, Dan-Dok hesitates even more, asking, can I really use something this important? Soju looks him dead in the eye. I prepared it for you from the very beginning. We're out of time and out of options. She thinks about their defenses, saying, the barrier we created is only temporary. It can hold off the low-level monsters, but it won't stop the forgotten gods. Ragnarok could start in a month. Dan-Dok breaks a sweat, scratching his head in frustration. He knew this was coming when the gate wouldn't close, but it's happening way faster than he thought. He snaps his fingers, making a call. We need to gather the rest of the mages. Fast. Suddenly, a notification pops up from the system. A job opening. Cargo handlers needed at the pyramid. Divine power required. No experience necessary. And the salary? Completely random. Dan-Dok smirks. Get ready. This is where we're going next. Time flashes forward in the blink of an eye. He's now standing in a vast, sun-scorched desert. With his head covered by a hood, he groans. It's been a while since I did manual labor. A nearby worker grumbles. Another newbie? He's got red eyes, eagle feathers on his cap, and a permanent scowl. Pathetic. Why do I always get stuck with the new guys? He then glares at Dan-Dok, offering some advice. If you're here for easy money, you should just quit now. Dan-Dok asks coolly. You talking to me? The guy immediately snaps back. Who else would I be talking to? But then his eyes go wide. Poppy freezes, staring at Dan-Dok and stammering, What? A middle god? What are you doing here? Dan-Dok gives him a sly look. What's the problem? Middle gods aren't allowed. Poppy frantically waves his hands, forcing a strained, awkward smile. Usually only lower gods come to a place like this, so I was just a little surprised to see you, sir. Then Dan-Dok raises an eyebrow, curious. Poppy explains with a single finger raised. Because they work us like slaves, and the rewards they give out are basically junk. For lower gods like us, even that is considered pretty good. Poppy glances at the others, adding, but sometimes, you can find precious weapons, or even rare divine artifacts. We lower gods are all here chasing that one lucky break. He then leans in conspiratorially, whispering, besides, it's piece rate pay. The more you deliver, the more chances you get at the good stuff. Dan-Dok catches on. So, you want a middle god to help you out? Poppy just gives him a knowing wink in response. Think of it as mutual aid. You'll get something out of it too. Oh, and you can call me Poppy. Hearing this, Dan-Dok pats his shoulder. Okay, Poppy. Gods have to help each other out, right? He then tilts his head, saying, but first, there's a little something I need from you. Poppy asks without thinking, what kind of favor, sir? Dan-Dok gazes at the massive pyramid before them. Put me in charge of all the deliveries inside the pyramid. Poppy starts sweating bullets, trying to find a polite way to say no. But usually those deliveries are handled by the most experienced staff. He mutters to himself, can I even do that? If something goes wrong out there, the guide in charge takes all the responsibility. Suddenly, a man covered in bandages yells from behind, Hey, what are you two doing? Get a move on! Poppy immediately turns and shouts back, Yes, just a moment. Dan-Dok just presses him. So, what's your answer? Another shout echoes, Hey, are you deaf? Poppy panics, yelling, I'm coming. He shoves Dan-Dok forward. Fine, let's just go. A moment later, an official voice calls out, All right, sir, we will now begin. The first step is sorting all this cargo by area. Dan-Dok stands next to Poppy, staring at a literal mountain of boxes. He starts to sweat. Is all this really from the Hermes post office? Poppy nods. Yeah, the inside of the pyramid is a total maze, so all packages get sorted here before being delivered. He then looks over at Dan-Dok with a serious warning. Be careful when you're grabbing stuff. One wrong move and this whole thing comes crashing down. Dan-Dok just deadpans. Sounds like a real challenge. At that exact moment, a cloud of dust erupts and flies right at Dan-Dok. He looks over, completely unfazed. Bokvan is on the ground. He's completely buried under a pile of fallen boxes. Dan-Dok just repeats. See what I mean? Be careful taking the packages. Bok Van, looking absolutely furious, pops his head out and screeches, "Why'd you dump all this work on me? Why do you only summon me for the heavy lifting?" Dan Doc thinks of the Ice King and calmly explains, "The other mages are all busy. Etten is guarding the gate in case it breaks open." Then, they added Sazone and Soju. Meanwhile, those with high magic resistance began searching for the fifth mage. He was told he was the only one left standing. But Bayun refused to accept it, screaming, "Just you wait! After I master the sword, you're all dead." Dan Doc just raised a hand to cut him off. Yeah, I heard you. Now pick up the goods you dropped." He even added a little threat. "If you break anything, you'll be working here until the debt is paid." This made Bayun explode. "This is slave labor." Under the clear blue sky, he muttered curses. "You evil god, you just watch your back." Time flew by, and soon, dusk began to fall. A while later, stars began to dot the reddish sky. The pile of goods was much smaller, and Dan Doc sighed. Phew, finally done. Just then, Poppy appeared with a cheerful smile. "You worked hard." He handed Dan Doc a relief carving, which made him ask, "Is this the Eye of Horus?" Holding it up in the last light of day, Dan Doc listened to Poppy's explanation. "That's right. It's a spatial artifact used for storage. You need it to enter the real pyramid. It's completely weightless." Then Poppy questioned whether Dan Doc would actually help him. "Are you sure you're going to give this to me?" Dan Doc replied casually. "Don't worry, I just want this done so I can rest." He then raised the Eye of Horus carving, and a golden magic circle instantly appeared, sucking all of the cargo right into the artifact. With everything stored away, Dan Doc announced, "All right, let's go." Time passed quickly on their journey. He walked leisurely toward the pyramid, thinking how the Greek gods lived together on Olympus, while the Egyptian gods all lived inside this one structure. Dan Doc suddenly broke a sweat, realizing, "It looked big from far away, but I never thought it would be this massive." He and Bayun stared up at the carving. It was a colossal sculpture on the stone wall. Bayun craned his neck, curious. "How are you going to open this door?" Dan Doc smirked and said, "There's a magic password." He held up the Eye of Horus, shining its light on the wall as he yelled, "Special delivery!" The stone door immediately began to rise, revealing a brilliant golden light from within. The hall looked like a bustling market, filled with people. On both sides were canvas tents. Bayun shouted in shock, "What is this place?" Suddenly, something slammed down in front of them with a terrifying crash. A giant beastman holding a golden staff appeared. He roared, "Stop, you cannot enter this place." Dan Doc tilted his head back. "Is there a problem?" "We're the pyramid's delivery crew." The guard just hissed through his teeth, responding, "The problem is, the pyramid is the sacred land of the gods and the pharaoh. You might be fine, but that human with you must offer up an arm as a sacrifice to enter." Hearing this, Dan Doc tried to reason with him. "But he's my mage. Is there no other way?" But the beastman flatly refused. Then, his gaze dropped to Bayun's feet, which had already crossed the line between outside and inside. "Wait a second," the beastman said. "I just noticed that you've already stepped inside the pyramid." He then lowered a massive, clawed hand toward them with a sadistic grin. "It's been a long time since I've tasted a human. As I said, offer up an arm." This sent Bayun into a panic. "Damn it, Dan Doc." But Dan Doc just shouted back, "Hold on, this is extortion. We were never told about this rule." The beastman's eyes narrowed in response. "I've already said it. There are no exceptions." He swiped his hand toward Bayun, ignoring his terrified curses, and added, "Now obediently offer up that delicious arm to me." Suddenly, the beastman's head snapped sideways from a massive blow. Dan Doc had leaped up and delivered a jaw-shattering punch. Bayun cheered, absolutely ecstatic. "So cool, that's Dan Doc for you. That was lightning fast." Dan Doc landed in front of him and snapped back. "Be quiet and get back." He looked at his own scraped hand, thinking, "Did my attack have no effect? Is he a high-ranking god?" Across from him, the beastman glared, enraged by the punch. "For a lowly delivery boy like you, to dare oppose the guardian of the pyramid? Are you prepared for the consequences?" The guardian of the pyramid. He raised his golden staff high to attack Dan Doc. His eyes burned with rage as he screamed, "Die, you foreign god!" But suddenly, the beastman fell face first to the ground in pain. With tears in his eyes, he screamed in confusion. "What? What's happening? Why is my body moving on its own?" The beastman lay helpless at Dan Doc's feet and heard him say, "What kind of dog bites its own master?" This sent him into a rage. "What? Master? Who allowed you to call yourself my master?" At that moment, a system notification popped up. "The King of Dogs trait has been activated." Dan Doc just smiled and patted his head. "I did, of course," he said. The beastman was furious but could do nothing, only able to fight back with words. But as he was being petted, his tail started wagging. Seeing this, Dandok taunted him, "You talk big, but your body is brutally honest." Then his eyes narrowed into a wicked smile. "Now, be a good boy, step aside, and answer my questions. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer all kinds of humiliation, from lying down and sitting up, all the way to rolling over." Hearing this, the guardian broke into a cold sweat. You're a devil." A while later, Dandok was walking down a dark staircase, with Bayun timidly following close behind, muttering, "Man, it's pitch black. Is he tricking me?" Dandok told him he wasn't. The beastman stood before another descending doorway and said, "Come on, this way." Dandok looked at him suspiciously. "Is this the way to the top of the pyramid? Why is it underground?" The beastman explained, "No, this is the way to the Sphinx's place." This only made Dandok more confused. "What? Which Sphinx?" The beastman looked at the complex gear system above them and explained, "I don't know why you want to reach the top of the pyramid, but that place is a labyrinth that changes its structure every single day. Only those who are permitted can ever enter." He then added, "The Sphinx, the one who knows every corner of the pyramid, might be able to help you." A moment later, a cold glint appeared in Dandok's eyes. It seemed he had finally come to the right place. After some time, the two stood before a golden statue when a voice asked, "It's been a long time since anyone came here. What reason brings you to me?" Dandok replied, "We are searching for the pharaoh, and we need your advice." The voice from the golden statue asked again, "You seek wisdom? To obtain wisdom, you must first prove you have it." A paradox. Hearing this, Dandok just laughed. "A riddle? Excellent, I love riddles." Suddenly, a black cat emerged and praised him. "You're very confident, but this won't be easy." After that, 3 cats appeared together. They spoke, "Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Sir, I am Finn, and I am X. The 3 of us together are the Sphinx." Looking at them, Dandok's jaw dropped in absolute shock. "These cats are the Sphinx?" One of them immediately confirmed it. "That's right. Enough talk. Here is the first question." Dandok smirked. "I'm ready. Go ahead, ask." But in his head, he was thinking, what could these adorable little cats possibly ask? This is so boring. The cat smugly lifted a paw and began to groom itself. "The first question will be a gentle one." Then, with a sly look, it added, "But if you can't answer, you know the legends about us, correct?" At that moment, Dandok jolted in shock, thinking, "That voice, it's echoing directly inside my head." It was on the same level as Hefatoot. He broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth and reassessing the situation. "I was going to run if things got bad, but now I have to answer seriously." Dandok stared at the incredibly long equation before him. He thought, "I have to solve this puzzle, but I don't have nearly enough time." Just then, a message from Papyrus popped up. "Where are you right now? The customer is complaining because they haven't received their delivery yet." Seeing this, he grimaced internally. Why of all times? This message totally broke my concentration. He looked at the name Papyrus again, startled, and thought, "Wait a minute. Hey, that name sounds familiar." He wondered, could it be that guy? On the other side, a cat scratched its ear, getting impatient. "Too slow. You have 5 seconds left." Then they began a gleeful countdown. 4, 3, 2 seconds. "We're going to eat well tonight." Just then, Dandok spoke up. 846. The cat's jaw went slack in disbelief, while he reluctantly thought to himself, "I never expected Poppy to be a math god. He doesn't look that smart, does he?" Then Dandok looked at the Sphinx expectantly. "All right, I answered correctly, right? Now tell us what we need to know." But they just started meowing, playing dumb. Suddenly, one of them got a wicked look in its eyes and shouted, "Good, very good. Now for the next question." This left him completely speechless as they shamelessly mocked him. "Who told you there was only one question? We are 3 Sphinx, so of course there are 3 questions." When they saw he had accepted, one of the cats jumped for joy, yelling, "That's right. This is how it should be to make things interesting." It suddenly produced a golden sword, announcing, "The second question." Another cat looked thrilled. "We're about to have dinner. How do you divide the 2 of you equally for the 3 of us to eat?" This question made Bayun break out in a horrified sweat. "What?" But Dandok's face only darkened in thought. Then they threw the sword down at his feet, demanding, "Use this to solve the riddle." Seeing the Sphinx drooling and licking its chops, Dandok realized, these things never had any intention of giving us the answer from the start. They just wanted an excuse to eat us. What cruel, vicious bastards. And they, seeing him bend down to pick up the sword, laughed with glee. "Excellent. Remember, you can only use the knife once. Just assume you both have the same mass and start cutting. Dandok gripped the sword, his face grim as he thought. Yes, most gods are exactly like this. He pointed the sword forward and said, precisely. He then used the blade to separate one cat from the other two, continuing his answer. Reduce the number of mouths to feed. With the blade now at its neck, the cat stammered. What are you doing? Its pupils shrank as it snarled. At the same time, a terrifying pressure slammed down on the two of them. Unable to take it, Baiyun collapsed to all fours, groaning on the ground. But Dandok just smiled and asked, What? Is this not the correct answer? A system notification suddenly appeared. Lord of Gogan Island resists fear, activating overwhelming presence. He glared at them, taunting. You want to fight? Then bring it on, you little kittens. The Sphinx radiated a crushing pressure as they slowly advanced on Dandok and Baiyun. Suddenly, Dandok feigned innocence. What? I'm only giving you an answer. Surely the Great Sphinx wouldn't reject an answer just because I was a little rude, right? Looking at the sword at its throat, Finn growled. You insolent little brat. It furiously raised its front paw, preparing to attack. Dandok shouted, If you can, then try and cut me down. Abruptly, a voice rang out just as Finn's claws slashed downward. Stop! Sarah stepped forward calmly and said, The answer is correct. This made Finn turn to look at him, utterly speechless, as Sarah continued with the air of a true leader. A question is asked, and a logical answer must be given. That is the one unbreakable rule. The Sphinx, rearing up on its hind legs, was furious at the challenger's audacity. But then, it reconsidered, muttering, No matter what happens, a riddle must begin and end with a riddle. This seemed to annoy the Sphinx. Yes, I know. Dandok glanced over, catching the creature's odd outburst. It's been a long time since I've met a challenger this tough, it said, licking a paw. His will under pressure is truly something else. His cleverness and audacity in that moment were impressive, too. Then it just went back to casually spouting nonsense. There used to be many more like you, the creature reminisced, people who never hesitated, regardless of the outcome, betting their fate on their answers. Such passion. Suddenly, the Sphinx conjured two cats, one angelic, one demonic. The cats floated on each of Dandok's shoulders. He was stunned, listening for the final question. But first, it had to drag things out a bit. Looking at the winged cat on the right, it declared, On one shoulder, you have an angel. One always follows your commands. The other, it said, nodding to the horned cat, always does the exact opposite. Finally, the Sphinx delivered the official question. If you want to go to heaven, what would you say? One chance, one sentence only. Hearing that, Dandok's eyes went wide. He'd heard this story before. He recalled sitting huddled in a dark corner, hugging his knees in despair. A figure in a hoodie had paced nearby, asking him, Why are you crying here? But the young Dandok, tears streaming down his face, just waved him away. I don't know who you are, just leave me alone, he cried. Don't pretend you care about a useless nobody like me. The other person just replied, So what if you're useless? This made Dandok look up with curiosity as he continued. Have you ever heard the saying, opportunity only comes to those who are prepared? But Dandok just snapped back, irritated. Anyone can say something like that. I have nothing. But the person pushed on. Even so, you can't give up. There's definitely something that only you can do. Wiping his tears, a curious Dandok asked, How do you know? The man smiled. Because I used to be just like you. He raised one finger and said, Look, if you can answer this riddle correctly, I'll tell you about a miraculous experience of mine. Then, you know about angels and demons? Back in the present, Dandok remembered. He never found the answer before the man left. But the question, it had always lingered in his mind. I always wondered what the true answer was, and once he finally discovered it, he understood something much greater. Why someone as useless as him was actually necessary. He placed a hand on his chest, solidifying his resolve. He had to protect this land where his loved ones live, and where his father rests. As a god, I must do what others cannot. Then, looking straight ahead, he declared his answer. Take me to the place you are from. That is my answer. The answer left the Sphinx stunned and thoughtful. After a moment, it bowed its head slightly in praise. Magnificent. And with that, a swirling green portal appeared. You're looking for the pharaoh, right? This path leads to the main hall. Dandok couldn't have been happier. Perfect. Let's go. But Baiyun was hesitant. Wait, are you sure? What if they're tricking us? The Sphinx crossed its arms. The riddle is absolute. Rest assured. Dandok instantly led the way. Right, let's go. Behind, Sophie and X both had something to say. The pharaoh's room is at the pyramid's apex, so be careful. You'll do fine, but if you dare to enter, you won't make it out alive." Ignoring the warnings, the two of them walked through the portal, entering an unfamiliar space. Bayun looked around. The top floor? Suddenly a voice yelled, "Stop, you treacherous god." The young pharaoh, flanked by his men, screamed furiously, "I already warned you, yet you still have the nerve to return. Such arrogance! I will not forgive this insolence." A baffled Dandok started sweating, trying to cut in. Wait, there's a misunderstanding." But the pharaoh wasn't listening. His blue energy flared as he just roared. "Silence!" His mismatched blue and gold eyes blazed. "I won't be fooled by your sweet words a second time." Ignoring Dandok's stunned expression, he raged on. "You've exploited us for long enough. Now you have the audacity to deceive us?" Dandok was just thinking, what is happening? Wait. His eyes widened in silent shock. Is that energy divine power? He wondered. The pharaoh is clearly human, so how can he use a god's power? The pharaoh continued to rage. "Even if I must die, I will have absolutely no regrets. I will not stand by any longer. I will end your arrogance." Dandok tried again. "Hey, this is a misunderstanding, right?" Before he could finish, a click echoed from the door behind him. It unlatched, making Dandok jump in a panic. Simultaneously, his danger sense flared. Extreme danger detected. With pure terror in his eyes, Dandok glanced back. Horrified, he thought, "Someone's coming. Who has such a terrifying bloodlust?" He gritted his teeth. This is equal to Hades. Could it be a prime god? This reaction confused Bayun. What's wrong? And then, suddenly, Dandok thrusts his hand forward, magic flaring as he shouts, "Get back, Bayun!" A system notification pops up, teleporting the mage Bayun back to Earth. Once he's gone, Dandok breaks into a cold sweat. He has to get out of there, fast. But the system flashes an error message, insufficient divine power. And just like that, panic sets in. Not enough power? Did he really burn through that much during the battle at the front gate? His eyes widen in horror as he does the math. He summoned every last mage, the wolf pack, and even Cerberus. Suddenly, the door bursts open in a blinding flash of light. The boss steps through, his voice a low growl. It's too noisy. His eyes narrow with suspicion. The boss scans Pharaoh's people, sizing them up. I felt another presence here just now. But Pharaoh just stares in shock. The boss? Off to the side, Dandok activates the magic of an invisibility cap on his forehead. Pharaoh screams, "I can't believe you came here yourself." Dandok breathes a sigh of relief. Good. He hasn't been spotted. He can just watch from the shadows. But the killing intent rolling off this guy is absolutely insane. Dandok's instincts are screaming pure danger. But Pharaoh stands his ground, shouting, "I don't care who you are, my will is absolute. I will never hand over my people. Do you understand? Get lost." But the words barely leave his mouth before a hand, radiating malice, flashes out and grabs his throat. The boss lifts Pharaoh off the ground with zero effort, his voice flat, too noisy. "You're all just livestock." As he speaks, divine power visibly drains from Pharaoh's body straight into his arm. A twisted smile spreads across his face. The divine power of a pharaoh. Exquisite. Today, I'll spare you. After all, you're a premium product. Watching from his hiding spot, Dandok's jaw hits the floor. Is he actually absorbing his divine power? The boss continues, "Don't forget, you exist only to provide me with power. Nothing more." He drops Pharaoh to the ground and turns to leave, saying, "Consider it an honor to be offered to the great boss." Before vanishing, he adds one last warning. "Next time, have the tribute prepared on time. Don't make me waste my energy." Face down, Pharaoh can only curse. His face, now withered and ancient, he wonders, is this the end? Through blurry eyes, he sees his people weeping, and silently apologizes. "I wanted to protect the bloodline of Pharaoh, so no one would have to suffer my fate." After a long moment, Pharaoh's eyes flutter open, and he exhales. He struggles to sit up, clutching his head. "What happened?" A voice cuts in. "Dandok, how are you feeling? You okay?" Pharaoh's head whips around. "You? You're that damn god from before." Dandok, now lounging in a chair surrounded by 3 kids, corrects him irritably. "I'm not a damn god. I'm Dandok, the divine sword." But the children just happily chime in. "Ah, he's our big brother. That's right. He's a good person." A blonde-haired boy on the floor grins, holding up a piece of chocolate. "Look, this is called a Peru, and it's delicious. He gave it to me." At that, Pharaoh struggles to one knee, yelling, "What? Fio, spit that out right now." Do you have any idea what that is? But the boy refuses. A woman suddenly appears behind him, placing her hands on Pharaoh's shoulders. Hey now, calm down. She looks down at him, reminding him, you almost just died. Take a deep breath. Startled, Pharaoh looks at his own trembling hands as the realization hits him. Wait a minute, I remember. The boss. The woman confirms it. Yes, he drained you of your life force and your divine power. Then, she adds with a small smile, I was suspicious of him at first, but, and remembering what Dan Doc did, she continues, he's the one who saved you when we were all completely helpless. Hearing that, Pharaoh just scoffs. Even humans don't do good deeds without a motive. Why would a god be any different? Dan Doc overhears this, but Pharaoh keeps talking, shutting him down. He probably doesn't expect thanks. He must think you're still useful. That's the only reason he saved you. Pharaoh gets to his feet and turns away, grumbling, forget it. Gods are all the same. The woman hurries after him, worried. Wait, Bao, don't move so fast. That name stops Dan Doc cold. He stares at Pharaoh's profile, thinking, so he's the fourth mage Soju mentioned. The one she said was a mummy. Maybe we got here early, before he was turned into one. He decides to speak up. Wait a minute, is your name Bao? Pharaoh whips around, glaring. Don't you dare say my name so casually. I have no intention of getting friendly with your kind. Dan Doc still tries to ask, why are you so? But Bao cuts him off, hissing through his teeth. Why? Isn't it always your kind who pretends to save humans in their despair, only to push them straight into hell? His pupils shrink to pinpricks. As if sinking into darkness, Pharaoh continues, how could I ever forget? He remembers the bodies littering the ground, a famine so awful that parents ate their children, and a plague that left corpses piled in the streets like dust. It was then that the boss appeared, conjuring a glowing orb in his palm with a smile. Pharaoh continues, in our absolute desperation, a god reached out to save us, promising that I would become their pharaoh. He'd saved all of humanity, earning immortality in the realm of the gods. He then stood above, watching the masses line up to chant his name. This man had become a messenger for the divine, using his gifted skills to save and guide his people. He fought so they could live in peace. But Bao reveals that after a lifetime of service, he only realized the truth when he stepped into the god realm as promised. He thinks of a golden chalice, filled with a red liquid representing countless lives, and the awful memory surfaces. The pharaoh was just a vessel for faith and divine power, and every disaster that struck the world was caused by the gods themselves. Bao lowers his head in grim sorrow, admitting he was just a puppet in their cruel, sadistic play. To the gods, human beings are nothing more than livestock. Hearing this, Dan is left utterly stunned. He never imagined such a thing could be true. Bao then glances over, asking, now do you understand why I hate your kind? Dan just presses his lips together, silent. Bao dismisses him, saying, go, and never come back here again. But Dan refuses. I will be back. He walks to the door, telling Set he'll return next month. By that time, he promises he will have earned Bao's trust. The sun rises on a new day. 1 month later, at the pharaoh's residence, Set arrives right on schedule. He announces, I'm here to collect 10 divine powers, glaring. I hope there's no pointless resistance this time. Suddenly, from his left, Dan leaps down with a sword, launching an attack on Set. But Set just thrusts a hand forward, radiating pure killing intent. He grabs Dan's face and slams him into the wall with a deafening crash. He growls, there's a little fly buzzing around here. Just as I suspected, he says, looking at Dan pinned against the wall. What is your purpose for coming here? Through Set's fingers, Dan's determined eye is visible as he answers. Obviously, Set finishes his sentence, glancing at the children behind him. To save the pharaohs? The words barely leave his mouth before Set furiously drags Dan by the face, throwing him across the room and yelling, how arrogant. Set's confidence is absolute, his tone dripping with contempt. With that tiny amount of divine power, where do you get off being so confident? He then looks at Dan, kneeling with his head down before the cracked wall. Set scoffs, know your place. He then grins suspiciously. A tiny amount of divine power? He remembers a moment from before, when Poppy exclaimed in shock, you really are a senior, after all. I can't believe what you said that day was true. Just seconds before, that same boy had been yelling at Dan, where have you been? I waited and waited, but you never showed up. I had to sleep on the street and didn't even get paid. This made Dan apologize, explaining he had been busy with something important. Then, Dan smiled and said, hey. Looking at the mountain of goods, he asked, if I move all of this, how much will I get paid? The system immediately started calculating the wages. A message popped up, calculating base salary for Set's random reward package. 12,000 Set has been transferred. In the present, Set suddenly breaks out in a sweat, staring at his red divine power. It's draining out of his body. He roars, "My divine power is being depleted." "You. What did you do?" At the same time, the system announces the activation of self-healing. Dan grins. "You've been exploiting people for far too long." A blue aura erupts from his body, and his wounds instantly vanish. He smirks, ready to turn the tables. "Now, let's see who has the stronger divine power, shall we?" Dan raises his sword and steps forward, his face dead serious. "I won't say it twice." He stomps his foot, launching himself towards Set and shouting, "Release the pharaohs right now!" Dan slashes across Set's chest, forcing him to jump back in shock. Set grinds his teeth, growling in pure rage. "A low-level god like you dares to defy me?" His eyes turn sharp, a cruel smile forming as if he's found a new toy. "Fine. You want to save those pharaohs, do you?" He points a hand crackling with red energy toward a nearby old man. Dan immediately lunges to intercept him, shouting, "Don't you dare!" But Set's hand has already clamped onto the old man's face, and he hurls him at Dan, yelling, "Catch!" Dan's face pales, his pupils shrinking in absolute horror. All the while, Set laughs maniacally as the old man dissolves into dust within Dan's arms. "Do you have a thing for collecting corpses?" he mocks. Baring his teeth, his body glowing red, he snarls, "Why don't you just kill him, you damn god? At least then you might have been able to wound me. You're pathetic, challenging the great Set, all because of a little bit of worthless pity." Suddenly, Set conjures a red chain, shouting, "The pharaohs are just livestock. No one can change the laws of the pyramid." He then flings the chain towards the group of pharaohs, commanding, "Be good sacrifices." Across the room, Fioha's jaw drops in terror as two sharp spikes from the chain fly straight toward him. But in a flash, Dan is there, slicing the chain apart before it can harm Fio. Seeing this, Set lets out a crazed, mocking laugh. "You dare fight for the human race?" He grabs both ends of the chain, pulling it taut and screaming, "You think giving these cattle hope is the right thing to do? Well, your stupid compassion is just making things worse for everyone." Feeling Set's immense killing intent, Dan turns his head in fear. Countless chains are now lashing out at the pharaohs, sending them into a panic. This only makes Set roar with even more quanlent. The pharaohs here are nothing but containers for divine power. That is the absolute, unchangeable law of the pyramid. Set screams, whipping the chains around in a frenzy. So what? What's wrong with just letting nature take its course? Instantly, a chain sucks a pharaoh dry of all his life and divine power. But Chen Danduo slices right through it, vowing to protect everyone, whether they're human or god, talented or not. He boldly declares his resolve. He's fighting for a world where every single person can smile. Hearing this, Seth just scoffs in contempt. "You are an absolute fool." With a deafening crash that shatters the floor, Seth lunges at Chen Danduo. He scoffs that fools burdened by the weight of responsibility will never amount to anything truly great. He throws a powerful palm strike, forcing Chen Danduo to block as he leaps backward. Seth continues his lecture mid-fight. "Only when you abandon everything can you truly become strong." Even while attacking Chen Danduo, Seth casually launches a chain toward a girl in the corner. Danduo gets distracted for just a split second, and that's all Seth needs to land a brutal punch across his face. He's sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Seth just screams at him, "Look!" Then he unleashes another brutal flurry of attacks on Chen Danduo. Distracted by those insects, seeing him helplessly coughing up blood, unable to do anything but take the beating, Seth mocks him. "You can't even protect yourself?" In another corner, Pao clenches his fists, watching the dust-filled battle. Suddenly, a voice asks, "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" Startled, he whips his head around to see Hatshepsut with her hand on his back, transferring her divine power to him. "Here," she says, "take my power." Pao shoves her hand away, yelling, "What do you think you're doing?" But Hatshepsut doesn't get angry. She just gives a wry smile, explaining, "I know my own body better than anyone." At that exact moment, one of her arms begins to dissolve into sand. "I'm not going to last much longer," she adds. "No, it isn't just me, it's all of us." Suddenly, another hand rests on his shoulder as someone calls his name, Pao. An old man channels his own divine power into Pao and says, "Don't worry about us, we've lived long enough. It's only because of you that we even made it this far." Pao is completely bewildered by this. His entire body starts to tremble as he listens to their words, one after another. "That's right, Pao. Thank you for never abandoning us when things got tough. It's because of you that we're even here today. Pao, you have to be the one to survive." Hearing this, he can't hold it in any longer and breaks down sobbing. "Everyone, I'm so sorry." His fists trembling, Pao confesses, I was too weak. I couldn't protect all of you. Hatshepsut raises her one remaining arm to gently stroke his cheek. Pao, my friend, she comforts him, don't cry. Then, with solemn dignity, she declares, I, Pharaoh Hatshepsut, built a kingdom of 1,000 years of prosperity and endured 1,000 years of suffering, all to understand love. As she speaks, her other arm finally turns to sand and crumbles away. I have experienced all the joys this life has to offer, she continues. Now, it is my time to go. I hope our pain can be soothed by your smile. Before her face turns to sand as well, Hatshepsut offers one last reassuring smile. And our happiness will And with that, all the pharaohs dissolve into piles of sand around Pao, which then rise up and vanish into the air. Meanwhile, Chendenduo is on one knee, coughing violently. Seth wipes his mouth, a low growl in his voice. You insects actually put up a decent fight. It's been a long time since I've felt this way. Then, a red aura begins to crackle around Seth's arm. But this is where it ends. Die and disappear. But suddenly, like a cornered beast, Pao explodes with sinister blue energy. No, he roars. The one who dies today is you, Seth. He then unleashes an attack like a bomb going off, kicking up a massive cloud of debris. Seth gets blasted from the top level of the pyramid, sent plummeting down to the very bottom. The impact of him hitting the floor is massive, shattering the ground and carving out a huge crater right where he lands. Pao stares down from above, his eyes burning. How does it feel? He taunts, falling from the peak of the pyramid you're so proud of. Seth just grinds his teeth, seething. You, how dare you? A dark red aura explodes from Seth's body. You have crossed the line, he roars. Seeing this, a nervous sweat drips down Chendenduo's face. As expected of a prime god, you were still holding back? But next to him, Pao calmly states, No, this is the end. Down below, Seth glares up through the gaping hole in the ceiling as Pao continues, This place will be your tomb. Those words send him into a complete frenzy. Because of you, he screams, this pyramid will be stained with blood. I'll turn you all to dust. Suddenly, 3 sphinxes calmly emerge, asking, And where do you think you're going? Seth is completely baffled by this. He takes a step forward, trying to wave them off. Move, I'm busy. But a sphinx blocks his path. Since you have come here, you must solve our riddle. It is the absolute law of this pyramid. Hearing this, Seth just glares in silent fury. You dare oppose Seth, the supreme god of this pyramid? As he speaks, a giant hand materializes, grabbing him and slamming him to the ground. I already told you, the Sphinx threatens. Anyone who sets foot in here can only leave after solving the riddle. That law has stood for thousands of years, regardless of which god you happen to be. Pinned down, Seth just screams, Sphinxes, are you trying to get yourselves killed? He even relishes serving up this judgment. But it's all talk. Seth's divine power is clearly running on fumes. With what little power he has left, there's no way he can defeat all 3 of them. Another one of the gods steps forward. Now, let's begin. Recount every single one of your crimes, he commands. Seth just glares. Feeling merciful, he decides 30 seconds is too short for thousands of years of sin, so they'll give him all the time in the world. If Seth can't answer, he'll be trapped here until this blood-soaked pyramid crumbles into dust. As time passes, a long line forms up the pyramid, with everyone below buzzing with rumors. The pyramid is collapsing? Then what's going to happen to us? Where's the boss? I haven't even gotten paid yet. Suddenly, an old man with a container on his back asks, Didn't he promise to protect the gods who entered the pyramid? Hearing this, another person carrying supplies chimes in, I heard Seth was defeated by the pharaohs and locked deep beneath the pyramid. Meanwhile, Dandok walks through the crowd, overhearing their gossip. What an unlucky day. I guess I have to go find a part-time job, he sighs. From behind, Poppy calls out, You're leaving already? The guy is standing in a pile of gold, holding a golden money gun, and fake crying about how sad he is, making Dandok question his entire existence. Dandok frowns, taking Poppy's sunglasses off. This power isn't for your personal gain. Share it with the hard-working Egyptian gods. Got it? I'll be dropping by to check, he warns. Poppy immediately scratches his head, promising with a grin, Yes, sir, absolutely. On my honor as Papyrus, the god of mathematics, I'll sort everything out. Hearing that, Dandok praises him. Good, but his attention is already elsewhere. Over on a sand dune, Bao sits, letting the sand slip through his fingers into the wind. Dandok walks over and asks, Don't the pharaohs need tombs built for them? Bao looks to the sky and answers, There's nothing binding us to this land anymore. Instead of being buried in a tomb, let us fly free with the wind. He watches the dust carried away by the breeze, adding, We fought so hard for this freedom, But we lost so many loved ones along the way. I can't raise a glass to celebrate, nor can I bow my head in mourning, because I have too much happiness to bear. This life is so harsh, but it still goes on. Bao tilts his head back, reflecting, if we can meet again someday, I will give you the heart I have kept for so long. With clear eyes, Bao looks at him and continues. Oh, sword god Dandok. Though I once doubted you, you have given me a grace that words cannot describe. Then Bao looks down and makes a sincere offer. If you don't mind, I would like to stay by your side and serve you in return. Will you accept? Exactly what he wanted to hear. Dandok looks at Bao on the dune and agrees. At the same time, the system announces Bao has become the 4th mage. Time passes in the blink of an eye. On a modern street back on Earth, Dandok walks along, completely stunned. How long has it been since I was last on Earth? Checking a conversation on his phone, he mutters, looks like Soju isn't back yet. He puts his phone away, thinking to himself, I've got to get some fried chicken when I get home. But suddenly, Guildmaster Tianjun Yai is standing right in his path. The man scolds him. You're so carefree. Do you have any idea what's going on right now? Or are you just trying to act brave? Dandok starts sweating. Why are you here? The Guildmaster reaches into his breast pocket. You have to ask? He throws a stack of papers at Dandok, saying, try explaining this. The newspapers scatter across the ground, leaving Dandok confused. Then, Tianjun Yai's brow furrows. There's a rumor going around that Hunter Dandok has been intentionally creating gates to spread fear and make a profit. Sounds plausible, doesn't it? As Dandok stands there in silence, the Guildmaster threatens him. I'm warning you, don't even think about running. At the same time, several people close in, surrounding Dandok. Tianjun Yae clarifies. Everyone here is one of our hunters, disguised as civilians. There are at least 300 A-rank hunters waiting for you. Then he gives the order, come with me. A long while later, one of Tianjun Yae's subordinates adjusts his glasses, staring intently ahead. Dandok sits on a bench as the man questions him. How long are you going to stay silent? It's best if you confess to your crimes involving the gates right now. But Dandok's eyes turn cold as he shoots back. I haven't done anything wrong, so what is there to confess? Get me a lawyer. Or do you plan on detaining an innocent person like this? This is a serious abuse of your authority. Hearing that, Tianjun Yae explodes. Insolent brat! I expected you to say that, so I came prepared. Just then, a man enters as the Guildmaster introduces him. This is the hunter who will interrogate you. At Tianjun Yae's summons, Liu Lak walks into the room. The Guildmaster then leaves, saying, as promised, I will be absent during the interrogation. Liu Lak seems grateful, but he says nothing, waiting until the footsteps fade completely into the distance. Dandok speaks first. We meet again. But Liu Lak's voice is grim as he gets straight to the point. Let me be clear, I don't care what you're doing. A blue magical energy forms in his outstretched hand. I only want to know one thing. He looks down at Dandok with a piercing glare and asks, where is my sister, Elia? Dandok calmly eyes, the threatening power swirling around Liu Lak. Model. Shaking his head in fear, he answered, how would I know? If you want Elia, you should go ask Soju. The man's eyes narrowed, saying he'd change the question, but his next words left Dandok stunned. Where is Soju? I couldn't find her in Korea for the past month. What was happening? Hadn't Soju returned to Korea yet? He worriedly thought. She promised to bring the 5 mages back home. Had something happened to her? Meanwhile, in a dark, unsettling room far away, blood splattered the floor as a voice called from outside. Your Majesty, I apologize for disturbing your meditation, but an outsider wishes to see you. The voice then asked timidly, should I refuse them again, not knowing their queen was on the floor. Blood stained the hem of her dress, and in the room with her stood another girl, one with pink horns. She stood with her back turned. After a moment of silence, the voice from outside called out again, Your Majesty? Inside, the girl's hand pulsed with a black aura. Elia, surrounded by that dark energy, finally spoke. Tell them I accept. The purple-black aura then erupted violently as she began to transform. Her white hair shifted to a deep blue. Soon, Elia had taken on the queen's exact appearance, while the real queen bled out, whispering, The time has come. Watching Sazon argue with the guards, Soju felt that something was seriously wrong. The elves were known to be hostile to outsiders, especially humans. She rested her chin on her hand, a feeling of dread growing. Something was off. It was a bad omen, a deep sense of unease. Glancing at the stone wall, she figured it might be better to just sneak in. Suddenly, the gate swung open as Sazon and the guards argued. No entry. You can't come inside. Please, just let us in. We only want to talk. This made both of them turn in surprise. The path inside was covered in flowers. A handmaiden walked out and bowed respectfully. My apologies for the wait. The queen has given her order. You are invited into the palace. Please, come in. She then led them through a lush green garden filled with butterflies, gesturing ahead. This way. Welcome to the Garden of the Elves. Sazon walked beneath the trees, amazed. It's like another world just beyond the gate. Soju followed behind, her eyes scanning their surroundings with caution. Suddenly, they saw someone standing there, the elven queen, who turned to face them. Strange guests from beyond the portal, from the land of steel and fire. What business do you have with me? Soju's face was grim. Before offering our gifts, allow me to be direct with you, O Queen of the Elves. We need your help. She then made her request bluntly. I know this is sudden, but we need you to come with us. The guard beside the queen exploded in anger. How dare you speak to Her Majesty with such disrespect? But the queen just smiled, waving it off. It's all right, I want to hear the full story. But her eyes held a cunning glint. It wouldn't change a thing. She thought of the body on the floor, a silent threat to Soju. The elven queen you're looking for? I already killed her, and this is only the beginning. For my father, I will hunt down and kill all 12 of the mages. The very ones you're searching for. I'm looking forward to seeing the despair on your face. Suddenly, Soju spoke up. Are you aware that countless gates are opening across all dimensions right now? In order to stop them. Just then, a loud stomach growl echoed beside her. As she tried to continue, the sound came again, cutting her off. Soju shot Sazon a silent glare. Sazon blushed in embarrassment, trying to make an excuse. Well, isn't it obvious? I haven't eaten anything since we got here. Hearing this, the elven queen covered her mouth with a laugh. Are you hungry? How rude of me to keep my guests standing. Let us dine first. A short while later, inside the magnificent palace, Sazon stared in awe as the elven servants prepared a feast. Her eyes went wide, and she covered her mouth in wonder. Is this heaven? Everything looks absolutely delicious. Soju explained from the side. Elven cuisine is famous throughout the divine realm. She then bowed politely to the queen in thanks. Thank you for this warm welcome, especially since we arrived unannounced. Across from them, the queen sat down and replied, Think nothing of it. Hospitality is a virtue among the elves. Please, enjoy the feast. Soju's eyes were sharp and observant. I am still lacking. I don't know the proper elven prayer. I was hoping your majesty could lead us before the meal. Hearing this, the impostor's eyes narrowed into a smile. For an outsider, you seem to know our culture quite well. In that case, allow me. A prayer to the primordial elves and our divine ancestors. She then began to chant in the elven tongue. But as she finished, Soju's brow furrowed. I have one question. She looked at the smiling girl before her. Where is the queen? This made her stutter. What did you say? In that same moment, Soju's knife was at her throat, unleashing a shockwave of pressure that blew their hair back as she slammed it down, shattering 8 plates. Her eyes were cold as she analyzed the situation. The elven language is multi-layered, with clear distinctions between social classes. You just used honorifics. The false queen's hand was now pierced by Soju's weapon, her expression indifferent. And here I thought my disguise was perfect. Suddenly, an immense purple aura erupted from her body, and her form began to warp and change. The pressure from the purple blast hit Sauron even from a distance, making him cry out as smoke swallows everything in an instant. Then, Elia appears with a smirk, saying she had hoped to cause at least some damage, and then looks at the unscathed Soju, wondering, but it seems that's still too much for her. Soju glares back at Elia, demanding to know what she's scheming, but the girl just sighs. Oh, it's nothing major. Then, with an unwavering gaze that hides nothing, she reveals, just one of the primordial children, the queen of the elf clan. I killed her first. Suddenly, a circle of purple light forms in Elia's hand as she continues, because I know you're gathering the primordial children around Dan Doc. She unleashes a dark purple shockwave, screaming, so there's no way I'm letting you get what you want. Sauron throws up his hands, conjuring a spell to block Elia's dark energy. He struggles, barely holding on, wondering what in the world is going on. At the same time, another purple blast shoots towards Soju, but she remains perfectly still, a dark glint flashing in her eyes. Soju raises her small knife just as the purple energy closes in. She steps right into the blast, her speed whipping her hair back. She moves like a phantom, a blur of motion. She cuts right through the blast holding Sauron, zips past Elia, who's still in her attack stance, and stops directly behind the girl. Elia takes the hit, blood splattering everywhere. She coughs up a mouthful of it but grins excitedly as a pinkish-purple aura radiates from her. The energy heals her wound instantly. Elia turns, her eyes as cold as a demon's. As I thought, fighting you is still beyond me. If it wasn't for the body he gave me, I would have died for sure. Elia then smirks, adding, but I've stalled for enough time. Soju's eyes narrow with suspicion. Then, Elia gleefully announces, the gate in Korea. You guys can't close it, right? Why else would I waste my time here with you? In a flash, Soju's eyes fly wide open. She's completely stunned. Elia then thinks of the gate and offers a kind reminder. That makeshift barrier of yours was torn apart a long time ago, and through that opening, the great demon has arrived. An ancient, wrinkly monster peeks through the portal with a grin as a huge bang echoes. A colossal pillar of pink and white light slams down onto the earth. A figure with a wrinkled face, white hair, and traditional robes walks out slowly. Elia wonders aloud, how long can Dandok possibly hold out against the Grim Reaper, who has now reclaimed her full power? Soju's eyes widen in utter shock. What? The old Grim Reaper escaped the gate? No, that's impossible. She quickly opens her system window, convinced Elia must be lying to escape. But the system flashes a warning. Teleportation is impossible in this area. Seeing this, Soju's face fills with horrified disbelief. Elia just laughs. You already knew, so why ask? Is something wrong? The girl stands, her arms hanging limp at her sides. Right now, your world, Earth, is outside the system's influence, because the Grim Reaper has received power directly from God. Elia then summons a swirling purple orb, taunting Soju. Even if your senses have been dulled by all your regressions, you can still feel it, can't you? That feeling of helplessness, watching everything you value being destroyed while you can do nothing. She laughs manically, throwing purple tendrils of energy into the air. It's over. Now you can slowly savor that despair. Meanwhile, back with Dandok, red emergency lights are flashing and blaring. An alarm echoes through the halls. Code red. Code red. All combat-capable hunters. Report to the main square immediately. But inside the prison cell, Dandok and Leo Locke don't even flinch. Neither of them has any intention of moving, as the announcement repeats over and over. Then, a new update comes over the speaker. An unidentified ancient tree and one person have appeared from the gate. All branches within a 5-kilometer radius have gone dark. Dandok's heart sinks. He clenches his shackled fists, thinking, if the Grim Reaper is behind all this, then sending any hunters there would be a complete suicide mission. Dandok stands, shattering his cuffs. Move it, Leo Locke. I have to get to that gate. He's determined to stop this disaster. But Leo Locke conjures blue lightning, flatly refusing. We're not finished talking yet. Seeing his stubbornness, Dandok argues back. The situation has changed. I don't have time to play games with you. You have no idea what just came out of that gate. He steps forward, his orange aura flaring. So get out of my way. He then dashes toward the back of the cell. Leo Locke yells, I don't have time to waste either. But without turning, he speaks calmly. I know. He then shoots a bolt of lightning to block Dandok's path, shocking him. Leo Locke stares at the door, laying out his theory, that a monster has emerged from the gate, and just seeing Dandok's panic confirms he's witnessed it firsthand. That alone is enough to know this situation is far more serious than the last one. Then, his eyes firm with resolve, he states his condition. Even so, I won't let you leave until you tell me where Elia is. Of course, I value this world, but it's nothing compared to Elia, my little sister. Hearing this, Dandok turns back with a look of pure exasperation. At that very moment, where the gate opened, the sky has turned a demonic shade of purple. A leafless, withered tree now towers over the tallest skyscrapers. Down on the streets, civilians are running for their lives, screaming in terror as the tree's branches lash out and attack. Living tree branches writhe to life, slamming down onto the street as they hunted a terrified girl. She glanced back in pure horror. But then, Bakvan burst from nowhere, his sword flashing as he sliced the branch, saving her life. He shot her a glare and yelled, What are you still doing here? Get lost, and don't get in my way. She scrambled off, managing a quick thank you. Bakvan, his face covered in scratches, gritted his teeth and stared at the true enemies ahead. The death god hag and a monstrous, half-bodied tree. Where are Dandok and Soju? He wondered. Across the way, the hag's eyes narrowed in amusement. Well now, a useless brat like you smells just like that other kid. She looked up at Etten, who was hopelessly tangled in the tree's roots, and grinned with absolute delight. Did I let that hairy beast from the gate live? I get it now. You're all connected to him, aren't you? Suddenly, Etten smashed his fist through the thick roots, shouting, Run, Bakvan! This isn't an enemy we can handle. His furry arm broke free. He struggled, yelling, Go find our master. The roots binding him had been completely shattered, but the death god hag just casually scratched her cheek, muttering, "An eager one, I see." Instantly, new branches shot out, ensnaring Etten once more. "Just try to hold on a little longer," she taunted. At the same time, more branches piled up over Bakvan, preparing to trap him. The death god hag threatened, "I'm going to rip you to shreds right in front of him. There's no need to rush." Seeing the vines closing in on him like snakes, Bakvan's eyes widened in absolute terror. But suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning shot down from the rooftops. It crashed down, severing the branches right in front of Bakvan. He stared in shock as Leolak landed, his sword crackling with that very same blue lightning. "Looks like I made it in time," he said calmly, giving a nod of approval. "You did well." Bakvan was stunned. "Leolak, why are you here?" Then Dandok appeared, also praising him, with a freshly freed Etten standing right behind them. Dandok spoke calmly. "You can rest now, leave this to me." At the sight of him, Bakvan shouted with relief. "What took you so long? What's going on? And why is Leolak here?" A dark blue aura flared around Dandok as he smiled. "It's complicated. I'll explain later." He then faced their enemy, his voice firm. First things first, the death god hag. The four heroes now had her completely surrounded. "Let's take out that monster first," he commanded. The hag gave a toothless grin. "We meet again, you arrogant little brat. Coming all this way by yourself. You've got some nerve." With a wave of her hand, massive roots erupted from the ground, twisting and writhing. "Fine then," she shrieked. "As a reward, I'll skin you and your little followers and offer you all up to the three gods." Dandok effortlessly dodged the sharp, incoming branches, a taunting smirk on his face. "If you think this will be as easy as last time, you're in for a rude awakening, old hag." He stomped, gathering power to attack. He launched himself into the air, slicing the branches into 1,000 pieces. At the same time, Leolak's blue lightning energy flared to life. He flew up behind Dandok, and together they unleashed a storm of lightning that completely engulfed the tree's tentacles. Seeing this, the death god hag narrowed her eyes, clearly displeased. Standing between the severed trunks, she noted, "You're right, this time is different. I never thought you could slice through this old woman's vengeful spirit so easily." Dandok turned to Leolak. "Pretty reliable, huh? Being number one in the world isn't just for show." In response, Leolak just snorted. "Coming from you, that just sounds like another lie," he shot back, before adding a little reminder. "But you haven't forgotten our deal, have you?" Dandok stared forward, his voice steady. "Of course not. I will keep my promise and find Elia for you. Don't worry." He remembered their intense argument back in the prison cell. "Get out of the way. While we're standing here arguing, the city could be completely destroyed." But Leolak had been adamant. "Nothing else matters anymore. As long as I can find Elia, I will do anything." Hearing that, Dandok saw his chance to bargain. "If I had a way to find Elia, you said you would do anything, right?" And that's exactly why they now stood together, fighting the death god hag side by side. Dandok raised his sword and charged, aiming straight for her as he yelled, "Death god, hag! This time, it's a fight to the death." In response, she pulled out a bizarre mushroom-like flower and began an incantation. "Oh, flower of defiance, drink their souls. Instead of rooting in the earth, you cling to corpses. Instead of reaching for the light, you hide in the shadows. The mother god's mystery will be defiled by you." The flower then spewed a pinkish-purple powder, which spread rapidly, engulfing the battlefield. Dandok was instantly suspicious, covering his mouth. "Poison? No, my instincts aren't firing off. It's probably not poison then." He raised his sword, which now glowed with golden energy. "Whatever it is, I'll just slash it away. Wave slash." At that exact moment, the system flashed a message. Wave slash activation failed due to external interference. Dandok's eyes went wide. He was shocked. It's not a poison mist. It's a skill-blocking effect. This has to be the Death God Hag's unique power. He quickly turned to his partner, shouting, "The smoke is sealing our skills. Be careful, Leolak." The swordsman just glanced back, acknowledging the warning. You might not realize it, but he's not from this world. Blue lightning erupts from him, erasing the purple mist. Mana, he declares, has been his power since birth, and he's never needed a skill to control it. He even begins to lecture her. If your entire strength comes from relying on skills, then you should just back down. Hearing this, Kale simply smirks, remarking that she's clearly no ordinary foe. He raises his sword high in the purple haze, then launches forward shouting, "You'd better keep up." On the other side, the old death matron is stunned. "Your skills are sealed, so how can you still control mana so easily?" She raises a withered finger to retaliate. All right then, let's see you handle this. Suddenly, branches burst from the ground like a forest of swords, swarming them. Kale tightens his grip, yelling, "Leo, clear a path." He unleashes a white ice, black flame / a blinding beam of energy. Behind him, Leo charges forward, blade in hand. He's breaking a sweat, thinking to himself, I knew it before. His mana is on another level, absolutely destructive. But Leo stomps the ground, cracking the earth. I will break through, he yells, and strikes. The Death Matron looks on, resolute. Right now, this flame will only burn the enemy that stands directly before me. Leo then points his blade at her, unleashing a massive thunderclap. The Death Matron is forced to cross her arms, her eyes wide with shock. How could my soul tree be pierced so easily? Using a skill in here should be almost impossible. From the sky, Kale descends in a brilliant aurora. A little too early to be surprised, he taunts. She's completely floored. How is this possible? How can a human wield such power? Kale closes his eyes, sensing it. I feel it, the dense mana weighing down the air, clinging to me. Energy from the aurora envelops his sword. Before magic, before any sword, he thinks, it was always with me. He imagines a blue orb with a white core, a miniature planet. This is my power, an extension of myself. His eyes snap open. He stands beneath the massive sphere of energy and declares, I don't need a skill to help me control my own power. Kale looks down at the tiny matron on the street below. He swings his sword, unleashing his white ice, black flame, bringing the entire planet of light crashing down. The shockwave is so intense that even Leo has to stab his sword into the ground just to keep from being blown away. Elsewhere, Silas is forced to do the same. Only the giant Etten raises a hand to block it. Leo's eyes go wide in disbelief. A massive, deep crater has now been carved into the middle of the street. He's completely speechless. Kale lands nearby, looks at the result and just says, intense. Silas runs over, completely hyped up. Kale, that was absolutely insane. But I believed in you. Leo just sighs. They call me the #1 hunter. With him around, that's just a joke. Silas is still shouting, bro, you've got to teach me that skill. As Kale turns to reply, his pupils shrink. Danger. He screams, everyone, get back now. Silas freezes. Leo realizes it too, his face filled with horror. A wave of killing intent erupts from the crater. Then, a black, tornado-like mass shoots into the sky, startling everyone. The thing writhes in the air, letting out a horrific shriek. Silas collapses, clutching his head in agony. Etten and Leo can't handle it either. They drop to one knee, hands clamped over their heads, screaming. Kale's face goes pale. It's a soul scream. Without divine power, you can't resist. The Death Matron emerges, clothes completely shredded. Her hair floats on an aura of pure malice, and she snarls, so you're the child the three gods protect. To think you could actually inflict this much pain on me. Her arm twists at an unnatural angle as she screams, life is such a cruel bondage that it could corrupt a once pure soul to this degree. How utterly hateful, how tragic. The matron's face transforms, twisting into something inhuman. She mutters, finding my name again is no longer important. Kale's eyes widen, stunned by her words. I must tear them all apart, slice them to pieces, and devour every last one of them. Her body contorts and expands, becoming a shapeless, massive bundle, almost like straw. Her eye hangs misplaced, her mouth a vertical gash. Only then can they return to being the purest of souls. She extends a twisted, root-like hand, beckoning, come now. This horrifying sight makes Kale grit his teeth, panicking internally. Should I run? No, running's not an option. He considered opening his system menu, but then remembered the Death Hag's previous tricks. She'd probably just destroy it like before. He couldn't just ditch his teammates and run. Brow furrowed in determination, he had to fight. Suddenly, she slammed her claws down on Dandok's head. Just die, and die again, and stay with this old woman forever. Hearing this, he gripped his sword, a heavy doubt filling his mind. Could he even win this? All of a sudden, a girl appeared, stomping right on the Death Hag's head. Soju leaped down with her twin blades, her voice low and chilling. As long as I'm here, that will never happen. The hag flinched at the sound of her voice, stunned. Soju's eyes were like ice. Get lost, and take your filthy hands off him. High above, the moonlight washed over the silent mountain peak. Eli was sprawled out on the cracked earth, coughing weakly. She mumbled with her eyes half closed. That monster. I thought I could at least buy a little more time. Looking up at the spatial tear in the sky, she sighed. I can't believe you thought of crossing through the gate, to traverse dimensions. Just another crazy one, huh? Alia thought to herself with a small smile. Looks like it'll take me some time to recover. but it doesn't matter anymore. She gazed at the bright moon, saying, because the Juknadak has already begun. Meanwhile, back with Dandok, a loud scream made him jump back in shock. Soju! She now stood before the death hag's hand, its fingers sliced clean off. Soju suddenly turned her head and called out, Sazon. Immediately, she appeared behind Dandok, looking at the giant magic circle. Like I said, I've used a spell to block out the screams. She then flashed a peace sign with a huge grin. Dandok demanded, What took you guys so long? You didn't even try to contact us. Soju turned and explained, Elia held us up. Hearing that name, Leolak stepped forward. So, Elia was with you. His face hardened as he asked, Where is my sister Elia now? Soju looked surprised to see him, but the death hag shrieked in outrage. How dare they act so casual in front of me? She raised her hand, fingers already regenerating, and slammed it down right in front of Dandok. The attack sent dust and debris flying everywhere, but Soju had caught the blow with her bare hands, holding it above her head as she glanced at her friends. We'll talk later. Use this to recover. Dandok gratefully caught the golden apple. Then, Soju gave a crucial warning. Remember, the Death Hag's greatest ability is regeneration. We need enough firepower to completely overwhelm it. Hearing this, the hag's eyes blazed with fury. She smashed her hand down again, shattering the ground. How dare these brats act so relaxed in her presence? They clearly had a death wish, but Soju had already leaped back, dodging the blow with ease. At the same time, she turned to her team with a plan. If this becomes a war of attrition, we will definitely lose, she yelled, charging toward the hag. I'll hold her off. You guys figure something out. This left Dandok completely stunned. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, figure something out, she says. Easy for her. He'd already used his strongest attack, the Black Flame Ice Slash, and it did absolutely nothing. So what now? Then, Dandok noticed the hag's severed fingers on the ground, and a thought struck him. Wait a minute. His ultimate attack did nothing, yet it was still intact? But Soju's normal slash had cut the hag's fingers right off. He stroked his chin, thinking hard. That proves her body isn't actually that durable. So why didn't his previous attack work? Was she using some kind of defensive method? But he immediately dismissed that idea. No, it's more like she didn't have one up. Soju's attack was a complete surprise, giving the hag no time to react. That means her defense isn't a passive ability that activates automatically, like a blessing or an instinct. If that's the case, he raised his voice and gave his orders. Seizan, prepare a spell. Take your time, but it needs to be the strongest, most complex one you have. Hearing this, she grinned. Perfect. I've been wanting to try out a new move. Next, Dandok directed. Leolak, you support Seizan's magic. He looked over and nodded in agreement. Finally, Dandok gave the last order. Bakvan, Etten, you two support Soju. Just stop the Death Hag from launching any major attacks. That's all you need to do. Bakvan cheerfully accepted the mission. But Etten's eyes burned with a desire for revenge. I will complete this mission for the honor of the Ice King. With the plan set, Dandok raised the golden apple to his lips and declared, All right then, before shouting, Let's begin. Immediately, Bakvan and Etten charged forward, joining Soju's assault on the Death Hag. Seeing this, the monster roared, Insolent brats, you dare! Over on a nearby skyscraper, Seizan flew to the roof, conjuring a massive vortex of golden energy. The Death Hag's voice boomed, Fine, I'll teach you your place myself, you pathetic little flies. Suddenly feeling the terrifying mana fluctuation, Leolak broke into a sweat. Just guiding this much mana without the monster noticing is already pushing my limits. He stood on a rooftop far from the battle, watching the chaos unfold in the dust-filled streets below. He plunged his own sword into the roof, anchoring the writhing stream of golden mana. Nearby, Sazan kept her eyes closed, deep in concentration. Then, she slowly opened one eye, muttering, As expected, casting grand magic without preparation is incredibly difficult. She then looked over to Leolak. Everything is ready. He sends the signal down. Immediately, he glances at Etten fighting the old hag, thinking, Good, they're finally starting to wear down below. Leo snaps his fingers, and crackling lightning energy sparks into existence. It shoots down, striking a tree branch next to Soju to get her attention. She immediately glances up. Then she yells out the order, Bark Von, Etten, retreat now. Etten freezes mid-action and looks over. At the same time, Bark Von also takes notice. A colossal magic circle, controlled by Seizan, now covers the entire city. She hovers over the old death god, looking down with a smirk. Been waiting long? Take this, you monster. Seeing the brilliant energy hurtling down, the old hag's pupils shrink in pure terror. "What is this?" she shrieks. "Unbelievable." A pillar of light strikes the city like a thunderbolt, then erupts like lava at the epicenter of the blast. The old death god is forced to her knees, screaming in agony. Suddenly, a tiny orb pops out of her mouth, leaving only a head behind. The death god's head frowns. "That was close," she mutters. "How can a mere human possess that kind of power?" Then the tiny head rolls away, comforting itself. "But it's fine. As long as my true body is intact, I can regenerate infinitely. While that husk keeps them busy, I should get out of here." But its escape is blocked by Dandok's foot. He rests his sword on his shoulder, looking down. "And where do you think you're going?" The hag is terrified. With cold eyes, he taunts her. "You look pathetic. This is your real form, isn't it?" At that moment, a system window appears, Neptune's blessing, revealing the cloaking effect. Dandok prepares to deliver the final blow. "Now, let's end this." He drives his blade right through the center of her head. The death god curses him in a rage. "I will never forgive you. Even if I have to die here today." Suddenly, her purple energy flares up with a furious roar. "I'll make sure to drag you down with me." Right before she completely distorts, she screams, "How could this death god possibly die alone?" A blinding light explodes outward, making Dandok flinch and curse. A nuclear-level blast follows immediately after. After a moment, the smoke clears, revealing Dandok on the ground, coughing hard. He squints his eyes, confused. What the hell just happened? His eyes widen in absolute shock. Soju is standing right in front of him, her body completely mangled and bloody. She shielded Dandok from the entire blast. Her eyes are fading as she murmurs, "You're safe." She collapses, adding, "Thank goodness." Seeing her fall motionless, Dandok screams in a panic, "Soju." He gently lifts her head, calling her name over and over. Suddenly, a massive sound makes him look up at the sky in pure dread. The Eye of the Abyss has appeared once more, but this time it's radiating a terrifying red aura, far deadlier than before. Realizing the eye is approaching Earth, Dandok shouts, "Has it already begun?" He looks at the unmoving Soju and screams, "Wake up!" He panics, muttering, "The recovery skill isn't working. Olympus. Right, if I can get there, I can save her." A system window appears, initiating spatial transfer to Olympus. A second later, an error message flashes. Transfer request denied by Olympus. This sends Dandok into a blind rage. He slams his fist on the ground, yelling helplessly, "Damn it, why now of all times?" He sweats, trying to think, "How am I supposed to get to Olympus now?" Soju grabs Dandok's shirt. "Stop," she whispers, forcing her eyes open. "Hurry! Get out of here. Olympus is probably busy blocking the gate to the divine realm, using the human world as bait." Hearing this, Dandok grabs her hand. "Soju, don't talk like that. Stay with me." But she just sounds tired. "I don't have any divine power left to maintain my body. So please, just run," she urges him. "With your current strength, you still have a chance to stop it." With her last words, her hand slips from his grasp. Dandok's world spins, completely stunned. He collapses beside her, screaming, "Soju!" At the same time, a naked monster squats on the ground, looking around in awe. "So this is the place they call Earth? I like it." Suddenly, he looks over with a curious expression and spots Dandok. "What's this? There's still a human survivor?" The creature walks up behind him, winding up a punch and mocking him. "I was worried I'd be too late to have any fun. But I guess I'm in luck. Now die, you piece of trash." But before the fist can even connect, his arm simply vanishes. Tears stream down Dandok's face as he whispers in agony, "Why? What was it all for?" Then his grief turns to pure, undirected rage. "Why can't you all just leave us alone? What sin did humanity commit to deserve to die like this?" Across from him, the monster screams, mouth agape, "My arm! You dare cut off my arm?" A new arm regenerates as he sneers. "You think I'd say that? I am the god of rebirth. A wound like this is..." But his words are cut short by another one of Dandok's attacks. He unleashes a dozen slashes, his voice like steel. "Shut up!" The monster, now diced into pieces, stares in shock at the avenging spirit before him. As Dandok's final slash comes for his face, the monster screams, "Wait!" But the strike lands, turning him to dust. Dandok's eyes burn with contempt. "God of rebirth? You're nothing but an insect." Then the system announces, "You have acquired a new power. Model. Super regeneration. Dandok is here to serve up some pain, so don't get cocky with that god title. The second you appear, he'll tear you apart and grind you underfoot like the disgusting insects you are." Nearby, two purple monsters hover in the air, remarking on his incredible arrogance. "He looks strong," they admit, before flying down to mock him, but not strong enough to matter. Damdok glares up with a deathly stare, then launches himself into the air, slashing at the one with the golden mask. The monster scoffs as the blade meets his mask. Useless. With his power, attacks like that won't even leave a scratch. But at that same moment, black and blue spiritual energy erupts from the tip of Damdok's sword. The monster is stunned. A split second later, the flames of death completely incinerate one side of his body. The other monster with the centipede-like tail just laughs at his partner. Move! It then clasps its hands, forming an arrow. It aims to pierce right through Damdok's flames, shouting, "Damn you, it's just fire. If I get pierced by this, then stop." A flash of white light grazes Damdok as the snake-tailed monster darts behind him. Blood drips from its mouth as it hisses in triumph. Damdok's right arm has been completely severed. It pauses, taunting him. A one-armed swordsman is easy prey, but suddenly, he grabs its tail. With a powerful heave, he swings it around like a sandbag, sending the shocked monster flying. What the hell? Next, Damdok unleashes a blast of golden white light that smashes right into the monster's head. It coughs up green blood, thinking, "Did you just regenerate your arm? This guy has absorbed our power." And sure enough, his new arm, a product of super regeneration, is now swinging toward it with boundless rage. An earth-shattering explosion follows, kicking up a massive cloud of smoke and debris. The masked partner can only watch, speechless. He turns to flee, screaming, "He's a crazy monster, not some normal being." But he glances back with suspicion. Could he be on the level of a god king? A god like that wasn't part of our plan. He puts a hand to his ear, shouting an order. "All units, retreat immediately. We'll gather reinforcements and return." But he doesn't get far before one of his feet is sliced clean off. The masked creature falls flat as a sword lands right beside his face. Hundreds of phantom blades now hover above him, all controlled by Damdok, who stands right behind. He clenches his fist in pure fury, snarling, "You think you can run now?" Then all the blades plunge down onto the monster's back. Damdok even stomps his foot on the creature's head, causing the ground beneath to crack and shatter. Its face contorted in pain, the monster pleads, "I'm scared. I don't want to die." But Damdok's demonic eyes offer no mercy. Die. Green blood splatters everywhere. Suddenly, a hand rests on Damdok's shoulder. "Stop." It's Leolak, telling him the creature is already dead. "It's time to stop and come to your senses." Leolak then adds, "It might not be too late." This makes him whip his head around in surprise, demanding to know what he means. Leolak explains, "My homeland was also destroyed, by monsters that poured out of a gate. Yes, the situation was just like this one, a living hell. I accidentally fled into the gate, and from there, I crossed through different dimensions." He pictures a world tree. On it are flowers that look like portal spheres, and inside each portal, countless worlds are intertwined. They're stacked on top of each other like branches. In that maze, he saw paths connecting infinite dimensions. Hearing this, Damdok is stunned. "So that means?" Leolak's gaze is firm. "That's right. I'm not sure we can save her. But if you're willing to risk your life, crossing dimensions is possible." The words leave Damdok completely speechless. And that's all for this video. That was a summary of this amazing series, so let me know what you think down in the comments. And hey, don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more awesome videos. For now, take care, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.